this month. It happens when next year.
I will do it next year. Yes, if I don't manage to fit it in, because I can't really expect 15 people to sit in the cold of October, middle of October.
That's right.
Doing this observation. So I'm hoping I'll be able to do it this month. If not, I will definitely be doing it next month. Next year. I know. Yeah, I know. It turned out to be a much bigger job. I've done 90% of it, but the last 10%. Just for reasons I haven't been able to go back to it so far this year, but hopefully I will be able to do so in the next few weeks and then get it done. I mean, most of the stuff has been put in place. I've got most of the technology in place. I've got the people agreed to do it, and we put a hell of a lot, huge numbers of man hours into do it. We've created all the targets, got all the optics sorted, got all the networking sorted. I haven't done all the videos I require to do it. I want to release some videos explaining exactly what I'm doing, demonstrating I'm explaining how I'm looking for curvature, and we'll be finding it.
What type of surveying tool are you using?
Sorry, again?
What type of surveying tool are you using?
Auto level.
An auto level. Have you brought the auto level there and looked from your position to where you're going to be hitting a target furthest away?
I have taken an auto level there, but we've not made an observations on the targets yet.
So you went there with an auto level and didn't even set it up from the position you're going to be looking at to the position of your furthest target, which you say is 6 miles away.
We've got to build. You have to have several things in place at the same time. You have to have the targets in place, and you have to have people with them, and then you need people on the bridge and with the equipment at the same time. Most of the time, almost all the time, we've had people building the targets, and we've had to position them. So that has been where the work has been put in. We've not done the full observation.
So in a year and a half, since I've been hearing about this, you haven't looked through an auto level at the spot you're going to be doing your test.
We have not done the full observation yet.
That's not what I asked. You haven't even.
I know that's the answer I'm giving you.
Yeah, because you don't want to say you haven't even looked through an auto level anywhere around there, right?
I'm not going to give you a fuller answer than I've given you.
Right, so ladies and gentlemen,
anyone who's not going to do this test this year, next year, and any year following, it's like NASA. Not going to happen.
Okay, well, you can think that, Jarakia. So I will expect a full apology from you when it does happen then.
Yeah.
Okay, now, I've got a couple of questions to ask anyway. Now, ladies and gentlemen, those who are listening to this episode of The Earth Awakening, basically what we're talking about here, what Rumpus is planning to do, it's not quite the same as the Samuel Roadbottom observation made over 6 miles, which is 10 kilometers. Okay, where only 2 of them were there, the man himself and a guy with a red flag. He had his telescope, I think, around about just above the Bedford Canal, and then the boat rode off down the canal. 6 miles later, he was still able to observe that boat. Now, with his telescope, there should have been 16,000 feet of curvature there. That wasn't there, so Roadbottom assumed, concluded that the Earth must be flat. That's basically it in a nutshell. Now, Rumpus, you're bringing in all manner of technology and a whole heap of people. How is your observation or your test going to be different? Can you explain, please?
You got your maths completely wrong then, but I won't bother. You can't do maths, so there's no point in me explaining to you what the actual maths is.
Yeah, but you got the gist of it.
What I'm going to be looking for, over a distance of 8 kilometers, there should be a drop of about 17 feet of the canal from the horizontal. I will be looking for this, and I will.
Why do you say that?
Oh, Jesus! Can I finish a sentence?
Well, why do you say there should be a drop?
Shut up! I'm in the middle of a sentence. You can ask a question, and when I've finished.
Yeah, so that was your first point.
Be quiet. Over 8 kilometers. Over 8 kilometers.
Not the same. You're 2 kilometers.
Jesus! I'm going to give up. Over 8 kilometers, there should be a drop of the canal relative to the horizontal of about 17 feet. I will be attempting to measure this. I will be broadcasting this. You will be seeing it live. And I have to raise a target up to the horizontal. And by the amount I've raised up the target, I will know that it's 17 feet. And by demonstrating that, I will demonstrate not only that the Earth is curved, I will be able to make a measurement of the radius of the Earth. Finished.
Basing the 17 feet on.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm not satisfied.
I've got 4 posts. I've got 4 stations. The most distant one is 8 kilometers. I've got stations at every 2 kilometers, so I'll be able to show the curve. So there'll be different drops at the different distances. The the biggest one will be the 17 feet, and from that I will be able to determine the radius of the
I'm
Earth.
not satisfied with that, Torres.
What are you basing the 17 feet on?
I will be having to show the distance between the canal level and horizontal. I will be demonstrating that distance exists.
What are you basing the 17 feet on?
The curvature of the Earth. You mean how I expect that to be the case, or how I'm going to measure it? Which one of those two are you interested in?
Well, why are you using 17 feet?
Because I've chosen to do it at 8 kilometers, and that's the drop at that distance is 17 feet. Jesus Christ, it's not difficult.
You've calculated a drop of 17 feet over 8 kilometers.
Yes.
Based on what?
On knowledge of the radius of the Earth, and I will be verifying that that's the case by measuring it in reality. It's not difficult. Jesus Christ, how stupid can you be?
So are all your targets, for argument's sake, going to be at 6 feet above the canal level?
No. Stop. You're not understanding.
No,
stop. No, I've got to cut you short because you don't understand what I'm doing. No, there's no point you carrying on describing a scenario I'm not doing. I'll now describe to you the scenario I am doing. There's no point.
You need to be able to practice some patience, man. Like you know.
Yeah, but he's describing what I'm doing, and I'm not doing what he's saying I'm doing. There's no point in him continuing.
Let me just finish it. I was halfway through. You don't like it.
Yeah, I know, and it was bollocks.
Okay, then. So then your last... Well, you've got to create a horizontal plane, and then you're going to lift that last target up, 17 feet, so it matches the first target. Okay, so your base level... Right? Is that the level of the canal? Say 6 feet above the level, above the canal, and then that last target will be 17 feet above the canal.
Okay, I'll give you more detail. I'm doing the observation from Britain, and this will be all in my video in absolute excruciating detail, so that you cannot possibly misunderstand it. There is a bridge there's a bridge at one end from which I'm making the observations. That bridge. If I put the auto level on that, makes the auto level at about 15, 16 feet above the water level, above the water at that point. Then I will be raising these targets up until they match the horizontal of the auto level. That means that the nearer target will not be 6 feet, it will be much less than that. Well, actually, I've then got to add on the bank. I've got to allow for the fact that I've raised up my horizontal is 15 feet above the water. Then I've got the actual targets mounted on a bank, so I've got to allow for that, the height of the bank, and then I've got to raise up the target by an extra amount to then make it level. And I'm expecting that my first one at 2 kilometers will only have to effectively go up by a few, about a foot or something. And then the next one, I'll have to raise it up by more until eventually at 8 kilometers, I'll have to raise it up by 70, assuming the Earth's a globe, of course. So they are not at a constant height, which is what you were started to say. Each one will be raised by a different amount to match the horizontal in my auto level, and I have to allow for the bank raise up, and I have to allow for the fact that the auto level is 15 feet above the water. So allowing for all those things together, I'm going to have to allow an extra 17 feet to raise the most distant target above the level of the bridge and above, but counting for the bank.
So you're going to presume that because the target is 17 feet above the water, okay.
Well, it's not.
That is then going to be dropping.
You've misunderstood me. Hold on. Let me explain again. Let me explain again. It's not 17 feet above the water. It's 17 feet above the horizontal, I'm going to have to raise it up 17 feet to compensate for the curvature of the Earth, which means I've got to allow for the height of the auto level above, the observation point above the water level, and I've got to raise the target allowing for the bank as well. So there's a couple of moderately most people wouldn't call them complicated.
Oh, dear God. No wonder it's taken you forever.
Right. So anyway, so moron. So the point, but the upshot is that I have to raise the target an additional 17 feet above what I should have to do it if it was a plane.
So there's 32 feet. The last one is going to be 32 feet.
Right. The actual height above the water will be 30 odd feet. Correct. Well, we worked out that guy, whoever that was.
So you're going to get all your targets lining up through the auto level. So
correct. Well spotted.
So
yes. Well said.
so you are going to make sure that all the apparent positions of the targets are all lined up.
Well done. You've got it.
Okay, then. So not the actual position, the apparent positions you're going to line up.
Correct.
Okay, then. So where?
Well, the only difference. Well, the only difference with
So hold on. So how do you know then where the actual positions of the targets are? Because you are only lining up the apparent positions.
Yes, because I can then see how much I've had to raise them above the water.
Okay, so if they are apparent positions, they're not the actual positions, so you're not
They
measuring
are,
anything.
except for refraction.
Only...
No, you're not understanding. Right. If I have to raise up the most distant target by more than, let's suppose, right, the auto level is 15 feet above the water. So that means if it was a flat Earth, I would only have to raise the target to match it to be 15 feet above the water at the far end. On a flat Earth, I would only have to raise the target above the water by 15 feet for it to be on the horizontal. But what I'm hoping to find is that I have to raise it another 17 feet to make it on the horizontal for the auto level. Does that make it clear?
As mud, so you're lining up.
Let's try it again. Let's try it again. So if it was a flat Earth, the auto level, the eyepiece of the auto level is 15 feet above the water. If it was a flat Earth, I would only have to raise the target to be 15 feet above the water at 8 kilometers. What I'm expecting to find is that will be well below the horizontal, and I will have to raise it up by another 17 feet, which is the difference between horizontal and level at that distance, and that is the Earth's curvature.
So are you presuming that on a plane that all those targets will all be on a horizontal plane looking through the auto level?
Yes, of course. If you're on a horizontal plane, they're all the same height above the water, then they'd all been allowed. I expect to have to raise them by 15 feet at each position above the water. They would. So if on a flat Earth, all 4 of those stations, I would have to raise the targets 15 feet above the water to make them horizontal to the auto level. What I will find, I expect, is that I have to raise them up more. Each one will have to be more, and the most distant one I'll have to raise up by an extra 17 feet to make it horizontal. I'll do this in a video, so it's very much clearer. It's not difficult to understand, but clearly there are some problems here with understanding.
You should have done it already. You've had 18 months.
That's got nothing to do with how difficult it is to understanding it.
Are you going to be the one taking the measurements through the auto level?
I will be. George was going to be the person looking through the auto level. Probably it will be me or an assistant, and then the people will be. I'll have 2 people per station at least.
So not you.
Raising. It may be me.
Okay, fair enough. Have you ever used an auto level?
I have indeed, many times.
Many times?
Yes, many times.
You got a picture of this video? Like most people nowadays, when they're doing that, they'll take a picture of what they're viewing. Have you done that?
I have taken pictures through my auto level, yes. I have a fitting for it. You will be seeing in the live stream, you will be seeing live video through the auto level.
But not at the Bedford level.
At the Bedford levels, you will be seeing at the Bedford levels pictures through the auto level.
Do you have a picture of your auto level at the Bedford level?
I do have a picture of my auto level at the Bedford level.
You said you've never done it there.
No, I didn't say that. I said I wasn't going to give you a fuller answer, and I didn't say whether or not we'd take an observation of the target. I have a picture. I have a picture of my auto level on the bridge that I'm going to make an observation from. That's very different from saying, listen to what I'm saying. That's very different from saying I've got a picture of it going through the auto level of a target at the right height.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying. Do you want to post it?
I am, and you're an idiot.
Yeah, okay. I had hum, but do you want to post it?
No, I don't want to post it.
Yeah. No,
I will be posting a video shortly showing my auto
You'll be making videos. You'll be doing this.
Yeah. Shut up. Yeah. You're just a cynical wanker. I will be showing a video shortly of my auto level on the bridge, but I will not be showing a picture through the auto level of a target at 8 kilometers because that has not been done, and that will
6
happen
miles,
on 6 miles, and that will be done live.
In your vast experience and knowledge over your years you've been on this planet,
it is vast, yes. It is
there anything that can affect your view over 6 miles of water?
Yes, refraction. I mentioned this. I mentioned this several times.
He's actually doing 5 miles, 8 kilometers. He said, not 6. That's why I'm not satisfied.
Well, it's slightly over 8 kilometers.
Well,
It's 5.
It's
5. Well, it is less than 6. It is less than 6 miles. It's 8 kilometers. It's a little bit over 8 kilometers.
5 miles. 5 miles. That's what you're talking
it's not.
So
it's under 6. Yeah.
So if you get a measurement that's 17 feet above the water, then you're not going to calculate any refraction. But if you get something different than that, you're going to calculate refraction.
I'm going to allow for standard refraction. The point is, on a flat Earth, you will get 0 feet. So refraction does not account for 17 feet, but I will be allowing for refraction using the standard. But I will also include in part of my test, I will be measuring the vertical temperature gradient from which we can determine what refraction is taking place. And that will be, I presume, if it's standard refraction, it'll be something like about 1.5 feet's worth of refraction. That's still a very small percentage of the 17 feet that I will be measuring.
I got you. You're going to measure the temperature variant from where your position A and B, or all along the corridor?
Correct. And what's more, I will not just be taking a temperature at one height. I'll be taking. Listen. I'll be taking a temperature at different heights as well. I would take a temperature every 50 centimeters up to 15 feet, so that I get the vertical temperature gradient.
Every 15 feet, you said? No, that's the height.
Every 50 centimeters, I will be taking, so I get the vertical temperature gradient, you idiot. Try listening.
But at what distance? I know you cut out and I asked you to repeat, and you're just a wanker. So at
you're just a moron. You're just a malicious moron. You're just a shouty, malicious moron. You seem to have got worse and worse over the years. You've turned into an absolutely obnoxious
At each station you're doing this? Or what? At each station, Rumpus, or how far?
No, there's going to be there's at least going to be 3 of these thermistor arrays measuring the temperature, but it could be 4.
So 3 over 6 miles.
Yeah, or nearer 5 miles, as Jin helpfully points out. It's 8 kilometers.
What about the temperature variance that could be going on the downdrafts and updrafts in that 2 mile section that you're not measuring?
That doesn't happen on the day.
Doesn't happen. I'll take
piece of fiction. Doesn't we'll see if the three or 4 stations show that they're almost identical, which indeed they will, and this is why surveyors, if you knew anything about surveying, which you don't, you would know that they realise this in surveying, and they actually only take 2 temperature readings at one end or the other if they're doing sort of geodetic work, and they use that because they realise that the optical corridor between them does not have a wildly varying temperature gradient.
Okay, I got you. So from a man who's never mind. Yeah.
I know. I've read. You don't even have a surveying book, as we've established, whereas I have at least one and read up on the subject and numerous papers, and you know nothing about the theory whatsoever. So
you've read. I'm actually going right now.
Yeah, a monkey could do what you're doing. A monkey could do what you're doing. You don't understand any of the theory. You don't have a surveying book. You don't even know what level means. You don't understand any of the underlying theory of surveying. We've established this. You don't even have a book on the subject.
Call me names the whole time. But anyway, he's establishing a horizontal, which is what I'm going to do right now. So he basically called himself.
And yet he's lecturing to.
Hold on. Rumpus, enough of the ad homs, all right? Get on with your point. Enough of your ad homs.
Yeah.
I've now explained the refraction is going to be accounted for, but it's only going to be, I'm going to guess, at about 1.5 feet's worth of the 17 feet that I will be hopefully observing.
And what's this refraction based on? I don't know the formula. Like, go ahead and, when you go to calculate the refraction, how is that done?
Well, there's a formula that, based upon the pressure and the temperature gradient and the temperature, can give you what refraction is occurring. And I will be measuring the temperature gradient with my thermistor arrays, and there is a formula that gives you the amount of refraction that will occur. And what I suspect will happen is it will be very similar to what is called standard refraction. In other words, the 7/6R that we may have heard about.
Gotcha. So, do you have this formula offhand?
I do. I could give you a link to it. If you look at the Wikipedia part,
just read it out. Take us through it. 6 miles. Plug the numbers in.
The formula. Okay, I will post it. I will post you the formula. You won't.
Right, and take us through a scenario of your
okay.
How you come up with the 1.5 feet. I've never done that.
Well, I know, because you're a moron.
Oh my gosh.
Numbers.
I mean, really, bro, this is just...
Yeah, but you're a moron. You don't have a surveying book. They discuss this in surveying books.
Why do you have to throw the insults in there?
He is
Because-
right, though. He is right. I don't have a surveying book. I have 4.
There you go, Rumpus.
All right,
You shit
Rumpus.
cunt. Take that in your mouth.
Chin, enough. All right, now Rumpus, you're muted. All right, I'm going to take you off mute. Enough of the insults, Rumpus. All right, enough of it.
He's so smart. He can't control himself. Like, this is the intelligent. This is the intelligent robot right here.
Can you go to the diagram that describes the difference between level and horizontal, and show us what it says?
While I'm driving? No, I cannot.
Well, okay. Do you not have any memory of what it says, how it describes level, and in your surveying book?
Yeah, none of my surveying books does it describe level as a curved line.
Well, in which case you do not have a surveying book.
Yeah. Okay. So there's different editions, right?
Now go and get a diagram from a surveying book which shows this.
Right, the one that you looked up on the internet that probably you don't have. Take a picture of the book you're thumbing through.
Okay, do you want to give me... I'm going to refer to a book called Engineering Surveying, 6th edition, that's used to teach surveyors
Do you have that in
about
your possession?
surveying. I do have it in my possession, and I've also got an electronic copy with me as well. So let me just go and get this electronic copy and give you a picture from it.
No, go get your book. Thumb through it.
I've got it. Yeah, I've got it next to me. I've got, in fact, I'm holding 33? It now.
33? Is it on page 33, Rumpus? Just tell me, please, dear God, it is.
This is Engineering Surveying by 5th edition by Schofield. Do you know the book?
What page is that diagram on?
Do you know? Yeah, but do you know the book? There's no point in me giving you a page number.
Yes, I've seen people post it before. Yeah.
So, are you familiar with Engineering Surveying by Schofield?
Yes. Do you not listen?
By Schofield.
Yeah.
By Schofield.
Yes.
You're familiar? Oh, you are familiar with this. Okay, excellent.
Yes,
excellent.
I've seen people like you post it every time. What page is that information?
Okay, let me go. Okay, let me go and have a look. Let me just go and get the.
It's just a fun. I want to verify that people.
I don't think you do. But Raki has done this before. He claimed to be in the bath last time I asked him about this. So he likes to play this game. I think he loves to play this. He loves to play this game. Right. Well, but I'm gonna indulge him. I mean, he may have been making this up. I suspect he hasn't got this book, but I'm gonna indulge him. He likes to play this game. So here we go on page 44 of the Engineering Surveying book by W. Schofield, 5th edition.
So not 33. So they were lying.
I didn't say 33. Yeah, they may have been referring to a different edition.
You don't listen, Rumpus.
Yeah, but who cares about what I'm giving you the page number 44.
Yeah, so it's not 33.
Which shows what a level is. Yeah, who cares what they'd be referring to a different book, weren't they? I bet they weren't referring to the Schofield book. So I mean, this is sort of stupid argument. See, guys, this is the sort of thing he does. He's quoting someone else talking about a completely different book, and then somehow is trying to discredit them because they were referring to a different book, and I'm referring to another book.
I'm not trying to discredit
what sort of
anyone.
reason is that? So I can show, I can share the screen of the 6th edition, which I've got on my computer. Let me go and get that. And I can show you the diagram. Yeah, you don't like being shown diagrams of level, do you? Yeah, I know.
I'm clearing my throat, Rumpus.
Oh, you don't like it when books on surveying are presented to you? Oh, no.
Listen to this guy. Are you okay, sir?
I'm perfectly fine, but you're tolerating your idiocy and your squirming and obfuscation, I'm afraid, is
I'm afraid I just woke up.
Intolerable.
I'm talking a lot and my throat is dry, Rumpus.
Well, no, it's the things you're saying that are the problem.
The questions that I'm asking, you mean?
No, your questions.
Rumpus, were you bullied in the private school you went to?
Yeah.
Not at all. But I don't tolerate people like Rakia, who seems to, over the last few years, turned from someone who actually behaved in a reasonable manner to some malicious creature that has to be.
Can we please quit talking about me? It is
okay.
boring.
I'm trying to find. I'm just trying to find this book for you. It's not the one. I can't find the one.
And when you're thumbing through those pages, maybe try and find a page in that edition that you have that you seem to cherish that says it's perfectly fine to use that tool over 6 miles over water and then calculate for refraction to get an accurate measure. Find that page. Is that page 33?
Well,
what? You seem to not want to talk about
I'm not.
the survey.
Don't want to talk about page 33. I don't know why you think you've got an argument. I mean, we're all laughing at you here. So you're saying you're bringing up page 33 as though somehow you're making a point. Just because someone else mentioned page 33 to you, you seem to think you can refer to it as though somehow that invalidates anything I've said. I mean, what an idiot!
Don't obfuscate.
You're the one who's obfuscating. You keep on bringing up page 33 as though that's somehow significant. I mean, honestly,
well, it is to those who are Masonic.
The question is,
and for the people he's referring to with another book, yes, it may be. But I mean, for him to be bringing up this page 33 in another book, I mean, what the hell? Jesus
so can you find me a page, any page from page 1 to however many pages it is that says it's okay for someone like you to take their tool, an optic, view 6 miles over water, and then calculate for standard refraction, which to my knowledge is based on radius, but you hadn't gotten that formula yet.
Right, okay. I'm trying to do several things. Do you want the formula first, or the book, or what?
Yeah, it's only two things. Whichever one you want. Which one you got?
Okay, I was trying to present the book. I can't find the one that I'm looking for.
So you don't have the book, so do the formula.
Not electronically. I do have it somewhere. Let me just hold on. Let's see if I have the one.
So do the formula.
That should be very, very handy, that book, if you're going to do this experiment.
I normally use the handheld one. I must admit I don't refer to. Okay, well I've got another book.
Get your handheld one out.
Yeah, well then can't present that in the same manner.
That's the one I asked for anyway. I said take a picture of you thumbing through it. I'm not going to page 64.
I'm not going to indulge you in that.
You're not going to get that book either.
I've got the elementary surveying book. I'm just finding a picture of level and horizontal, the one that you claim you've never seen.
Not the book that
you've never read. You've never read. Here we go.
So this is a different book, right?
Here we go. This is another book. Yes, I've got several. surveying books, unlike you. Right, so here we go. This will do. I can share my screen.
How many did you find online, Rumpus?
And there are lots online as well. Yes, I mean if you go and look at any, let me go.
And all of them have this.
Oh, of course they do. And the fact that this is what makes them. This is what says that you demonstrates you do not have such a book, and this is why I'm reluctant to accuse you of lying, but I'm afraid this does look like a rather convincing case. Right, so I'm sharing here a book on surveying. This is the elementary surveying book. This is all. I'm not quite sure not the one that I'm used to, but anyway, it's got the picture here. I don't know if you can see this. So, whoops. Let's just make it a bit bigger again. Right, so hopefully you can see this. And here we have a level line, the curved line, level surface, level line. And here we have a horizontal plane. Two completely different things. Something apparently that Raki has never seen in a surveying book. And that's it suggests to me that he's never looked in a surveying book. He may have a surveying book, but now he hasn't said whether he's ever looked inside one. He's obviously acquired them since I used to complain to him about not having one. He's obviously tried a batch of them and then just stuck them down his room just so he can claim he's got them. He's never looked at them.
Character deformations that
it's a fact. You said surveying books do not have this diagram.
Now you're making up a story that I bought.
No, you said surveying books do not have this diagram, and here's a surveying book with this diagram.
I never said that. I said my surveying books. I've seen these surveying books that do have them.
You said you had the Schofield book. You said you had the Schofield book. You said you had the Schofield book.
No, I did not. I said
you bloody did, you wanker. We were discussing on page 44, I was pointing out to you, and I said, have you got the Schofield book? I asked you about 4 times. I asked you 4 times if you had that book, and you said you did.
Well, if you asked me if I had it, I misunderstood you. If you asked me if I heard of it,
all right then. Okay, we'll take that then. You missed. Okay,
like you
said you've heard of it, but you hadn't looked at it. Okay, but we now have another book which I've got which I'm now streaming here, which shows exactly what you will find in every surveying book.
Every surveying book, I'll take that.
Every surveying book will have this. Everyone.
Yeah, I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet.
Okay. You show me. Okay, then you show us a survey. You mention one of your surveying books. Mention one of your surveying books to me. Give me your surveying book name, and I will go and download it and show you a picture from it that's the same as this one or similar. Go on then, give me the name of your surveying book.
Yeah. What edition and page are we looking at?
Stop dodging, you wanker. Give me the name of one of your surveying books, and I will go and show you that your surveying book has this diagram.
Yeah.
Go on,
I even said that my books, some of them have this diagram. Seen
Okay.
it. Got
Tell
it.
me
That's
one
not
that
in
doesn't.
question.
Okay. Give
Oh
me a
my
name of
God.
a book, surveying book, that doesn't have this diagram.
So now it's called Subversal.
Subversal. Can you spell that, please?
Yeah. Subversal. Like when you reverse the questioning to get away from the questions that you're being asked. The book that you're
dodging.
holding right now.
The claim you made was that
That's
surveying books do
interesting.
not have this diagram, or some of them don't. And I'm now about
We
to show
want to
you
look
that
at the book you're looking
every
at,
book
Rumpus.
that you've got, a surveying book, I'm going to show you that it's got this diagram, which you claimed is not in every book. And I'm going to show that you're wrong.
The one that you're holding,
give me the name of one of your surveying books, and I will then demonstrate to this panel. I will then demonstrate to this panel that book that you've got has got this diagram, which you claimed it did not.
Awesome.
Give me the
name
of what
I concede. I concede, Rumpus. You're right. All the books that I've ever looked at, owned, and could show you have this in there. Now, what edition are you looking at? Jesus, man.
I'm looking at the 5th edition of Schofield, and on my computer somewhere, which I can't seem to find just at the moment. I'll tell you what, I'll go and do a search. I've got the 6th edition.
And what page?
Page 44 of the 5th edition has got a diagram like this. And this book I'm showing you on screen at the moment is called Elementary Surveying. Let me just go and see what...
Is that by Schofield also?
No, it's not by Schofield. It's another book, yet another surveying book. So I've got several.
And what page is the other book, the one you're using right now?
Oh,
okay. What edition and page is that?
Okay, I'm going to get the edition. Give me a moment.
You sure you're smart, Rumpus?
This is called, here we go. This is called Elementary Surveying, an Introduction to Geomatics, 13th edition by Charles D. Gilani and Paul Owoff. You can see it on screen now. 13th edition, Elementary Surveying, an Introduction to Geomatics, 13th edition. From the Pennsylvania State University. Okay, I'll go back. I've got to go and find it again now. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, I had to scroll up to give you you wanted to know the edition and everything.
You took a picture of it, didn't you?
No, I didn't take a picture of it. I've got it on screen. I've got the bloody book here. I don't need to take pictures.
So this is not a book that you have. This is a book on the internet.
It is an online book, yes. And I've just go back up again. This is a book, Elementary Surveying, an Introduction to Geomatics by Pennsylvania State Gilani from Pennsylvania State University and Paul R. Wolf, for Professor Emeritus Civil and Environmental Engineering, University of Wisconsin-Madison. It's published by Prentice Hall. Right, and let's go and get the picture you're looking for.
Understand. No, I understand that the picture's in there. Now
You do.
Now scroll up. You don't have that book in your possession, so scroll up.
I do. I have the online. The online book is no different from the physical one.
Are you listening? Calm down. Scroll up to the page where it says you can take that tool that diagram was based on and use it over 6 miles, Rumpus, over water.
Right. You are aware that geodetic surveyors do observations of up to 80 miles, are you?
For accuracy, horizontal. Yeah.
Let's try it again. Are you aware that geodetic surveyors make observations of over 80 miles using a theodolite? Are you aware of that?
Okay, I'm not aware of that, but I'll say yes.
Let's try it again. You're not.
I'll say yes.
Right, and that's how they surveyed Mount Everest the first time. They did it from 80 miles away, not just 6, you utter moron. And they managed to get the measurement height right.
Hang on.
Jesus
hang on. Before
Christ,
he's allowed to call me a moron again, they're taking angle measurements, not creating a horizontal over 6 miles over water. Rumpus.
It's the same thing, you idiot.
No, it's not.
If you can take not. Of course it is.
No, it is not.
Level having a horizontal. Theodolites do angles and horizontals as well.
That's exactly what these tools do.
My God. You think...
Yeah, my goodness.
So let me get this right. You think a theodolite, an auto level, somehow ceases to work over 8 kilometers, whereas a theodolite can work over 80 miles. Is that your reasoning?
No, what I said was you're taking an angle measurement.
And I'm taking an angle.
Measuring horizontal over 6 miles over water. I'm saying you're changing the goalpost. It's not the same. No, I'm not.
Mine is much less demanding on the equipment than an 80-mile observation. I'm only doing 5 and a bit miles. And I'm doing exactly the same thing. I'm measuring effectively an angle because I'm raising up a target to a particular angle, i.e. the horizontal for the auto level. And the people who are doing the Mount Everest observations adjusted their theodolite to an angle to see to Mount Everest. There's no difference. One is measuring an angle, and I'm effectively doing the same thing with an autolevel. Just the angle is 90 degrees horizontal. I mean, the fact that you're having a problem understanding this means, again, you don't understand any of the theory, and you've not read any of these surveying books that you claim to have. And I'm glad you've accepted now that all the surveying books have the diagram that I've got, or was that just a joke, just to get me on to talking about what you wanted to talk about? Because if you have accepted, at least you've made some sort of progress. Otherwise, either you're just trying to be a deceptive wanker. Try reading your own literature, and you will find that the diagrams include everything. And the fact that you do not know the distance that you can use theodolites and autolevels is just your problem.
Rumpus, I'm getting in a Bobcat 560. Can you read the manual and tell me how to crank it?
I probably could. Yeah, I probably could. Yeah. I'll probably know more about it than you do.
You couldn't have just did what I did to save your life, I promise you.
Anyway, so you change the subject. So the point is, we are all hopefully all aware there that he wasn't aware that you can use surveying equipment over a distance of 80 miles.
Oh my God, you're such a drama queen. You're such a drama queen.
Yeah, but I mean, when he makes a claim like that, it doesn't work over 8 kilometers, when, anybody who has any knowledge of this subject knows that you can use it up to 80 miles. So the guy just knows nothing. He's got nothing to say of value. He knows nothing about the subject.
Yeah, all he asked you for was the page that talks about how to account for refraction at those distances. Can you find that yet?
Oh, okay. You want me to? Okay, I'll look in this one I've got here. Counting for refraction. Okay.
That is fair, Rumpus. He's trying to inquire as to whether you're even using the tool within any level of range that it's designed to be used.
That's why I pointed out that you can use the tool up to 80 miles, as they did when they were surveying Mount Everest.
I don't care what I want to know what that book says. The one that you rely on, I want to know what the book says.
The book is surveying.
Oh my God!
Surveying technology, which is what was used by surveyors. Obviously, it's not going to have a specific page. It's not going to have a specific page for me saying you're over your 8 kilometers. But it can say here's to allow for refraction, of course, because most of the time this is not surveying for geodetic surveyors, so you tend to need someone holding a pole, and over that distance, of course, you can't. You need an enormous pole.
While you're ranting, are you looking for this entry?
No, I'm making the point.
Yeah.
That most of the time there's a limit to what. Yeah, you're just ignoring all the actual core points here.
You're not making anything.
Exactly. If you think that, then you've not been listening. So, for instance, when you're using surveying, you normally have a problem. When you see it, if you have a auto level manual, it will say this is useful up to 300 feet or something. That's because the optical value of the telescope. You want to be able to differentiate the gradings on a measuring pole. And obviously, after a certain distance, the telescope that's on your auto level is not powerful enough to differentiate to relate accuracy of, say, a centimeter or something of the pole you're using. That's the only limit. The only limit they're talking about is the ability to see a measuring pole. When you're doing something like what I'm doing, which is just looking at an object in the distance, the horizontal doesn't wear out. It's horizontal as where the graticule is. Similarly, with a theodolite measuring Mount Everest, you're not using a measuring pole. You're just measuring the angle, which is effectively what I'm doing. So the limits that put on by Raki is an idiot and Bev knows nothing about the subject. These limits do not exist for what I'm doing. So it's not relevant to the question.
He's not taking an angle measurement. He's right about the reticle being real close to your eye, so not off into the distance where it can be affected by the atmosphere. But the objects that he is trying to target, which is not a story pole, which is not how you use an auto level, would be affected by the distance. That's why you can't use a story pole.
Yes, it has affected by refraction.
Cut me off. I was almost done. I was almost done, Rumpus.
Go ahead.
It was a real simple point why you don't use story poles and why you can't find it in that book, and you'll never show the distance that you're supposed to use these tools accurately, because they'll tell you not to use them for 6 miles for that reason, because the object that you're trying to measure, which is not a story pole, which is how you use an auto level in the first place, will be affected by the atmosphere you're looking through. And if you're looking 6 miles over water at an object, that object's going to be affected, sir. That's why you don't use
we know it's refraction. Here I've got a paragraph. Here I've got a little sentence on this subject. It says here, if you can read this, I'm on page 62 of this book called Elementary Surveying. Field corrections may include a scale factor, offsets, and earth curvature, and refraction corrections applied to distances. There you go. I hope you've got read that you find a sentence like that in your surveying book.
Yeah, they have to
earth curvature and refraction corrections.
Just read those words: earth curvature and refraction corrections applied.
Exactly, yes.
So they're applying earth curvature and applying refraction, quote unquote, corrections.
Yes, that's exactly, which is what I'm
Rumpus,
doing
you're not
in
paying
my.
attention.
Be quiet, be quiet. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier when I said I would be applying a refraction correction to my observation of 17 feet, and the refraction correction is allowing for refraction, and that what will be a 1.5 foot adjustment. I think will be occurring. So that's what they mean by the refraction.
Would perspective have to be applied?
No.
So when you're looking
when you just made the claim, when you just said 2 minutes ago that the objects will be affected by refraction, no one disputes this. I don't know why you think you're making a point. Just as this paragraph here, the sentence here, saying you have to make account for refraction, and all surveyors who have to work over decent distances do that. But if you knew anything about surveying, you would know this to be the case. Quite why you think you're making a novel point or somehow contradicting what I'm saying is just incredible. Again, you don't know any of the theory. You're absolutely ignorant of this discipline.
There he goes again. No, I agree on the refraction part.
Jolly good. So why did you make the point? Why
were
you telling me this object's going to move when it's something I've already described earlier as being the case?
You're telling us it's going to move. You are telling us it's going to move, not me.
And you've just agreed with me. You said just 2 minutes ago that objects will be affected by refraction.
I agree.
So you're just restating what I said 10 minutes ago.
Girls,
I agree. That's why you don't
you're just restating what I said 10 minutes ago. The refraction affects the
position of objects. I want to make a further point on that, if you don't mind.
Hey, Rumpus.
Why you don't measure over 6 miles over water? Because you don't know. You can use all the standard stuff you want, but you don't know how far that target has moved out of its actual position.
Yeah, so Rumpus.
When they did hold on, just quick. I'll let you go in a second. Mount Everest, when they surveyed that, they had to allow for refraction. They got it right. Simple, and I can do the same. Go ahead, plain truth.
They got it right based on what?
On the knowledge of how refraction works, and they got the height of Everest correct, using the principle of knowing over 80 miles how much it would move. Jesus Christ. Do I have to explain this step by step? You should be able to understand what I said.
Top of the mountain moves?
They can allow for refraction over 80 miles. I can allow for refraction over 8 kilometers. Jesus Christ.
All right, just real quick, Rumpus,
go ahead, plain the truth. Go ahead. Otherwise, he's going to make
Are you going to make any predictions in terms of where your story polls are going to be?
Well, I'm predicting, hope that they will be. I will have to raise them up by 17 at 8 kilometers. I'm predicting that I'll have to.
That's no. I mean, in terms of how the refraction, like you should know what the conditions of the day are, so that you can expect if you're going to see looming, or maybe if there's going to be an inferior mirage.
Yeah, I'm going to take along some thermistor arrays, which will measure the temperature gradients from 50 centimeters above the water up to 5 meters above the water. So I will have the temperature gradient, therefore I'll be able to work out what refraction is, and hopefully it'll come out, well, I'm not hopefully, I'm presuming it will come out, if the day is not peculiar, to be standard refraction.
What makes a peculiar day?
Well, let's suppose it was an intensely hot day, and I was doing it in the evening when the sun had just gone down or something. Then you
get family did.
Under those conditions, the refraction can be much more. But if you do it during, say, the middle of the day, which is when surveyors recommend you make observations, I'm expecting to see the temperature gradient showing standard refraction type conditions.
So you're not going to be making predictions beforehand. You're just going to be taking measurements.
Yeah, all I'm going to say, I believe I will be observing 17 feet of the target having to be raised up,
That's
of which
just
1.5 feet of
geometry.
that will be, and 1.5 feet of that will be refraction if it's standard refraction day. How can I predict what the day is going to be until I get there?
Well, you can hold on just real quick, Rakia. Hold on. You can take measurements for the week before. If you go out the week.
Well, that requires me. I need a team of people to do that. I can only do it on the day in question.
Yeah.
I need to take simultaneous measurements at the same time at 4 stations over 8 kilometers. I need a team of about 10 people to do that.
I know, Rumpus. I know. I've been singing
Right,
this
so
song
why
for the past
do you
4
care what
years.
predictions? You're only going to care about what happens on the day. And on the day, I will have those people. I will then be able to determine refraction. And hopefully, the temperature gradient will show that it should be standard refraction conditions. And then I'll be able to say that what I perceive to be, what I'm saying, 17 feet geometrically should be the drop, but I suspect what I will see will be 15.5 feet of drop. And then I'll say, look, I'm expecting to see, say, 10% worth of my drop will be taken up with refraction. And so when I only have to raise it by the normal, by the geometric amount minus 10%, I'm saying, oh, yeah. And it will hopefully agree with my thermistor array measurements. So everything will hopefully all agree with one another.
And
so why isn't perspective taken into account? I don't understand this, actually, because if you let's just say you put targets 10 foot above the water all along the canal for 6 miles. The one in the distance is going to appear lower, right?
The point is I'm raising the targets up to the
horizontal. Not what I asked.
Listen, I know, and I'm going to point out why your point is stupid, because you didn't listen to what I'm doing. There is no perspective effect because, A, I'm increasing the size of the targets with distance. So the one at the most distance is 5 feet by 5 feet in size, and the one close at 2 kilometers is only about 1.5 foot by 1.5 foot.
That doesn't take away perspective. That only takes away the size change.
Yes, and I'm about to come to the second point. Yeah, I'm getting to the second point. I'm raising them up to be on the horizontal, so they will all be aligned along the horizontal, so that me in the middle of your sight, in effect, so there's no perspective effect. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So wasn't this supposed to be done this week? Weren't we waiting for your results this week?
I have been meaning to be done. It's supposed to be done a month ago, but I've been delayed. But hopefully this month it will happen. But I must admit it is looking a bit dodgy. But
I've got $50 that Rumpus won't have it. Anybody going to take me on that one?
I've already taken the bet. I've already done the bet. You're a little late. I'm going to get the money. But anyway, Rumpus, you said that your signs closer to you are lower to the water, correct?
Correct. Because there's less drop.
So why would you would have to raise the ones further away to take into account perspective, right?
No, to take into account the fact there's a drop there, the extra drop, 8 kilometers, an extra 17 feet of drop.
What if it's just perspective, Rumpus?
Because I'm lining them up, there is no perspective effect. They're all going to appear as a line in the auto level, straight along the horizontal line.
No perspective?
They will all be at the same position. No perspective effect, no.
Wait.
Because they're all in the centre of your vision, you twat.
Calm down.
There's no perspective effect if they're in the centre of your vision. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. How far above the water is the first target?
You're just totally ignorant of everything, aren't you?
You know what? This is getting tiresome. But how far above the water is your first target?
Given that the observer, the auto level is 15 feet above, and I think I lose about a foot drop, so it'll be an extra foot, so it'll be 16 feet above the water, the first one, the middle.
And the one in 6 miles away is how far above the water?
That will be, well, if you
30-something feet.
Yeah, exactly. 30-something feet will be where it will actually be above the water. Yes.
Seems like perspective to me, right?
No, it's not, because they're all in a line through the auto level. They will all appear in the centre of the auto level. Jesus Christ. You stupid moron. I've now had to say this about 10 times. They will appear in the centre of the auto level. There will be a perspective
Why
effect.
so high above the water? Hello?
Because it's perspective.
So high above the water?
Why? To account
because
for
of
perspective?
Drop. Because of drop, because at a distance of 8 kilometers, there will be a drop of 17 feet, and I therefore have to raise them up by an extra 17 feet. The auto level is already at 15 feet above the water. So to make it in line, I have to add 15 feet, 17 feet, and up with 30 odd feet. It's very simple.
We've been doing this for an hour. Can we move on to something else?
Rumpus, can I ask you a question? Why can't you replicate exactly what Rowbotham done? His telescope, right, was only 8 inches of the Earth's surface of the canal, and then the flag itself, the target flag, was just 3 feet.
Yes, I know.
That's all we need.
No, we don't need that, because if you are down that low, listen. I don't care what he did. what is important, he got the wrong result because, listen, he got the wrong result. He got the wrong result because he got the wrong result. He got the wrong result. He got the wrong result. He got the wrong result because he was so low. Because he was so low, he got the wrong result. Because he was so low.
You guys are totally talking.
I mean, can I finish a sentence?
Yeah.
Right, can I just finish a sentence?
Jim, let him finish, man.
Right, he got the wrong result because he was so low. When you're very close to the water, i.e. 8 inches, then you have the refraction effects is not standard refraction. You have much greater refraction. And when
how do you see the boat?
Here we go.
How do you see the boat at all?
So what you absolutely do not want to do if you want to get useful measurements is to be close to the water. That's why I'm 15 feet above the water. That's why I'm 15 feet above the water at the auto level position to minimize the effects of refraction, and that I then just get standard refraction. That's why I do not want to be down by the water. And anybody who understands anything about refraction knows the closer you are to the ground, not only to get much more variable results, you also get much more extreme results.
It's an excuse, ladies and gentlemen. It's an
so Rumpus, you're saying that the refraction low to the water, you're talking about the refraction low to the water brought the boat up where he could see it over 6 miles?
Yeah.
Correct.
But there's no way that could be happening like at your height.
Correct.
Yeah, 17 feet. Ridiculous situation. 8 inches, ladies and gentlemen. And we do have that documentary, Convex Earth. They chose Lake Titicaca and Peru because of its low humidity. And they did it at night to reduce any chance of refraction. And their laser beam was specially customized so it wouldn't diverge and spread out. It would be a focused beam. And it went across 35 miles, no problem.
Well, let's keep on Robotham. How far did the boat have to be lifted up, Rumpus? By refraction. How far? What's the
it would be 17.
Well,
if it was at 6 miles, if it was at 6 miles, then it would be in more than 17 feet.
It lifted a boat 17 feet where
it would be 11.
If his observation, which I can't remember the distance where the observation you're talking about,
it's 11 feet. 11 feet it would be. 11.
Well, if it was over 6 miles, it would be more than 17
11 feet. I've checked it. 11.
No, it's not. You're wrong. Well, you're wrong.
I've checked it.
Well, you're wrong. You need to check your brain first before you try and check it.
In the Wikipedia, it's 11 feet. In
the Wikipedia,
it's 11
feet.
In which case, it wasn't over a distance of 6 miles.
Okay, but it's still lifting something up 11 feet.
Miles, it said 6 miles, 9.7.
Well, in which case, the Wikipedia is wrong.
6 miles, 9.7 kilometers, 11 feet, which is 3 something meters, 3.4.
But it all depends what he's claiming. If you're claiming that he could see the boat, the bottom of the boat, I mean, you could say, if I don't know which boat you're referring to, how tall it is.
He could see
the flag. Well, the
flag.
The flag's taller than the boat, isn't that's not the same as a drop. So if he's got a boat with a 3-foot flag on it, and there's 3 foot off the 17 feet I'm talking about.
The whole mast, the mast should have been 11 feet below the Earth's surface, below his sight. Below his sight.
Well, but if the mast is I don't know 10 feet tall, then it won't be below the Earth's surface. If you have a really tall mast, it won't be below the surface at all.
Yeah. So in conclusion,
you're getting mixed up between the height of the mast and drop. The drop at 8 kilometers is about 17 feet. This is not in dispute. The Wikipedia article might be referring to a combination.
10 kilometers.
Well, it's even more then. The drop at 10 kilometers.
So in conclusion,
you got it wrong. You got your
No, you've got it wrong. You've either misunderstood what they're talking about. The drop at 10 kilometers is more than 17 feet.
Look in Wikipedia. Look up Wikipedia.
Are we going to fight about what Wikipedia, y'all's misunderstanding of what each other is saying about? Or are we going to talk about the conclusion of that Robotham being an optical effect, and Rumpus's is not going to be an optical effect because he's special? It's still going to be an optical effect. Right. Looking 6 miles through an optic. You're going to get effects, just like Robotham
yes,
did.
and I've said this. I've accepted that. I've shown you an extract from a surveying book which says you have to allow for refraction. I've told you what it will be, and I will be measuring the vertical temperature gradient to make sure it is similar to standard refraction. No one is disputing the refraction effect. No one. You're breaking up. You're breaking up. We can't hear you. You're breaking up. We can't hear you. You're breaking up. We cannot hear you. You're breaking up.
Rumpus, you even talk over people when they're breaking up.
Yeah, well, I'm just saving him the energy of just carrying on talking when we can't hear a damn thing he's saying. I'm just saving his energy.
Okay, so just for the interest of clarity.
For standard refraction, please. I asked for it an hour ago.
Okay, well, you then distracted me. Okay, I'll now go and get you the formula for the.
Go get refraction. It.
Yeah. Can I say something in the meantime?
You should know
very
it.
quiet.
You said you knew it.
Well, I do know it. Let me just give you. I'm going to want to show. I'm going to post it in the chat.
Okay, let me say something in the meantime.
Am I still screen sharing? I can show it to you.
In the meantime, you've been talking.
Let me just show. I can actually show it to you. Hold on, I'm going to show you the screen.
Okay, but let me just say something in the meantime whilst you're doing.
Okay.
Thank you. Look, for the interest of clarity, ladies and gentlemen, Samuel Rowbotham experiment took place in 1838. He had a telescope on his little pole, 8 inches off the top of the surface of the canal. The boat rowed away. The red flag was 3 feet. That would include the whole mast. 6 miles later, he was still able to observe that boat. In kilometers, that's 9.7 kilometers. The boat should have been. Hang on, don't interrupt me, please. Should have been 11 feet below his line of sight, but it wasn't. 11 feet, I think, works out to be 3.4 meters. That's that, right?
Yeah, so he's talking about the top of the flag.
You're still
so he's saying you can still see the top of the flag.
Can I not conclude,
Oh,
Rumpus?
go ahead.
I didn't interrupt you when you were talking.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
So shut up then. Now, so basically, ladies and gentlemen, what we're saying is, what Rumpus is saying is that refraction is lifting the boat 11 feet up, to
it's not 11 feet. You've misunderstood the text.
This is the Samuel Rowbotham 6
not the
kilometer.
drop.
Sorry, no, you're interrupting. So just clarify this. It's 6 miles, which we round up to be 10 kilometers. It's actually 9.7 kilometers. So we round it up 10 kilometers. Okay, it should be 11 feet below the line of sight. So that 11 feet. The fact that he could see
the drop at 11 kilometers is not that value.
Why are you interrupting? Right on my point. Right on the point I want to make. Shut up, you cunt. Now, the point I'm trying to make, ladies and gentlemen, is that the fact that the boat was still visible, you're still talking, still visible after 6 miles, it meant that what Rumpus is saying is that the boat is being lifted 11 feet up. That would be your refraction. Is that not right?
Yes, it's being lifted up by refraction. No one's disputing this. I mean, are you just repeating things I've said?
I'm disputing that. It's not being lifted up by refraction. I'm disputing that. The man is a liar. Okay.
No, I'll dispute that too. I think it was just a low refraction day, and you could see that far on that day. And the reason that the bottom, you couldn't see the bottom, is because when you decrease that angle, as something goes further and further away from you, the more dense layer closer to the water of that 8 inches would obstruct, like that information wouldn't be reflected back to the viewer. So you wouldn't see the bottom of the boat. You would just see the flag, because that flag is at a different angle and is not, you're not looking through as much of a dip. Yeah. You disagree with that, Rumpus?
Just gibberish. You don't
gibberish.
Anyway, what you asked me for this.
That is the law of perspective.
You asked me for this formula. You asked me for this formula. It's on screen now. K being the
we're looking at it.
Coefficient of refraction, K, which is the 1 over the radius of curvature divided by the.
It's not showing on your screen.
So radius is already in the formula?
No, this is the radius. No.
You just said radius.
I did. I can't remember what context now. I'm so busy trying. Why is that not? Am I?
So if radius is already in the formula.
Sorry, I've got the wrong window up. Sorry, apologies.
So this is a different formula.
And can you post it in the live stream text?
He's trying. Okay. You just can't manage it.
Here's the formula. I'll post
Can you post it in the live stream?
I will.
He's trying.
Are you posting it?
I'm doing it now.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Live stream text. Well done.
So take us
That
through
is
it.
the formula for. Right. Okay. K is the what's called the coefficient of refraction, which is equal to the curvature 1 over the curve, like the radius of curvature. You understand what a radius is? Yes, that's why I mentioned radius, not in the formula for it. I'm describing how you work what K means. So when you're talking about
formula, isn't
Jesus
it K
Christ,
in the
let
formula?
me finish. So when I mention K, K is the radius of curvature. This is how curved it is. And it's curved with respect to the radius of the Earth. So that value of K is the curvature of that you get from a refraction as a function. Listen, of you asked me to talk me through it, and now you're interrupting me. As it's the curvature, because the ray is curved like a sort of, like a curve, like a x squared or
curve,
or
yeah.
Right, and then divided by the radius of the Earth, and that's what this K gives you. That's what the K means. It's called the coefficient of refraction. And then there's a constant here, 503, which is related to the wavelength of light that you pick. So, for instance, that might be the wavelength of green light. Then you've got the pressure you've got in existence, divided by the temperature squared.
What pressure?
The pressure that exists in the environment you're looking at.
So you're talking about air pressure?
Yes, air pressure. What other pressure do you think I'm talking about?
Okay.
Of the atmosphere.
Pressure, specifically. Right.
Yes. Okay. And then in brackets, we've got, I can't remember what the 0.343 is. I think
what is T2? What is T squared? T squared. What's that?
I've already been through this. You didn't listen, you moron. Temperature squared.
T squared. I didn't hear T squared.
I said, well, hopefully I should only refer to what the label, the letter T means, and then you can see that it's squared. That's the temperature in Kelvin, by the way. That's the temperature in Kelvin. That's not the temperature in Celsius.
Great, thanks.
Can we
go back to the K that has the radius, please?
No, that's the result. The formula gives the result in that form.
I understand, but if it's going to give it in that form as a radius,
it gives it as a radius of the radius of curvature, but they just divide it by r. I mean, you could not have it. You could have it as not being divided. You could have a different value. This is what's called K's, the coefficient of refraction. You could have a different value that's got nothing to do with the radius of the Earth. And
if you're applying, slow down.
No, you're not applying the radius. You're taking the result of the formula and then you're dividing it by r, so that it's then convenient to use on the Earth. If you don't want to do that, you could have another value. You could remove the value coming. But this formula, you can see itself, has nothing to do with the radius. This formula
has nothing to do with the radius. It just has radius value in it.
Correct. It has nothing to do with the radius of the Earth in it.
Does it have radius value?
It gives you the radius of curvature. You be quiet, you tosser. This gives you the radius of the curvature, is what you were asking for. How much the light bends is given by the formula on the right. And you can see there, one part of it is the dt over dh. Now, you won't know what that means because you're not educated. That is the slope of the temperature with vertical height. And that then gives you...
You have no clue who I am, Ramphus, but
I know you don't. You won't know what dt by dh means.
Yeah, okay.
You won't know because it's calculus. You don't know any calculus.
Because I haven't been to school. I didn't take calculus. I don't do this. I know. I'm a liar. I get it, Rumpus. You've said
I didn't say you were a liar.
I'm starting to believe it myself.
I didn't say you were a liar. I said you were ignorant.
Yeah, to the audience.
I didn't say you were a liar. Don't say that I accused you of being a liar. I didn't.
To the
I
audience.
said you wouldn't know what it was.
God.
I mean, you can tell me you do. I mean, perhaps you can confound me. I've claimed that you don't know what that dt divided by dh stands for. If you wish to tell us, then you can show that I was wrong.
Do, if you don't
you can't do that. So, in fact, I was right then. You don't know what that means. Okay.
Can I get a moderator here?
So my prediction was absolutely correct there. He did not know what dt over dh means. So I've now explained. So I've now given you the formula for the curvature of the light rays as a function
and it has radius in it, correct?
No, it doesn't.
You said it yourself.
No, you see, it's just impossible to explain anything to you, isn't it? The formula you can see has nothing to do with radius. The result is just modified.
To use this formula on Earth because we know it has a radius. You have to use the K value. If
that's
not,
the result.
You can use another...
I did not use the radius to determine the curvature.
Yeah, you rumpus me again, Rumpus. If you didn't notice, I know you.
Where's the radius in the formula? Where's the radius in the formula? It's not used to calculate the curvature.
What does the K represent again? K?
The K is called the coefficient of refraction.
Yeah.
And that is the result. That has a radius.
On what? On a
that has a radius of curvature. In other words, in absolute space.
On a curved Earth, that's the
because curved light's got a radius. Anything that's curved in a nice curve, parabola-like manner has a radius. Do you not know that?
So it's not the radius of the Earth; it's the radius that the light is making over a flat plane.
Yes. If it was on a flat plane, it would give you that radius, but you can then
the same formula.
Yes.
Would give you the radius of light bending over a flat plane.
Well, not quite. You need to modify it a bit, but the result, you could change the value of the 503 to give it to what it would be over a flat plane.
Well, how's it being used over Earth as standard refraction, as you say, if you know the Earth has a radius already? Wouldn't the radius have to be in the formula to make it accurate? It would have to be to make it accurate.
Because it's just a ratio. Because that formula gives you a radius of curvature, and then the K value that's used, the coefficient of refraction, is just done relative to the value of the Earth.
Then you need to go get a formula that does take into account the radius of the Earth, or your standard refraction is going to be way off in your book because you're on a curved Earth.
Yes, well, that's what this form of it does give you, and this formula then gives you. This formula then gives you the 7/6R.
So it does give you the radius of the Earth.
It does give you the radius, yes.
Of the Earth.
No, it doesn't. It gives you it actually gives you a radius relative to the value of it. It's called the radius divided by the radius of the Earth. But you can just remove that if you wish to. I mean, the trouble is you don't understand maths, and so
I'm sure you have to go there because what you're saying is
you don't, do you?
It doesn't.
You don't know what that dt over dh means. So the trouble is, I have to fill in the missing education that you missed out on in your teenage years. I'd have to spend 10 minutes with you, explaining to you the thing. But you asked for the formula. This is the recognised formula for the curvature of light in the atmosphere. This is what every surveyor uses, and it's the value that's used to determine 7/6 in the typical conditions.
I'm not hot micing.
Anyway, I think I've had enough of this. I can explain this so many times before. I'm exhausted. Well, there you go, Plane.
Yeah, tell you what, Plane, you do it or not do it. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, well, I have to say I'm hoping to do it, but it's getting a bit short now. I'm still hoping to do it, but we'll see. Anyway, so Plain Truth, you can explain to them some gibberish of yours instead and see if they're entertained by that. Anyway, bye.
I was just killing some time while Rumpus was. And I came across Red's Rhetoric's page again, and I found this video that I put in the chat. So you guys should check it out because it's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane that he posts his videos under the assumption that he's proving a point, and it's right there in front of your face. It's insane. You guys should watch it. It's only like 3 minutes.
I think you put it in live stream too.
Oh, did I put it in live stream too?
Yeah. Tampa Bay blink test.
Yeah. Okay.
Was this a new video he did?
No, I think it's like 3 years ago.
I was gonna say I didn't think he was really involved much these days.
I was wondering why the feed on that wasn't where I thought it should be.
So what is this show? Like, what is he doing on this?
Do you have it pulled up?
I see it now, yeah.
So he shows you what he took a picture of, and then he shows you his control image, which is a closer shot of the cityscape. And then when he puts it in a blink test, there's a building that he drops below the horizon that's right there fucking in his own image. His own image has the building in the view. But then when he blinks it, he drops it below the horizon. It's absolutely insane. So he lines up the top of the buildings. When he lines up the top of the buildings, his control image is so large that it drops the landscape below the horizon. But in his image, there's a building that's above the horizon that shouldn't be.
I'm just watching through it.
Yeah, it gets better even at 2 minutes and 26 seconds because he puts marker lines up.
Oh, I think I see what you mean. You talk about this building. It's kind of like between the two tall ones on the left.
Right.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. That's strange.
Either we're
that building comes up above. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, either we're dealing with idiots or, he's a blatant liar. It's one or the other. Are you stupid or are you lying?
The building also looks kind of stretched out too.
It's crazy. The refraction that distorts this shit is absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's really distorted.
Does anyone think?
Yeah, I mean, that is strange. Like, what is going on there? Like the building on the right, where it has sort of those like stair steps coming off the right, it almost looks like it has 4 kind of notches in it. That one stays the same in terms, but like you said, that other one comes all the way up above. Yeah, something's off about this. The proportions, the angle. It's probably the angle at which that stock photo he's using is not the same angle that he's at.
No, it's not. There's a little bit of parallax. Yeah, it's a different angle, but still that the angle is only lateral. It's not vertical, right? So you still have that building in the middle that should be completely below the horizon, and it's right there in front of your face.
Right. So there's an effect that's causing the point at which the waters meet, the horizon point. But right, what he's calling that's such a dead giveaway, like you said. It's right in front of you. He's calling that the horizon, the dead set horizon, and trying to claim the buildings are cut off by that, but that building is visible. That's ridiculous.
No, it's insane. I mean, can you imagine if I had put something like that up? There's no way they'd let me live that down. And that all of his comments are just num, 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 num. Do it again, Rads. Do it again.
It is okay. It's kind of weird though. Like, what do you think is actually happening there though? Because the horizon line cuts off those other buildings about the same, and then so it's like.
Well, I mean, that's why you take more than one photograph in different conditions. That's why I get out in every condition, because you have to have those controls to see what you see at certain times and what you see at other times. So, I mean, the image itself is pretty grainy. I don't think it's a great image to see what's actually going on at the horizon. But at least we can say that the building in the middle, that shorter building in the middle that should be below the horizon, isn't. That's the biggest thing to deal with.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, like that other stock photo that he has that he's comparing it to. I assume he didn't take that one. So it's like he's kind of comparing like a closer shot of it. Looks like at a different angle compared to the one that he actually took. I mean, I'm just assuming that. I guess I don't know for sure, but it seems like a different angle.
Oh yeah, absolutely it is. But that's that's why I've said in my videos that you can't blink test things, because if you choose one part of the landscape to line up, everything else is going to be off. Right? So imagine he said to himself, "Oh, I actually see that smaller building. I can see it. So let me line that one up." If he lined up that building, everything else would be off. Nothing is going to match. You can't blink test this shit. No one believes me.
What happened? Did Rumpus get muted?
No, he's done for the night.
Hey, so does anybody know why space aeronautics decided to use rockets, right? So why couldn't you just simply use an airplane to climb up in altitude and just keep going? Why wouldn't you be able to do that?
I think they claim like the pressure differential can't really handle like the lift on airplane wings at a certain altitude, and so you have to kind of penetrate it with a rocket, I guess.
Right. Yeah. But then if you think about the most aerodynamic vehicle that they can fly, like what's the highest a non-rocket ship can go, right? And then the question then is why can't it go any higher? Right. I mean, I get what you're saying, right? So the minute you start to lose air density, the higher you go, you either have to light your payload, or make your craft larger and go faster, right? But I'm just thinking and wonder if the rocket ship narrative is just a dog and pony show, because again, like if you look out into I guess into the sci-fi movies that we get, the Millennium Falcon's not a fucking rocket, and yet it goes into the atmosphere and comes back out, goes in, comes back out, no problem, right? But I'm just saying that, like, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to just keep going with an airplane that's different size. That's still
right, or have an airplane that would like transition, let's say, from one type of propulsion, and then it could shift. It could have like a rocket afterburner kind of thing that would take you the rest of the way. But I could definitely agree with the whole like psyop of rockets and the phallic, component to it, and penetrating out to space, and it makes people like, oh, it's different, like it's this whole different way of doing it, and only they have the rocket technology. So I mean, I could see in their explanation why you couldn't just fly a regular airplane, but at the same time, it does make sense that you should be able to get out of the Earth with another type of craft. Also, why do the rocket from the ground? You could just have an airplane with a rocket mounted at it, get to the highest altitude you could, and then just launch the rocket into space from there.
I guess so. You'd have to. I mean, it'd have to be an issue of payload and fuel ratio and all that kind of stuff. It would almost be counterproductive. Yeah, I don't know if you'd be complicating things by doing that, but yeah, kind of like what don't they do that with the space shuttle? Doesn't it fly on something or come back? I thought I saw it piggybacking on something once, but maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah, for that they kind of launch that kind of, well, they call it the little shuttle, but really looks like an airplane just with paper mache.
Right, a glider. Yeah,
right.
Glider.
But for that, they're claiming that the boosters are getting that thing into space and they fly back in with that thing. Rockets are also dramatic, they can, just the way that people have all said, oh, I've seen a rocket launch. Yeah, it kind of bolsters the whole space story, I guess. Makes it more dramatic.
Right. Who's going to go out for an airplane launch?
So what happened with that moon thing, that Artemis thing? It didn't launch or something? I didn't really keep up.
I didn't watch anything about it, so I don't know.
They had some leaky seals or something. Apparently, they were working frantically to rectify the problem, but yeah, couldn't get it done. So Saturday is the big day.
That's the other thing that I brought up. I was talking to Flatzoid and Brian Leakey last night. I think it would be interesting or why haven't we seen any footage of chasing the sun? Right. In this day and age, we should be able to set up certain stations along the Earth that are gonna leapfrog one another. So the sun just came up here on the East Coast, right? So now you got somebody up in the air who's flying during the day, and then at the point at which that person is not going to be able to see the sun any longer, you're going to have somebody else pick up and follow, right? Mm-hmm. I think I would be really interested in something like that. Screw Artemis, like stop spending your money on stupid shit like that. I'd rather see you guys chase the sun. Because then you'd have the coordinates of the path of the airplane, right, over the Earth. Mm-hmm.
We were talking a couple of days ago about how there's no footage of a rocket launching off the Earth, going into space, and then going to another celestial body like the moon, or they claim they've gone to Mars. It's just crazy that in all of this space footage, there's not one footage of the one thing that would be needed that would be like second best to being on some rocket yourself, if it were real, would be able to get in to have the footage of a rocket leaving the Earth, going into space, going past the Kármán line, past the Van Allen belts and all that stuff, footage that would be, leaving the Earth in that way. And then you would see the Earth in all of its glory, kind of all the different light angles and everything as you're flying away from it, as it's getting smaller. and whatever object you're going through, the moon or Mars or whatever, would start to, get bigger in your, so it's like we have cars and military vehicles, everything has cameras on it, but we don't have one craft of cameras showing something actually launching off the Earth and leaving the Earth and going to another celestial body, even though they claim that they've gone to Jupiter and Saturn and Cassini and James Webb and all these telescopes, but we have no footage of that.
Mm-hmm. And the reasons they give are quite ludicrous. Now, let's just say for that I know there's a technical issue for some reason that they can't beam back the signal. Right? Just give them that. Okay, so for some technical reason, Van Allen about micrometeors are getting in the way, whatever, they can't do it. But what they can do is take continual footage, and if nothing else, store it on some sort of hard drive or some sort of storage system and have that completely uncut. And the fact that they don't is really ludicrous. Or if they do have it, the fact that they don't show it.
I think the problem would be, because again, if it were up to me, engines would never be built. I'm not an engineer by any stretch of the imagination, but I think the difficulty that they face is that they'd have to have an actual replication of space, right? They would be showing you the positions of stars and galaxies, and if anybody fact checked it, they'd be screwed.
Yeah,
because it would have to match. It would have to be exactly. It's not like they just go out and they're just like, oh yeah, there's like the old 1940s and 1950s bullshit where they just put dots of white on the screen.
And it's not scientific to get all that information either. It's got nothing to do with science. They'll say we're not going to satisfy the silly little flat earthers, right? Just to curb your curiosity. Absolutely no need. Just think about it, Travis. Like if you were in the office sitting around the round table with all the people planning this thing, like wouldn't one of the first things you'd want to do? Because
no, here it is. It's right here, right? If I'm a shareholder and I say, hey, can you guys do this? I'm like, yeah, we're not doing that for you. I'm like, okay, thanks. Give me my shares. I'm out of here. But we don't have that choice. I mean, like, okay, that's fine. If you don't want to do that, then fucking give me all the money that you took from me for the past 50 years and give it back, because you guys haven't done what I would want you to do.
But the reason also too that Artemis is going up and coming back to drop off some information is for the observations of everything. Right? They're doing everything for observations, right? To make sure one, that they can get there, right, and B, to take footage of where they can apparently land as well. So they're going there with the intent to take all this footage anyway, record it, store it, and whatnot. Well, you would be recording every single microsecond for the whole trip there and the whole trip back. You wouldn't leave anything to chance. Nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of footage on Mars of this stupid thing rolling around on an Earth-like looking environment, just tinted red. There's plenty of that, but could you imagine the footage would be so epic if it were all real. You're approaching Mars and all the light and the stars and the galaxies around, and then approaching Mars, landing on, going through into the atmosphere. That would be the most epic footage of all. But instead, we get a rocket launch, the rocket goes up, cuts to CGI, and the next thing up, we're on Mars, guys, and then they're rovering around.
It's ludicrous.
It's literally the most important footage and would be the most incredible is the one that's missing. And instead we get these just kind of, where you can't see the fourth wall, these kind of framed, composites, and it's very controlled and kind of contrived.
Well, you were there a couple of days ago, Joe, when I asked Rui. I said, just give me one legitimate reason why you wouldn't take continual footage, why you wouldn't take it and record it. Just give me one. Well, we don't have to satisfy you silly flat earthers, was his answer. Just one legitimate reason why they wouldn't. And we may listen to it. We may listen to it if there's a legitimate reason why you wouldn't.
I mean, it seems to me like that's up there in the top 3, top 4, like, you know, things of discoveries of the Earth. Let's say they really discovered it was a globe. Okay, it's a globe. Okay, that would be the first thing. Of course, getting to space would be a huge component, and then pretty much the second or third on that list, you know, other than being in a rocket and doing it yourself, would be the authentic footage of actually leaving this globe Earth, seeing it in all of its glory, you know, going out into space, and then traveling away from the Earth to another celestial body. I mean, that would be, it's like the most epic footage ever. If it would...
To share that experience with fellow mankind, you'd want to be sharing it, wouldn't you? Because it's such a huge thing, you know, to be doing. Why wouldn't you want to share the experience?
Right, and if the whole story is true in terms of, like, you know, these other planets and wanting to, you know, Elon Musk wants to get to Mars, it's like, dude, how about just the footage, the actual path of the Earth to Mars, to even show anyone that that's even a realistic thing before you know, start planning to you know, grow potatoes on Mars or whatever they're talking about.
Yeah.
But it's like that's contrasted with all the footage they do give for the rocket launch and, you know, the actual rover on Mars, and then, you know, this you know, thousands of hours of just the spacewalk, you know, just a guy in a kind of a weird cut little environment, you know, looking like he's out in space. Like, they get plenty of footage of that.
Well, next time they show us some footage from Mars, I bet you they're going to make sure they put out a few rat traps first to make sure they get rid of them.
Yeah. Catch all the Mars gophers.
Yeah.
See, my thought is, it's like, well, why don't they fake that footage? See, I think Travis is right. I think it'd be difficult to fake. I think with all of the lighting and the stars and, you know, other planets and everything that would be out there, that would be difficult to fake. You'd have to somehow connect the actual trajectory with the model and then somehow do CGI for all that. And so instead of that, we just get things like Himawari, like this weird little framed animation thing in a black background, or all of these other weird black background, like funky composite CGI kind of things. Or even like the ISS footage of just half of this little like curvature and then just some clouds going by. That's about all they give. Just like a very framed kind of little setting. Nothing authentic of the actual satellites and the light hitting the Earth. Like, you know, we don't get any of that.
Well, you know, they know people are just scouring through all of their footage, and even though they don't get it spot on now, you know, if they release something like that, it'll be even, you know, someone will study the stars, the constellations, work out that it's not right pretty quickly.
Yeah, so they basically don't show any stars from space, right?
Well, it's the exposure, Geo. Come on. That's why you can't take pictures of stars. It was funny they had the launch and we
it's funny how
we periodically watch some
sorry
of
to
the
interrupt. So it's funny how they show us when you're watching like racing, rally car racing and that, and they show you the mudguard angle, the angle of the tire and the suspension articulating over the undulating surfaces, right? You know, you get all these camera angles, but yet they can't give us angle from when the rocket takes off, like you said, leaving Earth. So you've got the rear view, you know, Earth getting smaller and smaller, and then approaching the moon. You know, that should be a given by now. And then they should place a camera on the moon, 24 hours a day, looking at the Earth all the time. The closest would be the closest camera we have, actually, of the whole of the Earth in its entirety. On the moon, but they can't do any of that, can they? I don't know why. Don't know what excuse they would be giving for that. What do you think? Would be their excuse? providing us with that kind of situation. It can be running off the solar panels, this camera, 24 hours a day. Let's have a look at Earth. Like you said, it's for all mankind. We can't be on the rocket to go to the moon, so they should give us eyes on everywhere with these cameras. But they're not doing that.
Right, that would be standard.
Yeah, yeah. That's right. That should be standard. That should. I mean, yeah, because it's like it's wrong to question the validity of the mission. You know, confirmation. It's like when you ask that, it like you could hear a pin drop. Like, how dare you ask that question? You know, that's how it feels. It's like you're not allowed to ask the question. You're not allowed to confirm anything. You just got to take it as a given. And if you say you don't trust what you're seeing, then you get you get abused and ridiculed. You're a science denier, really.
Yeah, I guess people kind of maybe let it fly because they think space is so amazing and they believe the whole thing. So they maybe just figure like, well, maybe space is different than everything else, you know, for whatever reason. They kind of compartmentalize it in their mind.
Yeah. You're one of those ridiculous flat earthers, aren't you? You know, you probably haven't been vaccinated either. That's all I'll say on that subject. But, you know, that's what they do. They slag us off like this. We get shut out from any kind of like scientific forum where we can actually challenge and present. Because I know this, and it's been said by many a flat earther, that if flat earth was allowed to be on the main media properly with a good presentation, you know, a lot of people would be looking into this properly. You know, it would the secret would be revealed. Yeah. If it was allowed to be on the mainstream media, on all the channels, everywhere, all across the flat earth, on TV, masses would wake up. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say so. It's kind of hard to know these exact percentages, but like what do you think, Jen? Like, if you had to, you know, sort of speculate, like, let's say you took 100 people, totally random people. Now you could talk about obviously different cultures and countries and areas that people may be different areas and so on. But saying in general, like just as a thought idea, took 100 people and you actually presented them with all of the information, you know, that is available on all levels of all of this. What percentage would just cling to the globe, you know, absolutely just fingers in the ears, that's it, you know, and just not really be able to consider it, that percentage, versus how many would be intrigued, perhaps even, you know, consider themselves on the fence, say that they have a lot more to look into, you know, that kind of field, and then how many would strongly start to shift their cosmology. And
okay, that's a very good question. Now,
the actual percentage.
If I was allowed to do the presentation, yeah, I understood the question. Now, if I was allowed to do the presentation, because you know I'm going to be starting from when we go to school and the psychology of a child, how the child can't really rationalize. It can rationalize with his toys, but when it comes to the earth at the age he was being taught at, he took it as a belief, and I'll explain that to them, obviously, and how it's been reinforced all the way through. You're not suspecting anything because you learned the truth from school as far as they're concerned. So as long as they fully understand that, then I present them their model, right, and the flaws in the model, and then how the flat earth comes into that. Because of all the flaws, and we're not measuring any degree of curvature, spin, or anything else, this is where the flat earthers stand. We don't know the shape, we're not clearing it and all that. Okay, so once I've been allowed to put that out clearly and make sure that every single one of them understands what I've said, so they have to acknowledge but I'll be asking them questions so they understand what the position is of the childhood days when you learned, and the psychologies therein, and then the globe as it is, as you know it, as you think you know it, and then the reality that, you know, there's no curvature, bringing in the professionals who are telling us all this, and we're allowed to do that kind of presentation. This is what I would expect. Now, what I would expect, those who want to stick to the globe would be small numbers. That's what I'd hope. Okay,
yeah, but it's still probably, what 15, 20% maybe?
Yeah, that's right.
The hardcore clingers.
Right. That's what I was going to say. 15 to 20% would be clinging to the globe, right?
Yeah.
Then on the fence, probably 30% perhaps on the fence, and then the rest have come through. Because at the level of presentation and the way I do it, asking them to be honest and with integrity, that means you have to understand your life. I'm asking you to look back in your life. Where did you see the curvature? Where did you experience curved earth? And you know, I would have told about Neil deGrasse Tyson and how you can't see it from 4 miles up. All that would have to come into play for every single one of those 100 people. Said it would be fully understood what is required here. That's why I think when you said 15 to 20%, they're the ones that want to be on the globe. But because of all the space crap and all that presentation, of course, and then we can check. But yeah, I would think a large number would gravitate to the globe, to the Earth, flat Earth. That is, they'd move towards us because the evidence is so compelling. And if you allow yourself, if the individual allows him or herself to realize that a deception has been perpetrated on humanity, because of their ignorance, and they didn't check, which they can be forgiven for, because you went to school and you trusted your education. And because of that trust, the powers that shouldn't be, who are well ahead of us, know the psychology of what goes on. They're well versed in that. And that's why they used a psychological method of reinforcing the globe while
well, it's hard to break that
and ridiculing flat Earth through cartoons, adverts, and programs. Yeah, go on.
It's hard to break that spell of trust, isn't it, Jin? Right, because we as parents, right? We as parents, like, you know, your kids are born and they're in this world, and your children trust you with everything, and then we as parents say to our children, go to school, trust your teachers, trust the system. All right. So we've put the spell on them, right, to trust in what they're being taught, and then they get out of it and they're living their lives. Now the spell continues because trying to wake up to things that's put in the pigeonhole of a conspiracy theory. Right, and you can't trust that spell. You've got to believe in the spell that we've told you, right? Because we're telling you the truth, and it's very, very difficult.
That's
very, very, very difficult.
That's right. That's why my kind of presentation would address that psychology, because it's important for the 100 people that I'm going to present to needs to understand that psychology is actually at work, and if they're honest to themselves. Because my question would be, if indeed curvature of Earth does exist, then you would have photographed it accidentally in your holiday shots. Those of you who are lucky enough, when you're having your picnics, on a mountain looking over, and you would have accidental curvature of Earth, even though you didn't realize you had it. And I can show them all my accidental shots of horizon, and it'll be dead level because there's no curvature there. Do you know what I mean?
Not to go on a whole side thing, but Soundly has very specifically stated that you can see Earth curve from ground level, naked eye, ground level. There it is, curvy Earth.
Ridiculous.
No way.
That's ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. I mean, you're slapping Samuel Rowbotham in the mouth with that statement.
But yeah, Jane, it'd be interesting. This would take massive funding. I mean, of course, there's a lot of great videos. That many of us have. Things like ODD does some good presentations and all the good ones. But it'd be interesting to see one. And, there's the on the level and the flatten the curve, all these different. And then, of course, there is the whatever the Netflix one behind the curve or whatever, which really is kind of to be honest, it's a little bit half decent in the way that it does kind of show some of the community. And, so it actually does have a little bit of just kind of journalism, I guess.
But it shows the flat earthers as ordinary people like anybody else, and they're questioning the established authorities' explanation of Earth.
But I mean, what I was thinking, so there are all of those that exist, but it's still somewhat considered fringe. You know, I mean, yeah, the Netflix one is a little bit mainstream, but people still kind of view that as, oh, you know, these silly flat earthers, and they try to make it look like they prove curve and all this stuff. So it's kind of really a mess. What I'm talking about is like, or in this idea, because now that we're talking about this, like, what if there was like something like, you know, a very well funded, because that's the thing, it takes the funding, but like a documentary that would be, you know, that would be almost to like the professional level of what would be in a movie theater, you know, to where like that level of kind of production, like you're saying, like, because if you only have about an hour and a half, you know, to present it, then obviously you know, you're somewhat limited. So what do you put in there, and what, you know, how do you do it all?
Yeah.
Like,
How would you structure your presentation to cover the most important parts?
Yeah, like you were saying, the psychology
question and answer after that.
Right, the psychology that they may be going through, the spiritual component, the actual, you know, everything we do know physically, all of the components. That is what would be interesting. And if that movie was like, let's just say, released in like, you know, theaters, or, you know, as kind of a larger production in that sense, and if people started seeing that, how big of a shift could that have?
Yeah, I think the material is already available already. You know what I mean? We don't even have to do that. The fact is, we just need, you know, the content producers themselves on the mainstream media, on TV, pushing it out, you know, as a regular thing, all the way, every week, you know, and the people will come round because the material is already available. There's more than enough. And you said like ODD. Now ODD, I think he undersells himself with his material of the past. And I hope he doesn't do that, you know, for long, because I think he thinks his material is not good, you know, the stuff he did earlier. But that was groundbreaking. So if ODD is listening to this one ever, you know, we salute you. You did really good work in the early, you know, 2016, 2017, 2018. It's timeless. This is material that can be used for till the end of time. And that goes for all the other content makers. I do like ODD as well, though. I do like his stuff. The way the music was arranged, the way the actual truth was being delivered, it was emotional. You know, I watched his stuff. I still watch his stuff now. I mean, I've got the trilogy. I still watch it now as just to refresh myself. And it's like having a relaxing sauna or a hot bath. That's what I do with ODD stuff and all the other content makers. You know?
Yeah, no, I agree
for my argument.
Yeah, I mean, if one of his, you know, documentaries was actually put on, you know, PBS or something, you know, and they just run, you know, the way that they used to run that Ancient Aliens and some of that, you know,
that's right,
Zachariah Sitchin. I mean, some of that stuff has made it onto, you know, some of these somewhat mainstream outlets.
So I think, you know, like I said, loads of people would shift. There'd be a paradigm shift. People would be moving to the flat earth. They'd realize, because I think the most important part of it is that psychology of the deception, okay? And then the integrity of yourselves, your integrity, your honor. You have to be honest. That means I'm asking you to go back into your past, because that's the biggest mistake most of us make. We never look back. We just go one way, and that's not good, because you don't know by what measure you have lived and what you've been doing. It's only something like flat earth that will slap you back into reality pretty quick. Hence, Jin is the loudest flat earther you'll ever meet. Because of that. Because I allowed 53 years to go by. But don't get me wrong, I let 53 years to go by, but I remember my life through those 50 years, my experiences. That's how I know the earth isn't a globe. I was walking around, eyes wide shut, blind. But yet the evidence was in plain sight. But the teachings locked me in. And the disapproval of the flat earth, the way that was ridiculed and presented as an absurdity, stuck in. So you don't check anything. You allow the scientists to continue telling you what is. But when you actually start to look into the world of those scientists, you find that there's arguments galore. Now they're not agreeing. There's a discrepancy in what they're saying. They know it themselves, because the flat earthers have pushed the envelope. We've torn the envelope open, and now they're panicking because they know that we are right. We are the center of the universe. If it's there, we are the center. We're the only living thing. So for 53 years, I was living contradictory to the Creator giving me the life to live on this earth. So no. I'm fully aware that if I was to give that's my angle, going into their psychology, and then the science is easy. It's not that difficult. The word science scares you. It's nothing. Don't be scared of that word at all. It's very easy. It's like going to the shop, doing your shopping, and you check the receipts and you tally up the numbers to make sure that your change is correct. It's as simple as that. That's how simple it is. You don't need a high level of intellect or a master's or a PhD. Yeah, you don't need any of these degrees to understand this. Remember, primitive man, so-called primitive man knew it. Go ahead.
Right. Well, no, I was just gonna say it's just interesting to think about, like in the vein of that, like a really good documentary that is, you know, has the right, like you're saying, kind of balance of, because I actually don't think that the majority of people are even that strong on the globe. I think those numbers we said would be pretty close. Like, yeah, about 15 to 20% would be very, very clung to the globe, but they're just, no matter what, they're not going to consider it. They're just going to, unless their authority tells them, they're just going to stick with the globe and that's it. But I actually think there's a huge percentage. I don't know how many would fully come to the conclusion that the Earth isn't a globe from just one presentation. But there would be, of the percentage that would be considered on the fence, there's also going to be a section of those that are really going to like see it quickly. You know, it's just going to click in their mind. Intuition kicks in, everything where they're, so there would be that percentage, which would, and then that would spark them to continue looking into it more. But when I think about it too, like even outside of the presentation, like you were saying, how much of the ridicule, as well. So if that was somehow lessened as well, to where people could feel like that they could actually think freely without that repercussion, which I think that's kind of a matter of time as well. This whole idea, the whole idea of the Earth just, everybody believes it's a globe and some dead set thing. All of a sudden, that could shift very quickly in terms of it's going to end up being only the people that are really dedicated to it versus this, the actual masses of people that are much more actually open-minded at the end of the day and haven't really even made up their decision about this yet. And so it's sort of like they're all beginning their journey in that way. And it just, the numbers that they claim that they have, as it were, it's like a house of cards.
That's what's the word I'm looking for there? Right? Snowballs into our favor. Yeah, easily. The psychology is very much key here. That's what I think. Especially the deception part, but also that you as an individual have the right to ask the questions. Because remember that these people are being funded by your tax money. Now, if they're getting paid to lie to you and you're trusting them, then that's a crime there. That's fraud. You're allowing fraud to happen. So it's not, remember, ladies and gentlemen, it is not difficult for you to understand this. It is not beyond your intellect, because a child of 8 can fully understand it. Okay? A child of 8 would get it like this. So it's not beyond your level of intellect. Housewife, house husband, businessman, businesswoman, everyone out there, you can actually understand this. And when you actually get into it, you will be able to formulate your questions pretty quick. And then you begin to realize, coal is NASA. They're taking all our money. It's daylight robbery. I mean, for them to tell you that they can't give you a real photograph of Earth from space should scream volumes. That should be ringing all your alarm bells. What do you mean? They've been in business for like 62, 63 years or more, and they can't give you a real picture of Earth from space? Why not? That's the question. Yeah, they got $23 billion this year as a space budget. Yeah, no. I agree with what you said anyway. Yeah.
How many people do you find in your day-to-day life that you come across when you give them some information that are open and receptive to it?
Yeah, good question. If I'm going to mark down on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say about 3 or 4.
Yep.
Yeah. That's all. That's all. The rest always say it's difficult. They use, because I'm in Japan, so they say mizakashi, 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 right, which means it's difficult to get my head around. Difficult.
Yep.
And then I say to them, well, no, it's not difficult if you can just take your time, and then I have to run the psychology again. So remember, you've lived your life, you've gone to school and you did your education well, you've been working, you looked after your family. So you haven't spent time looking. That's why you're saying it's difficult. But if you take the time, and here are the sites that you need to look at, and then I link them to a few sites, some in Japanese, you see, just to help them along.
Do you ask them any qualifying questions to see whether or not they'll be receptive? For argument's sake, if it's in regards to the moon landing or say JFK or something like that, do you ask them a qualifying question first to see if they're going to be more or less receptive?
What I do is, like, when I've spoken about the shape of Earth, I just simply ask for a moment of their time, and I said, okay, I made a discovery back in 2015, and then I say to them, then I asked them, what is the shape of the Earth, for example? And they say, well, it's a cubite, isn't it? They say it's a sphere. Then I say, but how do you know this? You see? And then they say, and then they start to think. This is when it slows right down. As soon as I ask them, how do they know? In fact, I've had to prompt them most of the time. Was it at school? Yeah, you saw this now. Yeah, at school, elementary school. I said, okay. Then I asked them, did the teacher give you any proof? And again, time is taking a long time. Yeah, because it's taken a long time, I said, yeah, obviously they didn't. So you took it on trust. So that's how it goes with me. Step by step like that. But then sometimes they will interject with the moon landings, you see. That's what they do. They throw the moon landing in. They said that would mean that NASA didn't go to the moon then. And I said, that is correct. Because that's what they say. NASA didn't go to the moon, or what about the moon landings? Either way. And I say to them, that is absolutely correct. They didn't go. And then every single one of them that I've asked over the 7 years so far, they've said, so NASA deceived us in that way, that format. So NASA deceived us. I said, yes, they did. But they say it in Japanese. So NASA ga damasaseta no, hai, damasaseta desu. Damasasattimashita. Yes, they deceived you. They deceived us. And then they start asking questions.
Oh, Jin, you're such a dream killer.
No, they look at me, and then some of them say, I was thinking it wasn't real, but I wasn't sure. But now that I've heard you speaking, and you asked me, and you're saying it's not true, I said, it's not impossible. We don't have the technology. I say to them.
Yeah, there's a liquor store that I go to every once in a while, and one day I was I don't know, it's been a couple years now, I guess. I walked in with my I got that shirt from Jeranism. It says NASA going nowhere since 1958.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. And so I was wearing it, and the guy who checked me out started a conversation with me. And he's like, "Yeah, I don't think they went either." So we started talking, and I told him about flat Earth and whatnot. So every time I go in there, I just went in there like Saturday, and as soon as I walked in, he was right there. He looked at me, big smile on his face. He's like, "Hey man, how's it going?" And so we just started talking shit again. But he's not on board with flat Earth, but he's watching stuff, and we talk about it all the time.
Yeah. They can't seem to want to cross the road, and that's a pity, because what they've gone and done is that they've lived their lives, and by living their lives the way they're living it, which is following the system, it removes you. The life that they give us out there removes you from nature, and that's what they're displaying. They've divorced themselves from the earth. That's why they're looking into it, but they're not emotionally tied to it. And you need to be emotionally tied to the earth to connect. And you know what the heliocentrists have been saying as a way of ridiculing us, right? They say, yeah, you flat earthers are very emotional. You know what I said to them? That's correct. Absolutely right. You need to be emotional to understand what the earth is, right? And how powerful and beautiful it is. If you've got no emotional contact with us, then you're a dead man walking. You're lost. So yes, I'm emotional because I was told a lie for 53 years. So, and I allowed that to happen myself. So of course I'm going to be emotional because 53 years was slightly lost. I enjoyed myself. I got experience, but I believed in the wrong thing. But now I know. So that makes me emotionally high like a helium balloon. You better believe it. We flat up and say emotional. So I turned it around on them. So if you're a heliocentrist, you're a cold, dead liar, waste in your skin. That's what you are. You are nothing. You are less than cow dung and rhino dung mix. This thing has good fertilized, can actually do something. I can make use. You are completely useless. Yes, I turn it round on them, man. Yeah. So we are emotional because there is an emotional content to being on this earth. And if you haven't got that, well, then you're not fully alive. That's what I think. Your life force is switched off. And that's what this system does. It switches off your will to live, your sense. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I think he's cut out.
I think his mic either cut out or.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something. So that's it, basically. You know?
Jen, hold on. I was going to say this, Jen, like, just made me think of this. The globe, being a lie, obviously there's people perpetrating that lie, entities, whoever they are. And obviously it's quite a big operation, as we know, with the outer space and the whole 9 yards. It's a pretty big thing. Do you think that, I guess I'm trying to ask this. So that would imply that in a way, there's either a group of people or entities that are sort of like preying on us. It's like they're a predator. Like they're obviously in a sense, they're lying. They're, all the media and the big pharma and the big oil and the banking system, the whole 9 yards. I guess what I was going to kind of ask you what you thought on this is, do you think that some people don't want to look into this stuff because they're afraid to acknowledge that, like that there is a criminal group, as it were, that doesn't have our best interests? And so out of their desire for just safety and for, what they might feel is just more secure, they'll deny that exists, because to accept it, then it's like a ball of yarn, it's like it's a big situation that then has to be looked into.
Absolutely. They're stuck. They're in a rut. They know what's going on. Some of it might be pride. They don't want it because they don't want to accept it, like you said, or that they're frightened. Yeah. And it's a big upheaval to begin to get into it. That's what they feel, that it would be a big upheaval for them to get into it, to try and make a change. So yeah, I agree with what you said.
I personally have found it nothing but liberating. I mean, there are certain dark things you have to kind of, look at in a way to see some of this stuff, but the idea of the truth sets you free. But if someone's sort of on the other side of that, they might be feeling like the resistance to that, or the cognitive dissonance, or whatever it may be, which might look like resistance, even though if they, it's like the old idea, like, if you're going to jump into cold water, at some point you got to just kind of jump. And then once you're in, your body gets, used to it. And then, but you got to take that first leap, so.
Leap, yeah. Yes. That's exactly what I was going to say. That's the psychology. You see, so what I would say to those people is that, look, every day you're watching all these programs that the media give you to watch. So why don't you then switch that off just for a few months and just watch flat earth material whilst you're doing your chores and whatever, having a cup of tea, take it in small sips. And before you know where you are, you'll come up to speed, because it's not beyond your intellect. That's the thing. It's just not. Flat earth is simple. It's simplicity. It's its beauty. To learn the globe it's mad maths, lots of mathematics and things you need to learn, and then it requires you to make your senses redundant. So you have to switch off all your senses, and you have to switch off your knowledge, and then be a believer. You have to convert to be a believer, which is why they catch you when you're young, because you're easy to mold at a child age. at the age of a child. So yeah, everything you said, again, I have to agree with, like you said, it's liberating. And that's what I think I'd have to say to those who are thinking, oh, flat up, like, no, that's ridiculous. I thought that. But what you want to do is switch that up for a second and just look at one video. That's all I did. And 3 minutes, just 3 minutes, I began to feel like an idiot, a complete inadequate fool. I'd done so much research, and in the first 3 minutes, I'd realized that I've been walking around blind. I easily went back 53 years of my life because I'm always looking back at my life. That's a deliberate thing that I do so I can remember my lives, because I've done many things. I've been privileged in certain aspects. Joining the military opened my eyes to certain aspects of life, government and politics. I realized that I put myself in danger there because really I would have been just cannon fodder, but I still learned. It was a learning curve. So that's something that I would say to people. The training is good, but obviously do not fire a bullet at anyone. That's not what you want to do. But the training and the connection with nature is phenomenal. And I excelled at that. That was something that I embraced. I got no problem with nature. So that was my my advantage. That worked to my advantage. So 3 minutes it took, because I'm an outdoor man, and outdoor is where it's at. This is how you pick up and connect with nature. I never ever severed that connection ever, and that's what saved me. So 3 minutes realization. That's all it took. 3 minutes.
Yeah, it is interesting, like the psychology around all this and how people go through that process, because it's really like what the macrocosm is. You've got your microcosm, your body, and we all, some people take care of their bodies, some people abuse their body, and everything in between. So you have kind of your microcosm of what you understand about your body. And obviously a lot of people just give that away to authority too, just do what the doctors tell you, but the earth situation, like what is the earth, which obviously plays into like the nature of reality, philosophy, who we are, where we are, spirituality, all of those components. It's interesting how people all, like everyone, in some way has some relation to that, whether they're whether they're on a more globe side or wherever they're at in that journey. But it's sort of like nature, like the relationship between mind, body, spirit, but then that mind, body, spirit is also within nature, which is also the bigger sort of Mother Earth spirit, and how that's right. Sort of integration and understanding is interacts.
And I feel that those who are living a rural life out in the countryside are more connected than those who live in the city. So when I say that there are people in the city who are some of them may travel and then they get their chance to connect with nature that way. But the majority, and that would be a good, as I hazard a guess here, 80% stuck in the city. They don't travel. They don't go anywhere. That's across the whole earth. They're not traveling. They're not moving around.
Yeah. What do the Amish think about the earth? Are they globe believers? The Amish
are such a smart group. Do you know that they
probably do have some. It's probably a mixture to some degree. A lot of them probably with scripture.
Yeah, I'm sure they. I wouldn't be surprised if they know the earth is flat myself. But what surprised me in recent years that I discovered was that they don't vaccinate their children for the MMR, right? And they never got any measles. Not a case of measles in the Amish in your country. That is amazing, isn't it? That is amazing. Not a case of measles amongst the Amish. That's something that one should pay great attention to. That you said it. People give away their bodies to the system in a way, and that system is like TV, media, movies, right? Where they're promoting bad health, drinking and smoking, and stored food all the time. That's why. These last 7 years, I've been doing a lot of reviewing of the programs that I used to watch when I was a kid growing up, from the 70s and even beyond that, before I was born. So 50s, 30s, looking at the psychological messages that they
Perpetuated.
I can't get the word out. Present. Let's just say present to the viewer. Okay, the messages that they present to the viewers. Okay, and yeah, I've learned a lot. I've seen how the psychology of this system has taken hold and how it is easy to fall into that rut. You're in the groove like a record, and now you're stuck. You can't get out of it unless you make a conscious will. That means you've got to snap out of that trance, wake up, and step off the record or the groove, and then you look in. And I did that years ago. So I was always on the outside looking in, but I still carried some beliefs where the earth was concerned. In fact, with the globe and that I wanted a globe t-shirt, but I could never find one. Do you know that? I could never find a t-shirt with the whole globe, the globe earth on it that I could wear. I wanted one of those in my teenage years. All through my teenage years, the 20s, 30s, didn't find one. But I've got flat earth t-shirts now, so I'm glad I didn't get one. But there you go. But I was always in love with the earth. I never severed the connection with earth, but forever I carry the embarrassment of missing the clues that were in plain sight. Go ahead.
Well, here's another question for you. If, let's just say overnight, everyone on Earth realized the Earth wasn't a globe. Let's just say that, and that it is a stationary planar, surface and so on. Just that alone, how do you think that would change society? Like, would there be less crime? Would there be more togetherness? Would there be more working together? Would there be less exploitation of other people? What do you exploitation of nature? Like, just that alone, just that cosmology shift, how would that change?
That's a great question. It's going to be
and I'll just finish it. Just linked to that is this modern world situation, this kind of disconnect from nature and all of that. Is that all based upon the globe as sort of the root, atheistic evolution, random, insignificant to kind of create all of this division?
Yeah, I would say 8 months down the line, because with Flat Earth now, they're going to look into Flat Earth and pick up that deception. They're going to pick up the moon landings, then 9/11, Kennedy. They're going to probably revisit all that, these people, then come to a solid conclusion that we've got to stop this space agency. That's clearly obvious. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they said it's time for a revolution here. It's going to be a peaceful one because they're going to be so angry that the military have to step down, because they would realize themselves that the earth is indeed a plane, and they've been used as cannon fodder. In fact, they've been facilitating and helping the elite to corral humanity and devalue it. So there'll be an answer. There'd be a revolution, is what would happen. And then we can begin to think of utopia and that, The good people, when I say the good people, those who are truly close to the earth and know how to bring about the non-chemical products, these people are going to come to the forefront. New laws will have to be done. I mean, currently in America, you've got 6 million laws or over that you have to abide by. That's a ridiculous number. Okay, so these things would start to change, but it would take at least 8 months for people to realize this, because they would have had to do their own research, and it's not going to happen in a week or two. So a few months down the line, a year down the line, I think the whole world will be coming under this. This has got to stop. Maybe before that even. Maybe even before that, they might say, stop the space thing, because they've lied. They've lied about the earth. It's not a ball. So all that money they've been receiving. So that might even happen soon. But that's what I think would happen. That's what I would hope to happen. That the realization that they've been lied to. Because I don't know.
Don't you think that if there was going to be a revealing of the truth, don't you think that the powers to be would reveal it in such a way that they could still maintain control?
Yeah, I like that. I like what you're saying there, because I am aware of that. I mean, because they're the ones, it's probably them who released it. I was thinking, why did they release this? They must be getting fed up. Humanity is so dumbed down. They're fed up with the game. We're boring to them. So they're trying to rock the boat here, and then they're taking the fun by making us wear the diaper recent years. But having said what you've just said there, I feel though that they have, once we have that military on our side and the police force understand their position to protect the citizens of their country, not corporate business. Once that is fully established by the power of the people and they know legally where they stand, the powers that shouldn't be will be running to the hills. They'd have nothing, because who are they going to control now? Once we know what's going on, we'll be seeking them out, literally. Maybe not to kill them, but just to strip them of wealth, because it came at the deprivation of humanity. They create a system of devaluation, which has to stop now, and will strip them of their wealth. Everything they've got, the billions that they have, will be taken from them. They will be stripped. That's what's got to happen. Court of law, strip them of their wealth, so they become commoners like everybody else. Good. Start again. That all belongs to the people. Everything. That's what I envisage. Mm-hmm. That's what I would hope to happen, to be quite honest. Clean sheet. I don't think the powers that be would have any power. Once we've got the military on our side, we need that force with all that weaponry needs to be with us. We're not going to use weapons, but if the powers that be have a secret squad that we don't know about, we can take them out. They'll have no one to boss around, no one to control. What do you think, Mansell?
Well, I'm really unsure, Jin, what would happen if I'm being completely honest. Like, this idea of, a utopia, because the truth is revealed about where we are. Well, a majority of people, a large number of people already believe in a God of some sort. They already do so, and they have a faith. Some of them have a very weak faith. Some of them have a very, very strong faith. So their notion of being a creation wouldn't change at all, right? Because they're still going to have their creator looking after.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, of course.
So
I'm not. That is fundamental, Bansal.
Yeah. So then to get these people in an uprising to take control of the powers to be, take the military back, take the policing system back, take the laws back, and whatnot. Taking that step, people are led by fear very, very easy. That's how you lead people, Jin. You get them to pick a side.
But people shouldn't want to be led. People should just want to coexist without fear.
But people beg to be led, Jin. They beg to be led.
That's why we need to change that.
They beg to be saved. They're always sticking out their hands saying, please save me, please save me. And people do. They get down on their hands and knees and be begged to be saved and begged to be led. And that's the mentality you've got to break.
That's now, though. That's now. But through education, we will have a psychological re-evaluation of every single individual through education. They're going to be taught that the previous system you lived under actually devalued you as of the Creator, as by how the Creator endowed you with such wealth, knowledge, free will. That was taken from you. You were a slave on a free earth. That no longer is required. There is no need for you to be scared. You can take control of your own life and go and do what you need to do to live. That's what it's all about here. So there's no need to carry fear. There's no need to be putting your hand up for help, because the system that's going to be in place is what the Creator intended. Remember, this earth was built for us to free to live on. That means our food was free. We shouldn't be paying for it, and you won't be paying for it. And the reason why you won't be paying for it, because if you want to eat, you're going to work to feed the world. That is your payment. It's not about amassing wealth. Money is a thing of the past. Money was a devaluation. Everything we need to live is here. All we need to do is fashion it and arrange it. So your engineers are going to be needed. Your electricians are going to be needed. Your plumbers are going to be needed. The road infrastructure men are going to be needed. Everyone's going to be needed to do their part to help Earth be a beautiful place to live for free. And that's how it is. You wake up knowing you are working for Earth. That puts you right in the Creator's lap. And you can choose your way to connect with the Creator, whatever way you want. Because there is no official way. I'm sorry, there's too many religions. So you need to do it your way. If you want to be a Jew, good. You want to be a Muslim, okay. You want to be a Christian, okay. Hindu, Sikh, whatever, okay. Do it your way. And let the Creator judge at the end of the day. So the religion thing would be a simple thing to overcome. That's not a problem. I think the thing you said is the fear. That will change through education.
So you want to get rid of the monetary system and everything's free.
Yeah, because it's a devaluation of God's creation. We're putting a price on Earth.
I can't see that happening, Jin.
Well, that's only because you want money. You want money. If you don't want money and you don't want money to exist, then you will work earnestly to help facilitate that. It's quite easy. It's just depending on your frame of mind and your understanding. You have to understand that money is a devaluation of Earth and humanity. We devalue ourselves. We are paying to live. No, that was not the Creator's intention. We're creating slavery. I don't want slavery.
Naturally, I want money, Jin, because
now you do.
Yeah,
now you do. Yeah.
Yes.
Now.
Yeah. Of course.
Right.
You know, I want a home. I want food in my belly. These
well,
sorts
you're
of
going to
things.
get that for free.
I actually enjoy being able to flick the light switch on and the lights come on. You know,
I like to be able to make. That's fine.
I like to be able.
That's not going to stop.
Hold on. I like to be able to make a phone call without being connected to wires. I like all these things. Now I have no problems in working, doing what I do, but I picked a profession where that I had to work, but I was remunerated very, very well for it. Okay. Now I didn't want to be working, cleaning up sewage plants or picking up rubbish or doing some other job that I didn't like. Some dirty, stinking, back-breaking job. I didn't want to do that sort of thing. Now, many people don't want to do these sorts of jobs, right? But they do these sorts of jobs because they're pushed into a corner. They have no choice. Now, why should I get a good job and be able to live my life and turn on the lights, use my phone, get my food, everything's going to be free, right? When my next door neighbour then has to go out and then bust his ass, come home with a sore back, being that sore that he can't play with his kids, this, that, and the third. How is that fair in a utopian type of world where there is no money? How is that fair?
Well, really, basically, people are not going to be working 5 days a week. They're only going to be working 2 to 3 times a week, and that's that. So they won't be in that much pain if that's the case. And if they're in pain, that will be down to their physical condition. And again, Medicare will be free. So they'll go to the doctors and get treated and sorted out homeopathically, not allopathically, by the way. So these things can be taken care of. These are minimal problems that you're creating that can be solved quite easily. You're still going to be uplifted. The fact is, money, as it is at this moment in time that we're living in, is a devaluation of the earth, and it creates more poverty than it does a balance of wealth across the earth. So what we do is we do away with that, and everything we have is everybody's. Hang on. Everything we have is everybody's. Your house is built. You can switch your electric on. You can have any phone you want. You need 3 phones. You can have 3 phones. The only thing is you've got to work for that, and your work will be going to work to pay for your house through the hours you work. That's it. It's all yours. Your 4 cars, your food, everything you need. But the job you qualified to do would be, because everybody's going to have the same anyway, in that the same situation that you work to sustain what you have. That's all. And it's, you go to the supermarket, you pick up what you need. Wastage will go right down. Because eventually everyone will know how much they need to live. And when they look in their bins, it will be very, very minimal waste. And that's what you should be looking for.
Okay.
So we're coexisting without wasting. It's simple.
So you're saying in Gin's utopia,
Yeah.
the more I work, the more I get.
Well, if that's what you need, if you need lots and lots and lots and lots, remember this though, you're only going to be working, hang on, you're only going to be working 3 days a week at max.
Let's not confuse
if I want more though, if I want more, I work more in your world.
Well, no, not really, no, because the work is going to be shared by other people. Because of the mass of the population, you've got to job share here. Okay, so that everybody gets a chance to work, to contribute to the well-being of Earth. So you do your 3 days and you're off with your family, enjoying your family time with your family, you know, for the rest of the week. And then you come back and do your bit. That's it. So, you know, like I said, it's not about amassing wealth through money. You're already wealthy. Everyone's wealthy. So if you need 10 cars, you can have your 10 cars. Just got to wait your turn. Everyone's got a car. Then you can have your next car, and so on and so forth, and collect. You might want to collect an old British car from the 1930s. Yeah, great. If it's available, go ahead and use it. Remember, but the thing about it is that the car will be running on ethanol and biodiesel rather than carcinogenic fuels. These kind of things are going to be in place. The Venus Project. So you'll have a modern infrastructure. Hang on. Modern infrastructure blended in with the old infrastructure for those who want to drive their cars like me and you. You know, ride a motorbike.
All right. Yeah. So now we all have our one car, our one owner, and all that sort of stuff. And if you want more, you work harder for it. But now you go on a list. Okay.
Well, only because there'll be a waiting list. That's all. There will be a waiting list.
Then.
Obviously.
So who determines who is first on that waiting list and who is
first
last?
Come, first serve. That's all it is. It's just first come, first serve. Simple as that. That's how it's going to be.
Well, pretty much everyone wants a second car.
Yeah, but they won't want it all at the same time, will they? And if that's the case, first come, first serve. It's simple. Everyone can understand that. That's that. You know, that's it.
Well, that's just it. People want more than what they need, and I think that's the big problem here, is that people have been engineered to just, you know, lust over all these materialistic possessions, you know, and not really focus on, you know, their needs to survive.
That's right. And remember what I said about hang on, that gentleman that just spoke made a good point. And remember, education through the counseling of the old system and how it devalued them, they will be well versed into realizing that their needs have to be minimized in order to reduce waste. Okay, that's the first thing. So if you want 10 cars, you've got to be able to maintain these 10 cars and look after them, and that's fine. No one's saying you can't have it. Okay, but just remember that you need to manage and keep all the things you have so it doesn't fall into disrepair and it doesn't become a waste and a burden. Okay, go ahead.
But some of these wants, we may not need them, right? But some of these wants are nice to have. You know, there are many things that I want and that my wife wants, right?
Yeah, fine.
That
have them. Have them.
Okay,
you can have them.
Now to get, then cool. So to get these, right, now to get these in Gin's world, right, because I'm only working my 3 days a week, mind you.
That's all you're going to need,
Yeah, hold on. So for me to get my basics, I work with 3 days a week, right? To live in Gin's world. Now, if I want my wants, right, the things that I don't need, I work harder. I do 4 days a week or 5 days a week.
That's now, isn't it? That's now with money. That's now with the money system you're talking about.
Well, that's the same. No, that's the same in Gin's world too.
No, it's not. It's not the same. No. It's not the same. That's it. You've made an error. You've made an error. Look, you've made an error. Hang on. You've made an error. No, wait.
Let me clarify then. So let me clarify. So then in your world, in Gin's world, I get all my wants just working 3 days a week.
Right. Remember, it's not Gin's world. This is the way the utopia is run. This is the way utopia is going to work. Hopefully everybody's agreed on this, okay? But it's 3 days a week. Whatever you need, you can go and get at any time. If it's a screwdriver, a new tool, a new this, you go to the shop, you pick it up, you sign, and you're out. Done. Anything you need, you get. All you got to do is just work to keep the infrastructure going, whatever your job is.
Okay, then. I need one screwdriver. I go to the hardware, I get one screwdriver. But I like screwdrivers, so I want 2 screwdrivers.
Well, there you go. Go and have 2 screwdrivers then.
Good luck. But I don't need 2 screwdrivers, Jin.
Well, and if you don't need it, then it's going to be down to you to not want that and not buy that. Oh, sorry.
So now I've got to disregard my wants. I can't have.
Well, exactly. It's all about. This is it. You've got to learn to control yourself. You're free now. You've been given free will. You've been given free will by the Creator. So it's down to you to use your integrity and do things properly. Come on.
And I may not need my wants. But I may want my wants. So how do I get my wants?
Well, then that's fine. If you want your wants, you have it. Okay, remember, as time goes on, people will realize that they've got all they need. Their wants will reduce. I guarantee you that.
I don't care if they will reduce. I still want some of my wants.
Well, then go get them. No one's going to stop you.
So I've got to work harder to get my wants.
No one's going to stop you, man. No, so you don't need to work hard. You don't need to work hard. You don't need to work hard. You can go and have them.
I don't need them. I don't need them.
You don't need the want. No, if you want,
I don't need them. So if I don't need them, if they're not part of this utopia world, but I want my wants, right? Yeah. So now my wants are now a burden on this utopian world because
really. No, they're going to be a burden on you only. They'll be a burden on you only, not on utopia.
No, of course they're going to be a burden because you have to produce.
No, they're not going to be a burden. They're not going to be a burden.
Gene, you have to produce them. Someone has to make them, right?
They will be produced. They will be produced.
Okay then. All right. So if they're going to be produced, people have to work at producing them.
And that's what they're there for. That's what they're there for. To work and produce. So that your needs, remember, utopia is there to meet your needs. You're not being governed. So there is no government. It's support and supervision only.
And I won't be the only person that wants.
That's fine. Those needs will be met.
Okay then, right? So you've got to be able to get them somehow. You've got to be able to get on.
You will be able to get what you need when you want it. Okay? Subject to availability. And if there's 7 people or 100 people who want it at the same time as you, then you're going to have to form a queue there. First come, first serve, no problem.
They're my needs, but I want my wants straight away, Jin.
Well, you can't, at this moment in time, right? When you want something, sometimes you've got to wait for it to be ordered. Or made for you. Some things you can get right away, some things you've got to wait. So that's the way life is. So if you wanted something that's available right away, you can have it. But if it's not available because there are like 1,000 people who want the same thing, then you'll have to join the queue. And that's it. At least you're going to get it when the time comes. That's all. Sorry.
There's no difference.
That's utopia for you.
There's no difference.
That's utopia for you. You've got to exercise. Hang on. You've got to exercise patience rather than have a slave system called money where you can get what you want, but you're a slave. Okay? So if you want to be a slave, if you want to be a slave, because that's what you are at this point, you vote for your devaluation, you're imprisoned on your land, the governments tell you what to do, you don't tell them. So you got your money, you're working, you're earning your money like I do, I work, I earn my money, I can buy what I need, but we're slaves. I don't want to do that. I want to change that.
Well, I want to change that. Well, you can. I actually like a system where the harder I work, right? I don't like the taxing system at all. Definitely. I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, well, I put my finger up to the tax system straight off the bat.
Totally corrupt. But this is where, the harder you work, right? Remunerated for it, I think is a good system.
Yeah, that's now.
Right?
That's now.
Yeah,
that's
exactly
right. But we're nowhere now. Today, look, today's situation, you're in turmoil. You've got your family sorted out, but your country's in turmoil, as is all over the world. People are dying in wars that have been created by the powers that be. So we're not living anywhere near the best we could be living with the monetary system that we have in place right now.
Not at all.
Where humanity is at the bottom of the barrel. We're killing children for freedoms to drink Budweiser and eat hamburgers. The world is a shit place at the moment with the money. As hard as you're working, you're all right, Jack. It's not really affecting you. Good. But I'm saying at the end of the day, people who are satisfied is good, but you're still helping this system to continue. Just remember that.
I know that my money, right, goes to supporting these evil ways. Right. I don't agree with it. I do not agree with it. I do not agree that my taxes are building missiles, funding wars, and funding corrupt organisations. I do not like that at all. One little bit. And I don't want to be a part of it at all. But I'm in a system, unfortunately, where,
Well, you don't have to be in the system. You don't have to be in it. You can fight it and grow some balls and stand up. I fight it.
I've got to drive a cars. I've got to buy things. I've got to pay taxes.
Well, yeah,
I can't get out of it.
You don't have to.
Right?
You don't have to.
Yes, I do.
You don't have to. You want to.
I like flour and sugar. I like chocolate cake,
so you want it.
And I like sugar in my coffee.
So basically, his lust for materialism is preventing him from getting out of the system that he's bitching about. For fuck's sakes.
Yeah, that's right.
My fucking God.
Yeah. Me, I don't pay all my taxes. And I'm proud of that. And I'm glad of that. I never will pay all my taxes. Ever.
For you, yeah.
And that's me. I will always fight the system that way. I know there are consequences for what I say. I'm prepared for those consequences. That's me.
And there are many people that try and work in such a way where they can pay taxes as they possibly do. You know, the amount of under the table jobs I've done is uncountable. Absolutely uncountable. But unfortunately, you know, you've got to contribute that money into society where, regardless of whether or not you pay tax on it at the time, you still pay tax on it, on the goods and services and taxes.
Absolutely right. Absolutely, and electric bill and that.
Exactly right. So I'm not paying quite as much tax, but I am paying a lesser amount of tax on that particular portion of money that you earn.
Me too.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that utopia, Jin's utopia, just for simplicity sake, it's not really money, it's the people. And remember, we're not governing the people here. We are supporting and meeting your needs. And all we ask in return, in order to keep Earth continuing and life on Earth continuing, you stay as the supermarket worker or the sanitary man, the man that's doing the sewers, the electrician. These things, that's your job. And then your payment, of course, is all the stuff you have in your house. Your house with the solar panel, all done for free. So you will never pay. You will never be paying any bill. No bill is coming to your house because there's no money. So your energy is free. All you're paying is going to work for 3 days a week. When you travel, no money, no exchange of money. You take your luggage, you take your family, you get on the plane, you land in another country, the hotel is already there with your name in, you're not paying even to be in a hotel. So now you're living for free as intended. The hotelers are happy, they've got their own homes already. You see? So the money is removed. It's pride of being alive on God's earth is what is your payment. Can you see that? Can you see the beauty of that? Without the money, and you can still have all your wants that you want. Don't know what kind of wants they are, but you can still have them. You still have a problem? Is there a problem?
Do I have a problem? I don't see it working.
Yes, all your needs are met.
I don't see it working, personally.
The only reason it won't work is if you don't want it to work. That's the only reason why it will not work. Because somebody doesn't want it to work. Because I foresee no problems.
I like to think
that problems that may arise can be dealt with.
And the smarter that I work, the better I get remunerated.
That's now in this evaluation system.
The more wants I can have.
Well, you can have the more wants in Utopia. You can have the more wants. If you want to volunteer some of your time in Utopia, work hard, and you can get more, please, by all means, if the space is available. Because we're talking about a job share scheme is what I envisage, so that everybody has work and employment, and you only need to be working 3 days max. You won't be working more than that. Not in Utopia. You won't be working more than that.
I've got to go on a waiting list in your system.
That's okay. There's no problem. The point is you've got your needs. All your needs are met, mind you. So what the hell? You know, you've got to wait to go to work. No big deal there, is there?
So if you're a top class surgeon, right? And you spend all that money, all that time and effort and studying. You have a particular skill at doing that. You shouldn't be remunerated more than, say, a window washer.
That doesn't work in Utopia. No.
Yeah,
if you're very, very high level surgeon, you'll be able to do your work at the highest degree, and we appreciate that. Please, we need your services now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that individual will want to do it because everything he or she has, they've got what they need. Their children are being educated properly. There is no money. They're living. The fact that they're living and everything's been sorted out, you go to work and you just do your bit for your 3 days, and then you're off for 4 days. Brilliant.
What about a barter system?
You won't need it, will you? I mean, the only time that might come in is when you've had your classic car for, let's say, 3 years, and now you want to change it. So you might want to swap with somebody else. It won't be bartering, it'll be swapping. That's what will happen at the end of the day.
Really? Swapping, bartering sounds it sounds like a similar thing. Swapping, bartering.
Well, yeah, you just swap. You advertise it on the system. You know, I've got a nice 1930s Morris Austin from the UK. I've had it. It's in excellent condition. Here are the pictures. I'm seeking a Rolls Royce Silver Shadow. Blah blah blah.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
So you're swapping for something of equal or similar value.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Yeah, exactly right. A barter system. But I don't have a Rolls Royce. I don't have a Rolls Royce. I want a dozen eggs. But you want 100 million dozen eggs.
Well, a dozen eggs is not going to be useful to me because I can get a dozen eggs. So hang on, I can get a dozen. No, wait a minute. You've made an error there. You brought up a very bad. You're just trying to wreck Utopia. Look, I can go to the supermarket and get my dozen eggs. What's going on with the eggs?
You missed this the other day. Is the reason you call this Jin's Utopia because this is the same Utopia that we were discussing with the other day with Scott Beach? Jin?
Hey, is that you, Kosho?
Yeah, that's Kosho. Yeah. It's only Bandsaw called it Jin's Utopia. I said it's the Utopia of the world, really.
That was a funny conversation.
Seems as it's.
I just want to make sure we're talking. I just want to make sure we're talking about Jin's Utopia. Because it's your idea, Jin. So it's Jin's.
Yeah, my idea. Yeah.
Exactly. It's Jin's world. Jin's world.
Well, yeah, Jin's idea of Utopia. Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. But it's representative of the people. Basically, I am the skivvy. I'm the man that facilitates your needs. It's not about governing. So I'm not your governor. I am not your leader. That's the thing.
You're not.
Okay.
You're not.
No.
So what's your job, Jin, in Jin's world? What's your job?
Jin. Well, my job would be ensuring that the system runs smoothly. You know, so whatever.
Well, Jin, I would say this, Jin. I kind of want to fuck you, bro. You sound sexy as fuck.
I feel sorry for you, man, because nothing but pain you will be feeling.
Wait, you're not sexy as fuck?
No, not to you. I'm not. You'd be feeling a judo throw, and
dude,
suddenly you'd be fighting for air, and then you'd be back okay. You know, because that's what would be.
Why you think you're not sexy, bitch?
So
a while ago, Bandsaw mentioned something about a surgeon. Doctors take a Hippocratic oath, saying that. And inside that Hippocratic oath is a statement saying that they will uphold their duty no matter if the patient has funding or not.
Yeah.
So,
and to do no harm.
There's also this another part of it was, mental standing. Like, when people take that oath, they're not supposed to fucking walk around talking shit about people that believe the earth is flat if they think those people have mental issues. That oath said that you're going to take care of all regardless of mental and that type of properties, and that's why it annoys the fuck out of me when I hear doctors in Gem Panda's room sitting around all day long talking shit
Yeah, I agree.
About fucking flat earthers. I'm like, aren't you a fucking doctor? Didn't you take a fucking oath not to do this?
Yeah, not to do harm, you know. That's the thing.
If it's your duty to look after people, right, and not get remunerated for it, right? So, well then, I don't see that really working either. I don't.
Well, I did that for 12 and a half years. I did that as a volunteer youth worker for 12 and a half years in Britain for the disadvantaged children of England, age group from the age of 13 to 26, 12 and a half years, volunteer youth work. And I was fulfilled just doing that 3 days a week. It was 2 days a week at first. And then occasionally on a Sunday, someone couldn't make it, so they'd call me and I'd join in on a Sunday as well. But I enjoyed that.
So you do the job that you want to do.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I want to be a rock and roll star. I'm a terrible
then you'd
singer.
be a rock and roll star.
I'm a terrible guitarist, but that's what I want to do. Right, regardless of how I can sing or how I can play the guitar, I get to be a rock and roll star in Gin's world, and that's all I have to do for 3 days a week. I can stand up on the stage with all the fireworks, with all the laser shows, and
you might not get many. You might not get anybody coming to your concerts.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
I can play.
If you're happy with that. If you're happy,
you know what, bro.
Problem,
if you want to be a rock and roll star in today's day and age, you can use auto tune. What matters is if you have. What matters. What matters is if you have a nice ass.
Right. Well, and the charisma. So if that's what you want to do, band song, that's okay. If you don't get it, you're not getting anything. Good luck.
All right. Cool. I'm all for Gin's world now. I'm all for it.
Good.
I'm on board.
That's okay, you know. Like I said, we facilitate all your needs. No problem.
Yeah. All my needs are facilitated with my bad voice and out of tune guitar.
That's okay. That's all right, man.
The nice thing about Gin's world. The nice thing about Gin's world is that every time you take a shit in Gin's world, you got a bidet. He's in Japan.
A bidet made out of paper mache.
So yeah, everything can be running nicely in Utopia because that's what God created at the beginning, and now it's been hijacked, and now everyone's a slave, and they like their slavery. That's the problem.
That should be the slogan of his Utopia. And the bay.
Made of paper mache.
Yes. If you want a golden toilet like Putin, Vladimir Putin has a gold toilet.
I gotta say, man, like I've fucking traveled a lot in the world, right? But the best shit I ever took was in Tokyo Airport. And like, if the airport had fucking a toilet that good,
yeah,
you know, imagine the rest of the country.
Nice toilets, yeah. Everybody has those toilets in their houses. You know, I've got 4 of those here. 1, 2, yeah, we got 4 of those in this house that I live in. Our house, we got 4 of those and 2 showers. One upstairs and one on the first floor and one on the ground floor. The ground floor are for my wife's customers.
Like honestly, bro, maybe they only have good toilets in the airport, and outside there's all bullshit toilets. But at least, like, you know, when I went to the airport, I took the shit, and it wiped my ass for me, and it was great. I loved it.
Yeah, and it dries your ass as well. There's a dryer there as well, all incumbent, all inclusive, all incumbent. You've got your dryer as well. Press the button, and a warm flow of air caresses your bum and your bum.
Oh, what? I can get the hair on my ass blow dried. What the?
Yeah. Yeah, we got that. We got that now.
Oh, there you go. I can just see now coming out with the beautiful, wavy,
Next to
luscious,
that, a comb.
silky ass hair.
Yeah, you should. You should use the term dry cleaning as well. Try dry cleaning.
Yeah.
They'll attach the comb to it next.
And if you spend up to $1 million, the toilet cleans itself.
Boom.
You don't even have to touch the thing.
Just for $1 million? Wow.
Yeah, $1 million, and you can be having your toilet clean itself. Just use and go. Just use and go. The Carefree toilet.
It's almost like the one I have now.
Yeah, but it doesn't clean itself, eh? Oh. Yeah.
I was excited about your Utopia last time we talked about it.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we just covered a few little bit more intricate problems that Bandstow's having with Utopia. He needs a bit more counselling.
Counselling.
We've got a strong one. He's fighting.
Hey, Kosho, have you ever used the bidet, Kosho?
Up the drug.
A bidet? Yes. Yeah, a duvet. No, I've never used a duvet, but I've used a bidet.
You've used the bidet? Right? I
mean,
like,
in England,
personally, bro, the way I see it, it's such a good experience that, like, why would you ever wipe your ass after you use the debate?
I haven't, man. I haven't gone back, dude. I haven't wiped my ass.
You got a bidet in your house now?
No, I just don't wipe my ass anymore.
Oh, you just flush you just dip your hand in the water?
No, I don't want to talk about this anymore, man. Okay.
Everything's at the touch of a button. Everything's at the touch of the button. The water temperature is there. You can change the temperature of the water. That washes your bum, and it also has a pulsating jet. Pulsating jet. They call it the massage mode. The massage mode.
Massage mode.
Massage mode.
The eye of your bum, the eye of the bum, get that really clean, right? And then you press the other button, and then this hot flow of air comes across.
Well, I think the one thing I really liked about the Japanese toilets was like they have this whole condom situation, right? Which before you even walk in, like you walk in the cubicle, and then a condom just goes around the toilet seat, and that's the shit right there. Why don't we have those condoms? In American toilets.
We're not getting asshole massages over here, dude. That's why.
bro. What I'm talking about is like they have this like just across the toilet seat. They have this condom that just walks across it, and it just covers the seat. You got a condom to sit on. Like it's a condom for the toilet seat. It's fucking great.
I can see why you said it was the best toilet you've ever taken.
I mean, it wasn't only Tokyo. I saw that shit in the Philippines too. But that was
they got them up into the Philippines. Yeah, they got them there.
But I mean, I think that's more of a Japanese thing.
Yeah, they got it from Japan. Of course, they did. It's a Japanese company that probably. I
also seen that shit, and I think I've seen it in England. I think I saw it in England once.
We have it. They have it in Singapore.
I gotta tell you, man, I'm not all for that, dude. In my utopia, we don't have those kind of bathrooms. We don't have those kind of bathrooms.
What's your utopia, bro?
Yeah, we just don't have a lot of the Japanese shit, dude. Like fucking use panties in the vending machines and.
No, I mean that's the weird thing about Japanese people, right?
So in Japanese, condoms.
They're cool. They're cool.
They're cool.
They're like so fucking anti crime as we know it, but they need to have separate fucking train systems for women and men. You know, they have another side of weird that we don't.
There are one or two places in Japan where men and women share the same hot spa, okay? Because basically it's outdoors, you see, right near the volcanic,
Bro, there's a reason why.
Volcanic rocks.
There's a reason why they have separate fucking trains for men and women. Because the men are all very nice men.
Well, that's recent years, Daddy. That's recent where they got separate carriages because of the stalking, and Japanese men have been, overzealous in trying to meet women and that, and women are worried about that, and that's only because the women are being too standoffish. I do feel though, a bit too their mentality is like they don't need men now.
Honestly, if you go to New York and you're on a fucking train, you're more likely to get felt up from a woman than with a man.
That's not true whatsoever. But
no, it's not. It's totally not true.
There are some weird women, but there's a lot of weird freaks, dude. Like dudes who'll like serial masturbators, something like that. That's a weird people.
Dude, I remember one time, man, in London, because in London it's the same shit, bro. Like the trains in London get packed, and I remember going to school and shit. Like that kind of was a thing where you get that fucking shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I remember one time there's this one bitch and like fucking she was kind of fucking touching me up.
Really?
I didn't mind. I was a kid.
Homeless woman?
I was a kid in fucking school. I mean, like, it was crazy, bro.
Wait, some homeless lady was molesting you, is what you're saying?
She wasn't homeless. She was kind of cute. She was a regular bitch traveling to work. You know?
God almighty.
Where was that? In England? In England?
Yeah, bro. Like the next train stop after the one I got off at school was London Bridge. So like she obviously worked downtown.
Where were you living at the time? You're getting up at London Bridge.
Yeah, I don't know if I should say that much, but like I was about a few stops down.
Well, you're not living there now, so it don't really matter, does it? Okay, now.
I don't know, man. I was in. I don't know. The train went from southeast London. The train went from southeast London all the way up to fucking London Bridge.
Where you at, Coach? Are you in the car or are you still in the closet?
Oh wow! First of all, I've never been in the closet ever. Second of all, no.
Hey, Jen.
Okay, it sounds like one of the two.
Yeah.
Sounds to me like Kosho wants to suck your dick a little bit.
Jesus Christ, dude. Branch, do you not remember the first thing that you said when you opened your mic was, Jen, I want to fuck you. That's what you said.
To which
I thought I'd try to make shit funny, and this backfired on me real bad.
And then you'd be fighting for it.
You know what? Don't. Here's a fucking word of caution. Don't fuck with Kosho. He'll fuck you back.
But yeah, I think, Gin's Utopia, everyone would be very happy.
Yeah. Will it be in my lifetime, Gin? Will you get this done in my lifetime?
It depends on how fast the flat Earth is realised. Everyone realising the Earth is flat first. Okay. Once that kicks in, and then they'll realise that we can't go to the moon, and good, and then they've lied about everything else, 9/11 and all the other stuff. Even the medicines, it's all been a lie. What are you going to do now? You going to have the revolution? Are you ready now? Well, let's go then. Let's go take back our freedom.
Right.
Shut down this fucking system.
Let's get
I'm ready. I'm ready, bro. I think I'm ready to become a flat earther.
Yeah.
I'm totally ready to become a flat earther.
Oh, you should. Well, that's good. Well, then get on with it.
It's very hard because, I mean, the reason it's hard is because it's all fucking extreme bullshit. Like, there's absolutely no sense of truth in anything I say, and that's why it's very hard.
So dumb, dude. You're so dumb, Rich.
I don't know how you make it through every day for this length of time. You know, you're stunting your growth deliberately. That's what you're doing.
Happened years ago. Branch is only 3'1".
You know, I always imagine a short person, probably because of his picture of a troll. But I mean, well, we talked. I believe him. I think he's taller than me, to be honest.
Like bends.
But at 3'1", he's still a few inches taller than Sean G.
That's right. Yeah, I wish I had all my pictures with me right now.
Wasn't there a GIF that went around there for a while, Kosho of Sean G, and who was the other person in the boxing ring?
Could have been Chemo, could have been a lot of people. I got a bunch of them. Oh, you know, it's probably Graham.
Was it? I can remember one GIF getting around in a boxing ring.
Hey, Kosho. Do you think that by facilitating that one bitch as being mod in Jam's room, that this room now has a better outcome?
That's a strange question, but I know where it's coming from, and possibly.
You remember the other day, Kosho?
I don't know. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say.
Kosho was supposed to be moderating in Gem Panda's server. I think it was 2 days ago, 2 or 3 days ago. I was talking about the railgun, and then you disappeared. And the Queen was calling you. Come on, Kosho, where are you? You wasn't to be found, and you were supposed to be moderating. Why did you give up?
Damn, Kosho, neglecting your obligations.
Yeah.
Was she saying that in text chat or in a voice chat?
No, she was saying it over the mic.
Maybe I was there, but I wasn't actually there. I don't know.
You wasn't there. You were there, but you were most certainly not there. We wondered what happened, man. So we just carried on anyway. She had to take over the moderation for a while.
Well, you know what's funny about that? You were there, Jim. If I'm not there to moderate, you actually are really capable of moderating yourself, dude. Believe it or not.
Yeah, I know. I do a good job.
I don't know if you knew that, but
yeah, I know. That's why you gave up, because you knew I could do it anyway. Because I do slam them down, man. I just said, well, look, why do you interrupt? What's going on, man? Come on. They didn't want to hear the truth about the railgun proving flat Earth, because that was when I first saw that in 2016. Railgun proves flat Earth.
The reality is, Kosho, is that an awesome ass motherfucker, right? And if you don't enjoy when her bullshit views on the room and actually controls the room, because you're just
cutting out, Rakia.
You're a nice fucking guy, Kosho.
Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rakia did a great job on Rumpus when he questioned him on the refraction thing and that, and his book and everything. Yeah, I thought that was good. Good to hear someone putting him through the grill, putting him through the rollers, roll him out flat.
It was interesting to see that he didn't actually have the book on him. He had to refer to Google.
That's right. And you know what?
Right.
It's not happening in October. That's not.
I will say this
non-start.
though, Kosho. I wish you could prove the flat Earth better. I mean the globe Earth better. Well, we're on the globe Earth side, right? Yeah. We're okay. So
Both are impossible.
can you try to prove the globe Earth a little bit better, please?
Rakia is trying to say.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking you, Kosho. Can you maybe 20% improve your tactics?
No, fair enough. He addressed it to Kosho, so I'll go on mute. But both are impossible. You cannot measure a flat Earth or a globe Earth because it's neither one are true.
Okay. Well, you know,
you can disprove curvature because whenever you fly in an aircraft using that as my measuring tool over a given distance, I'm not following any curved trajectory over 19 hours, LA to New Zealand. No curvature at all. So therefore, I've measured that whole distance there of leveled flight. So that's true.
No curvature at all?
And you can do that everywhere on this.
Everywhere?
Everywhere, no curvature.
Everywhere?
Everywhere.
Damn. That's some hard.
Also, I think that Bedford level experiment that he wants to conduct.
That's some Bedford level experiment
with modern technology. If
so,
but it should be conducted at the same height Samuel Rowbotham did it. That's what I think, and the same distance. Not satisfied with the short distance. That for me is the discrepancy, and it's null as far as I'm concerned. It's not the Bedford. Not the same.
I find it surprising that he has the auto level, been down to the site a few times just to stake out the area, and not once has he pulled his tool out and actually looked through it where he wants to observe.
That is complete and utter BS what he just said there, because why would you go there and not be tempted to try and get it started and working? I mean,
there's no clue as if he even has line of sight to his target.
Yeah.
Right. He's used it hundreds and thousands of times. Hundreds and thousands of times.
Yeah. So you'd have your targets all set up. It's across 6 miles, 6 mile length. Yeah. It's easy. He's making more of a, like I was saying earlier before I joined the server today, I was on another server saying that modern man needs far too many gadgets to survive on the earth compared to primitive man. Which one is more clever? And primitive man knew that the earth was a level plane. Yet we got all these gadgetry, just to survive.
That's an assumption.
6 million laws. 6 million laws to obey just to survive each day. What a lot of crap.
No,
that's a fair assumption, but well, the primitive of the prehistoric man, I mean, there's no telling what he thought about the shape of the earth. But regardless, it is true that he probably was more clever than anybody today, because he had to. Yeah. He had to do everything himself. He didn't have any
technical equipment.
He was in a society.
Right.
What about
the earth was a black plane?
He more or less said that the guy was.
You're going to get a target that's 7 feet. And then using the formula is how you calculated that has a radius in it in the first place. So what if it's just refraction of 17 feet, not Earth?
Now, Rakia, right? You know the documentary that I posted several times? It's called Convex Turf, okay? The full documentary. Those Brazilians that spent 7 years of their lives, they were heliocentrists. And after 7 years of looking for the curvature of the earth, they became flat earthers. Now, they chose Peru and Lake Titicaca as a place of the lowest humidity in Brazil, in South America, okay? Lowest humidity, so light wouldn't bend, okay? That's why they chose it, okay? Now,
you just jumped over what he said, though.
Yeah, at the end of all their observation, they actually had the laser beam running on the top of the water all the way, and it was still picked up at the other end. So I don't care what he says about this refraction. Rubbish. You don't need to be 17.
Wait, hold on. They had it on top of the water?
They had it running. They dropped that laser beam because they had it above the water at first. I think it was 3 meters, and it was picked up at the upper end. And the target was a little way station, they called it, and it had to hit this little. I think if you can imagine a 3 by 3 inch box target, and it hit that, and it flashes back. Once this laser hits it, it flashes back, so you know it's been hit. Okay, got to watch the documentary to see it. The thing is, they dropped the laser beam on the water. They were asking, "Where's the laser?" It's on the water. It's on the water, and you can see it just going along the water. You know what I mean? I mean, come on. What are they talking about?
Wasn't Rumpus's idea with that very end target and the other targets? Basically, he was going to lift up all the targets. Yeah. The very last one, he was going to lift it up so it matched the crosshairs in the auto level, and then from that measure down to the water level, and through some calculations, then calculate the curvature of the Earth. Was that roughly trying to do?
Wasn't Jeremy helping?
That seems fair.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous anyway.
Oh, it seems totally fair. I agree. Totally fair.
Yeah, you know what? You know, I think I was actually disappointed about Jin with Tokyo or Japan in general. I was very disappointed with like that place you go to, like when you're waiting for your flight. I forgot the name. Like that.
Oh, you're talking about the departure lounge. Yeah.
Yeah, and bro, so I was in Japanese one of those, right? And they got this rice shit, and they got fucking like all this other like shit around the sides of it. And honestly, like that rice, it tastes like fucking throw up. It's like it tastes like rice that's been thrown up.
Dude, do you think maybe you can call it the BB, the Better Business Bureau?
It's called Konju or some shit like that.
Just interrupt the conversation.
Yeah, I
complain
think
about the rights at the airport, Japan, dude.
Yeah, you're not used to the flavors of Japan. That's what.
Nah, bro. It's like honestly, dude. Like I like the flavorings on the side of that shit, but like I was like, nah.
Can you remember
man.
what is
like,
it you actually
give me
had?
some burgers. Give me some fucking. I'm chilling here. Like I'm waiting for my fucking flight.
Yeah.
And
what
and
did
like
you
I
actually
thought the
have?
shit. It looks delicious, and you taste it. It tastes like. It's not even like porridge. Like porridge at least has flavor. This is like. It tastes like nothing.
What was it? I mean, don't you remember what you had? What did you pick
It's
up?
like that. It's that rice pudding, you know, and it's like just konju, like what they have for fucking breakfast, right?
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
And it tastes like shit. If you never had that shit,
I don't eat that stuff. That's not. I don't have that.
It's disgusting, isn't it?
No, I've never actually had it because I don't do that stuff. It's not what.
You know what I'm talking about? Breakfast for Japanese people is like
breakfast
rice porridge.
You've got corn soup usually. Corn soup. What they have any? They don't have.
Yeah, I was talking about like the rice porridge, and then they have like fucking like all this shit on the side. They got like fucking like
I've never
bacon,
known them
and
have
then they got like
rice porridge for breakfast.
Jin, this is a gentleman. The Rakia had brought something up about the measurement that Rumpus is doing, and that was appropriate for him to do because it was in response to us talking about that. When Branch brought up the rice at the Tokyo airport, and now you're responding to him back and forth about this bullshit. I think that's. I think that you are guilty by association right now, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
guilty.
But you know what, Kojo?
I'm guilty.
He is guilty, but if you just said, "Hey, Branch,"
I was on my way.
You didn't need to portray it that way, Kojo. You could just said, what, Branch? Let me chill for a second and let me ask about, and then you could ask about whatever the fuck you wanted.
You guys had finished by saying it was a fair
why are you gonna put next man down, Kojo?
You guys said it was fair, so I thought, well, fair enough.
Why you gonna? What I'm wondering is why Kojo's gonna put. I'm wondering why Coach is going to put our conversation down to start his
17
conversation.
Feet up.
I mean, what Coach wants to do is start a conversation about, I don't know, maybe about, I don't know, what the fuck Coach likes to talk about.
I don't think you need 17 feet to prove the Earth isn't curving.
No, and you know, if me and Jin were reminiscing
it's
about
not even
Japan,
anything of the Bedford level experiment, because you should be doing this at 6 miles. So do it. Use the technology and do it at the same height as Samuel Rowbottom. What's the problem with that? You know,
I think Kosho left.
Refraction.
Did
What
Kosho
rubbish
leave?
that is.
Did Kosho leave the room?
Whatever. That's bullshit anyway. I think it's crap.
It is.
17 feet up.
He's trying to say, Jin, would you rather talk about stupid shit than real talk that me and you actually saying?
I'll talk about real things, real issues. So what we're talking about is okay, and we can talk about the Samuel Rowbottom Bedford level experiment, which was a beautiful experiment. It does prove flat Earth. And I think the fact that Rumpus is not going to even go there and replicate the same thing, well, I mean, that's just wrong, I think.
Yeah, I think that there's value in the way Rumpus is doing it as well, though, just because
well, you need to do both.
Well, sure. Somebody else could do the other thing, or maybe Rumpus could do the other thing.
No, it's simple because he's got the equipment is there. You can do it just with the equipment. It begs to be done. You got the equipment there, so you can replicate roll.
I mean, there's no chance that phantom energy is culture, technology.
Right? See what results you get. Come on, man.
Hold on, phantom energy. Are you culture?
No, he's not.
You're not culture.
Sorry.
Anyway, if you click on my name, it tells you who I am, dude.
So you are Kosho.
Listen, Brent.
Hello, Kosho.
Yeah, hold on, Brent. Fuck's sake. No, but there's value in making a precise prediction beforehand, then basing that off the curvature of the Earth, and then measuring that. So I mean that would be there's value in doing it like that too. Yeah, measuring that.
That there might be some value in that. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, of course there would be some value, but you should really replicate.
So what's his tolerances? Do you know?
Back it up with your findings.
Sorry, Jin, you cut out. So that's why I spoke.
I'm not familiar. I know less than you guys do about his test, to be honest.
Okay. Well, he was talking about 17 feet over 6 miles. So what's that? That's about 24, 25 feet or something, isn't it? Curvature. Thereabouts.
Not really.
Not really?
No, because you got to decide on your elevation. I mean, if you were on the surface at 6 miles, then maybe yeah.
Okay. Well, it's 24 feet at from the surface of the water, from the surface of the Bedford River or whatever it is there.
Yeah, maybe. Let me think. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it is. It's 8 by 6 by 6. So that's 20.
Yeah, 36 times 8.
Yeah, 24 feet. Yeah, 24. No, it's 280. 288.
Yeah, 288.
Yeah, divided by 12 is 24. So 22. So 24 feet, and if he takes off 6 foot for the observer plus a little bit for the target, he's working out about 17 feet difference thereabouts. So what's
that doesn't work like that, though.
It doesn't work like that.
Well, it's not the way I do it. I don't think that works that way. But you got to first determine his. So I do it the other way around. Just determine his elevation, then where his horizon is, and then I do the drop from his horizon.
Yeah, but he's not.
I think
using the horizon. He ain't using the horizon.
Yeah, I know, but that equation works from if your eye level was at the surface, and your eye level is at the surface at the horizon, basically. Like that's where your eye level is going to intersect the surface. So, was 3 miles or something like that? Hold on. You're better at this math stuff than me, dude.
No. But anyway, he's predicting about 17 feet because I think that's the number that's been touted around. So
I think there'd be only. I think 6 feet sounds more correct.
Yeah, Bansor. I think that Rumpus is introducing more complications having that height. I think the closer he is to the canal, which is already giving you some level, the easier it's going to be to determine. When you're up in the air now, you know, the accuracies, there's room for error. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, but there's even more room for error because he's shooting over water as well.
Yeah, but you can choose.
I want to know
you
what
can choose to do it. You know what? If he did it in the winter, time, then there's less refraction going on. That's so that would be for me. That would be the best time to do it when it's cold, so that you have less time.
Do you mind if we get Koshaw's perspective on this? He's a very smart person.
I know, but that would be the best time. You see,
Kosho,
anyway.
What's your perspective on this, Kosho?
That would be the best time to do it, to conduct it.
I guess
less chance of refraction, you see.
Hold on. Phantom energy is Kosho, right?
That's right.
He can't be asking people to put on coats, Jin.
Yeah. I got that. But that would be the best time to do that. You know, really. When it's cold. The colder, the less chance of refraction.
So all he's doing is going to line up apparent positions of things.
Yeah, I just think there's room for error there. There's just too much room for error, and I'm not satisfied. I'm already not satisfied because of the 17 feet and the palaver you've got to go through to get everything leveled up. You know, it's just they're complicating a simple matter. But if that's what they want to do, good. The guys in that documentary I mentioned, they brought all the latest technology, and they measured from tower blocks over 1,030 miles. So and there was no curvature there. So I don't know what he's going to prove with his stupid little Samuel Rowbotham got it right, and these Brazilians got it right, proving and vindicating Samuel Rowbotham. So we just have to wait and see. But I'm already not satisfied.
I predict, Jin, it's going to be like the moon landing. It's never going to happen.
Yeah. That's
right. Are they launching a rocket to the moon like today, tomorrow?
Saturday. And it's not going to the moon, it's going around the moon.
Yeah. Have they launched it? Because they had to postpone it, didn't they? Have they relaunched it now?
No, Saturday, Jin. Saturday.
Sunday? Okay, good.
Saturday.
Yeah.
Saturday.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they had a crack in the liquid oxygen pipe. They had a crack in that, and it was leaking and that. Okay, well, I got that.
Apparently, they were vigorously working on it. And anyway, I happened to tune in 2 or 3 times, and I read an article that they were having a problem, and they were vigorously working on it.
Cracking. How was that?
How vigorously?
Wow.
When we did pipe fab, we pressure tested everything.
Yeah.
When you're hot micing, Rakia.
No, he's not hot micing, man.
What?
He's not hot micing.
Hey, Kosho.
Stop, guys.
Can you fix your name, please? I don't like seeing his phantom energy.
Okay, dude, stop for a second, Branch. The reason why it sounds like he's hot micing is because these guys, Jen and this other fella.
Well, yeah, but outside of that, fix your fucking name, bro.
Seriously, enough. Stop being disruptive.
It's annoying though when there's someone. I care. Like if I change my name to Hellboy all of a sudden, you guys fucking get on my dick about that.
Change your name, you got to keep your name kosher. What sort of name changing people are doing all over the place? No standards. That's what it means. They've got no standard, man. Can't even keep your name. What's going on?
Yeah, it's hard to have a coherent conversation on one topic right now.
Anyway, I tuned into the live footage. My wife and I were watching it, and I said they're vigorously working on it. And she looked at me and she goes, "But where?" I said they're vigorously working on it. That's what they've just said. She said, "I can't see anyone working on it." I said they're there. They're working on it vigorously. She goes, "Where?" I said, "You're not looking hard enough." So she actually gets up and moves closer to the screen. And look, I can't see anyone. Oh,
That's, you know what, bro? Now I know why you married the bitch.
Jesus
hey,
Christ.
oi, enough, Branch. Seriously.
Yeah, don't go there, Branch. Come on.
All right.
Okay, well, let's go to where Rakia was, because Rakia had said
There was a humor in that. I didn't mean
but no,
to
come.
be
You got to
a
draw the line. Don't make humor of people's wives.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Bansal got my humor in that.
No, not like that.
He didn't like. He disapproved of it immediately.
Well, I apologize. Some people get it. Some people don't.
Yeah, you don't take people's wives.
Yeah, I didn't mean it in a fucking bad way.
Let's try to interpret what Rakia was saying. He said, usually when they have some oil, or not some oil, some oxygen pipeline or something, that they usually pressure check it. Is that right? Is that what you said, Rakia?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, I heard something about pressure.
It sounded like that because these guys in the won't stop talking about fucking rice and other bullshit. But it sounded like he was saying that in response to the scrub of the lunch.
My bad. You don't want to make this a game, Kojo? It's very serious shit, isn't it? My bad. I didn't mean to fucking. I didn't mean to talk shit about very serious. I apologize. I understand now, Kojo. This is very important shit, and I should never have gone there. I'm very sorry.
Sorry, hold on. I'm talking sweat.
Let's play the game, Branch. How long can you go before you can click the push to talk button again?
Nidug, I still don't really have you classified. If I don't have you classified, bro. I'm not sure how to respond to you.
That was like 12 seconds, man.
Like, what I mean is, like, I'm not sure if you're smart enough to be a dumb fuck, or too smart to not be.
That was one of the most nonsensical things you said yet today, man. But it's hurting my head. Anyways, dude, it's like try to bring it back. God damn it.
So what was it with the rocket? Was it a fuel leak or something? Was it have a broken O-ring or something?
It was a crack in the liquid oxygen pipe that fed to the engine. That's what they were saying on the BBC. A crack, and then it started leaking. And, I mean, look, I'm surprised because they never had that problem with the Apollo missions, did they? I mean, what's going on? Why? Modern technology, 50 years later, there's still having these stupid problems. Crap, that should never happen. They should have fully tested.
This is the Artemis 1 mission, and they scrubbed it. The Apollo 1 mission, was not scrubbed. They attempted to launch it, and all the members in the Apollo 1 mission died.
Perhaps they were having problems in syncing everything up, Jin. The live footage, the CGI footage, like everything wasn't syncing up properly.
Yeah.
So they had to pull the pin.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be experts in it by now, but they still make those junior mistakes.
What they did, Kosho, they updated Windows 10 and they got a bug. So yeah,
should have been using Linux, I guess.
Probably.
Anyway, yeah, I thought it was a weather thing. I didn't realize it was a mechanical issue. It seems kind of troublesome. I think it's weird that they're doing this anyways because they've already hired SpaceX to make this rocket. Like SpaceX is already doing the same thing. I don't know why they're focused on doing it themselves.
You know what's crazy, dude? Is like the amount of money they pay SpaceX to do it.
It's significantly less than what they paid Lockheed Martin.
Cheaper than the Russians.
It's still a shit ton of money, bro. And we're talking about at least 40% higher than how much they're paying the workers.
Okay, so they paid Lockheed Martin a shit ton of money to make this rocket that is probably. I mean, it's probably going to perform better at this stage compared to the what is it called? The Sky? Is it called some Starlink? That's Starlink. Whatever the name of it.
It's pretty, I must say. Rocket is pretty.
Wait, which one? The Artemis one or the
Artemis? Yeah, it's a pretty looking.
Like I've done that in the past, right? Like I've worked for a big ass company that was paid a shit ton of money to do work, and we didn't necessarily want to do the work because it takes up all our developers, right? But if they're gonna fucking throw enough money at it, then no one's gonna say no, right? And a lot of those decisions come top down, way before like even my boss's boss's grade, you know. And at that point, I'm just saying, man, a lot of the time you just do work for the fucking sake of doing work.
Anyway, Lockheed Martin is they owe the Federal Reserve. They've owed the Federal Reserve money for a long time. In 1970, the 70s, Nixon had guaranteed those loans, through the taxpayer. So basically, we're on the hook for their debt.
You don't think Lockheed? I mean, we can consider Lockheed Martin as a private company, right? But in reality, it's run by military motherfuckers, right? And that is reality, bro. Like, there's no fucking you could call it a conspiracy if you want or not, but the fact that Lockheed Martin is run by the military isn't.
Not really run by the military, but I'd say our government they have government like I said, because our government has vested interest in them paying their debt.
So where does Lockheed Martin get money outside of the government?
No, I'm agreeing that the government
selling all its equipment, its planes, and they make planes, don't they? They make aircrafts, Lockheed.
Oh, and they're one of the biggest producers of airships as well, Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, they make guidance systems and targeting systems that go into almost every commercial airliner. I mean,
that's right.
Yeah, they don't exclusively contract through the military. They just don't.
They make satellites.
Lockheed Martin. You know what I mean? Yeah. Lockheed Martin is a subsidiary of our government. And if you guys don't think that, you guys are fucking retarded.
Well, I've just described how, in what way that would make sense. And like I said, that's why our government has.
It's a company that was made.
That's why they have
Lockheed Martin
motivation to assign contracts.
Who made Lockheed Martin? How was the company formed?
What's your infatuation with Lockheed Martin?
I'm just saying it's a subsidiary of the U.S. government. It is a private company. Don't get me wrong. As far as books go, what I'm saying though is Lockheed Martin is very much a government company.
But they're not. They just contract through the government. They're as much a government company as Microsoft is.
But like I said, other than the fact that, because I agree, they're not a government company.
Oh, I don't think so at all.
Our government
Microsoft. First of all, Microsoft has an Indian CEO, and therefore, like he won't let that shit happen.
I didn't hear what you said, but I mean, both companies are
No,
publicly traded.
what I said was Microsoft has an Indian CEO, and he wouldn't let that shit happen.
Microsoft has a what?
An Indian CEO.
Is that from India, as in India, near Pakistan, India, Asia?
What does that have to do with it?
Because an Indian CEO won't let that shit happen.
Oh, okay, sure. I mean, you could have said their CEO wears brown shoes on Thursday, so that's the reason why.
Does he wear brown shoes on Thursdays?
It's about as relevant as the reasoning you had behind them not being a government entity. I mean, if they're not a government entity because they're
You think Microsoft is a government entity?
They're not. What do you,
bro? I know they're not. You're the one that's trying to say they are.
No, I said there is much a government-run business as Lockheed Martin is, which is to say they're not.
Whoops.
But they do a lot of governmental contracts, though.
Yes, they've got a lot. Yeah, they've got a lot. They do get a lot.
Yeah.
Well, private companies are allowed to do that.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, but no, I mean they've been like that for years. They've been working with the government for years. All my 60 years of life, Lockheed have been there. So no,
There's
sorry.
nothing wrong with that. The government pays them a lot of money to do the things that they specifically do for their company. So it would be silly to not contract through the government.
Exactly. Yep. Then you can keep at arm's length from things, so you can keep yourself clean. Definitely.
Yeah, I guess if you want to frame it that way, you can. But just from a business standpoint, it doesn't make a lot of sense to not contract through the government when you specifically make things that the government wants.
I haven't framed it any particular way. I've just framed it the way that it is, actually.
Yeah, they work for the government.
Yeah. Then when something goes pear-shaped, well, it wasn't our fault. We had no idea.
And then the government gives them legal protection. Yes. All right. That's what they've been doing.
It's win-win. Win-win.
Yes.
Then what you can do, right, if you're in the government, right, and you're being helped those contracts, coincidentally, you may or may not, right, have a position, a financial position amongst that company where you'll win again. You know, see, yes, perhaps, who knows? But you know, that's okay because in the private sector, so it's okay. There's nothing suspicious about that whatsoever.
What are you lying about, Basil?
Everything.
Like you're insinuating something. I don't know what it is. You're making typical and normal business decisions sound like some kind of shady underbelly of something bigger.
There is a little bit of a convenient marriage there.
Yep. I'm not insinuating anything. I'm going to blatantly say that they're corrupt and they're running corrupt organisations. Blatantly. I'm not going to insinuate it. I'm going to just come out and say it.
Sure. Do you have evidence, or you just don't like them?
No, not when there's corruption amongst the politicians and private companies. No, I don't like it. 100%, I don't like it. Yeah.
Convenient.
Especially when they're lying about going to the moon.
Neither should you like it.
I mean, who the fuck should like that?
Exactly, Brad.
It's a convenient one where you can criticize companies and their infrastructure and yet have no evidence to support your criticism. That's cool.
Well, they never went to the moon. There you go.
Look, to say that there is no corruption between government and private entities, I think it's just being a little bit.
Yeah, but that's not what I said. I wasn't making blanket generalizations. Now was I?
Oh, I am.
But
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. Branch, before... Sorry, Branch, stop this. You're saying.
Yeah, buddy.
I can make a blanket generalization that people tend to lie, and then I can lump you in that category and dismiss what you're saying, because it sounds like you're lying.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. Governments lie and private organisations lie when they're in bed together. Definitely, they do.
Exactly. It's hard to jump off in an intelligent conversation when you're based on this that.
What are you suggesting that this doesn't happen at all on a fairly large scale?
Did I say that, or did I just say that making broad generalizations is fairly unproductive towards a conversation?
I'm not saying that you said it. I'm asking you, what do you think? Right?
I think that you don't have any evidence to support your notion that the government and Lockheed Martin are having some kind of illicit or shady dealing. Because you can point to any particular thing. You can just broadly generalize that, oh, governments are bad and they get in bed with...
Okay, you know what? Okay,
So
look.
do you think? Hold on, Branch. So do you think if I looked at all the board members throughout Lockheed Martin's existence, I wouldn't find that there has been one governmental person that's been on their boards or owned large holdings and stakes or anything like that? Do you think that I wouldn't find anything like that?
I think you could make that correlation. I think it would be a stretch for you to come to a conclusion that they're corrupt based off of that correlation. Just as much as I could say that I'm pretty sure you can find an adulterer on the board of some.
You know what, Nidhogg, let me turn this question onto you, Nidhogg.
Hold on.
I know, but I want to turn this onto Nidhogg.
Yeah, no, I don't want to. Let me turn it my way, and then you can turn it. So,
I want to know.
Branch, stop for a second, man. Because let Banso continue, but then I guess I'm going to say Banso before you let Branch.
Yeah. So, do you think I could or could not find any history of these same people that might have shareholdings or be on part of the board that perhaps have voted in regards to contracts that might be in a positive nature as well?
You won't. That's the problem, man. So you won't find that.
I'm pretty sure if you looked hard enough, you could find some piece of evidence somewhere.
What you're asking for, Banso, is shit you won't find.
Could be correlated.
What you will find.
Some nebulous.
What you will find is
funding. Hold on, Ned. Branch. Let Ned finish. You're talking all over the top of him. Go on, Ned.
My bad, Ned. Hey, Ned, my bad. I didn't mean to overtalk you, bro.
Why don't you go fuck off, man? How's that?
What percent?
Go, Ned. Finish what you were saying.
So you're making an argument that shitty people exist, basically, and that what if a shitty person exists in company A, and shitty person also exists in company B? There's a correlation. Therefore, the entire company is corrupt. I just think that's a leap.
No. Don't put words in my mouth. I never said the whole entire organisation were corrupt, but the people that make the decisions and the people that enable the decisions to go forward, yes, there is corruption within those ranks.
There's corruption and collaboration.
Branch, enough. All right? Enough, Branch. You're on mute. But the normal people that work in these companies need the people that make the engines or put the things, bits and bobs together, the people that write the programs and software and all that sort of stuff. No, I'm not saying that they're corrupt at all, but the people in power that make the decisions, right, at the higher levels of the boards, and also the people that vote in contracts to go through, 100% there is corruption amongst this, definitely, without a doubt.
Again, it's just a blanket generalization. You can apply that across the board to almost any organization. I feel like it's
where the government's involved. Not where the government's involved. I'll say this. I'd say that Lockheed has helped the government lie to the world that they can go to the moon because some of their technology was used.
Before you jump in with that, Jen.
Yeah, if you will. So that's why they get government contracts, because they've assisted and helps to facilitate that lie that America can go to the moon. Okay?
It's actually not why I did this, but I've already said this. This is why maybe you guys didn't hear me before, but this is a truth. That Lockheed Martin went belly up in the 70s through loans through the Federal Reserve, and then They refinanced those loans, and there was no. They were going to go bankrupt, and Nixon had guaranteed those loans, so they got a new loan from the Federal Reserve, guaranteed by the taxpayer, in order for them to stay in business. And when that happens, they basically put in, people in Lockheed Martin to make sure that the company doesn't make financial decisions that are going to be, detrimental. Like that's the only way you're going to make a guarantee like that is if you put it in insurance. Make sure that doesn't backfire. So
Kosho, here's another way of thinking about it, right? Like there's a reason why the US government likes to outsource to companies like Lockheed Martin, right? And it's because sometimes they don't want to know about what's going on. And sometimes they always want to know exactly what's going on. Right? But for you to think that Lockheed Martin is a purely public company, right? With knowing the close tie in its funding that it has from the United States government for almost everything it does. That's a little bit fucking naive, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Lockheed are well married to the government of the US, and if the US has helped them out and from bankruptcy or whatever going belly up, then no wonder they're getting all the contracts they get. Lockheed
Martin was
all these companies
pretty much created so that the US government didn't have to create weapons.
All part of that military industrial complex, They're all intertwined, they're all interlinked, they're married. So corruptions abound. And Bansal would be right there.
The United States created all the weapons. Then they could never sell them to other countries.
But they do. Britain does, Russia does, NATO does, they all do. They're all selling it.
There's a commercial side of weapon manufacturing, which is why it's always outside of the government.
Branch, what's the argument?
The argument is that,
I mean, what I'm trying to say is the reason why the United States asked Lockheed Martin to step in and make fucking weapons for them was so that Lockheed Martin could then go and sell them to other countries, because that's in benefit of the US. I don't know if you guys know this, man. Modern warfare is more about divide and conquer than it is to go fight.
Yeah, you're right, well done, Branch. That's right.
Tell us more, Armchair General.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't even think it's a divide and conquer. I think that's part of the narrative that we actually think that nations are at war against each other. So, I mean, I know that it's a TV. I know that it's a movie, and it was a book before that. But hold on, if you remember in The Princess Bride, Prince Humperdinck is going to kill Buttercup on the night of his wedding, and he's going to frame it on Gilder, right? He's going to create a false flag, right? So, the fact that if we understand that each country is a company and each company is interested in making as much money as possible, the CEOs aren't going to be the ones that are going to send the pencil pushers out into the field to shoot each other, right? They're going to sit back and make all the money while everybody below thinks that there's an actual war going on that is divide and conquer, like, oh, we have to protect the world from evil, blah, blah, blah. But we have to understand that these companies are simply orchestrating these coups and these takeovers together, and then they send everybody below them out to die for them while they make the profits. That's what it is. It's not divide and conquer.
No, that's just a smokescreen so that they can actually make their money, and that's how they make their money, because they're all making weapons to facilitate in a phony war that they create. Exactly what I'm talking about. That's why I'm not interested in the Russia and Ukrainian war, because that's just another smokescreen. But there you go.
I mean, the sad thing about it is that, you know, if you think about it, I don't know what the hell Taco Bell is doing. I don't know what McDonald's is doing. Like, they all make these decisions that are in the best interest of the company, and even more so in the best interest of the CEO, right? So it's just a matter of
best interest of shareholders and stakeholders. The CEO is an employee of the company. He has to make decisions that increase the share price and share value of that company. Otherwise, he's going to get fired, right?
Okay, yeah. Don't lose the forest for the trees. I'm just saying in general that whoever is the one who is in charge of the company ultimately is the one who is making the decisions for the good of the company itself, and that means that he doesn't give a shit who dies or how many.
Nah, bro, it's not even like that. Like,
yeah, but what is the general argument?
A lot of these big companies, they're actually owned. Initially they're traded on the stock market, right? And once they get traded by the stock market, usually the ownership of the company goes to the board. So even the CEO is essentially just
not ownership, control. See, the board just control. Yeah, you don't own it. But I want to understand.
Absolutely.
Are you guys saying we shouldn't have companies anymore? Because I know there are a few of you here in this VC that own your own companies. So
no, what I think is that companies are going to be our future, and I think that, give it about 50 years, when we're about on our deathbeds, the companies will have a lot more power than the governments do.
Pull up one company CEO that don't own stock in the company. Ownership is part of being CEO. They all own stock.
Like honestly, if you think about it, right? Let's say Google and Facebook decided to team up and buy an election. They totally could.
Yeah, again, we're missing we're getting sidetracked. My point is that understanding countries in the same way that we understand companies is, I think, the way that we need to shift the way that we understand what they're actually doing.
But what I'm trying to say is that, like, there used to be this enormous divide between the people and the government, and what these major corporations have done is that was never a fucking fact. Let's say 120 years ago, when the constitutions and shit were written. Nowadays, though, these major corporations, they employ the buku amount of fucking people in the United States. They are literally in the hands of the fucking the people that are running the shit. And if they wanted to buy an election, they could.
Okay, Nate, what were you asking about the company owners?
Yeah, like, is there a general argument going on, or everyone's just giving their different points and opinions on companies? Because it sounds like you guys are saying we should do away with them, but from my understanding, there are people in this VC right now that own their own companies. Like,
so I think that there's a distinction between an industrialized company and a mom and pop business. You know what I mean? So it's not that we're arguing against capitalism in terms of someone has the right to try to provide a product that they're going to, be able to earn a living off of. I mean, if you think back to pre-industrial revolution, most people, I would say, who were agrarian, right? They simply had to provide for themselves. Like, they didn't have to worry about growing enough crops to feed the entire city.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Did we have back in those days Walmart that can provide? And
that was the mom and pop feed store, right? That was the mom and pop hardware store or whatever. You would walk in and you've got dried goods on the But my point.
That's one of the sad things about corporate America, that we've lost that.
Well, that's my point. Okay, right. So there was a turn that happened where we became, or where the pitch for commercialism, so that Farmer John was tempted to make more money by acquiring more land. But then it's a catch-22, because then he has to worry about overhead cost. He has to worry about feeding more horses. He has to worry about all this stuff. And so they just create this machine of supply and demand. When if the guy was, hold on just real quick. So if it was just Farmer John worrying about putting food on his table, he would say, I don't need to make $1 million. I don't need that, right? But see, something happened in terms of commercialism and advertising, and you can now have this product that'll make it easier for you to do this. But if you buy this product, then you also have to buy these other products in order to maintain that. It just became this huge mess of, I think, what the corruption of commercialism and the Industrial Revolution is. So I'm not arguing, Nate, that we get rid of companies per se. I think that the mentality of supply and demand for making millions and millions of dollars is what we need to get rid of.
Yeah. That makes sense. What I was going to say is that there's another side of that, which has an enormous implication on the products that we get as consumers, and what that is like when you have these enormous companies that span across the United States. When they look for products to sell, right? They're not looking for the tastiest product or the most healthy product, or even, I don't know what we want, right? What they're looking for is something they can get to all their stores, and they want to provide. They can throw that shit out in masses to be able to provide to all their stores, and that's why the quality of goods that we consume in America has gone down, because today what we consume is what can be produced on that mass scale to be provided to these companies that are now the shelves or the advertising structure for these products. Like a lot of these products, they can only make it by getting on the shelves of Walmart, or fucking Target or some shit like that,
Well, I would say that Rakia would be one of the guys to talk to in this, because he's got his own small business, right? So there's a point at which Rakia says to himself, I'm not going to go any bigger. I don't need to do that to myself, right? I don't need to add. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you see,
this past 2 years, I've done that, if you don't mind. I could have gone into the commercial a lot bigger, but I would have had to invest more. I would have had to spend more time, more money, more contract based on this bullshit. So I didn't come on DC back then.
You know what, bro? I love that, man, because
no, it sucked.
No,
that showed control
what you just said. What I love is the fact that that you chose just to keep where you're at because you was fucking legit happy. And I think that's what people need to start doing more. Today, people want more and more. People don't understand their limits of happiness. Like, the greed has taken over.
You're missing the point.
No, that's totally the point, bro. Rakia could have gone harder. And he said, fuck no, I want to just chill.
No. A decision was kind of made because of his opinion, right? Because he holds a certain opinion, right? That could have potentially affected his work. So
hold the fuck up. He literally said,
Branch,
You
seriously.
literally said, my man.
Branch, I'm going to mute you and not unmute you. You've got to let people finish their point. I'm getting sick and tired of it. It's getting late here, and you're testing my patience. All right? He had to make a decision based on his opinion, not on his business acumen or anything like that. Because of the opinion he held, that could have been used against him in his professional life, and that is wrong. It wasn't a fact that if he was to make that decision, it was a financial decision or a quality time decision with his family, because he would have been away from his family more. It was purely based on the opinions that he held, that he thought differently, and if he expressed those, that could have affected his professional life, and that's wrong.
I'm not sure.
All right, Branch, this is your turn to.
No, I mean,
You know.
I don't even think that's in line with what I was trying to say about Rakia.
If I remember right, Rakia visited Jem's server a lot and doxed himself with the information he gave out, and then people threatened to tattle on him, as it were, that he's a flat earther. So it's not like he didn't. I mean, I'm not saying Rakia is to blame for other people's actions, but I mean, you got to be a little bit more careful with the information you put out on the internet.
Right. And Nate, by the way, if that was the case, you do know the person that would express it in the most unrecognizable way.
I personally believe you can, as long as your opinion doesn't like hurt other people, and you can believe that unicorns are on the world. It doesn't matter.
I do like to hurt people though.
It shouldn't affect your business decisions either. If Walt Disney literally believed that Mickey Mouse was real and he was just hallucinating, it doesn't matter. His company is separate from him. Rakia, if you wanted to expand your business,
you know what, man? I'll be honest with
in
you, bro. Like if Walt Disney believed that Mickey Mouse was real, and he made that.
Jesus Christ, man! This is why you get booted from every server, man. But anyway, so yeah. Anyways, Rocky, I feel for you. I understand the plight. I wish people didn't suck so much that you felt like your hand was forced into that. But just be careful. Be careful on the internet.
And I don't know if this is the truth or not, but I do remember he did. He said this, and it sounded bad. I have no reason to think it's a lie or something. But I remember him saying something like somebody had called up his church or something and talked to his pastor.
Yeah, he said something in Gems, I think. Oh, well, he's here. He can speak.
In Cleary's, we used to talk about with what's her name, the queen of the trolls, Agape. Yeah, Trish Blythe. Yeah, she used to give money to Cleary and pretend she was a flat earther as a troll. Gathered all the information about us, and then lo and behold, a lady with her accent called my church, and 3 of my contractors that I know about. That's the only 3 that told me that someone had called them and expressed that I was a flat earther. But the funny part is that they chose 2 of the contractors that were actually flat earthers also, and the other guy wasn't. Called my church and said that I was saying that the Bible was a flat earth book, and I was teaching people about the Bible, and my pastor was actually an assistant pastor. Said that he told that lady that anything Dave is pointing towards the Bible, telling people to go read the Bible, is fine with me. But anyway, to take that information and go on the internet, that's why we trolled. I think the opposite, right? I'm not ashamed of my name or to give out my information or where I live. I'm proud of who I am and where I live and what I do. I'm not. I don't want to be careful. If I have to live in the world where I have to be careful, then I'm gonna choose to go somewhere else. I don't. I've owned several houses. I've never had a house key. I don't lock my vehicles. I give to the poor. I do the opposite of what people think should be going on. I think that creates a better world. If everybody would just slow down, be kind, and help the ones that are in need, and have those people repay that or forward it, right? Don't give it back to you, but forward it to someone else. This world will be a different place. We wouldn't have to worry about being doxing. Wouldn't even be a thing. So I don't agree with all that. I'm me. You want to talk to me? Come on. Right here every day, never back down. I'm at work every day, enjoy what I do. I'm running a piece of equipment right now, love it. I sit on the board of 2 companies. I own 3 companies that I, personally, and then I sit on the boards of 2 more. They're all in construction, basically. I don't know what else to say. None of those people care that I'm a Christian or that I believe that water doesn't curve underneath my feet. They respect the fact that I'm an individual and that I'm truthful in my words and can be civil about things if they want to have a discussion. We have many groups here in town that are discussing this now, and it's awesome time. I mean, it's amazing. But of course, there's no, I'm just going to use Branch as an example because he's been interrupting a lot. There's none of that. We could just have a conversation and, say what we want to say. And most people that are in this argument have never gone out and tried to measure curved water or whatever. They just see the globe or have been taught by the powers that be with the educational services or authorities, whatever, and they see it on every commercial. You see it on every 18-wheeler as you pass them on the interstate. Most logos have the globe on it, and that's fine. But
global logistics.
Yeah, it seems like where people get it, they don't know anything about, the actual argument. And when you point it out to them that water would have to curve, most of them say that's impossible. Well, welcome to what we've been talking about for years. It's all about the baseline of water creating a horizontal, I think.
Where could I go to one of these meetings? I've never met a flat earther in real life, and I would love to.
Yeah, I would suggest get David Weiss's app and apply to it, become a blue dot, and you can click on anybody that's a blue dot in your area and tell them that exact statement. They'd be happy to have you meet with them. In my area, within like a 10 square mile, there's 50 of us. There's like 75,000 on his app now across the country or all the world.
Yeah.
I think it's everything, and you can sign up for that. It's free. Or I think it's $3 a year or something.
I don't think most of those people are flat earthers, including when last time I looked at it, there was 13 in Antarctica, and I'm pretty sure they're not flat earth.
Yeah, well, that's not what I said. I said apply to the app and contact the people in your local area, and then you can decide if they're flat earthers or not. I mean, I'm not a flat earther, and I'm on the group, so you're probably right.
Right. So where can I go to meet all these flat earthers in real life? Because I've never met one. I would like to.
Let me repeat it. Get David Weiss's app. Find the flat earthers that are in your area and talk to them.
But like you said,
oh my God,
you're on the app and
you're
not a flat earther.
Yeah,
why
doesn't mean there's not other flat earthers on the app there, brother. You think? There's 75,000 people on the app. I'm sure there's some flat earthers that you can find. I'm sure there's some Globers on the app that you could talk to in your area. That's what I believe.
Is there 75,000 blue dots for real though, or is it just 75,000 members?
Who the fuck cares? Either do it or
like
don't.
200. He has like hundreds of thousands of people, but only 75 have become blue dots, as far as I know.
Oh wow, 75,000, or is it 75 or 75,000?
75,000. I'll check right now.
Yeah.
I mean, in my area, they have different colored dots for new people, and in my area, there's like 4 new people. Here, hang on, I'll send you a picture.
There's a toggle on the app that you can get a chime for every time someone joins, and it's almost like, I would say, like 20 people, within a half an hour.
72,000 right now. It was 40,000 like a year ago.
And these
are people that are willing to put their location on a map.
Holy fuck!
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I knew he had that feature. I didn't know that there's that many people who had.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that you can click on your area and send out a message. Hey, this is Rakia. We're going out to eat here. If y'all want to join us, it's on me. and just get together with whoever they may be. I mean, some of them aren't, you know, they're just on the app because they're interested in the topic. They're not flat earthers, but they're still cool people to talk to.
Yeah. In your estimation, this obviously would just be an opinionated estimate or whatever, but I'm curious, what percentage of, because obviously it can't be 100% authentic flat earthers. I'm wondering like how many of those are, you know, people who are interested in where flat earthers live, but not a flat earther themselves. You know what I mean? I'm wondering what that ratio is between actual flat earthers.
There's no way to find that out, man.
Yeah, people don't post their real address; they just post their like general location.
Yeah, right.
So, Rikia, does on the app, does it give you the facility to privately DM people and say, "Hey, I'm in your area"?
Yeah, You got to pay $11 a year to get a response, but you can send out a message for free.
Nice.
Oh, it's pretty cool. The app itself is amazing. Like not just this part, but like the weather. I use it for a lot of things. It gives out all the phases and current events, and then he has a bunch of videos that he's archived that are cataloged. Like if you want to know about eclipse or, you know, boats going over the curve or whatever your topic is, you can go to that particular topic and it'll have however many videos listed that you can't really find on the internet anymore. And that's a quick and easy way to, you know, if you're interested in that portion, to go just study that portion.
Mm-hmm. So, and with the app, can you search country by country? See how many people are in a particular country?
Yeah, you can go into whatever region you want. Like he said, there's people, I don't know, he said 12 in Antarctica. He seems to know more about the app than I do, but he was asking me where he could go. But he said 12. But in Hawaii, like I'll go to Hawaii right now because my son just got back. He was in Hawaii and the main island of Honolulu and Kauai, and he met a flat earther over there. Here, I'll send you a picture of the Hawaiian Islands.
Can you like input any location, or is it use like your actual like GPS or something?
No, you can put it in a general area or mark it over here, or you can tag it to follow you wherever you're at.
Cause yeah, that's 12 people in Antarctica. I'm like, what the fuck? There's really,
I think there's 2 dots over there, but you know, there could be people just put, you know, like jokers like whoever, Rufus or whatever, you know. Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. Just buying a dot and putting it on Antarctica or whatever. It's funny that we came up with the same name right at the same time.
Did you guys both say Rufus?
Yeah.
No, but yeah, but I imagine though, out of those 72,000 people, probably a good chunk of them are authentic flat earthers. I was just curious whenever you guys thought, because I'm not familiar with the app at all. I mean, it's the same app as the Sun and Moon. Whatever it's called, Sun and Moon app.
Yeah, Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, Zodiac Clock. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I had the app on my old phone. I think I paid $3. $3. But there's a fee, so you have to buy the app, and then there's a thing in it, like an in-app purchase to get that functionality, like you said.
Yeah, it's like a yearly subscription. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble for saying this, but well, I used to be proud that there's no Jewish flat earthers. I used to be proud of that, but I always forgot about David Weiss, and it is funny though that he is pretty good at making a buck out of this. He's doing it the smart way, That's actually if that many people
How would
using
you
that app.
even know? How would you even know that there are no Jewish flat earthers?
I'm just saying from my observation. It's a joke, you know what I mean? Although
whatever, dude.
In my observation, I've met one other Jew flat earther, but regardless, that's a fairly successful app, especially reoccurring subscription fees and all that stuff. Genius. I mean, I'm about to subscribe to it.
Damn, it's $5 here in Australia. What the hell?
Is that expensive?
Yeah, any app that free is expensive.
Nah, it's not expensive. It's more expensive than $3, but we've got the exchange rate and all that sort of stuff.
But I almost don't like, unless it's like a really useful tool or something I really want. If an app costs money, I don't even bother with it.
Yeah, I don't use it at all for anything really.
It's got one of the best weather apps. That if you got it as an app individually is more expensive than the whole Sun, Moon, and Clock app. So it pays for itself just in that. I mean, the weather app alone is good, but I use it for a lot of other things. I like that friend finder dots, and I like seeing. I mean, it's pretty cool talking to people and in your area that are having a different opinion or the same opinion as you. Just knowing they're in your neighborhood, and a lot of the times, I'll be at a poker game or a party or whatever. And they're like, "Oh, flat earth, this flat." I was like, "Oh, you probably have neighbors that are flat earth." No way. And I'll pull up that out, and it's, yeah, this guy lives right here, 1 mile away. That's pretty fun.
I wonder, is there sort of like a forum or like a community sort of thing? Like, I know you can message people and like you can click on them and stuff, but I wonder, is it like a community chat or something like that in that app? Like a sort of a public feed or something like that. Like people could kind of message publicly. That you guys know of?
You mean like something like Discord, or on the Sun and Moon app itself, like a community chat?
Yeah, right. Like in the app, like if there's like, other than just DMing people, is there some sort of like community?
If there is, I haven't seen it. No.
I mean, if I were him, I would that'd be easy to implement, and you'd probably get even more. I'm sure that thing makes him a lot of money.
Costs him a lot of money too.
I don't imagine that they cost him anywhere near what he's getting for it.
Oh, well, good luck to him if he is making money. Good luck to him. But he does spend a bit of money on it too.
Definitely a smart move, like this subscription based. If there's 72,000 people, I don't know how much it costs to be in the Blue Dot thing, but I assume a lot of those people have the $11 a year subscription.
I don't think it costs anything to be a Blue Dot. Just the $3 purchase of the app, or $5 if you're getting screwed in Australia or whatever. But to message out is included in that too. But to receive back a DM, like to communicate, I think you have to subscribe for the $11 a year or whatever it is. It's really small.
Okay.
To my knowledge,
it's not a huge amount of money really. At the end of the day, even $11. There's a couple of cups of coffee.
What? Oh yeah, if you pay that, if you're paying it, I'd love to. But if you're receiving that, that's, if all 72,000 of those people were subscribed to that, not that they are, but that's $750,000.
Yeah. Subtract all the money it costs to run it.
Nothing.
Of course it does. He had to get app builders in. He's uploading stuff all the time on it. Of course it's costing you.
Okay. All right. What does it cost to upload stuff? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you have to have a huge server and maintenance on that. And he has, he says he's invested a couple $100,000, and then every time he upstates stuff, it costs him a lot of money. But yeah, surely he's making money, or he wouldn't be doing it. I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier. But he took the risk, right? He came up with the idea, or got the idea from someone else and ran with it, however it may be. Invested his own money or borrowed, and that's what it's all about, right? So if he's reaping the rewards for it, awesome. And I enjoy it. I think it's a great product. Like, not even as a like I'll just say that I think it's a great product. It's way better than some of the other trash that's out there that you pay way more for.
I mean, to be honest, you guys make a good endorsement for it.
Like you said, Rucky, it's the best weather app you've ever come across. So, you'd be right into your weather apps and whatnot with all the boating you do. So, that's a pretty big statement to make there.
I mean, I've knocked on the app before in the past for other reasons, but yeah, I'm definitely not against because this is not the first time I've heard people talk about it in this positive kind of way. I mean, it does seem like it. It seems like people are paying for it for a reason. You know what I mean? Like not just because a flat earther made it or something, but there's actually some value.
In other news, I came across a video by Red's Rhetoric that I put up earlier that Gio and I were talking about, but a lot of you weren't here. So I just put it in the live stream chat. The Tampa Bay blink test.
The blink test.
Yeah. So it's pretty insane. It's pretty insanely crazy stupid. 2 timestamps. You should just really go to the second one. Go to 226. And he has a picture that he took that's highly refracted. Just a whole lot of distortion and activity in the air. Okay, everything's just blurry, distorted. And then he puts up the cityscape to show you what you should see. And when you look at how so a blink test, right? You have to line up the targets. So he lines up the top of the 2 tallest buildings. And when he does that, the landscape is below the horizon. Between the 2 buildings is a smaller building that in the blink test is below the horizon. But in the picture that he took, the building is right there visible above the curve. And then he shows you the blink test and the building is supposed to disappear below the curve. It's absolutely insane.
Can you repeat that again? I'm looking at it now, and I get what you're talking about, but yeah, I don't understand what.
Just slide your toggle back and forth between his blink test. He'll show you the image that he took. There's a small building between the 2 large buildings. You can clearly see it.
I noticed that as well. Yeah, okay. I was thinking the same thing. Okay.
Yeah, and then he shows you the blink test, and that building is supposed to be below the curve, and it's not. So it's like, what the fuck are you showing this for? What are you trying to prove here? That there's no curvature? Okay, thanks.
Hold on. So you're talking about in the actual picture, in the picture of them not distorted?
Okay, are you just go to like minute 226, right?
Yeah, but this is the part I don't get though. In the blink test, in the one where it's distorted, I don't even see those I don't see that building in the normal. I don't understand what building that is actually.
Okay, I'm at minute mark 226. Okay, so he shows you a stock photo of Tampa Bay. Okay, you have the 2 large buildings, and then you have a small, short, white building between them. And then he's got the horizon line above that shorter building. So that shorter building shouldn't be seen at all. And then when you push play and he brings in the image that he took, that building is above the horizon.
Right. You know what? I'm trying to make sense. I don't know if this is the truth or not, but there's like a restaurant or something weird on the shore, but it's no way. It seems like way bigger in that distorted image. It seems like it's a regular sized building, but it looks like it's the same design at least. I don't know if maybe that's that building that's being shown.
So at 2 minutes and 1 second, he puts up a horizon line on his image.
Yeah.
And then he puts the top of the towers. And then he does the blink. The top of the towers stay at the top. And then the building that was above the horizon in his photo drops below the horizon in the stock footage. It's insane. I don't get it. I do not get how.
I'm looking right at it. It's a different angle. That building is now behind the other building.
It's not.
Absolutely, it is. Look at it. Now the other picture, the first picture is to the left. The other picture is to the right. The one where you can see the building.
There's this. Okay, look. There's this.
Right.
Yeah, there's a slight. Yes, there is a slight parallax, but that's lateral.
Slight. It's huge. It's not slight. It's a whole building of parallax. This is not the same location. It's not shot from the same location, dude.
Okay, you've got the two. You've got the two buildings. I'm on 157.
It is what it is.
Now.
I'm looking at what I know I'm looking at, dude. The dude is
good for you.
Different location.
That doesn't change. That's a lateral change. That's not a vertical change. You still have the space between the two buildings.
No, the fact that it's from a different location means that we don't know where it is. It could be in a boat. It could be up close. It could be further away.
Okay, listen to me again. When he shows you this, when he shows you the stock image, the two tall buildings are right there, and then there are
listen to me again. The building that is now visible, it's visible because we are now sidestepped to the right.
You can't sidestep curvature, dude.
Well,
no,
yeah,
I don't get. See the building and the second time is because it's not hidden behind the other building.
Oh my god, dude. Just waiting for
you can actually see it tucked behind the other building a little bit if you just look a little closer.
I know what you're talking about. Okay, look. So now I'm at 2 minutes and 7 seconds. If anybody has this pulled up, okay, I'm looking at 2 minutes and 7 seconds. This is the stock image that he provides. Okay, so the large, I would say, condominium tower, the white one. Okay. To about 2/3 down, there's a black building behind it, right? See what I'm talking about?
I see it, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so there's a black building behind it, and then below that one, there is a cream-colored building that's even shorter, okay? So between these two buildings, the two tall buildings, are two shorter buildings. One is black, one is cream-colored or whatever. Now, in his footage that he took, he is farther to the left so that the black building is behind the tall condominium one, but that shorter building is still between the two buildings.
I think that the shorter one is not in that image, actually. That's what I'm saying. I think that Grim might be on to something when he's saying that the different vantage point. I think that vantage point is allowing that small building that I'm talking about in the stock footage, in the stock image. There's a very small building in front of all of them. It looks like I don't know, it could be a restaurant or something like that. I think that that's that building that's being I don't know how it's made that big, but the style and everything seems to be the same. So like it's the same roofing and that kind of thing. You see what building I'm talking about in the very front of it's like right on the shore.
What timestamp are you at?
The 2071. Whichever one has the stock footage, the stock image.
Okay, and what are you talking about? So we see horizon, we see top of the towers, all right? So where in relationship to the word horizon is a building you want me to look at?
Hold on. Okay, yeah. Far below it. It's like literally on the, like, you can see like there's a shore. Looks like there's a boat also on the
Yeah,
shore.
I can see trees. Right, I can see trees. I can see
Right.
the shoreline. Yeah.
There's a small building right there with a red roof.
Yeah. So
I think that's the building that's appears to be in between those other two buildings, because it appears to have the same style, color, same color roof.
then what you're saying is he's taking a photo from a lower vantage point, because that would have to then raise that red roof building that's in the trees up. Look, you both you and Grim are grasping at straws right now. Okay, it's very clear, right, that even you've got 3 tall buildings. 1, 2, 3. There is clearly at 206 a small white building between that condominium and then whatever that other building is with the A-frame roof, right? You can clearly see that that's the A-frame roof glass building, and then there's a condominium. Clearly see that that's what they are. And then in between them is a white building. Now, if you're saying, Kosho, that you think that white building is actually lower in the stock, then you're actually proving our point even more, because that's raising the curve up. It's not disappearing behind the curve, it's still visible. So it's not behind a curve.
Wait, I don't understand. What's behind the curve in that example?
Never mind. I'm not going to be able to explain it to you, because you can clearly see that when he does the blink test, there's a small white building in between the 2 larger ones. Clearly see it. And then when he shows the stock image, there's only one other building that it could be, and it's right there in between them still. It's just that he's manipulated the buildings, lining them up, thinking that blink tests will work when refraction is at play. It's absurd.
Well, you do know that he does show about where he was.
It doesn't matter that he shows. It doesn't matter where he shows where he was. You know, we're talking about.
I'm talking about elevation.
I would say that he's pretty low down to the ground.
The last thing I'll say, this, because I said I know it's weird that building would be the one that's appears to be large in the image, but also in his image there's a boat that's about the same size too. So, you know, for there to be a boat that looks that big, it would seem that the things on the shore are actually being magnified in some kind of way, at least in comparison to the stock.
The only thing that I don't get is, now that I'm looking at it, is that the very far left building is dark, like almost black. But then in the photo that Reds took, it's not black. Really weird.
Maybe they painted it before they built the other building. Just kidding.
Yeah, it is weird, but I also don't know much else about. You know.
Are we sure that's not the white tipped building right there on the right? You can't see the top of it because of maybe the something with the color of the camera. You know how sometimes some things look like a sky when they're actually things because of the way the camera can't delineate or whatever.
Which building are you talking about?
you know, and colors are just too close to certain keys or whatever, they won't show up properly.
Oh, so you're saying that could be the white building,
I
like
don't
the
know.
one
I'm
that
not
looks.
really looking at the image. It just from my mind's eye, from what I looked at earlier, it could be. I don't know. I didn't really count the windows.
I mean, I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't. I couldn't tell you one way or
You
the other.
can't even fit in the same landscape from the stock footage. The stock footage has less in
Well,
the
yeah, it's
field of
clearly turned
view.
to. Yeah, it's clearly turned off to the side, so we were actually getting a view of, you know, a different angle view too.
Yeah, but he
So
lines up
different.
the one condominium precisely, right? So then that's what's screwing
So
up
he
some of the
centered the one
orientation.
condominium, but he didn't, right? But it doesn't make all the other pieces come into play. That's clearly why you can see one building tucked behind the building in one image, and then the other one is all the way outside of not tucked behind the building in the other. That's a side to side situation. That's clearly standing at a different angle.
Oh yeah, look at the building that's behind the tall one with the. I don't know how to say it, the one with the glass roof, or the one you were talking about with the one on the
Yeah, he's
right.
like 3
The
city
building
blocks to the
behind.
left.
Yeah, there's a building right behind it in the stock image, but in his image, the building's like next to it. You said to the left. I think he's some distance to the right.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I
Other
see.
side, yeah.
It's not that significant because I can see what you're talking about, Coach. You can see it in the stock image, the A-frame glass building, and then to the very right, there's a lower building behind it, and it's still there in his photo. It's just a little bit shifted. It's not crazy. It's not crazy parallax. But my point is, again, you've got these two buildings with another building in between, and it's just absurd that he puts the horizon above that building when he does the blink test.
I don't even like Red's rhetoric. I'm sorry, man, but I hope this evidence is bad evidence. Well, the guy's a fucking liar, man. They had me on, and they were. I was talking about sodium bicarbonate as a potential treatment for some cancers, and I was given like studies from the mice models, how they did the xenografted, you know, breast cancers on mice, and how they orally gave them sodium bicarbonate to, and what it showed in the study was that it decreased or inhibited growth and spontaneous metastasis of those cells, those cancerous cells, and that there was a study done on humans, and I was just trying to talk about it. Like, I wanted to know the results from the study that was done on humans, because I mean, it was 5 years ago, and the study was out for 2 years already, and I was like, they didn't publish the results, and it's a publicly funded study, so I'm confused. And so I was looking around and blah blah blah. But anyway, so they had me on, and they were like, "Okay, here's the guy that says baking soda cures cancer." You know what I mean? And they just tried to straw man me into this bullshit fucking arena, and I was like, guys, that's not what I'm saying. But I was muted every single time. I said, why do you keep straw manning me? You know what I mean? And it was like a super fucking bullshit game. I don't like those liars, man.
Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, it's not like you're the only one saying it either. There's tons of other research out there.
Well, I know, and I wasn't even saying that it cures cancer. See, that's the ha ha ha. Because I know you don't cure cancer. I mean, you put it in remission. You have the potential to get cancer again at any moment. It's not cured. It's like saying I've cured death because I, didn't die this time when I did something. You don't cure it. So I know better than to ever say that.
Yeah, it's almost like having conversations about the nature of the heart where you've got a lot of doctors is saying the heart's not a pump, right? And there's a book out that you might be interested, Grim, if you enjoy this kind of research. Cancer is not a disease, and the basic premise of the book is simply that cancer is a normal function of the body. It's just that your it's just that if your toxicity level is such that your body's not able to get rid of what it's supposed to, then you're going to get sludge built up, which is what we're calling cancer, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, those little nuances, right? We're told cancer's a disease, the most, this disease, but when you've got somebody who's got the research in and he's like, look, it's not a disease, right?
Can I go over something on the optic before we get into the medical stuff? Like switch.
Yeah.
Sure. Grim, you care if you and I go over something one-on-one, like where other people can just hear what we're saying?
Yeah, let's
like
go.
not that we're okay, cool. So we have. I'm going to set up a scenario. We have a plane a mile long. There's no elevation change. There's no curve. There's no nothing. And we have posts that are 10 foot tall. The top is red and the bottom is yellow, 5 foot each. Right? With me so far? We're going to put all the yellow portions of the posts towards the ground. And we're going to space them out evenly over that mile. We're going to have an observer at the height where the color changes, so 5 foot. With each other so far? Pretty easy.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking down that mile corridor of those posts,
like down the train track.
Yeah, so we see the first one. It's 50 feet away or whatever it is, and we can see both colors. We can see where it's driven into the ground and the rough part of the ground where the stakes, the dirt ruffled up and all that. So we can see that. But as it gets further, you would agree that angle that we're looking at would get less, right? Your angle would change as you're looking into the distance.
Absolutely.
Is that correct? Okay, so would you also agree due to that angle change?
Right?
Yeah, due to that angle change and due to distance, those posts are appearing to get lower and smaller into the distance, correct?
That's right.
Would you think the red part above and the yellow part below would change size, like they would appear shorter, or you would still be able to see 5 foot of each?
Well, the red light, right, is less energized than the yellow light. So, I mean, once they start getting to...
I understand what you're saying, but leave that part out. We're just deciphering the 5 foot with color. So just leave.
All right. Okay. Yeah, it would seem like they might turn into an orange light at the end, right? Kind of meld together.
Okay, I agree with that. But would you be able to see 5 foot of the bottom all the way down, or would that bottom 5 foot of the yellow start to appear to get shorter and shorter?
The whole thing would get smaller.
Okay, well, I agree with that too. Now, the 5 foot in your eye line would represent, a scale, right? Like it would look like 5 foot. Would the yellow part at the end look the same distance, do you think?
That's a good question. I'm really not sure. It should. We're on a flat plane, right?
Yep.
I would say it should, but I mean I can't be sure. I'm not one of those,
Okay, so fair enough. Hypothetically, it doesn't. Like I'm gonna call it bottom up. It's disappearing. It's being obstructed. We're losing the information. However you want to put it, of the yellow line, the 5 foot yellow line, the bottom of it, you can't see the dirt. You can't see the yellow line anymore. It's kind of merged together, and you're missing a portion of that 5 foot for whatever reason, and it's not physical, right? It can't because it's a plane. Would you agree that can happen?
I'm not sure, but I mean, for the sake of moving forward, yeah.
Okay, so let's take it step by step. So we agree that it could happen. So let's try and figure out why. I say perspective plays a part. So as that angle changes, you're getting down to the limits of the human eye, right? So that's why it's getting smaller, it's getting blurry, and you're losing because the angle at the bottom, where it hits the ground, is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, you're going to lose that first. Wouldn't you agree?
Definitely, yeah.
Well, there you go. You have information loss due to just perspective because of the angle. It can actually get to a point where it's below the resolution of your eye, 0.0 whatever it is, blah, blah, blah. You make up the number. Once it goes below that, you're going to lose that information just because of the resolution. So that's going to be obstruction bottom up. Now let's move on from perspective and how our eyes lose resolution due to the angle, which is perspective. But let's add in, you have that more dense layer at ground level. Agree with that?
The only problem I'm having is if that was true, I wouldn't be able to see things past the horizon either.
Okay, well we'll maybe go there later, but let's stick to the scenario that we do have. We're 5 foot, so there is no horizon within that mile. You can see that mile, but we're losing information. I think it's due to perspective. I think we both kind of agreed that makes a little sense. Now, the more dense layer, you're looking down towards the ground, so at some point you are looking through a denser layer. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the layer that you're looking through is more dense, would that cause any, for you to lose information, knowing what you know about it?
Absolutely.
So we have 2 things, I think, actually 3, right? Resolution, perspective, and density, like, a more dense medium that we're looking through at that angle, causing you to lose information of the bottom portion of the yellow stake over that mile of a flat plane. Would you agree that that's a fair conclusion?
Well, I mean, for the sake of, our
right, a conclusion of what we talked about. You think that's fair?
I don't see anything unfair about it. We'd have to test all of that, though.
Yep. You think it's testable?
Yeah.
There you go. Bottom up obstruction, folks. Thanks.
Of course.
I'm not saying you agreed with it. I'm just saying you went through the scenario.
All right, I know. Cool. I mean, dude, that's what I'm here for, dude. I mean, I support things that seem likely or plausible, and I smack things around that don't.
Hey, I don't plan to have a follow-up or response to this question, or to the response to this question, but I was listening very intently on what you were talking with the Grim with. The one thing I did hear, the one thing I didn't hear was what were the causes again for the differences in what you can see versus the bottom?
Well, the loss of information, the angle. If the angle gets smaller, you lose more information, and then the smaller the angle, the less, like down to the microns. As far as relativity goes, you're not going to be able to. Your eye can't, resolve the small angles like that. So there's a lot of information that it's not so much lost as it is smashed together. So you're not able to delineate or figure out what that information is. And so it looks like, the end of the information to you, or white noise, or horizon. You know what I mean? Something to that effect.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Here we go, Kosho. Are you done, Rakia? You ready, Kosho? You ready for this shit?
What's up?
Hold on a second. What up, Grim? Hold on. I got a DM from Rumpus.
How does he rumpus us in the middle of our conversation? He's not even here.
No, are you guys done? Are you guys done?
Go.
Here we go. You can get some concept of what is going on by applying Snell's law. He's talking about atmosphere. refraction atmosphere. You can get some concept of what's going on by applying Snell's law and so realize the direction light bends, but you can't get quantified results that would be of any useful accuracy. So
we'll take his word for it then.
well, I'm just saying there's a lot of motherfuckers out here that are saying you can use Snell's law.
Well, you understand that
But it's not going to be of any useful accuracy. What good is applying a law if it's not going to be of any useful accuracy?
And is it a law or is it just a suggestion at that point?
Worthless. Yeah, it's not. I mean, you can't do it. That's why Rumpus says you can't do it. He told us yesterday you can't do it. I asked him in the middle of him, he was battling Witsit, and I stopped everything to ask him.
No, I was there. I was making comments in the chat about it.
Good question.
Saying how much you wanted to see Rumpus and Roof go at it. Because you're fucking weird.
Ruhif's got me muted here, all right? That's fucking stupid, dude. What a, I don't want to call names, but what a bitch boy.
Okay, well, it sounds like you do want to call names. And
I don't want to call names, but he made me.
He doesn't want to, but he was driven to it.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I will respond.
Well, it's kind of like how a sunflower, he doesn't want to, but it has to face the sun, you know?
You made me do this. It's your fault.
No, but yeah, to respond to what you said, though. Okay, right. First of all, it's clearly understood how the atmosphere is different than the two mediums that Snell's law is referring to. So you wouldn't use Snell's law on its own in the first place, which is what I've said to you plenty of times.
What do you put? Let me ask. What do you put for?
Use a differential form of Snell's law.
That's Fermat's principle.
So that's not Snell's law. It's something else different.
No,
Fermat's principle.
Well, no, but yeah, you could use either one of those, and then use the differential form, and then you would get something more closely estimating what the atmosphere is.
So what do you put for N1? You just make up a number?
Do you understand that it's not?
Ruhif made up a number last night.
Yeah, you're not using Snell's law on its own anymore, dude.
Yeah, so something else, not Snell's law, something else other than Snell's law.
The differential form of Snell's law.
Which would be something different than Snell's law.
No, well, in a way, but not necessarily. Like a differential form of Snell's law. It's just a shortcut.
Okay, is it the same? Snell's law has you use that formula or something different?
You make a lot of things.
It's definitely different. It's literally
gonna be different, right?
Defined as a differential. But I mean,
so it's gonna be different, right, Graham?
Yeah, I mean technically, yeah.
Yeah, so not Snell's law, something different. All right.
Yeah, you don't calculate. If you want to take the area underneath a curve, for example, you use not the same formula as the formula for area, because if you do that, you're going to get a very incorrect answer. What you do is you take the differential form of that, which acts as if there's infinite rectangles underneath the fucking curve, and in doing that, you get the correct answer for the area underneath the curve of that thing. It's just a differential form of the same law. Now, it's not going to look the same, but it's using that law and then taking the differential of it. So you can actually
it's kind of like using division instead of subtraction when you want to get it done quickly. You know what I mean? Instead of subtracting 9 so many times, you just divide 9 by a certain amount. You know what I mean? You get there quicker, and then you can recheck your work by actually adding them back together.
I mean, it turns out that that's the only way, and doing that is the only way to get the correct answer in those types of questions. And like the type of questions where you're describing, area underneath the curve, for example. I understand why you're doing this, but you're not going to find division between the two of them because they're not saying two different things.
Right.
You know,
Well, I mean, Snell's law is worthless if it comes to any kind of accuracy on which way the light's spinning and how the light's spinning.
you wouldn't even, there would be no, you wouldn't be able to just use Snell's law on the regular Snell's law.
I know. That's my argument. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. No one is doing that.
We're not looking through a bubble.
Ruhif is saying you can use Snell's law.
Because you are using Snell's, Jesus Christ. It's like,
show me the formula. Show me the math with the formula with Snell's.
So let's try this, Jeremy. Is ice, water, and steam all forms of water? Similarly,
they're all forms of H2O.
Okay, we'll go with that. So similarly, Snell's law, the standard form, and the differential form are both forms of Snell's law.
That's a false equivalency.
Okay.
I'm playing. I'm just trying to make shit hard on you. I'm just kidding, dude. Just keep going.
I mean, that's, yes.
It could be technically, but it's not really for the sake of it.
That's a typical reaction, yes.
I know. That's why I did it. Go ahead. Sorry for derailing. Look, I'm on some new coffee, man, and it's a little jacking me up, so I apologize. Go ahead.
I was done. I have nothing left to say.
It's a solid argument. Does anybody want to respond to that?
I want to say that because I've been through this before, the thing I posted, I'm going through it again, and it's fairly comprehensive. If you really have an argument if they're using Snell's law or not, because in order to obtain the differential form of Snell's law, you have to first start with Snell's law. So, this gives you a perfect example of how it's used.
It reminds me of the the horizon antecedent, right? Without the horizon, you wouldn't have the apparent horizon. So I mean, without the Snell's law, you wouldn't have the derivative or the differential of Snell's law.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And I think this is the difference between what Rumpus and Griffith are saying, because Rumpus, maybe he's just being very specific when he's saying you don't use Snell's law, and he's right. You don't use that formula for Snell's law, but the differential form of Snell's law, and it uses Snell's law. So.
Are you still here, Jeremy?
Does standard refraction give us the amount of light bending over a plane or over a curved surface?
They actually assume a curve.
Why is Rumpus scared to say that?
I think because they're team minded and it's more about winning than it is about getting to the truth. So they can't give you graciousness or any, I just don't see them granting you anything in an argument or conversation.
It's a fair answer. Because over a flat plane, if you use its standard refraction, distance would be a huge factor, right? Because you're looking through more and more atmosphere, so the light would bend more and more. But if you're on a curved surface, you wouldn't want to use that distance. You would just want to use the radius that you're dealing with to make the light match whatever radius you're trying to bend that light around.
You know, that's a good point.
Well, I think the standard refraction on a flat surface would be derived in a completely different way.
You guys want to hear something interesting? I mean, if we can change the topic for just a second, let me know when we're ready, because I know I get jumpy.
No. I would like to hear how distance over, or what you said, over a flat plane, how would the formula be different?
Well, I just very briefly, when Ruhif had showed how the 7/6R is like how you compute that formula, he was showing that you use the curve of the Earth and you use the curve that the light is doing, and you try and in order to actually mathematically describe that, it's difficult to have these two curves to find out how they're going to behave with each other. It's much easier to turn one of those curves into a straight line and transform the other line appropriately. And so they transform the light into a straight line, and that increases the size of the Earth. And this is that's only used to describe what the light's doing. It's not like actually saying the Earth is bigger, but it's an easy shorthand to describe accurately.
So Rumpus is telling me that the light over 6 miles, like in his test, is going to be standard refraction, 1 foot 2 or 1 foot 1.5 feet, whatever, is what he's going to have to calculate the light bending, because he thinks he's on a curved surface. On a plane 6 miles, how much would the light bend? Knowing what you know about how light bends.
I wouldn't know at all. But if I were doing a test at all similar to Rumpus or even different, but I was going to include refraction, even if I was seeing what would happen on a flat Earth, the only shorthand I would be able to use would be 7/6R standard refraction, because it's the one that's used by everybody else. So unless I wanted to come up with some other value and justify it, it's just easier to use.
I mean, not to toot my own horn, so to speak, but I've tried to find as much specificity and even examples of looming, and I just can't find it. So I've had to basically create my own, concept of it. So from what I've seen in Andrew Thomas Young, the category of standard atmospheric refraction 7/6R is what produces looming. Okay, so the way Andrew Thomas Young says is that it basically flattens the curve. It removes the convexity that should be there so that you see farther, right? So if you think about it this way, if you have a piece of paper out in front of you on the table and you press the two ends together so that you create a rise in the middle of the paper, that's the Earth. And then when you have standard atmosphere, you let go of the paper and it flattens out. Okay. So that's looming, because looming brings something up that's normally beyond the horizon, but it also flattens the distance between you and the target so that there's virtually no curve there at all. Now, that's when you see as far as possible. Let's just put it that way. That's when you see as far as possible. In my opinion, in my experience, those conditions aren't as prevalent. It's far more prevalent to have mirages than it is standard atmosphere or looming. So, to me, the way to say it is, it's not that we see too far sometimes. Rather, it's why don't we see as far as we should? because the standard way of seeing is actually distance. We all see that far. But when we don't, the only reason we don't is refraction.
Yeah, I don't say that we see too far. I say we see as far as what our eyesight, our line of sight, and the atmosphere is letting us.
Right, I agree. Yeah. I'm just saying that when you come in, most people, when they first, and even for me, when I first was looking into this, is the whole thing about flat Earth is, well, if the Earth is curved, then we see too far sometimes. So that was, that's the typical go-to gut punch for disproving, But in my experience, when I see farther than I normally do, then I started to back engineer it and say, okay, wait a minute. My question is actually, why am I not seeing that far right now? And the reason why I'm not seeing that far or seeing that clearly is only due to refraction. You can't explain it any other way.
I agree. But the whole bottom up, like telling me I got to get above 6 feet or 15 feet or 20 feet, you're telling me that for a reason. It's because to reduce the refraction effects of the more dense layer that's closer to the ground. You also tell me over and over again that the closer you get to the ground, the more dense things are. Like light bends towards the more dense medium. We've heard that a million times. So if it's more dense, you're not going to see as far through it. Period. That's why bottom up construction happens. Even if you're high, if you're up higher, your angle is different, so you're going to see further, but you're still looking down towards a more dense medium. So of course it's going to disappear bottom up, but at a certain point it's going to be so far away that the angular resolution is taken over at that low level, at that angle, so you don't see the object at all. I mean, it's gone. It's too far away. It can't. The information can't reflect the information that's in the reflection of the light can't get back to you.
Yeah, I've got footage on my channel where I was on the I was on the east side of the Chesapeake Bay, and my friends were on the west side, and he was shooting at my direction, and I was shooting back at him, and I was waving my jacket in the air because the clarity of the air wasn't that great, so you could see the motion of my body with the jacket.
Right, I get it.
And I was on the shoreline, right at the water. So you're looking straight across at the water, or straight across the line of sight. But when I was filming back towards him, I had an inferior mirage. I couldn't see the shoreline.
Yep. I have that in my. Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. You've got the same corridor, the same conditions, and yet two different results.
Yeah, I think because your light source is at a different angle, that's also a factor. But I have the boat ride that I call it the boat ride or whatever. It's a boat going directly away from me, and the boat doesn't disappear bottom up. It just starts fading out. It starts getting smaller and smaller, and you start losing the information of the entire boat. It just starts getting mirage. But as the boat disappears and you can't see any outline of the boat, you can't see its motion, you can't see anything, you can still see the waves reflecting light as it's going through waves. It's splashing off to each side of the boat. And that reflection of the water is reflecting like a mirror back towards the viewer, which was me, and you can see that. So not over a curve, it's just into the horizon. That at that point is why I started stating things don't go over the horizon, they go into it.
Yeah. I say it. They don't go behind it; they go beyond it.
Yep. I'll be here all week. Tip your waitresses.
Yeah.
Rakia, though, that when the two guys were filming each other, that could be explained fairly easily by there being a warm or cold water channel or a warm column of air, right? One in between you and then another cold column, so that he'd be seeing the warm column versus the cold column, you'd be seeing the cold column, then the warm column. So that would make sense that you would see an optical effect that he wouldn't see.
Yeah, I think it could be several different things, but I do think the light source angle is, if the light is at your back, but to the other viewer, the light is at his, he's looking into the light. I think that
That might
affects
help.
things too.
Yeah, that might affect it too in a
Of course it does.
grandiose way. Yeah, of
Yep.
course.
Yep. So it could be I don't ever say it's one thing. I think it's the mixture of
We're
everything.
too far along in this game to say that because we know
Yeah.
nothing is ever one thing anymore.
No way. And that's something I've learned over, and that's how I know when someone says, it's this. I'm like, yeah, not in the atmosphere. You can't say it's just one
Not
thing
all
when
by
it's
itself, it ain't.
no
Yeah,
way. Looking long distance through the atmosphere, especially over water, and you're saying it's just this, it's just Earth curve. Yeah, whatever. I mean, that's ludicrous to say that in the first place, but
Hey, I'm taking my boat out again in San Francisco. Are you anywhere around there?
define near. I'm in Biloxi right now. I have my starboard engine's being rebuilt. That's why I sound so depressed.
Oh, okay, all right. I figured there was something amiss.
That break out another 1,000 is bullshit, man. It's break out another 10,000.
Oh
and when
yeah,
it
well
comes to rebuilding the
welcome,
engine, it's
welcome to your
25,000.
boat.
Yeah, that's part of it. But we got
You're
everything
running.
done for 6 months, like repainted, redone, replaced everything I wanted to replace, added all types of things. Got back to my marina and blew an engine.
That's how it always
Hey,
goes, dude.
Grim, Zanuck is in the Frisco area. He's been wanting to get out and take some more photos because he's got this sailboat image that he does not think is an inferior Mirage, and he's been saying that he wants to get back out and take more shots. So I don't know if you have contact with Zanuck. You could try to see if you
I
guys
could
can work
not be
something out.
responsible for Zanuck because he would just not shut up on my boat, and then he might not come back with me.
I heard
think
that.
Xana would be cool in person.
No, but
No,
listen,
I almost
Graham.
imagine every single one of these assholes who try to fuck with you in here, once they get next to you and see that you're an actual physical being, they calm down a little bit usually.
Yeah, I'm 6'1", 240. That tends to calm people down a little bit.
It does. I'm not quite as big as you, bro, but I sure don't fucking get the same responses in real life as I do on these damn internet fucking channels.
No, but Grim, what I'm saying is if he wants to photograph, he could be on the shore and you'd be on the boat. That way you could always keep the distance that way.
I'm kidding. I wouldn't have a problem with him. It's not like that. But
yeah, he seems smart and well traveled and experienced with boating and outdoors and seems like a legit true guy.
Yeah, no, I almost imagine anybody I take on the boat with me it would be fine because something about being on the boat just changes the atmosphere.
I agree with that. My family flew out this morning, and I'm having to work today and tomorrow, and then we'll be in Florida on the boat, like on another boat. But it's totally different, man. When as soon as I get on, I'm chill. Just a different world.
I'm absolutely the captain here. It's embarrassing, but a couple of times ago I went out and it was really rocky and I got seasick, dude. It's my first time I'd ever been seasick in my life. I didn't understand why it was me. Why?
It sucked too, didn't it? It's a bad feeling,
I
bro.
lived on a boat, dude. I mean, when I was in high school, I lived on a fucking yacht and shit, dude. I mean, for some reason I couldn't understand it. Why it was very choppy though. I mean, it was one of those super choppy days.
I think everybody has their limit, right? Some people it's just that gentle swell. It just they're just prone to getting seasick. Some people, they can handle a pretty good swell and chop, and then some people, if they're in 30-foot waves. I mean, even the people that work on those crab boats, they tell stories of getting sick every time they go back out. So everybody's different.
I just chalked it up to I'm getting older. And I hadn't been out in a year, so.
Oh yeah, that's definitely it. I can't jump on a trampoline anymore, and I used to be, you know, like that. That was just one of my things. Do all the flips and stuff. My kids are in the high level gymnastics, and that's what we did. But I can't jump on a trampoline anymore. It makes me sick. Isn't that crazy? And the only thing it's just age, right? Something's changing.
Yeah. Well, you just gotta do it more often too, and then you get back into it. We actually have a trampoline. I'll snap a picture of it in the backyard right now. I still fuck with it, but I know what you're talking about because it's that before we got the trampoline again. I went on the Gravitron. Remember that thing that you lay down in it kind of and it slides you up and it spins around. It's called the Gravitron at the little carnivals and shit. One of them carnival rides. Anyway, fucking that thing made me feel sick, and I was like, all right, I need to start doing something. You know what I mean? Because that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I'm not avoiding fueling up with those.
I chalked it up to basically because I injured my left shoulder, so I didn't exercise or anything because it was nerve damage and I didn't know how to treat it. And it turns out I was doing it very wrongly by protecting it and not exercising it. So like 5 years of me really getting out of shape, 12 years ago, 10 years ago. And so I just went right after I realized what I was doing wrong. I got right back into just fuck it, exercising twice a week and then 3 times a week. And then, you know what I mean? Now I'm like back up to 6 times a week. And now it's just a habit. It's like you just wake up and do your little exercise and drink a cup of coffee and 2 glasses of water. Speaking of which, where in Florida do you go? I'm asking because I lived all over Florida.
Oh, we have condos like several different places, so whichever one we can. How do I say this? We can get into, like, we lease them, and then some of them we can't afford to go to ourselves, so we hardly ever go to those. But Perdido Key, Destin, and then it's actually not Florida, but Gulf Shores, Florida line.
Oh yeah. I went to Hilton Head Island when I was a youngster. Guess that's a little golfing community or some shit.
Yeah, we're in Orlando right now. Like that's where we're going this weekend. And then we're gonna cruise down to Miami.
Go to Kissimmee. Go to the what's it called? The 7-day flea market.
I was just in Kissimmee last week.
Oh, right on. That's where I used to set up my flea market spots after the bike week shows. There and Daytona Beach, just straight across the 4.
I spent almost 5 months in Daytona. I loved it, man. There was a lot of homeless people there, like a lot of that, but the city was cool as shit. They always had street fairs and stuff going on,
Dude, I'm there. I'm at Daytona Beach last week with my family, right? I got the kids out. We got the towels and umbrellas. There's this chick next to us in a bikini having a photo shoot. I'm like, all right, whatever. She's trying to get her Instagram up or something. She's like taking these sexy pictures. I'm like, whatever. She goes away. Like when we go to leave, she's like at the rent-a-car because they rented a Porsche. The other people, my stepdaughter, her boyfriend rented a Porsche. And she's like all up on the car, like taking a photo shoot on his car. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, that's funny.
That's production value, baby.
What's up?
Probably still know almost all of the T-shirt, salesmen out there with the little souvenir shops. I mean, if they're still the same people, I know literally all of them on the strip. Most of the club owners, because when I was a kid, I worked there. I used to do the neon and shit, the electrical. So I used to install neon for all the clubs, like for Lollipops and the Shark Club and Molly Brown's and fucking, I don't know what they call them anymore, Razzles and the 701 across the street there on A1A. So I did all those clubs growing up. So I know, and so I haven't been back there in quite a while, but it'd be interesting to see how many people I still know.
Yeah, what's up, extremist? Were you trying to call me? Oh, would he leave? He left.
Yes, honey, a couple of those clubs were strip clubs. I mean, growing up, dude, that's the life, dude. I mean, seriously, as a 18, 19-year-old kid doing them neon for strip clubs and shit.
Oh, that's dope. Yeah, you're gonna. Did you get some action or what in there?
Oh, please. I mean, the club owners, they tell you to come in and you're VIP and all that kind of shit. I mean, what do you think, dude?
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah, you might as well. Some guy does a job for you. Here, go to the VIP for a little while for the night.
Oh, absolutely. It's better than that though, because they hold on. Like any night you want to come, you're VIP. You know what I mean? It's not as a big deal, for them to do that.
Did I tell you guys? Oh, sorry, my person. Did I tell you guys earlier this year? I picked up this dude when I was driving. Lyft. I picked up this dude who was like a nerdy
Telling
guy.
stories about chicks and shit. You're like, I picked this dude up.
Listen, asshole. Before I fucking punch you right in the
Who did that last time? I'm kidding.
Listen, I picked him up, and where did I pick him up from? Yeah, I picked him up from the strip club. That's right. And he was like a nerdy dude. He said he was from San Fran, and he wanted to know like another strip club. But it was like after hours, so I was like, I do know a place, but it's it's kind of dirty or whatever. He's like, yeah. So I took him one place, and then he wanted me to take more places. So I turned my thing off. He was just paying me directly. And he says, yeah, if you take me there, dude, I'll pay for you. I'll pay everything, dude. And he was telling me for no reason. It's like, I have millions of dollars, and I don't do anything with it. So I just work nonstop, and I'm just here on vacation. It's like, so, I don't care about spending money. He wanted to find blow and shit. But, yeah, so I ended up just using a bunch of his money. It's just a club. I think I got like...
That's dangerous, shutting your lift off when somebody's in your car.
How?
A gun or crack.
There's two ways to look at it.
Yeah, Kosho's not a single white female, so he might be okay.
Yeah, no, dude.
I do want to point out,
I'm saying,
real fast, how many times people have used like stultification tactics on me because I deliver pizza. I'm just wondering, Kosho, how many ballers have called you out for doing Lyft, and that therefore your arguments shouldn't be listened to because you're a Lyft driver? Just wondering.
Well, I mean, I'm not a Lyft driver. I drove Lyft, but I'm a human being.
So you're not a Lyft driver, but you have driven for Lyft.
Yeah, well, it wasn't my primary.
I'm not a cookie eater, but I've eaten cookies in the past. Right?
First of all, I disagree with the people who were doing that. First of all, second of all, that wasn't even my main source of income. I was driving Lyft because I was renting a car from Lyft. So in order to rent a car,
Kosho, I don't believe your story because you actually drive a Lyft, bro. So
yeah, well, I do. I
if you're renting a car from Lyft, then you're absolutely in contract working for Lyft as a Lyft driver, because you can't just rent a car from Lyft and not drive for Lyft.
You don't work for them, but yeah, I was driving for Lyft. That's fine. But I'm just saying, based on the question you're asking me, the way that it's framed, it's not. It wouldn't be an accurate accusation or anything, because that wasn't my main source of income. I literally wasn't doing more rides than that was needed to have the car paid.
So we all know it's a thing, right? Because that's why I say, listen, this guy's not some Kirby vacuum cleaner salesman. You know, this guy's not a Domino's pizza delivery driver. When I'm giving you like, specific people, that are doing scientific papers. So I mean, we know it matters, right? Because if he was a Domino's pizza delivery driver, that's the first thing that would be attacked.
Yeah, no, that's what he's bringing. He's always bringing that up because people were doing that to him the other day in gyms, but I wasn't.
Let's say the guy's a janitor. You're not gonna, you're gonna be like, you're a janitor. Why should I believe you?
Well, I mean, that's a janitor. Everybody knows that janitors don't know shit, Jeremy.
The first time I heard Jeremy talking, I actually recorded it when he was in 24/7. He was just talking to them about how he was at work one day, and he says he goes in the classroom with the teachers on refraction or Coriolis or something.
Arguing with them. Yeah, I remember that.
He says he felt like Goodwill Hunting.
What janitor would ever try and teach someone in the real world about anything?
No, that's what. Remember when I shut the room down, Kosho, because they were talking about Jeremy being a janitor, and I was like, wait a minute. Here's some other prominent janitors who have changed history. I just made some shit up, and I said some other prominent, like I was reading, some other prominent janitors who have changed the world around them is Einstein. And then the whole room got silent, and everybody started Googling, was Einstein a fucking janitor? It took
I actually taught the earth science teacher about the Coriolis effect, and he teaches it.
Yeah, but you have to understand, public school teachers aren't, they're not next level or anything. They're kind of lower level than students.
Right, so you agree that the public schools that most of these people went into did not give them a proper understanding of what it is they're saying, but just a good memorization tool to remember the correct answers that they're given.
Don't you have to have a degree from the university to be a public school teacher?
Yeah, you have to have same thing with being an art, whatever. Like there's people I went to school with, the dumbest girl that we hung out with became a teacher. So, and she was like the drunkest, dumbest girl.
That's why they say those who can't do, teach.
And that's not saying all teachers are dumb or something like that. I'm just saying that there's not like like to teach. She teaches like third grade. You have to imagine.
What you're saying is someone with low intelligence without any common sense could go through the curriculum, pass the test, and become, I don't know, you're saying a teacher. I could go above that and say an engineer or even higher than that? Or you think it has a stopping point?
No, that's definitely, if depending on what you get a degree in, like everyone has the same core classes or whatever, but depending on what your other classes are, you're gonna have to know shit. But to be a teacher, it's basically just core classes. It's not like you're not doing any engineering or anything.
I know an electrical engineer. His name is Darren. He used to be in my family. He was a step-brother-in-law of mine. And he was an electrical engineer, basically top of his class, worked for a large engineering firm that did that type of work for plants. And he was dumb as a post. When I say dumb as a post, I'm talking about I wouldn't ride in a car with him because he can't do it. His mind doesn't work like that. Now, as an electrical engineer, he was great. I also have a first cousin that I grew up with that's one of the highest IQs I've ever even been around. And as smart as a whip, actually works for the government and can't tie his shoes, has to wear slip-ons because he never really learned or could grasp the coordination to use or put together, right? Like 100% engineers are a different breed.
I recognize that.
They think differently.
I totally recognize that in a lot of these arenas here where we have these conversations. Like some of these guys, they're so seemingly smart because they've remembered all of the pieces in the whole entire puzzle. But they only remembered them in a particular order. And if you take anything out or try to refit the puzzle or do any real thinking that's logical on their own, it's not happening. They're not going to put 2 and 2 together. They're not going to connect any dots. They're not going to read in between any lines.
So, question to Jeremy: what did your earth science teacher tell you about the Coriolis?
Well, I couldn't really. He didn't tell me anything. I told him about the reference frames. He took a note, wrote it down, said he was going to look it up. He's like, "Oh, I'm going to look this up."
Okay.
So thanks to me, I mean, maybe now he knows. Maybe he didn't look it up. I don't know how that he is in the topic that he's actually teaching, but I led him on the right path. That's all I can.
Like
bring a horse to water.
Yeah.
Water, right?
So there was an IQ test given to, because generally chess players are regarded as having a high IQs.
I'm very good at chess. Yes.
So there was an IQ test given to, a group of chess players, and one of the questions was basically what they did. It's kind of IQ/memory, and what they did was they arranged the pieces on a board, a chess board, in this particular pattern, and they asked chess players and non-chess players to duplicate that board. And basically, they would let you look at it for 10 seconds and then hide it, and you had to kind of then you were given an actual chessboard, and you had to try to duplicate what you just saw. And you look at it for 10 seconds, and then take it away, and then look at it 10 seconds, and whatever. And so chess players were obviously really good at duplicate. They only had to look 2 or 3 times, and they could duplicate a whole chessboard.
All right.
But then the second thing they did was they took the same chessboard, and the first arrangement was in an actual chess game, like all legal moves, all legal positions, and the chess players were really good at quickly, with very few having to look again, they could duplicate that chessboard. But then when they put the chess pieces in a completely random position, with not legal moves, not legal positions, just put chess pieces all randomly around the board, chess players weren't any better at duplicating those chess boards than a regular person if the pieces were in random order.
I mean, that makes sense, though.
It does.
What's the point?
Muscle memory.
It reminds me of that story when the
brain is a muscle.
There was like this IQ test, and the whole class sat down to take the IQ test. And this one kid, it was his 3rd time being there because he kept getting a below average IQ. And so he was kind of pissed off anyway about the whole situation. But what happened was, everybody has to take off their coats and empty their pockets and everything into this bin before the test begins. And so the guy who got the lowest IQ score every time before, basically left early, took everybody's shit, and robbed them all. And so the guys that were really smart and sitting there with no wallets and they were, I don't know, they were the smart ones. But I'm just saying, like, a lot, I guess a long way to say, a roundabout way of saying that a lot of times those IQ tests, right? They're honed in on specific things. And
hold on, Rocky, you're lagging.
A lot of these guys that we think maybe are super smart are very dumb in certain ways. They, book smart and street smart. I mean, we've all heard of that, but they are 2 things. Like the person who would score low on an IQ test might do better in the streets than a person who scored high on an IQ test, because it's like fighting Kung Fu with Kung Fu. Yeah, 2 Kung Fu fighters fight well, it looks great. But then fighting Kung Fu with, Muay Thai, one of them has an advantage. You know what I mean? And it's
the Muay Thai guy.
Yeah. let me let you go. Let me. Sorry, I got two people hollering at me.
I mean, it's true that there's a difference between, what is it like, knowledge and intelligence, or knowledge and useful,
Yeah, like
practical.
practical awareness of because a lot of those guys, they have this. You're aware of what you're familiar with, I guess. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, if you when you guys were describing the engineers before, a lot of what was being described, or at least with you as example, and I don't know, I think somebody else gave another example. That's usually like autism, right? Like if because autistic people are usually pretty intelligent, and often you can have a genius
No, they're not,
autism.
dude. That's not
No,
usually.
it's not. It's not.
Autistic
Well,
people
it's
are
not.
usually just brain damaged people who can't function in society.
Well,
That's
the
what
ones
autism is.
that can function now, because often,
Yeah, they're
at
not
least.
really autistic. That's a brag, dude, so that people don't have to. They're sociopaths. People who pretend like they don't get things and they don't get angry or sad about particular things and nuances and stuff. Those people are brain damaged, man. They get this little shiny golden badge of victimhood and say they're autistic, but then that golden badge of victimhood that gives them this I'm autistic also gives them an excuse to be dickheads to people, and I think it's just a cop out for, I don't really believe that all these people are autistic, that there's like, especially in these rooms here, and they're all functioning and arguing and wanting to be involved, and right, that's not really what autism is. You have a forward drive to, push your own ego. The autistic kids, man, they don't really have all of that ego and that wanting to win arguments and all that kind of shit. That's not so much.
Well, I'm not talking about anybody in this community per se. I'm saying, like the examples that were given about the engineer can't tie his shoes or something like that.
We got 9 people in Jim Panda's room at any given moment who claim to be autistic, bro, and then we all support that, and then we're all like, it's it's nonsense, man.
I only know about the one, like Chris Lale or whatever. And he seems like he really is, but
He's not autistic.
yeah.
He's brain damaged. Remember, he got into an accident.
No,
Well, I've done a lot of research where there's all these cases of people who are like comparing traumatic brain injury with autistic people with brain damage, and the treatments are working on both sets of people. Now, I'm not making the case that vaccines or anything like that. I'm just saying that the two things are very parallel in the symptoms and the treatment.
Yeah, well, regardless, the point I'm making is the people, when you describe people like that, who have like not a practical intelligence, but they may be skilled in engineering or one way or another. Usually, those people tend to be autistic because they don't have a real world social intelligence, but they have some, adaptability to, in some regards. But yeah, that wasn't speaking specifically about anybody in this community. Um, maybe that's what. I think that's probably the examples people were thinking about. Yeah, I personally.
I knew when they made that movie Rain Man, I knew something was up, because we've seen autistic people before that, and they weren't all savants who could count by just looking at things and could draw pictures and do all this kind of stuff. That was a
Right.
very small amount of the people. And this autism thing, a lot of these neurologically underdeveloped and messed up people started popping out at all around the same time, and it's been ramping up more and more and more. It's not because we're better at seeing it. It's because there's more of it happening. We were always able to see it.
And then there's on the spectrum. Is that the same thing, being on the spectrum?
Exactly. Now, is it because now is the COVID really the flu? Do we mix all the tests together? So if you have the flu, you also have COVID no matter what? I mean, this is kind of how they're jumbling nonsense all together so that your mind and you're all conditioned to a particular, you know, uh, category of things. So it's like oversimplified and very less understood that way.
Well, they classify certain things that they used to classify separately under autism, but let's say Asperger's and stuff like that. They think Asperger's and
Well,
one
I
other
mean,
thing.
but didn't we just find out that? And I mean, some of us have been telling you guys for I don't know 7 years now that the pharmacology has been giving the the what do you call it, SSIs and inhibitor. What do you call those? Gene
SRIs?
SRIs or whatever. Yeah, and that there's no test, no chemical imbalance test for the brain for them to be messing with your brain chemistry and all this kind of stuff. And everybody was laughing at us, but I mean, it just came out this year that they were pushing fraudulent data to support those ideas, and that that medication does not help at all any of those people. But it was the thing that every movie has it where they're like, oh, take your SSRIs, and you see the pharmacology pays the movie in Hollywood to have them pop open their pill bottles and like, look how much better they're doing when they're on their pills than when they're off their pills. And it's like conditioning the world to accept this thing that isn't even scientifically true. But we all believed it.
I mean, I never did. I'm not a big fan of.
I mean, we all did, man. I'm saying we all, I didn't, right? But when I say all, I just mean like the scientific community and all.
Sure. I just the reason I just don't get the connection. It's because I don't think autism usually isn't treated with drugs, is it?
No, I was saying I've given another example of how the entire medical community can agree on a thing that is absolutely bullshit.
All right, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like remember they used to say people that have like chemical imbalances in their brain. That's not true.
Exactly. They never did one test. I mean, I was promoting that kind of information on my channel and shit a long time ago. The drugging of America, all these different things, and one psychiatrist after another, and I swear there were tens of dozens in this video, and they show them saying, no, there is no chemical test. Yes, we will sit you down for 5 minutes and give you drugs to change your brain chemistry. You know what I mean? Even though we have not given you one actual physical single test. And it's not as if they actually dig into what's going on in the environment around you. No, they want to change the way you feel with a pill from the inside. Not change the environment or have you focus on what's happening around you so much. Like, why are you sad? Why do you feel unjustly treated? You know what I mean? We're not really going through that as much as we are like, you feel a little imbalanced today? Here, take a pill. That just doesn't make a lot of sense, especially when that pill doesn't fix the imbalance.
Right. It's kind of like it's not, someone who's got diabetes. It's not because it's a lack of insulin, right? There's, another cause. And I'm not saying that they don't know that, right? But how do they treat it? They treat it like they don't know. Like, what do doctors get? Like 6 to 9 weeks of like nutritional education, and then you got people say, "Hey, like, why don't you try like the vegan diet or the vegetarian diet? See if you can get your blood sugar under control." Or someone else might say, "Hey, why don't you try ketosis? Right? See if you can get your blood sugar level down."
First thing I would do if I were a doctor, I would ask, what is in your cabinets and in your fridge? Go home tonight and make a list of everything that's in your fridge and in your cabinets and bring it back home. Bring it back to me. That's your homework.
What are you actually what are you actually ingesting?
Yeah. Oh, look, red
in
40.
your body.
You like the color red. Oh, look at that. Your chips have red 40. Your Kool-Aid has red 40. You know what I mean? Why don't we just eliminate some of this? Or, that's exactly
I mean,
what
even the tap water, the chemicals in the tap water, I'd be questioning that. Yeah, I don't even think you need to bring it to the fridge or the cabinets. What are you drinking?
Even though I agree with you guys,
What are you showering in? Because doesn't a lot of water get absorbed when you bathe and shower?
Yeah, that's a good
I
question.
think a lot of people don't realize it, but if you only drink like Mountain Dew or Gamer Fuel or energy drinks, like you're eventually going to have a heart attack if you don't drink water. Because what does water do? Well, doctors were prescribing like low doses of aspirin for a while. You guys remember that or not? And it's not like that's the only way to thin your blood. Have you ever heard of water? Like water is this amazing thing that like
Yeah.
thins your blood out a little bit.
You got a headache because of lack of blood flow in the brain because you know what I mean? Oh, maybe you should just take a pill. Or why don't you just drink some water? It's free.
Well, they always need you to take that pill, right? Because there's no money in just drinking some water or going out in the sunlight or, you know, how they going to make, how's Big Pharma going to make money if you just eat healthy, you know, or you don't smoke cigarettes or, you know, you just don't do these things that we know are bad for you. You're not going to make money.
So if stress is like the number one related, cause, like stress-related illness is the number one cause of death, right? Then maybe we should look at, what's causing the stress in your life, right? Chemical, emotional, or physical stress, right? And maybe we should like cut that down as much as possible. I don't know, get a kitty cat with a laser light or a dog and a frisbee or something and go have some fun.
Yeah, but Big Pharma can't make money if you go get a kitty cat or you meditate for 5 minutes a day or something, you know? You gotta take the pill and get their treatments and all that.
Well, each kitty cat has to be vaccinated, okay? So there's still some money to be made.
You can get one cat, not like 8 cats. That's not okay.
What's wrong with 8 cats?
The Chinese one cat rule.
Listen, this is capitalism right here, all right? There, you know, we gotta keep the money moving.
Mic check. Hey, yeah, even though I agree with you guys, the sentiment entirely, with the, because I agree that depression should be treated with drugs. I mean, I'm sorry, depression should be treated with therapy, first and foremost, and drugs maybe as a last resort. However, but as Grim predicted, I disagree with why you guys are blaming doctors, because I mean it's if you go to see a doctor, he's going to not do what you guys are suggesting. Like you would go see a nutritionist or whatever, right? Doctor's gonna try and do what he can in his means to fix your problem or give it a band-aid or whatever. It's like if you go to see a surgeon and you ask him about your back and what's the best treatment for your back, he's probably going to suggest to you surgery, right? Because he's a surgeon. So if you're going to see a doctor,
right, exactly. Depending on how many bills he's laid on or whatever, does he need you as an extra patient right now? This is the shit you need to worry about because he might not actually need to cut into you, but he does need to pay that Porsche bill.
But it's also going to be. I mean, it makes sense though that he's suggesting that too, because that's what he offers. He might do the responsible thing and just direct you to somebody else. But he could do that, but more likely than not, just like anybody else would. If somebody asks him for help, they're going to attempt to help them within their.
You're going to his place of business and asking what he's good at doing, what he could do for you. It's like going to a car, like a person who fixes dings in cars, and you have a couple dings in your car. It's not hurting the performance of your car or blah, 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 but he's going to say, I can fix those dings. I haven't been to the doctor in 25 years. Guess how many prescription drugs I've taken in 25 years? 0. Not one. Hello? Now, if I'd have gone to the doctor, if I go to the doctor today, guess what he's going to try and do?
You're dead meat. You're dead meat if you go to the doctor. I've heard doctors say if you want to live long, stay away from doctors. From doctors saying that. You want to stay healthy, don't go to the doctor. Stay away from your doctor.
I mean, I'm not saying don't go to the doctor. I'm just saying, I mean, if I went to the doctor today, he would say, your blood sugar is this, your cholesterol is this, your
you're probably a mess.
This medicine.
Well, doctors will prescribe a high rate of all kinds of chemical medicines that have a harmful side effect to your kidneys. That's one thing.
Yeah, you go to the doctor, you're going to almost surely leave on some kind of prescribed medication, or you're going to need to see a specialist or something.
Of course, that's what they're trained to do. That's like I said, they're the car ding fixer. You went there with dings in your car. He's going to offer to fix them.
I mean, they're fairly good at what they do, though. It's just like but
Yeah,
like
they're
for a thing like
amazing.
depression. Well, I mean, like if you got your arm chopped off or something like that, you go see a doctor, or you have some disease, you go see a doctor. He's gonna at least have the means to help you with that. But yeah, if you're depressed or something like that, and you're going to see a doctor, I mean, them providing you drugs is, that's within their means, unless you go see a specific type of therapeutic doctor that is probably going to offer you therapy. So I mean, it just seems like that it's not a surprise that they're pushing drugs on people.
It's what they're taught to do.
The whole pharmaceutical industry relies on that doctors are going to push drugs on their patients when they come in there. And one of the biggest scams is that cholesterol medication, which is going to reduce your cholesterol and give you Alzheimer's over the course of 5 or 10 years.
Talking about insulin?
Cholesterol medication.
Oh, cholesterol. Sorry, I'm sorry. I've seen with diabetes or something.
I've also seen studies where if you get like a root canal, like it could cause all kinds of weird abscesses and cancers. I've also seen someone who was going to school to be like and she was telling me that whenever you're dealing with like viruses, there's always cancer cells involved.
But when you're dealing with what?
Viruses? She said whenever there's viruses, there's like cancer cells too.
I never.
Strange. When you get your wisdom teeth taken out, do you become less wise? Maybe that's yeah. Maybe that's what they're doing. They're pulling our wisdom out of us.
Well, a wise man knows if you still have your wisdom teeth that there's plenty of paid what do you call that? Like medical studies. They'll pay you like thousands of dollars to pull them out for you.
Cavity, I go to a dentist, but I believe that I have it in that one wisdom tooth in the back. Like it always, like I don't know, it's like I can't brush it.
Yeah, so you you're breaking up so much. It's really funny. I can't understand what you said, but it sounded like you said. I really can't understand it. I was trying to make sense of it because sometimes you can, but I just really can't.
I just said that I have all my wisdom teeth.
Do you really?
Yeah, I'm about to be 40, and I have all my wisdom teeth.
Yeah, my 3 kids all have their wisdom teeth. They're in their mid-20s now or lower 20s. Me and my wife had all 4 of ours pulled because that was the thing to do back then.
Yeah, I forget. I don't know anything on the consequences or whatever, or the amount of people that still have their wisdom teeth. I remember hearing that it's like supposed to be bad for your mouth.
I mean, I had all my wisdom teeth removed. The question is, what they do? What did the Indians do, or some of these people before they even knew how to do that shit? Like, what did they do? They just had wisdom teeth.
Yeah, they keep their teeth.
Yeah, you just had wisdom teeth before they knew how to cut your mouth open, remove the teeth, sew it back up. Before all that, you just had wisdom teeth.
Why'd you ask about the Indians?
Because I don't know. Were they doing dentistry? I don't know. I'm just saying, people that didn't know dentistry before that, they all just had wisdom teeth.
Yeah, and they were more wise.
George Washington was fairly wise, and he had a bunch of fucking ivory and wooden teeth. I think that people back in the day actually had very bad oral hygiene.
What was that last thing?
He said people in the past had bad oral hygiene, worse than I think most people know about. Like it wasn't uncommon for people to have false teeth in their mouth.
I heard people have worse.
Well, it depends. The culture.
People in the past had perfect
Yeah,
teeth.
they ate a lot less sugar, and their teeth didn't fall out like they do today so easily. There was a better diet.
Yeah, I mean, maybe perhaps a better diet, but
Why do you think like animals in the wild, you don't really see their teeth rotting and falling out? Because they're not
yeah,
really eating a lot of sugar and soda and bullshit.
yeah, we do eat a bunch of junk, but no, but I'm talking about in general though. I have seen that they showed some native people today, like African people, I forget where, but they have like really great teeth, and then they showed like some fossils of some people that have great teeth, but
Yeah, and so they'd say
I'm
that's
talking
because they
about
have
in our history.
fluoride in their water, but it's not. It's because they're not eating the same shit we're eating. Obviously, they're not keeping their mouths all acidic and full. Perfect for certain types of bacteria. You know what I mean? Like
We did a thing once. I was in elementary school. We put a cup. We filled it with soda. One of the kids lost a tooth. We put the tooth in the cup. Came back. I think it was over the weekend or the next day or something, and it was like almost gone. The tooth. There was like hardly anything even left to it. That's just 24 hours with soda.
Yeah, these girls in 5th grade did that for the science fair. I thought it was fucking retarded. Actually,
how
they
many
won.
hours? Well, how many hours do you spend drinking soda? Think about it.
I don't drink soda, dude. I drink water and beer.
I'm just saying, America collectively, like we probably spent. The average American probably spends, I don't know, 30 minutes a day drinking soda. 10, maybe have one soda a day. I don't know.
How long does it take you to fucking drink a Coke, dude? 30 minutes a day drinking Coke?
Well, I'm just saying, you don't just pound it. You're not shotgunning a beer or something or doing a funnel.
Oh, you're like over 30 minutes. I guess you're saying. Even like if you take
yeah, I mean, you take a sip, your mouth is still
30
totally
minutes.
acidic and still the same, pH level as until you take your next sip. So, I mean, basically, that's what we're talking about, right? That acidic pH level and the actual acid in the Coke. I mean, that's why we use Coke to clean off battery terminals.
Wait. You guys talking about like the big gulp at 7-Eleven? That's not good. 2-liter Coke. Well, what's going on now? This is American
Yeah, but
stuff.
you don't do what Jeremy was like with the experiment I saw and the one he was talking about. This isn't being done in your mouth though. Like you don't have the Coke sitting in your mouth that long.
What are you talking about? If the last thing you do before you go to bed is drink a whole bunch of soda, and
That's
then
mine.
I thought you were smart, Kosho. You are, right? You know
He's
like
only a Lyft driver. Let's not get
I'm only a Lyft driver, dude.
Well, hang on, wait.
I'm changing my name to Lyft driver. But regardless,
stop right there.
Hold on. I'm not gonna stop. Because it's a completely different thing. If you see these tests, these teeth rot away after the course of a day or two, and that's because they're sitting in the Coke, which doesn't happen in your mouth. You know what I mean? Like for the same result, you have to drink Coke.
right, because you're not sitting in there for 24 hours, but the damage is still being done, right? You're still it's like
seconds at a time. You take a sip of Coke. There's a Coke in your mouth for 1 second, let's say. All right. And you do that, I don't know, 10, 15 times over the course of a soda. So now you have had Coke in your mouth for 15 seconds. All right.
I think it's analogous to this. And it's analogous to this. Like if I set something in boiling water, right, for a couple of seconds, I didn't get the internal temperature of the boiling water on my whatever I set it in there, right? A piece of meat or something. But the outside, the skin, the skin got affected by it immediately. You know what I'm saying? So, and even though it was only in there for a couple seconds, there was still an effect, not on the whole piece of chicken all the way down to the center, but just it still happened on the outside. And if I keep doing that, eventually I'll cook that piece of chicken. That's kind of what we're talking about.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that. Although I do agree that Coke's gonna fuck your teeth up. Not good for your teeth. That's true. But I don't. I think there's a difference. Jeremy never cares when he's hot micing. But
my bad.
But if that chicken was a good example because I was gonna use water. But if you apply some sort of heat to that chicken, very briefly, enough to burn the skin or something, barely. If you did this once every day or once every few hours, it's only going to do that to the skin. It's never going to heat the chicken because the chicken's it's going to always.
But let's think about what's the skin of your teeth, the enamel, the protective enamel. Once you get through the skin of your teeth, then you're done dealing because now you've got no protection on the tooth. See, the whole tooth isn't made of the same thing, right? So you have an outside shell that you're actually damaging each time you dip. And then once
you don't need to get the internal temperature. Yeah.
Have you guys seen that video where you get a slab of raw pork and you pour Coca-Cola over it and then worms come out? Is that fake or is that real?
Did you see it on Facebook?
That's legit real, dude. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, dude. I tell you, I'm not gonna say who, but I know somebody who gets all their info from Facebook, and they say some wacky shit, and I always know that they got it from Facebook when I hear them say whatever it is. And that sounds like something from Facebook.
I did hear that though, and I never cross-referenced or fact-checked it, right? Because I always just cook my pork anyway, so I figured, all right. But I have seen worms in pork, but that was in Florida. We shot a boar, and the wild boar actually had worms in it while it was alive in the meat. It was weird. So.
And that makes sense, but it makes sense if what Godric was saying was true. Then, if this were a normal thing, then you would think that they would come up when people eat pork.
No, I think those are the eggs, and that's one reason why we're supposed to cook pork so well, to kill them.
Tell us about this boar who had worms. Did you cut it open or what?
Well, yeah, it was my uncle and all that, and he was like, "Well, this is why we don't eat these."
You just kill them.
Yeah, they're a nuisance on the property.
Yeah. That's a good point. I don't know why.
They actually have these bacteria on their tusks, right? And they hit the dogs with it, and it kills the dogs within hours, man. They get bacterial infections that the fucking vet calls cancer. He's so stupid. I don't understand that. But yeah, it's obviously a bacteria. So we knew that, and we were like, dude, you're calling it cancer? Are you just fucking with us? Because this is a bacterial infection. We know it because we actually have on video that the boar fucking hit him right here. So.
Yeah, sometimes, this is it. I don't want to generalize all doctors this way, but for me, I've seen this a lot, especially vets too. A lot of times they're going to make a guess based on the evidence because they don't have a lot of information, so they make their best guess, and sometimes they don't even think that hard. Like it sounds like that guy didn't think that hard about it. He probably just said,
I know.
Well, it could also be.
Sometimes if you stumble in, use a little bit of the wrong grammar or something, they'll actually think you're stupid. One time, I had a cat that ate an oleander plant, and it was dying, right? And I knew the cat was going to die because that's a terrible poisonous fucking plant, and I saw it happening, and he was throwing up black shit. And the fucking vet said to my mom, "Oh, he looks like he got kitty AIDS." Fucking kitty AIDS, dude. All right, so I'm just saying these guys are full of shit because. I mean, we knew that the cat was poisoned. We even told him. I was like, well, you don't think the oleander plant had anything to do with it? You fucking idiot. So.
Wait, so a boar gored your dog and it gave him cancer or bit your dog or what?
It was one of the tusks scratched the dog, cut him on the shoulder.
It's dirty. Yeah.
What happens if a boar does that to a human? The same effect?
Yeah.
If that boar did it to a human, then yeah, probably get a very similar effect.
Yeah, that's very dangerous. That's why we don't want them on the property, you know. And they breed too fucking fast. So there'll be dozens of them before you know it, and they're just killing all your animals and running into shit. They're real aggressive.
And they fuck the plants up too. But yeah, in Texas, there's usually a bounty for wild boar.
Well, there were no plants that to speak of any particular significance in in this area in Florida because it's not legal.
I got a mic check.
It's not working.
You're doing good, Larry.
Yes,
that was encouragement.
I like to bring up epigenetics, genetic expression, whatever you want to call it, to people when we talk about evolution, because if you take a look at, the environment, like causing like immediate change, obviously this isn't millions of years evolution, right? So if you were to take one of the wild pigs and put it in a fence, and eventually its tusk will slough off and it will get pink and its hair will slough off and it'll become like domesticated. But if you take that same pig and like set it back out in the wild, its tusk will grow back and it'll become like real hairy again. And it's like, obviously this isn't evolution. I'm not saying that it's epigenetics, but it is a genetic expression. But is it epigenetics? So I like to think about stuff like that because I don't believe in evolution the way that it's taught. I don't think that it works like we're getting bigger and stronger and faster. I look at the pyramids and the archaeology, and I'm thinking we're getting more domesticated and dumber.
Well, really? First of all, just real quickly, the buildings thing. I don't know if you look at a pyramid and you look at a modern building and you think that we're getting dumber, but that confuses me. But regardless, what you said about the pigs, I think that you might be what you said. You see them in the wild and you see them domesticated and then go back into the wild, this and that. I think the way you described it is not exactly accurate because the domesticated pigs look the way they do after generations of domestication and they breed for these certain type of pigs and this and that. Whereas it is true that all wild pigs in America were once domesticated from Europe. Like there were no pigs here when the Europeans came. So yeah, when they went back to the wild, they did grow. They did look like wild boars again. But that wasn't the same. It wasn't that a domesticated pig then looked like a wild boar. Is that the offspring of these domesticated pigs look wild again? You know what I mean? So I think it's just a little bit. It's not necessarily like if you take that pig and domesticate it, it's going to look like that. Or if you take a domesticated pig and put it in the wild, it's going to look like that. It's just that it's the same animal. So their offspring is going to look wild.
Dude, what the fuck was that all about, really?
Honestly, I think they say if you take a pig and that you keep in the house, it's all pink and pretty looking, you let it loose for like 3 weeks and it grows horns and hair and stuff like that. No?
Yeah,
Or do you know? You're not even real. You're phantom.
Yeah, I don't see why that would even be like assumed or anything. Because if a pig when they're domesticated, they'll actually take the tusks. Like they'll cut that stuff, right? So if you take that pig and put it in the wild, it's not going to grow tusks all of a sudden.
I think it does. You just put it outside and it just grows tusks. Weird.
I heard they would turn feral within like a certain amount of time.
It's like cats too. If you got them all fucked up on cat food, God knows only what's in that. And they're all lethargic, like laying around sleeping for 18 hours. But if you actually see a cat in the wild, like it's mostly awake all day long because it's scavenging, hunting, scrounging anything that he can get. Grasshoppers, birds, leftovers. It's I think it's domestication. Okay, number two top problems with humanity: orthodoxy and domestication.
About getting the permit for the dispensary situation, so we have the that was Jacob now about the dispensary permit.
Mr. Grimm is very low, right? Or is it just me?
Sorry, guys. Jacob just called me. He's trying to give me an in with a guy who owns this.
Hey, somebody mute Mr. Grimm. I think he's having a private conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Larry, you started about 2 different problems. Can you start on that again and explain, please?
Yeah, I think the top 2 problems with mankind is domestication, inner city living, because if we were mountain men, we would be built like brick houses, right? We'd be like strong as fuck, like mountain men, but we're not, right? So we're like smaller heads, smaller shoulders, smaller muscles, more docile, right? We're domesticated, just like dogs. Because think about how badass a wolf is compared to a chihuahua. You might be a motherfucking chihuahua right now and not even know it, right? Like you're not aware of what you could possibly be doing because you've always been a chihuahua your whole life. But if you were to actually like go live in the mountains for like 5 years, you might come out of the mountains like Hulk Hogan or some shit. I don't know. Like if you think about it, it does make a lot of sense. And also, like what keeps our brain or our intelligence or our information from growing is the thought that we've got everything figured out already. So those 2 things right there stunt our growth more than anything else.
Are you saying becoming a flat earther stunts your growth?
That's exactly what I said. That's why I said it. This dude is a straw man king. What's your name, bro? Oh, come on. You can't just straw man me and not tell me your name.
Nope. My name, the one that pops up on the screen?
Yeah, your avatar.
His name is Scarecrow.
That's fucking Brand. His name's Brandon number 2 because my man sounds just like Brandon.
Who's Brandon?
The Scarecrow is a pretty good straw man.
Brandon, he's on Discord.
Yeah, it's this guy we used to do a show with. That's my buddy. He's a flat earther.
Sounds like a wise man.
He was good, man. He was fucking top 10, bro. I don't know where he went. He just like fell off the circuit here.
Fell off the edge of the earth. Dick. Another dick move.
Boy.
Well, it does get to a point like, you can't, I don't think you can grow on Discord. It's made to stop you.
I don't know. I learned a lot of shit.
Me and Brandon were growing. Yeah, we used to actually do shit. Brandon was a doer. He got shit done.
Nice.
And is that why you're here?
To stunt my growth, absolutely. I found out too much. No, I need to stop.
I gotta say, I've learned a lot, especially from ballers. I've learned all kinds of weird like negotiation tactics, but not only that. Like I've also learned like good things, like stuff that I should have remembered from school but didn't quite understand, or I've learned a lot from Grimm, a lot about the vaccines and treatments and the medical stuff. He shared some pretty good stuff with me, even though he's not a Christian. He shared like a Christian chiropractor who's like always studying like the current quote unquote studies and science and stuff that's just coming out.
John Bergman.
Yeah, John Bergman. That dude is solid as far as like if you want to get your health together and you're in a bad spot, like I think that he'd get you straightened out.
Yeah, absolutely. So got some good news. Got Jeremy. We're trying to move into the dispensary side of it all, and you can't own. Whoops! I think I fell.
Good luck with that.
You can't own a grow op, and a dispensary here. So we're gonna transition, I think. Yeah.
That doesn't even make sense. You should be able to. That's like saying it's fucking dumb.
It's a monopoly.
Anyways, what do you got going on?
Conflict of interest. It's a conflict of interest because you aren't going to check yourself, right? It's like when the police they investigate themselves and like they say like, "God, we found no wrongdoing." We didn't ask if you did anything wrong, motherfucker. We wanted to know if it was illegal.
Because the government's so worried about conflict of interest. Anyways, what do you got going on, Grim?
Yeah. So we've already got the public around the community to sign off on the location to be the dispensary and everything. And that's a big deal. That's the hardest part, basically, is getting the community around you to say, yeah, okay, we'll deal with the dispensary right here. So we got that part done.
So what do you got to do? What are you going to do? Open up a dispensary or give up the grow shop?
Well, I'm just going to sign the grow op over to my son, and he's going to run that whole operation on his own, and that's his.
That's how you get around conflicts of interest, right there. All right,
well, that's how the Arabs do it.
No more conflict of interest there.
That's right. That's how the Arabs are doing it in the gas stations.
The Arabs. I can hear Nancy Pelosi like, no, I don't think there's anything wrong with my husband like getting super rich off of our insider trading.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's only a conflict of interest if I end up well.
No, good for you, man. Good for you. Glad to hear it. Yeah, you get it. I mean, this is what companies do. If you own a convenience store, say you own a chain of convenience stores, and you sell a ton of milk, what do? You go buy a farm with the cows, and now you need your stuff shipped all over the place. What do? You go buy the trucking part of it, so you can ship your own stuff cheaper. Like, it only makes sense to buy everything above and below you in the chain of operation.
I think that's called regulation, Jeremy.
Amazon controls like distribution, right? So they get everybody to list their products on Amazon's website. Then Amazon, the shipping company, charges them and ships it all out. It's beautiful. And then sooner or later, Amazon is just going to start buying the companies up.
Amazon does something even more devious, honestly. If you're doing good and selling millions of units on Amazon, what they'll do is they'll start making that product, right? And then they'll take your shit off and just put their shit on. Yeah.
That's the problem with I work for a company that sells on Amazon. He sells office high-end luxury desk, and a lot of his business is through Amazon. And if at any moment they could,
I mean, if it's something Amazon can make cheaply, and then one of these manufacturers in China or Mexico or something, they'll wipe your shit off. They've done it with tons of stuff. They'll take your shit off and they'll start selling.
That's where we get it from, right? Like all they have to do on all the people that we talk to.
I think we should really put a cap on those businesses. They're already like governments. They're so huge. It's just ridiculous. I really don't think that any one business should ever be that big. Just for the simple rule, I mean, I love capitalism, right? But capitalism's great all the way up until the balance is broken, right? That means like with every one winner, there's 100 losers. So
that's the fault of the
natural order of the universe.
Yeah, the fault of the consumers, right? If consumers didn't all flock to Amazon, Amazon wouldn't be as big. So you can't have capitalism without Amazon.
That's why I'm saying, like, in the matter of national security, right? We should probably protect our interests in a better way, and not allow that. We should, as a smarter populace, we would know that was counterproductive to a good society, a nice, healthy society, right? So that we
people want easy. People don't want.
It's not like we're saying you can't. It's cool, be a millionaire, but you can't be, you know what I mean, a millionaire, and then everyone else is not allowed to also, even engage because you've put a monopoly on the system. I think that if we cap some of these, like Walmart, to a particular amount of stores that one owner can have, then we won't have this problem of losing all the.
Yeah, but do you know what they do? Do you know what they do, Grim? They hand the other stores over to their sons, like you're gonna do with your grow shop, and now they still have all the stores. Like,
wait,
as many
just give me a
sons as they
second.
have, right? That's cool. I'm cool with that. But as it is right now, there's no way they could have that many children to have that many stores. So if we just limit it to the amount of children you have, that's cool too. Or the amount of, children averagely that you might have, up to 5 or 7 even.
They tried that with importing of Japanese cars, right? And so you know what the Japanese car companies did? They just made another company. So Honda just made Acura so that they can import more cars. Toyota just made Lexus. You can't, like, this is the whole problem with laws. Like, you cannot confine people's actions, which are so dynamic, with a static statement, right? You have this one statement and people will dynamically get around it.
They'll just make Walmart with a Z, and they'll just change the name of it a little bit and be like, oh, it's a whole different store. People still know where to go though, because it's in the same spot the other Walmart was. They just changed the sign out front and the paperwork.
This is why companies change their names, like, because after years they just become a new company and like everything kind of resets. Like Bell South became Verizon. So like,
that's how they used to get out of monopolies in the day. They would, a lot of taxi companies did it. There would be one taxi company in a city, but you can't have a monopoly. So they would just open another taxi company in a different name and be like, all right, there's your two companies. But it's the same guy owns both the companies.
Well, yeah, Coke and Pepsi,
Shasta?
Well, I don't think it's capitalism that's the big problem here. I think that it's like fascism. And I'm not talking about like Antifa. I'm talking about like if, the tobacco company is like, putting all this money against like big pot, right? Because they don't want like the competition, or the pharmaceutical industrial complex like is, putting all this money in making sure that marijuana stays illegal in Texas because you got to fill the prisons, right? So it's like multifaceted fascism. I think that's the problem. If it was like a truly free and open market, like Congress was like, yeah, we have the right to regulate commerce, but why don't we just let it flourish, If they would just back the fuck off and, not pretend like they got to spend like trillions of dollars or they're not doing their job and just let us flourish, then we would flourish, but they don't let us do that, do they?
Right. If they want to go to prison so bad, why don't they just go? You know what I mean? Since
would it become mob rule if the majority just decides?
I agree with Larry.
It would actually just be democracy, right? If the majority decides.
And Grim, who's going to be the one to regulate them, Grim? Are you going to regulate them? You're the one that's going to do that yourself? Comes a slippery slope, bro.
Sure.
Yeah,
Grim had a good point, and I agree with the same sentiment. I agree with the free market and capitalism, but not a purely free market. And the place for intervention is in monopolies and trust. Just like
but there's no way to stop the monopoly though. Like I said, you just have another guy open a different LLC, different company name.
We all see that. We can see that he's doing that. We'll stop that too.
Exactly. You just don't be a fool, and then that way you.
Well, so maybe
how do you stop his wife or his brother-in-law or his son or his cousins from just opening the shit in their name?
Yeah, you would put if you're the guy who's a trust buster or the anti-monopoly dude, you're making laws. You wouldn't just make it a law that you can't have a monopoly. You could maybe specify some shit in there.
Yeah, that'd be fine if they opened it in their name, actually. But if any of that money actually ever transfers over back to me, then there's a problem.
No, but there's another part of the problem with monopolies and is like the trust, and so cartels, for example, they won't even be related to each other in any way. They won't even have to trade money to each other. They just have to come to an agreement to fix prices or something like that.
Isn't like
price fixing is illegal.
Isn't when you open a company?
I see what you're saying, Kosho. Like, sorry, dude. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you open a company, right, and you're not the owner of it, you just become an employee, but you're the manager of that company. So you don't actually own the company. Supposedly you tell yourself that the company buys my car, pays my insurance, pays everything, but I'm just an employee, but I run the management as well.
That sounds like a
publicly traded company. Yeah, I get that, right? You're not the owner anymore. You're like a CEO or whatever.
It sounds like a corporation.
Yeah, so that takes the liability of the faceless corporation. Like how would you destroy a corporation and no one owns it, right? But it's like there's what's it called, the council or chairmans, or what we call them.
This is what the Jews did to the banking system.
Exactly where I was going with that. That's how we do a lot of connecting the dots. I mean, you're seeing like these two companies or whatever, they look like they're enemies, but the same banking conglomerate owns them both. And the board on those banking conglomerates makes the decisions of what both of them do. So there's a proxy situation to where one banking situation actually runs the board and decision making for both of these opposing companies. So it seems like a Don King situation where they're promoting them both and then fighting them both to give the illusion of free market and no price setting and all that shit. But they're doing price setting and they're doing all the little sneaky shit that you can do under the guise of these are opponents. These two companies are opponents, not that I own them both and I'm playing Monopoly in front of you guys with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know that goes back to inside trading, right? So if I know if someone's gonna win, right? So I place my bet, but I know for sure he's gonna win because I already know who's gonna win because
and I'll double that. I'll bet on my losses too. So I'll bet that I'm gonna lose, and I'll bet that you're gonna win, and I'm gonna win both times since I own the bank.
Well, it's the stock market. You could do shit like that. You could put a put option or something, and you actually make money if you think something's gonna go down or something.
You actually can't legally do that.
No, you can. That's what they call it, a put option.
No, but
he's talking about the part before that where you bet. But what you can do is have your husband or your cousin or your sister or your good friend do it.
Even then,
you can't.
SEC will come in and
that's weird. I mean, I know they don't have that law for like when the Arabs come over and with the gas station and they have 7 years to free taxes. They don't have to pay particular taxes for 7 years. So when that 7 years is up, they sign the company.
Transfer
Yeah, they sign the company over to their cousin.
They do that here too.
And so they don't have to pay taxes for another 7 years.
The people here just started not paying taxes. You get like 2 or 3 years, and then they'll just either go to prison or go back to their country and then hand it over to the next guy, and he won't pay taxes for 2 or 3 years.
Well, what they figured out, I learned this that they, because I was chatting with one of the guys, and they're really open and free about it when they're just chilling and getting high with you, and they tell you a lot of funny stuff like not only do they do that, but they'll buy the building, right? So that they never have to pay the taxes because as long as they never sell the building, the lien on the fucking taxes they can't collect. So they can just sit there and never sell the building, keep transferring it over forever and ever, and never pay the tax on it. And until they sell it. By the time they go to sell it, they don't give a fuck. They've already made all the money.
Well, don't they borrow money as well? And don't pay on that?
No, they're grants. They don't even have to pay those back, dude. In so many cases, we pay them
Texas
to come
does
over
the same
here
thing with Dutch people.
Yeah, we paid them to come over and gave them grants to come over and open businesses. And then when they do, they don't pay taxes to help replenish the well. That's the whole reason why we gave them the shit in the first place, was to help replenish the well, because we figured, they're more motivated or whatever, But they're, I don't know why we figure that, but that's just the way it is. Or was. I don't know what it is these days. I'm definitely talking about 15 to 20 years ago.
Yeah, me too. The Dutch farmers used to come over here and get like all this assistance. Meanwhile, I'm like thinking, I wish I could get some assistance, but now as I think about it, fuck your assistant.
Yeah, with the assistance comes the control.
Yeah, like those fucking rescue programs that Biden had. How would you reject those checks? Like, I don't want your assistance, but yeah, just keep it in my bank account. I don't know if you guys received that money, right? It's like, was it 3 times, 3 checks, or 2?
Wasn't that President Trump? I think.
Yeah, you just send it back, dude. You just send it back, and there's no way that they can ask you for that loan back. Except they raise the taxes on everybody in order to pay back those loans.
So you're still paying it. We paid for that tenfold, and what happened? You see what happened? We got a few $1,000s, and the price of everything fucking got jacked because they printed so much more money in the past couple of years than they have ever.
But then they gave more money to other corporations to help them out as well. We just
And
got
all
the
the money-
crumbs of it.
All the money ultimately went to the corporations because what do people do when they get money? They go to Amazon, they go buy a Tesla or something. They don't put it in their bank.
Dude, you guys have
the
no idea.
stimulus went to the regular American people. Only 3% of the stimulus went to the regular American people. The rest went to government and corporations.
I could have claimed losses on millions of dollars, bro, and they would have paid me that money. They wanted to give me millions.
Even the money that the money that the people did get ultimately ended up going to the corporations. They went to Walmart and bought bicycles and televisions. They went to Amazon, bought a whole bunch of crap, and the big corporations got almost all the money anyway. What's that?
Well, I could have had like free rent the whole COVID thing, because I was renting. But I paid every last dime of rent because I want to have a good name in this town for like the rest of my life.
Yeah, my wife did that too. We could have got off with the mortgage without paying a mortgage for a while, but she wants to get the house payment over with. So I told her don't pay the mortgage. I was like, don't pay the mortgage and save that money up. That way we got a little. You're supposed to have like 6 months or a year worth of your bills in the bank as like a safety net. That's like the recommended amount of money to have.
For my lifestyle, I could either have a woman or 6 months worth of bills in the bank. I don't know how you could have both. not in this pay bracket.
Well, my wife works. She makes good money. She's actually the breadwinner in all this.
It's like me too. I'm gonna stay.
Are you a home dad, Jeremy?
No, I was for a minute, but I work. We got to have money coming in, dude. The amount shit costs these days, you got to have 2 incomes, or you're never gonna. You'd be struggling the whole,
Oh, guess what I found out recently? That the guy who was like the first CEO of Netflix, he's like a direct descendant of Edward Bernays. Oh, those motherfuckers. Fuck the Frankfurt School. Fuck all them Freudians. Fuck you all.
Fuck Netflix. Ever since they started taking out shit, I'm just went back to pirating. Pirate all that shit. So many streaming shit.
I used to use the torrent sites crazy. I mean, I'd much rather have it on a hard drive. That way you don't have to worry about streaming or the internet or that circle coming up saying loading.
I know, because it's all now like 4 streaming services that you might have to at least to get some.
How many of you ever looked into the Frankfurt School and like some of the thoughts that they're like responsible for? Like, imagine if I said I want to do this thing to where there's no more Japanese people. Like, if we have to genocide them, if we have to outbreed them, racially replace them, like that would be racist, right? But then you read the clergy plan, and it's like, oh, this is just normal college stuff.
Did we try to do that in World War II? Put all the anyone who looked like Japanese in camps?
Yeah, but that wasn't because we wanted to eliminate Japanese people. It's because we were at war with the Japanese. We're worried about allies.
Well, they were U.S. citizens. We thought they were spies.
I know.
Fuck that.
Yeah, right. I disagree with it completely, but I'm just saying it wasn't like a genocide thing. It was a, enemy of the state thing. Like they were worried that they would be loyal to their home country.
So this was just because they're Japanese?
Yeah, like I said, I disagree with the whole thing.
I think you missed the point, homie. Did you look up the clergy plan?
Let me look it up right now. Hold on. before I speak.
You might have to type in Frankfurt School clergy plan, and then it'll pull up a guy who's like half Japanese and half white, I think. And he wanted to do away with like purebred Europeans. Which I'm not even purebred European. And I'm not even an ethno-nationalist in the United States. Like, I don't care who my neighbor is as long as they don't break my shit. But as far as like the old world, right, where there's ethno-states like Ireland and England and Japan, like I am ethno-nationalist for them, right? Because if everybody moved in, the rock that they call Japan, like how many hundreds of years of just importing more and more and more population, then eventually there would be no more Japanese culture. I think that's really sad. Like to think about like that.
Every Japanese culture.
So let's say we did. Excuse me. Let's say we did this deal with Africa, where they could move in Japan, and they get to open up free 7-Elevens, and anybody can like marry anybody. Like you think eventually there's going to be just as many like Japanese culture people if Africa just opens up the floodgates and the Japanese people have to pay the tax. So they can't afford to have the children, but guess who can? Oh, the welfare people.
Isn't that already allowed? Other than the tax thing, I mean, African people are allowed to move there and have kids there. The Japanese people, right?
But I'm saying if there was like huge incentives, like you never had to pay taxes, because like there's incentives for women to have like a whole bunch of sexual partners and not pick a good one, and then they have like no financial repercussion for it, right? And then what happens? Well, when you grow up in a household where there's not two parents, statistics show that it's going to lead towards a life of crime. And what happens when their kids go to jail? Well, their baby's mama is without a father, right? And then what happens when their kids grow up and their baby's mama is without a father? And then you see what happens, a positive feedback loop.
Okay, but I don't understand
We're subsidizing the destruction of the minorities.
Destruction of minorities? I don't understand.
So let me try to put it to you this way. When white people were at their worst, black people were at their best. Why is that?
Is that true?
Yeah. They were absolutely like dominating. Look at Black Wall Street.
Yeah.
I think it was Oklahoma where all the natives were put, right? The natives, they were in like Oklahoma, and then they had like a Black Wall Street, and the white people kind of like tore it down. Well, during that time, the black families were like, what was it, like over 50%, father, mother, children in the same household. And now it's like 25%.
Yeah, but your statement was when there was when white people. You said when black people were at their best, white people were at their worst. I don't think that was the case in the 20s. White people weren't at their worst. I think everybody was at their best.
Dude, there was a picture of black people hanging in a tree in my courthouse within my lifetime.
Say it one more time.
There was pictures in the courthouse of black people hanging on a tree outside of the courthouse in my lifetime. In my early 20s, me and my wife went to the courthouse, and sure enough, yeah, right there, black people hanging.
As horrible as that is, I'm trying to put together what you said to make sense. Maybe you misspoke or something, but you said that when black people were at their worst, white people were at their best, and when white people were at their worst.
No. Well, I said when white people were at their worst, lynching and hanging and KKK and all that stuff, black people were at their best because they still had the family unit intact.
I see what you're saying. Okay. That's what I was trying to make sense of what you said, and I didn't understand.
Because remember, Democrats are the real racists.
Well, back then, yeah, they were.
By
giving them the handout.
Yeah, right. But also, the other thing is, I think that the home of a black family, I think that yeah, there are some examples back then, but I think there was also broken families back then too, for not the same reason, but for uh, there's a disconnect from uh, like a heritage. You know what I mean? So it's like even if even if you did have even if your mom worked or something like that, it was very possible that your family was split up for other reasons. But there were some whole families.
Kind of the strong family unit or trying to separate father, son, daughter, right? Like you said, now it takes two income to support the family. So it kind of separates the mother and the father. They don't see each other as much, and they don't see the children as much because they're so busy working to keep the mortgage and to keep food on the table, right?
Yeah, people used to be really poor. So if you wanted to have, if you could still have a one like a family with one worker and one mom or something, just live like a simple life. But
Well,
people,
in the 1960s, one man could put himself through college, buy a brand new car over 5 years, and buy a new house. Right? He could afford to do all that on minimum wage, which would be roughly, I haven't seen any recent estimates after by inflation, but it's $21 an hour was basically what it was back then if you take into consideration all the money mechanics, inflation, deflation, that sort of thing. But yeah, I think the minimum wage is a bad thing because it gets us used to accepting like the lowest legal amount that you can pay somebody. I think that anybody should be able to work out any contract. That's why it's so bad in California. We're passing these laws where if you work over 30 hours a week, then or 32 hours a week, that's overtime. I think that's going to be really bad for small business.
What?
Sure.
They're going to pass that law? Over 32 hours is going to be overtime?
Yeah, if you work more than 32 hours, it's considered time and a half or double time. I can't remember which one. I think time and a half.
They're just going to cut hours now. We don't do that.
Yeah, it's kind of like when Obama said that, well, if you work them full time, then you have to pay for Obamacare. It's like, well, we'll just give them 30 hours a week. That way they have to get two jobs. So now they're
Yeah,
working
that's all
60
they
hours
did.
a week. Yeah.
All they did was cut the jobs in half and say, all right, we're going to have 2 20-hour shifts instead of 1 40-hour shift for this spot or whatever. Yeah. They've already worked. We've got to work around for that.
And raise every medical expenses as well because fucking government's paying it.
But yeah, that's why they fucking hell. Oh yeah, right. That's why people move from California.
That's a communist state and a welfare state. They're really, really poor or really, really rich.
The example you gave though of the 50s, you said 60s, but I would say 50s, but 50s is part of the 60s. That was the greatest. That was the greatest decade, financially, for the middle class in America. Yeah.
Right, because you could still provide what one working parent could provide, but if you had two working parents in the workforce, yeah, it's going to be like the greatest successful decade of the time after Bernays. But now that they've did inflation and deflation, and the purchasing power has dropped tremendously, to where now we need both parents in the workforce, and we need our children being indoctrinated in the schools, right? So they come out as like perfect little slave punch. What do they call wage cucks? Yeah, that's what our children are when they graduate. They're wage cucks.
You didn't let me finish, and so you misinterpreted my whole point. I wasn't saying that one was a cause of the other, because it wasn't. It wasn't the case that because of that economy we had the best decade. I'm saying we had the best decade, and so it led to that environment. Like if we just came out of the war and we were financially, so we were a financial surplus where everybody else was kind of not so much. Same thing with the First World War in the 20s. Like we were very successful and financially. So people were all around prosperous. You know what I mean? So it led to that ability. Whereas in the 70s, the economy wasn't great, and so you wouldn't have been able to say the same thing.
Well, what was going on in the 70s? Right, the 60s and 70s,
Well, now you
Vietnam, non-stop printing. Yeah, you got to pay for that napalm. It's not cheap.
plus now you have Walmart's coming through. Who's more prosperous, the guy that works for Walmart or the guy that owns his own business and sells his own stuff? You lost a lot of those jobs, but when Walmart's and Target and all these big stores swept through.
Well, that meant we're getting products from other foreign countries much cheaper, right? We like that cheap stuff.
Well, what happened is, here's how it went down. The bunch of politicians got together and said, "You want to get rich?" Of course, they said, "Yeah." So they're like, "All right, here's what we do. We lower the tariffs on incoming goods into the U.S. and we'll invest in all these manufacturing places in China and Mexico and stuff." And they were like, "All right, great, good idea." And then they were like, "Shit, we need a place to sell this stuff at, right? We want to make all the money going up and down the ladder." Remember that conflict of interest with Grimm's Weed? Well, they did that. Because then they open up Walmart's like, "Oh, we'll sell all that shit here, right here. Here we go. We're all set. We'll cut all these other people out, these little businessmen that own their own personal stores that are making all this money, and we'll get all the money."
Yeah, COVID was real convenient. They were talking about how many people died. I wonder how many businesses died due to COVID worldwide. I don't care about the people, right? We can always grow more people, but it's really hard to get those businesses back.
True. But it didn't incentivize for people to do their side jobs. Like, oh, I can't get a haircut, I can't do jobs, now I gotta go do some side jobs. It's all cash money, right?
I mean, the world evolves. Companies die, other companies thrive. Cultures change. 500 years from now, if all the Africans were, moved to Japan, the Japanese culture would just be what it evolved into. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be there wouldn't be like somebody killed the Japanese culture or something like that. You know what I mean? Just cultures evolve and all that kind of stuff. So that's the way I see it with the companies and all that kind of stuff. I mean, companies will go out of business because shit happens. But I mean, I don't know. Is that really a crime? That a company went out of business?
But at the same time, like you said, they don't teach this in school. Like a financial education, how really money works, right? Like you only take like 2-3 classes, and they're optional to teach this, and then it's on school, in a high school. They don't teach this in a grammar school, right? How money works, how the interest works.
I don't teach in college either.
Yeah,
I had a guy I was working with him. He was graduated. What are they called? Like the guy who does your taxes is a BPA? No, that's the stuff plastic.
CPA.
Yeah, CPA. Yeah. He was a CPA, and I had to explain to him that, there's no gold in Fort Knox. Our money's not backed by gold. Nixon took us off of the he took us off of the gold standard. And for all you, coincidence theorists out there, like yourself, Coach Show, don't worry, bro. It's just temporary, right? I mean, you trust the facts, right? It was temporary. We're off of the gold standard. It's only temporary, guys. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I had to explain to him that the Federal Reserve note is just like any other bank note, that it's debt because there's debt attached to it. And every dollar we borrow, it's got like $1 and some change worth of tax that we have to pay back, or $1 and some tax that we have to pay back. And I'm explaining him this after he graduated college, and I didn't even graduate high school.
Yeah, so that guy's kind of lack of education, right? On the financial situation that in America, or even just how money works, right?
It's not a lack of education, though. It's the thing about Fort Knox and about even the gold standard. I mean, the CPA is not really he's not required to know that for any reason. I mean, whereas like it's. I mean, I knew that. That's good information, sure, but it's just not going to help him out in any kind of way.
Yeah, but I'm asking, how does me, a pizza guy, a so-called conspiracy theorist, a flat earther, if you will, how do I know about the book called Modern Money Mechanics, but he doesn't?
I'm not sure. But can you describe to me how knowing that there's no golden Fort Knox helps you or would help him?
Well, I mean, I can give you an answer to that if you want from someone who's done qualifications in finance. They teach you the nuts and bolts and not the kind of wider philosophy with regards to money. So they'll teach you how to calculate, an annuity, right? And so you got all these formulas that you got to learn and all this other shit. But they don't actually teach you, like, what is an annuity? Like, how did it come about? Why is this even a thing? None of that is ever explained. Like, that's all kind of like background knowledge that's not considered important for the qualification, even though, in my opinion, understanding why you're doing something is as important as understanding what you're doing. But from the point of view of the qualification, they don't give a shit. As long as you know what formulas to apply where, you're qualified.
It's like buying a car, but not knowing the car, what is in the car. You just buy it, and you just know how to buy it, how to get in debt.
I mean, you could say it's like a mechanic. So a mechanic knows that, I don't know much about cars, but like an alternator connects to the battery or whatever. But they might not understand the evolution of how the alternator became important to the car. And like what things came before that and whatnot. They might not understand like the history or the kind of surrounding knowledge, but they understand, right, if I connect that wire there and that wire there, the car will run,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's my point, though, as a CPA. So if you wanted to study finance and you eventually became somebody like the Secretary of Treasury or somebody who makes policy, then that would be a definite example of when all of the information, including the stuff that was not practical before, is now kind of practical. But for the person who's just becoming a CPA, knowing those formulas and how to do, the annuity and all this type of stuff, that's all he's going to need to know. It's not really going to be pertinent to, anything that he's doing to know the theory.
I disagree. Like we were talking about Dr. John Bergman earlier. He's a chiropractor, right? So you guys would say, right, you coincidence theorists would say, well, he's not technically a doctor, right? He's not a real doctor, right? But if he's like studying the new research that's coming out, his game, reading, what the CDC is publishing, what Scientific American is publishing, and then you got like a real doctor who hasn't picked up a book in like 40 years of practice because he's highly educated. He went through like 13 years worth of regular school and then 16 more years got his double doctorate or whatever the fuck they do in those colleges where they waste all that money. It's like he knows everything already. Like even though like medicine changes in like 40 years, he might change this and that or that prescription or this prescription, but like he's not researching like the chiropractor. So which one's the real doctor?
I mean, they're both doctors. They're both called doctors. But what's his name? Denzel Washington's technically a doctor, so it doesn't really mean.
Kosho, why did you run away from my question yesterday, bro?
I don't know if I did. I know that there was some point in our conversation when I realized I got kicked from the room at some point, and I came back and you guys were talking. So I don't know. Would you ask me?
Oh no, I'm just kidding. I'm pulling your leg, to be honest. But we're talking about individual versus group differences, and you either have to accept kind of all group differences or none of them. You can't just accept the ones you like, sort of thing. That was my question to you. Like, what do you think about that?
Oh, I thought I did answer that. Yeah, I was just saying. I was saying, yeah, I think all people can exhibit that flaw. You know what I mean? They're gonna be proud of the good traits, and they're gonna kind of villainize you for generalizing the bad traits. You know what I mean? So I think it's just natural for people to do that.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I definitely see what you're talking about. That does happen.
Yeah.
It's like this, it's like some people don't believe in the moon landing, but they still believe in the globe.
Yeah. And there's like I don't know if I've talked to you before actually, but my theory on this is that you get like mainstream conspiracy theories that are kind of pushed out by the same people. So they'll give you the official narrative, and then they'll also give you the official counter narrative, right? And now you're only allowed to believe one of these two. You either have to believe that the moon landings are real, or you are allowed to believe the moon landings are real, but only because it was a way for Russia and America to have a proxy war, right? So
Yes.
these are the two official narrative and counter narrative. If you, for instance, think that actually no, the moon landing was faked because they were trying to blag that the Earth is a globe and it's flat, not acceptable. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, but that's
How you just say, bro? You said we have to accept the moon landing?
Well, no, of course you don't have to accept it. What I'm saying is that if you want to have any kind of credibility within the quote unquote mainstream, your only alternative to the moon landings is the counter narrative, the official counter narrative that I gave.
If you want to be a part of the go along, get along club, yeah, of course.
Yeah, that was my point.
Yeah, but that's not.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. That's only. I can see why you'd say that from your perspective, but you also have to see that there is certainly reality where the Earth is a globe and we did not land on the moon. So it makes sense that there's people who believe that. It
Wait,
not
are
be
there any
because
flat
No,
earthers who believe in the moon landings? Just want to throw that out there.
no, that people don't believe that they're in the moon landing, but they still believe that the Earth is
Okay.
round.
I
It's
see
like
what you're saying. So we don't have to go to the moon, but the moon can still be a globe. I mean, not the moon. Earth can still be a globe, even if we didn't go. I heard you.
yeah,
yeah,
because
they're not.
but they
One doesn't lead to the other.
because they can lie here, but they can't lie the shape of the Earth.
No, they could lie.
Yeah, I mean,
What about the Apollo missions that were blowing up at the Van Allen belt, and they were making claims that they can't land on the moon and that it's not actually a surface planet? And then they switched that narrative. What does anybody know about that?
I think you're conflating a couple of things, but yeah, Warner von Braun did originally, and so did many other people because they didn't have a practical way to figure it out at that point. This is the early 60s, 50s.
Yeah, exactly. The space race. We're talking about Cold War, and you know, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of clarify, whenever you have like two floating positions like this, you normally have four options. So the four options would be globe plus moon landing, globe plus no moon landing, and no globe, no moon landing, right? But it's like I think the other guy said, your fourth option, which is no globe plus moon landing. I don't imagine anyone has that worldview.
Yes.
That yeah.
I've met two flat earthers who do. I think one of them was Shanji, but yeah, I knew another dude. I forget who it was who said
Well,
that.
who cares about
That
that? Because they're not here right now. No one's trying to defend that.
So next flat earther who like doesn't, in my opinion, ever really think the Earth actually was flat, believes in the moon landings. Cool. I don't. That's not convincing me, to be honest.
Yeah, there was
Yeah, it's not about it being flat. It's about the fact that they lied.
Well, yeah, that's it.
Like, if you could at least pinpoint down that they fabricated what they did during the time that they were trying to go to the moon and land on the moon, if you understand that they lied about it, then you don't got to talk about the shape of anything. That's right there. You can just throw it all in the garbage.
Yeah, but isn't it?
And then you can move on from that and discuss more important things, like Kosho said. Just because we didn't land on the moon doesn't exactly disprove the globe, and I kind of understand that.
Yeah, no, but okay. So for instance, like I believed Earth's a globe, and I also believed we landed on the moon. And at one point, I didn't. But however, it's I am of the understanding.
Do you believe
that,
Nixon was on the phone with the people on the moon?
One second, I'll answer that as a yes, but I'm going to continue what I'm saying because I was saying even though I believe in those things, I do know that everyone's capable of lying and not getting caught, capable of lying about anything, and they even possibly have the means to get away with it. So just because somebody gets caught lying at some point is not going to then put everything into further question. You know what I mean? Like I already
All right,
have
so
skepticism.
all right, I hear you.
I think the Nixon tapes, the missing 12 minutes, I think they were talking about faking the moon landing. Of course, I have no way to verify that. It's just a personal belief I have.
Weren't they
Kosha,
also thinking,
could the whole branch of government lie like the military, or no?
Anyone is capable of lying.
wasn't the Cold
But a
War just a
whole
whole bunch
branch
of
of the
nuclear
government.
threats back and forth? They were lying about how big their bombs were and where they were going to drop it and how many they had. That's what the Cold War was. Just a whole bunch of fabricating of the type of bombs they had.
And the Gulf War.
Yep. But yeah, we want to take everything face value just for the sake of a possibility of us living on a globe. But they're over here lying to us so much. That doesn't make you question everything that they're telling you.
Well, when you use what's it called, pronouns like they, them, and stuff like that,
Our
it's important to realize that it's important to realize that we're not even talking about the same people when we say that. So if you say that,
Yes, we are.
the
When he says they, he means
like,
the hierarchy enslaving you.
politicians and generals who are making claims about people's
inner
weapons.
circles, secret boulets, fraternities, and royal families. And
You can actually just refer to them as like the committee of 300. Like it's like this, like sort of.
The actual people who told those lies, though, so the generals and the politicians, they had interest to do so, and anybody who has an interest to do something has the capability of lying. So, to me, just because they lied about that doesn't equate to other people in government, like NASA, the post office, or some other people in government. If there's no motivation for them to lie, I don't see why you would
Dude,
assume
why
they are.
wouldn't NASA lie? They're literally the public relations.
They definitely lied.
Or
So
the
who cares
military
about the
industrial
motivation to
complex.
lie? They did lie.
They've lied before, yeah. Or at least people in
Did Kosha just say the post office?
post office, any other part of the government.
Yeah, the post office is a military thing. Like
And I
not a
think
lot of
one of
people
their
like to realize that.
motivations to lie
But
was there was a lot
they
of
got their own guns and everything.
wasn't there a lot of inadherence around the time where they assassinated JFK and then you had Nixon? Who was the guy presidents? Was it Hoover or Grant? No, not Grant. I can't remember the dude that was
LBJ.
not. Who?
LBJ.
LBJ.
Johnson.
He's not
LBJ,
considered.
yeah, thank you.
He's not considered one
So
of the
there was
worst.
like a
Johnson.
level of rebellion against the political powers during this time. So they were trying to, I feel like they were trying to suppress and pacify people. Who knows? I don't know.
So LBJ, under his presidency, they passed two laws which are symbiotic, in my opinion. And the first one is the Immigration Reform Act, and the second one is the Welfare Act. And to quote him loosely, if we get this Welfare Act, these niggas will be out of our hands for the next 50 years. And he was talking about, black people voting Democrat for free stuff, right? But there's two ways to enslave someone, really, in my opinion. Like, if you put them in chains, right, that's slavery. We all know what that looks like. Or there's a more modern economic slavery where you just give them free money, right? And they think, like, this is the best I could do, right? So what do they do for upward mobility? Well, they're not going to be incentivized to work harder because they've already got this taste of free money, right? So what do? They're basically going to, create their own upward mobility, which is what young men do when there is none. They create their own, right? And they do dangerous stuff like crimes. And then this perpetuates the prison industrial complex. No father in the household, more poverty, less upward mobility, more crime, more prisons get built.
Oh yeah, I just totally forgot. My grandfather dodged the draft. Super duper hippie guy. Went to Woodstock and just like had to fight to not get drafted. And like a lot of his friends ended up dying in the war. He told me this story. It's interesting stuff. How he managed to not go to Vietnam and it saved his life.
Good for him. I commend that. I mean, if Vietnam would attack us and he did that, I'd say he's a coward.
He was on the run. He was
But
literally on a bus, like traveling the country, like, you know, hiding from the authorities. Yeah, he took a big risk, not just
good for him.
going along
you
and
know,
getting along. You know,
good for him. The right to associate, right? He didn't want to fucking go do that. Fight for the bankers' war.
yeah. Now that I think
I don't know
about
why
it, my
anybody
grandfather
does.
took a really big risk around that time to dodge a draft. Yeah, that was super illegal. I'm pretty sure.
They could have landed him in prison, but I'd say kudos to him, right? Because if you
Thanks,
don't want
man.
to go fucking kill nobody,
My
you know,
grandfather's such a smart guy too.
that's a
He'll
good thing,
prison.
right?
Yeah, I agree.
Like,
Yeah.
and then you seem to have a pretty level head on your head. Like, you know, I don't know you personally, but you don't seem like a complete, you know, waste of human space, right? So you came out all right, right? And that's because you turned out all right. You wasn't all fucked up coming back from Vietnam, like digging a hole in
I'm
some mud
pretty
and
fucked
beating
up.
his wife. I feel bad for the vets, man. I really do. I'm not trying to slander nobody.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. But Coach, now I'm wondering, you don't find anything throughout history that, you know, you can pinpoint who's lying? Or like when I use the word they, you don't think I'm talking about a specific group of people?
I think when somebody brought it up earlier and they said they were specifically talking about two totally different people. But yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, it depends on the context, right? You'd have to. Sometimes there's a context you could use. There's context in which you don't need to specify that, but oftentimes people should be specifying who they're talking about, because if they were, they'd realize that there's no conflating those two groups of people, like the in general.
Yeah, there could be a power struggle within, you know, all these powerful people, and they're hiding secrets from each other, levels of clearance, or you know, all that kind of nonsense, right? Not everybody has all the information. Even people that are considered. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say the two groups that were in question were politicians and military. You don't think they are similar in many ways?
No. The politicians and the military were on the same side of it. But when I was saying politician and military, I was saying that's one side of that's one of the scenarios. That was the people who lied about the nukes and the weapons of mass destruction.
Does anybody remember when Obama was trying to unclassify information about
before you cut in,
okay.
I have to say, because I do know that when it comes to weapons of mass destruction, it's actually true that NASA was one of the people who were involved in line at that point. So that's not a good example. But
I mean, sorry, the other thing I wanted to ask then, who was the second group? Because you're talking about two groups.
Yeah, NASA was the other group, but it wasn't.
So you've just said government, military, which is government, and NASA, which is government. I don't really.
I know. Listen, to be clear, I was making the point that I was talking purely about government. I'm saying that because somebody was saying about putting them all together because they're everyone. You know, if that public government lies, and the entire government's lying, and that's just not that doesn't make much sense practically. It does make sense that if they have similar interests and they're involved in something together, like in that situation, NASA was involved in lying with them. But most NASA had nothing to do with military.
Sorry, I know what you're going to say. So, can you just admit that it invalidates your previous statement about multiple groups if you're now saying they're basically the same?
No, I'm not saying they're basically the same. So the whole point was that they were all government. That was already the whole point. In this specific situation, NASA was one of the people who was lying. So it was NASA, politicians, generals, they're all lying about weapons of mass destruction, or involved in that lie. That's true in that example. However, the example he was talking about was about nukes, and then also about NASA lying about the shape of the Earth. And in that regards, NASA does not have an vested interest in the other, and the government doesn't have vested interest in NASA's research and that kind of stuff. So no, it's not.
Ooh, I heavily disagree. I think all three groups would have a very big interest in lying about this if it was a lie. NASA's is obvious; their funding comes from the previously held belief that the Earth is a globe and all of the funding that flows from that. The government would obviously have an interest in keeping that hidden, because they wouldn't want mass panic and mass hysteria around the subject. The military would obviously have an interest in keeping that hidden because it would give them tactical advantages over all of their enemies. Like this is obvious.
I agree with that 100% because that's assuming that the Earth's flat at that point. I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, all these arguments are assuming that the Earth's flat because the subject is that these groups lied about the shape of the Earth. I mean,
yeah, no, but that's not okay. So the specific question that I think Tanks had asked was about would you then, think if you see them lying about this, would you then start to question, if they're telling the truth about this? So that's coming from the point of view of no, I don't think the Earth is flat, and would I start questioning it based on some other part of the government line? That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't start questioning NASA just because the politicians are lying about something else. You know what I mean?
But you've already admitted in this conversation that NASA actually did lie about the same thing.
No, not about the same thing, but about
Yeah,
weapons. But NASA's lied about other. They've lied about other stuff before too.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course they've lied about stuff. Like they're a big governmental organization. Of course they lied. Like this is what they do. I think that was his point.
Why would NASA lie?
Anybody anywhere will lie or has the capability of lying.
So why do we trust them?
Or if their interests are involved. This is everybody.
What
everywhere.
are NASA's interests when they lie to us?
Your question is about doubting what they're presenting about the shape of the Earth. All right.
Yes.
So I have to have reason to question that, not question if they're telling me the truth about it.
Well, you're taking the armored skeptic route of being skeptical of the skeptics. It's just really weird.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It goes back that, oh no, maybe they lied about the moon landing, but they didn't lie about the shape of the Earth.
I'll tell you what, Kosho, if I really had telescopes and shuttles and all this stuff and the ability to photograph the moon, I would never hide any of it from you, bro. I would send you everything you want to see, straight up. Because I don't got a problem about that,
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, the shape of the Earth, from at least where I come from, and probably a lot of people don't get their idea of the shape of the Earth from NASA. NASA maybe confirms it, and
I agree with that.
Definitely, they present it, and they definitely our government's.
Universal Studios was putting up images of the globe before their movies, before NASA. I think I could actually try to research that.
Yeah, but even NASA and Universal Studios were both influenced by the information, which was already out there. So it's not like just because I know NASA's lied about the Challenger disaster or they were involved in the weapons of mass destruction, I'm not going to start questioning the shape of the Earth because they lied about those things. You know what I mean?
But where does the buck stop if someone says, what's the shape of the Earth? And people go, oh well, we know the Earth is round because what?
I mean, you want to start listing them or?
The average person will say NASA 95% of the time.
Oh shit! I mean, even people in this community, like Gem Pan is a good friend of mine, but he'll tell you the number one reason, the number one right answer, and he's not wrong for saying it, but he's the number one right answer. We have pictures of the Earth from space, and even though I don't like to use the argument, but he's not wrong. I mean, that's a.
Well, before
images. I don't know that you have pictures. You do have images. Cool, but that's my point though. Is that this kind of confidence is underpinned by NASA. It might not be the very first place that people hear the information. They generally will hear it from their primary school teacher before anyone else.
What's the highest independent rocket launch? And what's the highest someone was able to get above the Earth without NASA?
Can I finish? Can I finish, dude? Look.
Okay,
yeah,
you're
technically right in saying that people don't hear it first from NASA, but absolutely intellectually the buck stops with NASA virtually every time. So I do feel like you're maybe deliberately missing the point there.
No, I've said exactly that already. I've said that's true that NASA confirms it. They do confirm it, and they confirm it in a way that is definite for most people. But if you took NASA out of the equation, that wouldn't take the globe out of the equation, and that wouldn't leave people questioning whether there might be slightly more people questioning it, but the information for knowing it's a globe or not is already out there without NASA.
Come on, man. If NASA didn't exist at all and there was nothing about NASA and people questioned the globe, people would be like, oh, well, I don't actually know how I know it's a globe. That would literally be the first thought that crosses a lot of people's minds. But at the moment, they go, oh, pictures from space, NASA. Like, I would say that it's actually the prime driver towards people believing in a globe.
Yes.
That would be...
Yeah, I don't know if that can be said if people believed it before NASA, like in the 40s or whatever. You have to mind that most people did think it was.
They didn't know it's the level they think they know it now.
What do we know about? What do we know about the origins of NASA and who started the organization?
We know that it came out of a different organization, that the United States started it, and that the scientists, a lot of them came from Project Paperclip, which was a very
This is the
smart.
alliance that America and Germany formed after World War II. You could say.
No, it was not an alliance. It was.
But they're bringing German scientists to America to continue everything they were doing in Germany.
Yeah, we took scientists who were involved in the war effort in the Nazi Party. Yes, but it wasn't an alliance that we made with Germany. It was basically a way of not. So the thing that made it wrong was these are war criminals. These are technically would have been war criminals.
Because when they wanted to say the word alliance, they had an alliance. I already know what you mean. There was the alliance, and then there was the, what do you call them? I forgot the name of these. Fair? I don't remember the name. Fair something. Either way, how can you say that the origins of NASA being created has to do with space at all? Like, I think it was started by Masons and occultists. I should find this information for you. In the 30s,
I don't know.
Yeah, by a Catholic priest, actually.
See, that could be true. That could be true, but it could also be true that the most likely scenario is true, which would be that we were at war with the Germans, who had scientists that were getting pulled from the Russians as well, because they had different scientists doing fucking experiments on people in the concentration camps. They had amazing engineers and rocketry people. So it just makes sense that we would pull from that pool rather than just let them rot in jail. So I get the point of doing it. I don't think that there was some occultist reason for doing that.
You know what that little vector, the red upside down V, what it actually means and why they use that in their logo? I actually need to find a video for you. I'll do it right now.
Upside down V, isn't that the lambda?
That vector symbol, it's like an A, but it's like a red stretched out A. There's a meaning to that. It's they call it a vector, but the real meaning is like, pagan occultist stuff.
I think it's also a letter.
Isn't that the forked tongue of a serpent?
Yes, exactly. Thank you. No, now I can research this better.
You're welcome.
Oh, before NASA, what was the proof?
The same proof that exists now, minus the picture from space one. But like I said, I never use that in my argument because technically it's cheating, I think. But the same list of arguments that.
Okay, I just found it. All right, here we go. Let me read this for you, bro. The asteroid Apophis, ancient Egyptian deity of chaos, who was represented as a serpent, flies dangerously close to Earth. What? Yeah, they're that little red vector or the serpent tongue is representative of an Egyptian deity. That's occultism. Yeah, that's mysticism right there.
It's very possible, but it's also possible that it's not. Like I said, there's a Greek symbol, that the lambda symbol, that's also shaped like that. And is it true that that symbol comes from the same, would you say, Egyptian goddess, or is it just a coincidence that it's a similar shape?
Well, I'm kind of making I'll be the reach god, and I'll try to make a synchronistic connection to this stuff. You got the serpent tongue, you got the idea of the tree of knowledge, and Eve biting the apple. So what if they want to represent themselves as like the bringers of knowledge? Like that's why they use the serpent tongue. Not even important though.
I missed only one part, but I'm assuming, as I only heard the end, but you said bringer of knowledge. Are you talking about Hermes or let's see?
I was talking about the snake wrapped around the tree in the Garden of Eden. That's why they put the serpent tongue in their logo, to represent the forbidden knowledge. But yeah, of course I'm reaching, man. Like I'll reach when it comes to that kind of stuff.
It's true that Apple did get their symbol from that.
Oh wow! Yeah. All these companies actually have to use Saturnalian type, knowledge and symbolism to better their. I feel like they do it because people assimilate to these symbols because they actually have deeper ancient meanings. And when you see something like that apple or the snake tongue, we automatically have an affinity for it. Maybe there's like ancient generational use of symbolism.
I mean, most of the Western world knows about that story, so.
Sorry to barge in, but can I ask SE one thing? I'll be quick, and it won't take long. Is that cool with y'all?
No, take
as long as you want.
SE, you there?
I'm here, bro.
SE, someone lies to you, whether it be an organization or a person, an individual. You catch them in the lie. They basically admit to the lie. Everybody agrees that they agree that they did lie. Would you trust them again?
Absolutely not.
Never. I would say I would trust them again after a period of time, right? But if they told me things that seemed along the same lines of the same lie they told me before, I would be really skeptical. And when I looked into it, if it was kind of shady, I probably wouldn't be trusting them, right?
No chance, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for playing.
Why would you? A sensible man, why would you trust somebody that lied to you previously? I mean, makes no sense to me.
How could I claim myself intelligent if I did trust them again, right?
Well, I'd go as far as to call you a fool if you trusted them again.
I might go even further.
Yeah.
The only way you possibly could trust them again is if they gave you a reason to trust them, right? If they fucked up and lied and they did this whole thing and then they came out and maybe they did something else, like it would be the only way you would maybe garner any sort of trust left is if they redeemed themselves from the previous action. But the thing is, how in this case, it's like these companies, these organizations, they just continuously lie.
And that's usually that way of thinking is usually with an individual. Like, I'll forgive them, right? But with an organization that doesn't change, right? They're doing the same exact thing over and over again.
So,
why trust them?
I can't really make sense of this how I want to, but I'm gonna try to make Coach understand something. Like, do you understand that there's a possibility that they took correct measurements and manipulated them so they would fit to a sphere? Like, do you think this is possible? Let me try to say that again. Do you think it's possible to come up with a bunch of numbers to represent a sphere and that we could actually get these distances and measurements on Earth sometimes? Nah, my question isn't even, I didn't word that question right. Sorry, bro.
I think if I controlled the educational system, the TV program, the politicians, big organizations, I held loans over the heads of some of the most powerful companies in the world. You think I would have control enough to teach people that I don't know, the sky was actually green and not blue? I do.
These guys, yeah, within a week, they'd be fighting for a green sky,
Whoever
guaranteed.
that guy was that was trying to ask Kosho a question, your question was perfectly clear. I understood exactly what you were asking.
Who, me?
Yeah, I did too. I don't think Kosho's here. Like, I think Kosho's on doing something else.
Yeah, like if you look at like the distance to the moon, or like the size of the moon, how much the moon weighs, how far we are from the sun, all these actual numbers are based around like 3 and 6 and the Pythagorean theorem, and maybe other distances that they were able to calculate, measure, whatever, and then they just said, oh, let's add a few zeros to it and say that this is the size of the moon. Like, if I could find one example from a video, and I'll find this video again. This is from years ago. Sonic Geometry lays out all these, celestial distances and sizes, and there's a syncretism when it comes to like them using the number 6 and the Pythagorean theorem. Supposedly, all these things are just so mathematically precise on a scale that it's like I can't explain. Let me just pull this video up. I'm gonna give you a timestamp, and this thing breaks down all these distances and sizes and how they align with the flower of life and the Pythagorean theorem. And it just seems like they just fixed these numbers on all these celestial distances you can't actually find out. And yeah, that's just what it is, guys. Like, I think it's something like 432 is a certain frequency on the Pythagorean scale. And it's also like something like 432,000 miles we are from the sun. And they just decided that it would be funny if they just took those numbers and fitted on celestial sizes. Anyway, thanks for letting me get that off my chest. Putting up a video. Timestamp 13 minutes and 42 seconds. It breaks down the importance of the number 1260 and 432 and how all these random distances and sizes you can find these numbers. Yeah. 432 shows up in large scale measurements. That's the easy way to say what I was trying to make sense.
Yeah. So what do you call a person that continuously gets lied to, but then just accepts and continues believing that person or entity that has lied to them and fights for them, no doubt?
They're providing tons and tons and tons of evidence and data that people can look at. So there's a whole lane of halfway believing, there's a whole lane of 100% believing that they've laid out. And, over here, we're just not even on the track. We're off the racetrack. They created the lanes of believing and not believing. And now there's a lane of, look, they made those lanes too.
Well, how about the lane that fights for the person that makes the lies? Would that be the Stockholm lane? What would you name that lane on the highway?
Dude, I was a Glober last year. Like, I don't even know what to say. Like, I was poisoned, or I drank from the punch bowl.
No, you weren't electric.
Everybody's Glovers. We all live on a globe.
Any flat
I
earther
don't.
that says I was a glober and I used to argue for the globe is just straight up lying.
But yeah, I'd throw it all out because there's too much stuff piling up that contradicts us living on a sphere.
Right.
Yep.
Sure there is.
Yeah, there is.
And yet all the evidence points to say it's globe.
Like I said, man, I believed in the globe. I actually studied and cared about what Tesla do, what Elon Musk was doing. I cared about SpaceX. I cared about Google and their space missions. I used to look that stuff
Sure
up.
you did.
Oh, yes, I did. I wanted to know what was happening on ScienceDaily.org every day. I was like subscribed to all these Science Daily Facebook groups and whatever you want to call this stuff, man. I read everything they wanted to tell me. You think I don't know the globe narrative? Why would you say that? You think I've been a flat earther for longer than this or something? I don't know the flat earth narrative.
No, you're not a flat earther. No one actually is.
Okay, so I don't even know why you would try to make that point right now. Can we have a more productive...
Well, because we live on a globe, and
that doesn't mean
everybody
anything
realizes
here. That
it's on a globe.
You're not
You
proving
can
anything.
deny it yourself in your head. That just makes you crazy. Not a flat earther. Maybe crazy is a strong word. Ignorant? That's probably a better word.
Okay, so you probably took this whole entire conversation. Nobody was attacking you personally, but I think you definitely took
That's not an attack on you. Ignorance is actually a thing. It's not an attack. It's a position.
You need to bring your sensitivity.
Dude, I was
level
drinking
down,
from the
though.
punch
Yeah,
bowl.
bring
I
your
believed in
sensitivity
the
level
globes.
down.
I
Come on.
really thought
Yeah,
that
bring that
Elon
sensitivity
Musk
level down a
was
little
trying
bit.
to design new rockets and stuff. I believed this stuff, bro. I did.
Why does everybody get so sensitive in here? That surprises me.
Trigger
I was just
warning.
wondering if maybe Solaris could Google the word hubris and just let us know what it means.
Google the word hump. See what that means. And then Google the word drop. See where that leads you.
Me, I had to realize that I still believed in space and outer space and millions of miles of space before I could 100% throw out the globe. Because I went from, in 2018, I believed in everything that was going on with NASA. And my brother brings to me flat Earth. And I start picturing a rock that's flat on top in the sky. And I couldn't throw away outer space, but I low-key would entertain flat Earth. And now I had to throw out the globe and outer space after thinking about it way more and realizing that NASA hasn't actually proved anything and that they actually use CGI a lot. They use CGI all the time. NASA has a whole art studio. They have they test their little experiments and they video everything, film everything. It's
So
like
you
a
know
big, it's like
you
a
know
big
about the
museum.
Himawari 8 then? I mean, if you're up on all that, you know about the Himawari 8, right?
Yeah, what year was that? The Himawari 8.
It's not that it's a year, it's like continually going on right now.
What year did that launch is what I'm asking.
It's a satellite, it's launched, it takes a picture of the globe
What
every
year
like
did that
10
launch?
minutes.
Here, I'll look it up. How do you spell Himawari?
And now you can go to the moon now with VR.
Hold on, you think the Himawari 8 takes a picture of the globe?
Yeah, this was in
every 10 minutes.
2014. I remember this. Yeah, I remember the Himawari.
Yeah, Himawari 8, if you actually go look at the actual FTP and look at the actual files, it uses the Blue Marble data set.
Yeah, look at these beautiful 3D images of this satellite supposedly next to Earth. Look at that. This looks 3D as hell. That doesn't even look like Earth. What is that?
Okay, so it doesn't fit your bias. It doesn't look like what I think it should, so it's not real.
It doesn't fit reality.
Classic. Okay.
I don't have a bias, man. I'm not trying to make flat Earth real. It just so happens I really
all flat earthers are trying to make it real.
About the globe being
it's
real.
just not
I have
real.
to accept that it's not real.
You could show you that it don't actually take pictures of anything.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at a picture of the Himawari 8 inside of a facility, and then here's a picture of it in outer space, and who we...
Check out the video I just posted telling you how, the James Webb telescope, telling you how the picture actually looks and what they do to make it the thing you see. You know, those brilliant pictures that they post. Have a look at that video. You'll blow your mind.
All right.
It's all window dressing, sugar, sprinkles. Would you like some cinnamon on that, sir?
Yes, we do.
Cinnamon, spice, and everything.
We like a sweet lie.
How images
Exactly.
are processed for the public.
Right, but it's the
They're
flat
literally
earthers
just
who are
on a
trying to
computer.
trick people, right?
I mean, this is a red flag. I could keep watching this video, but that's a red flag to me. That should be a red flag to anyone.
Yeah, they tell you how they do it, man. They show you the actual picture and then they tell you, we do this, we enhance that, we put a little color here. Well, I think it should be blue. Oh, wait, I think I put too much contrast. They tell you. They're not lying to you if you listen. They actually tell you how they fool you.
You understand they do that when they have images that weren't in the visual spectrum, right?
Uh-huh.
Because they can't possibly be visualized other than
Well,
put in.
Kosho, can we look at the telescope formerly known as Lucifer? Can we
I think
see
that's
some
their
of that?
biggest problem. That is their biggest problem. They can't provide a picture of Earth. That's their problem. That's why a lot of people get mad at them now. It's just like, why aren't you giving me a real picture? You know,
That's a weird thing to say after somebody just mentioned Human Warrior 8.
I don't think this is a real picture of Earth right here. This looks fake as fuck. Let me show you this picture.
Your incredulity doesn't mean it's fake. You realize that, right?
Yeah, and this is me living my life.
Your
using my own
inability
judgment.
to falsify it doesn't mean that it's real either. You realize that, right?
And your ability to tell me
You
that I
can't.
can't
You can
falsify things
falsify
or
it.
not
You can
doesn't
try
do
and
anything
falsify it.
I mean, you can't tell me that I can't
All you have to do
falsify
is find
something.
one
This is my
volcanic
life, bro.
eruption or one storm or one forest fire.
This
That's
is my
not
life.
in that
I'm not
picture.
going to tell you. I'm not going to let you tell me what I'm
I mean,
looking
think
at.
about everything, all the massive amounts of big data they have to calculate and put together to make a fake image that matches.
Did you type in
everything on
Himawari 8
Earth
on Google and just
all
scroll
at
through the
once.
images?
Every 10
Nothing
minutes,
looks
they
real.
have to do that. I
Dude, none
can't
of
even.
this looks real.
You think that's what they do? You think they reset
I'm a
every single
software
day with
engineer.
new information points, or you think maybe they just they plot it out?
I'm a software engineer, and I'm here to tell
One
you
time.
we do not have the technology to aggregate all that data together in the first place, and then to be able to render it every 10 minutes. It doesn't exist. Does not exist. That technology doesn't
You ever heard of supercomputers overlaying like data
Supercomputers
over
that's not
images?
enough. That's not
another
enough.
thing. People don't think shit is happening
There's
until it's
not
happening
enough
to them.
computational awareness. Like we don't have enough information that can all come together into one place and handle that much data. You're talking about terabytes and terabytes and terabytes of data, dude. Like you can't do it. We don't have the technology to do that. It doesn't exist.
What?
And the data,
we don't have. Yeah,
You
apparently we don't have
you
the
can't take
technology
all
for data
these
points.
measurements.
Gotcha.
You can't take worldwide measurements of every forest fire, every volcano, every little storm, every cloud that exists in the world, bring it all together and render it in real time every 10 minutes.
I hear you. GPS is fake.
It's impossible.
Good point. GPS is fake. Good point.
It has nothing to do with GPS.
There's
no way we could. There's no way.
Basically, you guys are
I'm
just showing
telling you.
another area of ignorance. You don't know anything
There's
about
no
big data.
possible
Got
way
it.
that we
Got
could
it.
have
You know
every single
nothing
point
about
on
big
Earth
data.
mapped out.
I
It's
understand
absolutely
now.
impossible.
Thank you.
There's
Should've
no
been-
way
should've
you
been
could
brought
have
the
every
topic.
area on Earth mapped out to where your GPS will update as you move. It's just impossible.
That is not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
Here we go with another level of ignorance.
It is a level of ignorance.
Yep, it's another level of ignorance.
Yeah, so don't they use weather balloons to figure out storm patterns?
Yes, this is exactly Stanley's point. Is that those two balloons that go up every day from different locations? They go up twice a day, right? Not every 10 minutes. They go up twice a day, and so these balloons would have to be going up every 10 minutes, collecting that information every 10 minutes, and sending it to some central location every 10 minutes, so they could be processed and produced in less than 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes, just would have to happen. And this is that data doesn't exist.
That's what they claim they're doing. They claim they got all these satellites around the Earth, and they're creating terabytes of data based on the photos they're taking. That's what they're saying they're doing.
Is
No,
it
they're
6
just
million or 600,000? I can't remember. If it's 6 million or 600,000 ground towers that we use for these data points.
We're talking about petabytes of data. I challenge anyone here to even build a system that can handle petabytes of data.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, no, it's
How many
a large
how many
number. It's
cell
hard to
phones would
understand.
need to be on Earth to be pinged to get some
Dude,
information?
you want
from it?
regular people talking about it to just start building like celestial sized objects. I don't know what you want.
I want you to build a system that can actually do what you're claiming Himawari 8 does.
Yeah, right back at
when
you,
I-
buddy. Why don't you do
Let
it?
me see that happen.
When I get that budget, like NASA budget.
What are you talking about? It doesn't cost
NASA didn't make the Himawari 8. You probably should correct yourself. NASA did not make the Himawari 8.
Yeah. Didn't cost NASA anything.
But was there a budget for Himawari?
It did not cost NASA a dime.
I'm sure there was a budget
Was
for
there a
Himawari
budget?
8, yes. But each
Right,
image
so
now
once we get
doesn't
that
cost
budget-
any additional dollars. So
Yeah, these people just
build it
get
one
tons
time.
of funding to just make a whole bunch of computer images. That's really what it is.
Okay, let's assume that you had an unlimited amount of money, okay, and you wanted to lie and pretend that space is real, and so you would need to make this Himawari thing.
NASA Studios.
How would you go about producing these images that give accurate weather data?
Blue marble data.
It's real simple. All you got to do is have ground-based technology. You point at the sky, right? You reverse the image, like mirror it, and then lay it over the map. And then once every 10 minutes, process all that data, and bada bing, bada boom, out comes the image.
That's only if we have the internet and things like that. And Soundly said the internet is impossible. So we don't have enough
problems.
data. We
I didn't
can't
say
do
the
it.
internet was impossible. It's weird how you guys have to mischaracterize stuff like that. What I'm saying, first you have to answer, how do you fill the gaps where there is no data? Because there isn't a system set up everywhere to read the weather everywhere, right? It's not a radar system everywhere in the world to set up and read.
How long do you think they've been?
Wait a minute. Are you telling me there's not military radar all over the world?
Wait a
Are you
minute.
serious?
There's not ground-based like weather systems radar everywhere.
They have
in the world.
satellites
everywhere.
Satellites
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Satellites.
Thank you. Satellites. Yes, thank you.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, and
He's
so
talking about
you have
ground-based
actual.
data,
You can actually
Zanuck.
take. Look, if you go to UAH in Alabama, and they have that's where all the data for all the weather analysis and climate analysis happens. This data and these satellites. There's 3 of them I think they have now that they're running. That they're constantly moving around the Earth and constantly taking. And there's some also geostationary and taking pictures. Not only taking pictures of the ground, but taking pictures of the atmosphere at any depth they would like to the ground from the satellite.
But that's not what we're talking about, dude. We're talking about ground-based technologies because that's the claim. They're claiming that there's ground-based technologies that build all this information, put all this information together, cover the entire Earth, and it all comes together in petabytes of information are all rendered within 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes.
They don't do that. That's not even how they like. If you
How do
want
you
to read a
think they
weather
use the
report
ground?
every
How
day,
do you think
and
they
you want to
actually
look at
have
the weather
radar
radar
from the
every day,
ground?
they
How do
don't
you think they have radar from the
they
ground?
don't need new data every 10 minutes to represent the weather.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
How would they do?
No,
Yeah,
they don't. They
How
have
would they
cloud data,
actually
they
know
have
what the weather
blue
is?
marble data, they have weather data, and they just reuse it. Like, hold on, bro.
No, but no.
I need to actually.
Listen,
I need to look this up.
That's the point I'm
move on.
making. It has to match
Yeah,
reality, or else you'd be able to easily falsify it, dude.
Yeah, you need to
It
understand
never.
that.
The weather
that's-
literally never matches reality, bro.
Yeah,
Never.
no, listen, dude. When you look at a picture of the Himawari, if it's for the past 10 minutes, it's not showing you what the weather is going to look like. It's showing you what the Earth looks like. So it's gonna not making a prediction. It's telling you what the weather is, and so
I
it's
work
100%
outside every
correct.
day, and I check the weather before I leave my house, and they get it wrong on a daily
Dude,
basis.
like, listen to the words I'm saying.
How?
There's no
Why are you not
predictive
understanding what I'm saying?
Use their
This is not a
Actually,
predictive model.
Unbelievable.
This is an actual image. There's not a prediction. Please try to understand what I'm saying. If there's no predictions involved with this, it's not telling you what's happening in the future. This is happening at real-time pictures, showing the accurate.
when they get their data from their weather balloons, they don't actually take a photograph and then put a bunch of green blobs over it.
That's
They
what we're
have to take
saying.
the data from
There's
the weather
not
balloon, and then they have to
enough.
they have to make the image using the data
Why,
that they
dude,
already
why
have.
do you not understand there's not enough weather balloons to cover the
There's
entire
two different
surface of the Earth?
ways that they could make these images that
He's
they
just
claim
ignoring
are
what I'm
weather.
saying and interrupting me in the process.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Okay, verified that.
So doesn't the weather balloon
Verified.
go up like 130?
Verified.
Sorry,
verify that there is not enough weather balloons that to cover the whole entire Earth.
Show them to me. You'd be able to see them all over the
Tell
sky,
me,
dude.
show me them. You're the one making the claim that there isn't.
Yeah,
How
Electric
am I
is
going
saying
to
it's
show
been
you
happening.
nothing?
Wait,
How am I
what?
going to show you nothing, dude?
That's
Stop making a claim that
that's
there is.
affirming a
All you
negative,
have to
dude.
There has
do,
to be
exactly.
enough.
All
If
you
there's
have to
they can tell you
do,
the weather
all
everywhere
you
on
have
Earth.
to do to disprove it is just take a picture of all of these weather balloons littering the
It's like
sky, taking photos, dude. What are you
every
talking
time you
about?
think there's a storm
You're
cloud
gonna see them
accumulating
all.
that they
You
recreated in a
think
computer, that's
Yes.
absurd, bro.
Do you know how
you'll be
many
able to
there would
see
have
what
to
No,
be,
they
dude?
don't.
Have you ever
You know
seen
what?
They don't. They
one?
just go to their
Amateur
cloud data.
photographer.
If you
Seriously.
haven't
Go to their
seen
data.
Have
They
you
don't
ever
have
one,
to
seen
do
that's
one?
if you haven't seen one, that's evidence
Have
supporting
you ever
me.
seen one?
Yes, I've seen the weather balloon.
Amateur photographers and astronomers, I'm sure, have been in their backyards taking pictures of all these different balloons going overhead. But you know what? We don't see that.
Just
We
do
don't
a
see satellites
very
either.
I'm just presenting
basic,
another.
simple
It
calculation
makes it
about how
possible.
Yes, you
far
do.
you can see from a
You
weather
have to
balloon.
understand that it's
Yeah,
possible.
weather balloon
That they
goes
don't
up
need to
120,000
Understand?
feet.
every single
So they
storm
could
pattern
probably
that they see.
see
They
it
don't need to
100
recreate
miles.
it. Okay, they could just go to their data and find something similar.
Guys,
Oh
one
my
at a
God, that's
time.
so amazing.
Guys,
If they want to represent the
hello.
radar and show the little green blotches all over the
And
One
do
map,
at
you
a
they
not
don't
time,
need to.
understand?
guys.
They don't need
Do
to
you,
do that every time.
okay, do you
Anyway,
not understand that if that were the case, then you would simply be able to point to a spot on that image and say, see, this doesn't match the ground-based radar. So then we know that this image is wrong. And no one's done that. That's the point that we're making. It always
Well, if it
matches.
takes pictures every 10 minutes,
Dude,
show me pictures of Chinese New Year.
Do what?
If it takes pictures every 10 minutes, go back to where it was
you
Chinese
just
New Year
claimed
and
that they would
show
need.
me the
Why?
fireworks. Don't, because there'd be fireworks on the images, wouldn't there?
You said it would be impossible to do this every 10 minutes anyway. So why are you claiming this is what they're doing now?
We're claiming that what you guys are claiming. Because listen, let's make everything clear. From our position, we're saying there's a satellite in space taking an image every 10 minutes. That's what we're saying. You guys are saying that's not what's happening. And we're trying to come up with alternatives. What you guys have suggested is that they're somehow
Just
collecting
me.
the data.
Nobody else is really saying what I'm saying, I feel like.
Fine. They're collecting the data and producing the images themselves every 10
I
minutes.
like to add to that too, is that every time it takes a picture, that's yet another chance for you to disprove the satellite. And there's 375,000 of those pictures. So just go show one of them being
Satellite.
wrong.
What?
Yeah, seriously.
Not even sure what you're getting at.
In 2017, terrorism already disproved this freaking satellite, the Himawari 8.
Oh,
Himawari
did it?
8 is the data set for the Blue Marble data set. So what are you talking about?
He didn't disprove shit. All he
This
back in
Blue Marble
2000.
data set.
You know what Jaron did is he disproved himself. I'm sure you didn't see that
Okay,
documentary.
so
but-
you didn't know,
okay.
so you dismiss the Blue Data Marble set, the Blue Marble data set that's on their website describing how to use it, right?
What about it?
I mean, what
Why
about
did
it?
they need that?
It produces any images. It uses a data set that's already been set.
But we're
The
talking
Blue
about.
Marble.
I don't even know.
It's
I don't
already
even know what you're
known
talking
that
about right
it's
now.
Photoshop.
And
We're
I
talking
don't know
about.
what he's
breath,
saying.
they'll
Man.
We're
have
talking.
the data set and they'll say that they need
What are you actually
what did they
saying?
say?
No
Terabytes and
sense,
terabytes
Hugo.
of data that you would need every 10 minutes
You
to
need
recreate
petabytes.
these images.
It would be
Meanwhile,
petabytes of
they
data.
have
It's
Blue
already
Marble data
there.
sitting on deck
The
for
Blue
anytime they
Marble
want to
It would
data
be
consume it.
set
petabytes of data.
already
To
there.
be clear, every single one of these weather.
We can agree to disagree. I
Weather
don't have a problem with
systems.
disagreeing on this. It's fine.
Every single one of these like weather radar systems is using terabytes of data already by itself. That's just one. So you're talking about petabytes of data. Bringing it all together, you can't even process a petabyte of data in 10 minutes. So it's not possible.
So why are you saying that this
Can
is
we
what
see
they're
the 4th of
using to
July
give
from
you
the
the weather?
ISS? Can we see some fireworks happening live? Because
Wait,
all
what
I
was
would
he
have to
asking?
do.
Larry,
Hold on.
somebody was asking a question, dude. And you
Yeah, I know
interrupted
everybody keeps talking. I'm trying to get a word in too in the argument. Do you mind if I speak here, or is it just you guys? Because I try not to interrupt people, right? For the most part.
Go ahead.
I'm usually quiet and then say something pertinent and go on mute. Okay, so can you show like any sort of 4th of July celebration, right? We can, time the firecrackers when they go off in the sky, right? And then compare it to the video from the ISS.
Yes.
Is there anything like that
Yes.
that we can
I don't.
verify?
From the ISS or
Hank,
from
can I answer
Himawari?
you? We
Yeah,
have
show me.
we have accurate video of volcanoes erupting and videotaped from this satellite or videotape or series of images from satellites with all sorts of data that corroborates that this actually happened and that these satellite images are real, because you couldn't it'd be very easy to disprove them by finding one error
Yeah, but we've had
in the things that are
balloons
observed.
in the sky with cameras on them since the Civil War.
No,
the
you
American
can't have a
Civil War.
balloon that's at over 200,000 feet, because these things couldn't have that image and the breadth and the width of the actual image itself and the data they're receiving from a balloon.
How
It
do I
just
know
happened
it's
to be right over the
200,000 feet?
friggin'.
No,
It just happened to be right over. Hold on. It just happened to be right over the friggin' erupting volcano. I mean, this is kind of ludicrous. I think that you have a case here, Hank.
Okay, well, show me.
But first of all, let's go back to Himawari. You're asking if Himawari has taken pictures of Chinese New Year. I guess you're saying you think it should show the fireworks. Is that what you're saying? I just want to clarify.
Yeah, we can see light travel from a very long distance, right?
But it's no. The expectation for Himawari 8
No,
is not
can't
that
see
you'd be
light
able to.
from a long distance.
Oh,
the Himawari 8 it would not be expected to see that because the exposure is set for daytime exposure. It's not.
Oh.
How convenient. That's a coincidence.
Not only
It's not
that,
a coincidence there is.
What do you mean,
A
how
coincidence? What do you mean a
convenient? What?
coincidence? The camera is literally set for a daytime exposure. Like, what? Do you not understand how exposure works? It's not going to see
So what about
stuff at night in the nighttime.
Can we see like the 4th of July? Because if I was up there and I was passing over America, like as the Terminator line begins on the coast, but like I'm seeing it, in America.
It's not over America. It's over Australia and South.
Yeah,
Pacific.
as of right now, it's over Australia.
I don't care
No,
where
it
the fuck
stays
it's at
there.
right now.
Wait, you went from you
It's
can
far.
see fireworks from space to now you can't because of exposure?
Himawari 8 is a geostationary satellite that has daytime exposure settings.
Why would
That's
it be
what
over
you're saying.
America? We didn't launch it.
Yes, it doesn't go over America. It doesn't orbit the Earth.
I was talking about the ISS.
It's geostationary orbit, is what I should say.
Is the ISS geostationary?
It does orbit the Earth, actually.
Try to stay connected to the conversation.
Yeah, points y'all are making about this satellite are really inconsistent, it seems like,
What?
to me. Yeah.
How?
They're not.
Well, for one, you say that they can't produce every 10 minutes the type of data they would need to represent the weather. And then at the same time, you say that they can.
No, dude.
No, what?
Dude, how can you be this dense? I don't understand it. We're
think you're
saying
dense.
that it's taking a photograph, and for you to replicate it, that's what you would have to do, and that's impossible. We don't have the technology.
He just made a great
to
point,
process petabytes of
He just
data
asked you if you could see a
all into a
firework
single
from
image.
this thing. And then you said, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you
can.
understand the first point? No. We were talking about two different things. You can see fireworks from space. The ISS is taking pictures of stuff from
Why'd
space.
you say you could?
The Himawari 8 can't. Try to stay on track, buddy. The Himawari 8 has a
Me
daytime
stay on
exposure.
track? Dude,
Yes,
we're talking about
you.
seeing fireworks from
No,
space.
they're talking about different topics, okay? Different situations. One is the Himawari 8, which has a daytime exposure. It doesn't
Desperately
take
need to
nighttime
spoil your globe
pictures.
somehow while it's getting disassembled.
And the second
Dude,
one
Hank
is
was
the
talking
cameras that
about
have
taking
nighttime
pictures of fireworks,
exposures.
and someone else was talking
Guys,
about
one at a
numerology.
time,
Stay on
guys.
track.
Xanax.
I'm
It was
not
very
that
clear.
guy, bro. Like, don't even
Stay out,
address
There
me
was
stay
like
out.
that.
there was someone wanted to see fireworks, and that was Hank, and he specifically said the ISS. Others are talking about the data sets that come from the Himawari 8, and
Can you guys hear my mic?
the knowledge you don't possess to even
Yes,
understand
Jeremy.
that it's not over America is befounding.
Yeah, and the knowledge you possess isn't truth. So who cares?
Okay, so I could put a balloon up for little next no money, right? With you guys, the MRI goes once every 10 minutes. How does it do it at nighttime?
It's doing it right now. It's nighttime over there.
Right.
Right now.
How
It's
does
like
it do
actually
it at
early
nighttime
morning.
If it's, right. How does it do it at nighttime every 10 minutes, 24/7, if it's only calibrated for daytime photos?
Because it's taking a picture of the sliver that's visible.
It's you don't see the land masses and such because it's not daytime.
You don't see the whole picture. You only see the part that's visible, dude, because it's
Right. Wouldn't
But
they
you
have
would
like
definitely see
capabilities to
fireworks, right?
calibrate the camera for
No,
nighttime?
why would you see
Guys, too
fireworks?
many
Would you
people
see?
talking at once. I know you guys can hear other people while you're
I'll be
talking,
quiet.
right? No, you can go, but just we got to go one at a time.
So how do we get Himawari pictures from nighttime if it's only calibrated for daytime?
There aren't Himawari pictures for night. Well, there are pictures for nighttime, but they don't show anything. There's like a big dark mass, and then a sliver of the Earth, kind of like whenever the moon is in new moon. You know, you only see a sliver of it.
I mean, you can go and look at the website right now for the Himawari 8 real time and see what the picture is.
So this camera that's calibrated for daytime, you're telling me it's not going to pick up photons from the fireworks because it's daytime calibrated?
Not enough of them. No. Have you ever tried?
That makes no fucking sense.
Have you ever tried to take a picture at night with a daytime exposure on your camera? It'll just be a pure black image.
Unless there's light in the background, then I'll pick up light.
It'd have to be very bright, like daytime level light. Yeah, sure.
How convenient, bro. They always have some dumb explanation why they can't take pictures of things.
It's not a dumb explanation. This is basic camera technology.
Yeah, it's just about to say something. This is basic camera technology.
No,
you can
it's not
literally
camera
go look this up.
You can literally you don't even need to look it up. It doesn't even have to be technical. You can literally take your iPhone out and do it at night. Like you can prove this to yourself at night. It's ridiculous.
So I got the Galaxy 22 Ultra.
Dude.
I got the 22 Ultra, right? And I can take pictures at nighttime and get really good, photographs out of it without putting it on night settings. When I put it on night settings, I still get really, really good, like photography. And this is just a $1,200 smartphone. So do you think Himawari has better funding than
this is what this is what you
$1,200
should do, okay?
smartphone?
This is what you should do. You should try and take a picture of the moon at the proper exposure level of the moon, okay, at night. And when you have your camera set at the proper exposure level of the moon, pan around in the sky. You won't see the stars. All right. That should make it pretty obvious to you.
So they couldn't create a camera so that they could see, because here in Texas we got the Doppler network,
Sure,
right?
yeah.
Why
I'm
would
talking
they want
about
to know
not
what the
seeing
weather
the
is
stars
at
behind
night?
them.
Because at nighttime you can't see the weather coming on the horizon because it's dark.
I think at night they actually have infrared, if I remember correctly. I'd have to go look.
So this camera is useless. You're telling me this camera is useless at nighttime because it can't pick up anything.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't pick up visible light. It picks up. I think it's infrared, if I remember right.
It's actually 16 cameras, and 9 of them are infrared.
All of this is data, weather data. That's all it picks up.
3 of them are near infrared, and 3 of them are visible.
All it does is pick up weather data and then superimposes the 3D Blue Marble data set into it.
Out of the 3 visible, do they have any like set for a different exposure? Can you tell?
2 are for aerosol images. The third one is for low cloud and fog.
But all these 16 cameras, they're all calibrated for daytime filming.
The last I checked,
I haven't gotten into that. I haven't gotten into that, Jerry. I don't know. I'm just telling you how many cameras it's got.
About a minute ago, I thought we only had one camera.
They got 2 cameras for aerosol photography, but 0 for night photography. So they got more aerosol than they got nighttime over there?
They have infrared, bro.
It's a big old weather balloon.
They have infrared lasers, which can actually read whether it's night or day.
Right.
Depends on what satellite you're talking about.
But how can infrared lasers tell if it's day or night if, the light is bending down and it's not there?
Can I see a raw photo of their...
You know how night vision works?
You don't understand how an infrared laser works.
It's not a laser.
Yeah, it's not.
It's an infrared camera.
Well, they can get a picture based on the...
So what's up? Where's the raw photos from these satellites?
They're available.
There is none. All it is raw data with superimposed image of the 3D Marble data set.
That's what I was saying before. But they don't believe that. I'm just wondering now, where's the real photos of it?
The raw data is available. You can go get it right now on the internet, and you can process it yourself.
Help me, because I couldn't find it myself. You want to give me a hand, Mister? I know the truth of everything. I couldn't find it myself, man. I'm literally asking for
images from my phone. Right, my phone
agree.
has probably $300 cameras at best on it, right?
All right, I'm going to.
Yeah, like when people that don't work for NASA, when they go ahead and try to take pictures from high up,
I'm
not exactly what NASA claims, you know.
I chased down the links before. Just give me a second.
The UAH satellites are not deployed and run by NASA. They're run by University of Huntsville, Alabama, which is not a NASA organization. They sell the data to NASA and everywhere else in the.
Whoever was asking for the raw data.
Let's go. Yeah, I saw that.
Download it. Yeah, you can go ahead and put it in the chat. That's the hub.
This website's in Japanese, bro.
Yeah, that's a Japanese satellite.
Imagine that.
Yeah, imagine like this. There is no photos here.
I was just sure it'd be in Polish.
There are PNGs right there, dude. What are you talking about? 148 megabyte PNGs.
I'm looking for it.
What do you mean?
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, I was about to say, like the page I sent you.
Himawari. So it's the only.
They have the technology to actually. They could take images faster, but what they do is they do science in between those 10-minute full frame shots.
Dude,
they do different regions.
Dude, this is not real. This is the first picture that popped up when I clicked your little PNG list. This is not a photo. Dude.
Okay, man. Go and argue with them, buddy.
Purples and shit. Right?
The satellite is streaming data out of the sky. Go get the equipment and listen to it yourself if you don't.
So you're saying
I don't know.
We actually could see that? That's what you see when you're in outer space?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. That's what
so
you
what
think
do you see, bro? Is it like
when you freaking leave the planet and you go into outer space and you turn around and look back at Earth? Do you think that's what you see?
Is your problem the overlay? Is that the problem you're having a problem with?
Dude, I'm looking for a raw photo.
Turn the overlay off, dick. Oh my God.
What overlay?
Have some competence. Have some competence to go into the settings and disable the overlay.
Shut the fuck up trying to put me down and tell me how to take off the overlay.
Yeah, give me 1 second. You got to realize who you're talking to now. Soundly is a person who thinks you can see Earth curve from ground level with 20/20 vision, and all academia is wrong about that. That's the type of guy you're dealing with here. He's way smarter than you, man. Way smarter.
I think he's way scholastically educated, but that doesn't mean he's fucking more comprehending of reality.
It frustrates me whenever it feels like a false.
Dude, what filter?
Objection.
Is there a filter? This little yellow glowing line filter?
There's big, bright yellow buttons that you unclick if you just experiment with the very simple, small.
So I got to do this on my computer because I'm on my phone.
Okay, maybe you have to do it on your computer. I don't know.
Filters
but I can tell you.
To view
but you wanted to insult me because I can't get a raw photo from their website.
It's just kind of rude. Don't take it personally. He's just an arrogant prick.
It's not that. The reason it's frustrating is
literally taking this walk
you're
with
acting
on
like
your website.
You're
trying
acting
to
like
find a raw
it's not
photo with
obvious.
you, and you want to insult me because it's not popping up, dude.
No, I'm insulting you because of your attitude of saying, "Oh, obviously that's not what the Earth looks like from." It's so stupid. Why do you act like that? Obviously, it's an overlay.
It is stupid,
obviously,
bro. This is not
it's
a
a
raw
fucking
photo.
overlay. Why would you even say that? It's so dumb.
This is not a raw photo. This is stupid. This website is stupid, dude.
Well, the overlay is what we were claiming anyway, is that you were getting this information from ground-based technology, supplementing it with balloon technology, and then overlaying it over, an already, designated image of the Earth.
What we were talking about. That is not what we were talking about.
So we
Bro,
weren't
you
talking
couldn't
about
even put
overlays.
up a real.
We were talking
about
about
you couldn't
images
screenshot.
without
the results.
overlays. We're talking
You
about
have to
raw
direct me to the
images
Himawari
without overlays.
I just took all the overlays off. I just took all the overlays off.
Not what
and
I
took
asked.
just the raw screenshot and
I
posted
walked
it
with
for
you
you.
for 5 minutes, and you walked me into
And
some
you
glowing yellow lines,
and you
bro.
don't
That's
and
not
you
a
don't
photo.
like that. You don't like that raw screenshot. Well, then you can go talk to the Himawari 8 people.
You didn't put up a screenshot. You didn't provide a raw photo.
Yes, I did. I posted it
No,
at
you didn't.
11 after the hour in the text chat. What are you fucking talking about?
No, rather
That doesn't
you just
look
started
real.
insulting me because I haven't found what I was asking for. That's what happened.
No, I'm insulting you for your arrogant attitude. That's what I'm insulting you for.
No,
Soundly calling someone
provide-
arrogant.
You didn't provide what I
Hilarious.
asked for, bro. Nobody has a real photo.
So what?
Stanley, like, do you think that's a real image of Earth?
Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? That's the whole
Well,
point
where's the
we're making.
weather? Where's the like? This is a big black spot with a little bit of painting on the right side.
Wait for daytime and go back and look at that image then.
Can we
I mean,
get
what
one
the
from
fuck?
daytime?
Sure. I went to the.
And you're telling me I
went to
wouldn't
the
be able to
live
see
one.
like fireworks going off?
No,
Seriously?
I don't think so. Not in this camera.
I don't know, man. If there was a whole bunch of fireworks going off, in, let's say in China, pretty sure you'd be able to see that.
See if I can download the.
I think it's harder to fake the
tiny
lights.
sequence. There's actually a video on here somewhere. Where is it?
Well, if this is really what you're good at doing, bro, why don't you just got screenshots of us laying around your desktop to pull up every once?
Dude, I've already.
I
have. Yeah.
Again, you're talking to someone who
That's
thinks
a
they
fuck.
can
That's
see
hilarious.
Earth curve with his 20/20 vision from ground level. Why are y'all asking him anything?
Oh
no,
because I'm trying to be respectful of the guy. I actually
No. And the
He's
fact
treating you
that
like
you're willing to
you're
just
nothing.
dismiss
Why
something.
would you care?
The fact that you're just willing to dismiss something that's obviously true is
Soundly,
is you showing your obvious bias. But that's all.
Soundly, can you see Earth curve with your 20/20 vision from ground level,
Like
sir?
I said, you're just going to dismiss that, right? Of course you can see it, but you're going to dismiss that and you're going to mock it instead of actually going there and looking.
I've been there.
That's
I've
hilarious.
seen it. It's not Earth curve. What's hilarious is you calling that Earth curve.
No. You've been there and you have seen it, which you've admitted to in the past, and then you have this extra caveat of saying, but it's explained by something else. But admit that you have seen it.
Explained by something else.
Okay,
Yeah.
oh, that's fine. We can agree that it can be explained in different ways. But
I'm not
you
the one
admit.
saying.
Are you going to bear false witness or admit that you've actually seen it with your own eyes? Which one are you going to do?
Look,
Are you going to bear false witness or not? What are you going to do?
Shut up long enough for me to tell you.
Are you a
He's
Christian?
gonna,
Shut up long
he's
enough.
going to bear false witness. That's what
Yeah,
he's
listen, because I just said it right. I said it a while ago, and I'll say it again. I have been there many times. I've seen on certain days what appears to be the water curving.
Thank you for
Okay,
not
now
bearing
shut
false
up.
witness.
But I'm smart enough to know. I'm smart enough to know that that's an optical illusion, and that I'm not smarter than all of academia, who knows about optical illusions caused by the atmosphere, and who knows that you can't see Earth curve if there is any because of the size from ground level with my 20/20 vision like you do.
So just to be clear, you wanted to act like it couldn't be seen, and then you had to backtrack and say, well, it can be seen, but it's explained in a different way, and all of academia agrees with you.
That's
what just happened.
Curve. It's not Earth curve.
Okay,
Do you
that's
get it?
fine. That's fine. For the sake
That's
of
why
this
I asked
argument,
you.
for the sake of this
Soundly.
argument, I'm not even going to argue that it's Earth curve.
Yeah, I know.
I just
know,
want
but
to
I'm gonna
make
ask you
sure
anyway.
that you admit that
So
you were
it's not Earth
trying to
curve?
imply you couldn't see it.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to imply
Yes,
that
what you did
said,
the first time.
No,
Yes,
wrong.
you did.
No, that's what your
Fucking
brain hears.
deceiving liar, dude.
So let me. Yeah, he's calling me a liar. Soundly. Can you see Earth curve from ground level with your 20/20 vision, sir? How is that me lying asking you a question?
Yes, you can see it.
There you go.
Can you see the curvature?
No.
No.
The
You
Earth
just
curve?
a
No.
minute ago you just said you saw the curvature.
Yeah,
but it's
you said
explained by
curvature
something
instead of
else.
Earth curve. Ask
No,
me.
exactly.
Ask me if I can see. Ask me
Exactly.
the same question. And call
Can
me a
you
liar
see
afterwards.
the curvature? Because you know what you're doing.
That's
you're
not what
playing
I
a word
asked. I
game
said
on
Earth curve.
purpose. You're playing a word
No,
game
you're
on purpose.
deceiving on purpose.
You're trying to imply
Yeah.
to people that you can't actually
Repeat
see
my
the curvature
question.
when you're there in
Earth
person.
curve,
But guess
Sally.
what?
Earth
You can.
curve.
You can. You
Earth.
can see the Earth curvature. That's
You
correct.
can see the Earth curve. Now ask me if I can see the Earth curve.
No,
from
you're just
that
going to
same
say
position.
you can explain it some other
So
direction.
you're not going to
some
ask
other
me
way.
because you're the deceiver. That's why you put
No.
curvature.
I just called you out. I just made
I'm
it
calling you
plain.
out.
I just
said
made it plain
apparent.
that you were trying to lie.
Yeah,
I proved that you were
apparent.
trying
No,
to lie. You're a fucking
everyone hears
liar.
you, dude.
And now, based on
Everyone hears you.
Hey,
Rakia's own,
let's not yell over
based on Rakia's
No yelling
own
over
logic,
here.
we should never trust you again, Rakia.
Yeah,
Based
My
on your own
logic.
you're the only one being
Yeah,
ignorant.
he won't shut up long enough for me to repeat it, and everyone heard it anyway.
Because
So
you're
I
a
don't
fucking
really.
liar who we shouldn't
Yeah,
trust.
listen to him. Listen to him. I'm the one lying. I said apparent curvature, which is caused by the atmospheric conditions and perspective. It's a known fact, right, that perspective and optical illusions happen. That's why I said apparent curvature, and that's why I asked you.
No one on the globe side argues that mirages don't happen, dude. What are you
Okay,
talking
so is it apparent curve or is it Earth curve?
It's actual Earth curve. Yes, and we've
Okay,
proven it.
I say it's apparent curvature.
Okay, I know what you say. You have a different
Yeah, I know.
explanation.
And you're
That's
trying
fine.
to say I didn't say that.
You can have a different explanation. That's perfectly fine.
Awesome.
But don't imply, which is what you did, that you can't
try anything.
because you can. You can see
I
it
asked
with
you a
your own
simple
eyes,
question.
and you saw it with your own eyes, and you
No,
implied
I
that
didn't
you
see
did.
Earth curve.
You saw curvature. You saw curvature,
Yeah,
and now you're trying to
not
play
Earth
word games.
curve.
You're trying to play word games. You're trying to be deceptive on purpose
Nah,
by
you're the
using
one
See,
doing
specific.
no, I'm not.
By
That's a
using
lie.
You're the one playing
specific.
word games.
That's a
By
lie.
using
I'm trying to
specific
clarify.
You're the
qualifiers.
one playing word games.
By using specific qualifiers by
Stanley
saying
is lying
Earth
right now
curve.
about me.
You're
Rocky,
trying to
stop
you're
talking
trying
over
to
people. Really,
imply
I don't
Screw
mind
you, man.
listening
that
to you.
there is no
Just
No,
don't
because I
talk over
didn't
everybody.
understand anything.
You think Sally's not talking over me, you idiot?
Dude,
Screw
just
that.
take turns. Be a fucking bigger man, all right?
I am the bigger man. That's
No,
why
you're
I'm
not. You're being a
trying to
fucking,
funny
being a
mute.
Yeah,
fuckwit.
you're cutting
Being a
in on
goddamn
me.
punk. You're
Now
being
you're
a
over
punk.
talking
Stop
me.
it.
Yeah, I'm going to clarify and be the bigger man. Soundly is trying to deceive. That's why he's projecting, saying I'm deceiving. When I go there on certain days, I'll repeat my exact words because on other days it doesn't look as apparently curved. Some days it doesn't look curved at all due to the atmosphere conditions and perspective. He says it's Earth curve. I say it's not. He says all of academia is wrong when they say you can't see Earth curve because it's so big from ground level.
We
He
see the
says you
effects of
can.
Earth curve,
Why are
Rakia.
you cutting me off? Aren't you the
No, it
one
was a
who said
quick.
I
It was
was
a
cutting
quick.
people
It was a
off?
quick word.
No,
man.
he
I'm
didn't
not
say the
over you.
effects. He said the Earth curve. He said it's Earth curve, and you can see it from ground level with your 20/20 vision.
You can see
can
the
Right,
effects of
Soundly?
it. Yes.
You can see Earth curve from ground level with 20/20 vision, and I will be happy to take
There you
Neil
go.
deGrasse Tyson out to the lake and show it to him, and within 15 minutes, he'll agree that it's Earth curve.
Yep, there you
Would
go.
you be
That's
able to
the
measure
arrogant.
the changes in
That's
elevation
how
as the
arrogant this
curvature?
guy is.
Yes, you can measure that there is no change in elevation.
So what is the
while it
gradual
curves.
rise of like a body of water? Like how much does it increase in curve?
It doesn't. There's no
Oh,
altitude
really?
change. Yeah,
So
it's all
there's
sea
no
level.
change in elevation across the
Correct.
water?
Exactly. And we've
So where's
already
the curvature?
explained this multiple times.
How is it curving? Is it curving up or
Do you
down?
not
or left?
understand what
Because
elevation
level.
means?
Okay, first of all, do you understand what a ball is?
Oh boy.
Because you guys play this weird
mean.
game. You play this weird game where you act like you haven't heard 1,000 times that in our model, right, the elevation curve, the elevation that's the same elevation sea level curves. So the same elevation would curve. That's our model. Okay, do you understand that? So stop asking that question.
Yeah,
like you really don't understand.
That.
It's
Let him
already
answer.
been done.
Let him
It's
answer
also
that question.
convex in certain areas due to
Oh,
the
I
wait.
asked you if I could see
he asked him
curvature
a
along
specific
water.
question.
He said
Can you let
no.
him answer it?
No.
Do you understand that elevation zero, no change,
Yes,
will have a curve?
yeah, I
That's
was
our model.
rhetorical. It wasn't a
No,
question.
it wasn't rhetorical. It was an actual question.
It was an actual question.
It was
do you
actually
understand
rhetorical.
that?
You answered it yourself.
God, can you just say yes or no? What's wrong with you people?
What's wrong with y'all?
No, he asked you a
that's
question.
Sanic.
And you were
I just
fucking going
realized that was
crazy over it.
Sanic
Do
causing
you understand
chaos.
that elevation can be zero, no change, over a distance and still be curved? Does that make sense to any of you?
No, because there would have to be vertical drop in order for there to be curves.
Okay, well, then you don't understand
Stanley,
the globe
we're
model
done.
at all.
Stanley, we're done
Yeah,
here. Globe
model exactly. If you don't understand the globe model at all, how can you even hope to disprove it?
How can you say you're observing
are we
curves
using the
along,
reference
like, a distance
frame
of water?
of curvature or sea
can't measure
level?
It's not a reference frame, Rakia.
Yes, it
Stop
is.
using made up terms.
And my name is Larry, not Rakia.
Okay,
What
Larry.
an idiot.
Oh, Larry. Sorry.
Oh, it's not Rakia.
I thought I saw your light, dude. I saw your light up, and I didn't.
Are we using the sea level as the reference frame or the curvature of the Earth as the reference frame?
You need points of reference.
Okay, so if it's sea level on your model, right, there would be drop and it would be level at the same time, right?
Yes.
Yes. Any point on that surface would be level.
So us flat earthers, we don't believe in that shit because we never experienced that. The only
But we
thing
do,
we
though. We have
experience.
surveyors that show you that.
Are you a flat earther? How are you going to tell me what flat earthers experience?
Because you've told me that. I'm regurgitating what you've already told me.
Yeah, well, we
We've
experience
seen,
things
shown
disappear
you
from the
that we
bottom
can
up,
see
just like
diverging
skunk
plumb
bait.
lines. We can measure diverging plumb
That
lines.
you're gonna let Larry talk because he was actually in the middle of a conversation.
Well, yeah, Larry, we have
Don't
diverging
worry
plumb
about it,
lines.
Xanet. Go ahead. Keep going after you pointed out that you overtalked him. Go ahead.
No.
No,
I was
really, go
talking to
ahead and
Larry,
keep
and Larry and I
talking.
went back and forth.
Yeah, I know you overtalked him. Someone pointed out that you did.
Yeah, some of our words
because we were
merged,
trying to
weren't
listen to
over-talking each
Larry
other like you
for
were,
the first
just
time, and
going
you
on and on and on
interrupted.
while people were talking.
Now you're
beneath
going to
you.
blame it on me somehow.
No, you're calling that.
I haven't been on very much.
What projection in there, Rakia?
Have you guys
Larry,
noticed
can you
I
hear me?
haven't been
Larry.
on since I went on vacation? Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Larry.
You talk, bro. You talk.
I don't want to start muting people. Please, one at a time.
Go ahead, Larry.
Right. So what I was saying is, as a flat earther, right, we experience things disappearing from the bottom up from something you guys call refraction. I like to call it the skunk bait effect, right? Because we've all experienced the skunk bait time lapse footage where you can see things disappearing from the bottom up, and there's a whole bunch of wavy stuff going on, but it's not like the light is causing us to see like around on the other side of the bay where there's like land that's disappeared, or a planet or a sun or a moon or a star that's already set. Like that doesn't happen. It's just slightly waving. So if you think, hold on. If you think about it like a Hawaiian woman, right, 100 feet away from you on the beach, right, she's standing quite still as she's standing there, right? But the further you get away from her, she's starting to wave and wobble a little bit, and she looks like she's doing the hula dance, right? But she's actually still just standing very still. That's just the atmospheric turbulence, what you guys like to call refraction. And that makes things disappear from the bottom up. And if you have curvature, but you have a horizon that's always moving around based on the different atmospheric conditions of the day or hour or time or minute, then you have no actual horizon to like measure
All right, Hank,
the Earth, because you're only measuring to the horizon, and you
All
cannot
right, we get the point, Hank.
the radius
Listen,
of the
Hank,
Earth. Thanks.
Hank, listen. If you're at Lake Pontchartrain and you're looking at the Marriott across that lake, and your little hula girl is on the ground floor waiting for her car, why is she missing? And all we can see is the top 2 floors of a 30-story building.
There's very turbulent over that long distance.
Oh, but where did the building go? We see
It went into the atmosphere.
We see the 2 floors. We see the top 2 floors. Rakia, where are the
Yeah,
other
it didn't go
30
anywhere.
floors?
Yeah,
Where did the other 30 floors go?
Yeah,
Rakia?
you asked a question and then you didn't shut up and get the answer. The
No,
floors
because
are
you weren't
still
answering
there,
the
Xanet,
question.
and now you're over talking. The floors are still
Go
there.
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh my God! This
No, I
is the
said go
tactic.
ahead.
Everyone who's listening, this
Just
is
go
what
ahead.
they do to everything. They can't shut
Just say
up.
something.
Yo,
intelligent,
Xanax,
please.
stop talking for a second, bro.
He can't. It's his tactic. Until the mods
Here it
put
goes.
him on mute,
Dissertation about
he
tax.
won't
Get on with
ever
it. Jesus.
shut up. The
Get on
floors
with
are
it.
still there. They haven't gone anywhere. They haven't magically moved. They're stationary. What you're viewing at the angle you're viewing and what you're viewing it through has caused them to be obstructed, and the information, the light reflecting off of that very shiny building that's at different angles, that's why you don't see the other buildings, They're at a different angle, and wherever you are, that light is not reflecting back to you, not getting the information back to the viewer. When the angle gets so small, meaning the lower floors, and you're looking through more of a dense layer and turbulent air over 24 miles over turbulent water, hot and cold, fresh and salt water, with lots of fuel and dirty air in the area because of all the refineries, airports, and highways that are surrounding it, pollution. You're looking through all of that, so when the angle decreases, you can't get that information. So it looks like the bottom floors are missing. Guess what?
Rakia,
They're not.
That makes sense to a certain point. But why is the upper part of that building, why is it lower than it should be? Now, it's above the surface, not seeing turbulent, wavy air.
Perspective.
No, not perspective. It does.
Yes, if you line the same building,
can I just finish
if you line the same building the same height along the lake, the one furthest away would appear lower than it.
Angularly is the top of the building not where it should be?
Because it's not in its actual position.
Why is it not in its actual position?
Because it's 24 miles away
now
from
we have
you.
refraction on the top of the building, which moves it down, but the rest of the building's hidden because of
Absolutely.
refraction. I mean, you guys are so.
That sounds about right, man.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly right. That's why when
I can show this all day. I can show it all day.
Me too. We've shown it all day for
years.
This is
what I experience. Yeah, we experience this everywhere we go.
I have pictures of that same Marriott that appears to be floating in the air, but it's actually the top of the building being reflected as a mirage to the bottom, and it looks like it's floating because the sky is also reflecting underneath the building. So it appears to be in the air, but it's not.
Right, and Rakia.
Can I see that picture?
Yeah, Rakia, how big is that image that you're looking at? Is it the full size of the Marriott?
Yeah.
No, the image itself, because it's a refracted image at the top, right?
Oh, no, it's 24 miles away. Of course it's not the actual size or position.
So where's the building that you can't?
It's in the atmosphere. I mean, it's the view that we're getting with the conditions that we have. I'll put. Oh, by the way, Soundly has the same picture, and he says it's Earth curve making that obstruction in the bottom, nothing else.
Yeah, if you're eliminating the existence of refraction and perspective, then that's what you would have to do for it to be Earth curvature. Yeah, things get smaller in the distance, man.
Well, most of the time, under most conditions, due to perspective, but when you add in the atmosphere lensing or whatever you want to call it, things can appear to be closer and bigger. Yeah, he cut me right off. He just cut me right off.
I did. Sorry. But the top of the building for all these pictures is not changing. They're not changing, Copernicus. Copernicus, you know this to be true, and you don't have an answer for it. The top of the building is not moving angularly.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It is. We've already proven this.
Nothing new.
Jesse Kozlowski proved it. I mean, yeah, the angle to the top of the building is lower than you would expect if it was just due to perspective.
No. So we have the picture of Skunk Bay.
It matches up where it should be.
It's not just due to perspective. So if you want to bring up those two images that you posted in our thread, we can talk about the inferior mirage that's on the causeway, right?
No.
So
if you want to talk about refraction as well, I mean, if you want to say
it has to be. You have to.
Yeah, but refraction works against you, though.
No, it doesn't. Absolutely not.
No, it does. No, refraction brings the building higher than it would be expected on the globe.
No, absolutely not. That's because you have a model affliction. Okay, you are afflicted with your model, so that you can't consider.
No, it's not a
model. Refraction does in fact bring images up. I know tons of examples.
I didn't say it. Okay, I didn't say it doesn't.
It's not a model.
I didn't say it doesn't.
Yeah, you did. Observations. It's observations of how refraction actually works. It brings images up higher.
Not only, it also compresses.
Yeah, that would be because of perspective. What the fuck?
No, the refraction compresses. The refraction compresses the image as well.
It compresses because of perspective too. You got to admit that, man.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with when you say compresses with perspective. Are you just talking about angular size changing as you go farther away?
Thank you.
No,
okay, cool.
What you're trying to talk about is different refraction curves at different curve gradients through the atmosphere. But whenever you try to minimize for those, and this is what we keep, I don't know why we keep having this discussion because we've talked about this multiple times. When you try and minimize the atmospheric disturbances, like you go at a time when you would expect there to be less atmospheric disturbances so you can have good seeing conditions, that's when you can take good accurate measurements. And then that's when it looks exactly like a globe too. When the seeing conditions are the best, when the seeing conditions are the best seeing conditions where you can actually see long distance clearly, it looks like a globe. And the top of the building is where it's expected to be on a globe. No, you can say absolutely not, but you're wrong. You're objectively wrong.
You're objectively wrong. See where we're going? I can just repeat what you're saying back to you.
No, you can't, because I've provided the photographs and the measurements, and I've presented it to you in public on a public website multiple times, which you keep ignoring.
No, I'm not ignoring it. I'm trying to deal with one thing at a time. So if you want to bring up that causeway image as well as the 3D rendering, we can talk about that. If you can share it, because I'm on my phone right now.
We were just talking about the Marriott, which is also on that same website. And we also have measurements for that Jesse took. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. The data's all there. Go look at it. And I'm on my phone too, so I can't really help you out.
I'll put it in the chat, no problem.
Yeah, my thing is the Skunk Bay time-lapse footage, like, it completely destroys, whatever they had left, because they're claiming that refraction makes us see, like, further, but the Skunk Bay time-lapse footage is obviously showing that refraction actually obstructs things from the bottom up, which is what their globe is supposed to do.
If you're talking about Mirage, it's not the same.
Hank, the mountains in the background didn't move very much. Everything at the refractive corridor, this very, very narrow band of refraction where there's a distortion due to the temperature inversion and all sorts of changes in the atmosphere, that's not happening to the mountains. But their angular position with the distance does not comport with a flat surface. It is much lower. And that's why we look at mountains. When I give you that Portland, Oregon picture of you viewing from a very low mountain in Portland, Mount St. Helens and Mount Rainier, and you see their positions relative to one another, there's no refraction going on. In fact, any refraction that would happen that you're used to seeing would make the problem worse. These positions of these mountain peaks are not where they should be for a flat surface. They're exactly where they should be for a round surface. So this is what you're just denying.
See, here's the thing. We can see too far.
You're not going to adjust that point, Hank?
Yeah, I am. I'm doing it right now. So here's the thing.
You think that's refraction? Because if it's refraction,
your turn
it's got to
again?
be inverted refraction.
Where do you get all these extra turns? Are you like pass and go when you play Monopoly when you didn't?
No.
Are you like collecting $200?
Zanuck. Just shut up.
Bending of light is refraction.
Let Zanuck finish his point. He did. He asked a question.
Thank you for trying to be a policeman, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was trying to respond to it, bro. So thanks for strong arming me, like into submission. Okay, so here's the thing about the mountains, right? You're just measuring topography. That's why flat earthers say make measurements over water, right? And we understand that there's, certain things that you call refraction. You guys completely misunderstand it, and that's fine. You can believe whatever you want to believe. But the fact that you're taking like tax dollars by gunpoint and forcing, the cosmology on the children, and then claiming that, we don't need no inspection, like the cops investigated themselves and found that there's no wrongdoing. We're not asking if what they did was wrong. We're asking if what they're doing is illegal, motherfucker. So don't say that's not what I'm talking about, right? Because that's what I'm talking about. So the point is that you guys have so much orthodoxy like built into your belief system that you can't see things clearly. You're like looking at everything through like a drunken, like globe model view. But here's the thing: we can see too far. We can see too far. I'm almost done. And you guys have to come up with reasons why we can see too far, because your math is debunked completely. The global Earth math.
I can use the mountaintops, or I can use islands over water. If you want to stay on the water theme, you go to Hawaii. What's nice about Hawaii is you have Molokai, Kauai, Maui, Big Island, all around Maui. You can Oahu. Everything is right there, and you can see their positions and mountaintops that are known heights. where they are in position of each other. That's over water, and that doesn't comport with your model. So the point is, everything near that narrow band is distorted and out of control.
Yeah, simply saying.
Hold on, Copernicus. I'm just almost done. So we can then show the angular position does not change with any kind of data. Always there because it's well above that distorted corridor of refraction. Now, getting back to the mountain real quick, I got 5 seconds left. With that 5 seconds, I'll tell you that the refraction means the light bends downwards. Not a term I'm making up here, Hank. And if it bending downward, it'd make that problem worse. For what you're saying to be true, if there is refraction, the light would have to be bending upward. And we, in aviation, because I fly, we know that the density of air is always going to be denser going down, always. In order for it to bend that dramatically, it'd have to be very dense going up. And
what about over a geothermal vent or a city that's producing lots of heat?
No, not even close. That's another good point. But no, it doesn't have. Even in a temperature conversion in the sky at 10,000 feet, because sometimes we have higher temperatures above the 10,000 foot than below it.
So you're saying it's going to be more dense towards the geothermal vent?
The density altitude does not change. It's still going to be denser on the way down. Not as dense, but denser.
So you guys keep claiming that refraction is causing light to bend down, right? At like
in a
really
very narrow
large
band, Hank.
Yeah, I get that. Narrow band, wide band, whatever.
The skunk video is a great example.
No, the skunk video is the skunk bay time lapse footage is a great example of, refraction. What you guys call refraction makes things disappear from the bottom up.
Well, that's also miraging and bending of light. Whatever, it's refraction in that narrow band. You can't admit that
makes things.
Why would all the things above the
up.
narrow band not be moving?
Why would we be able to see all the way the horizon past 10 miles?
So wait, just real quick.
Because light bends downward in a temperature when you're close to the surface.
But can you that's a cool story, bro, but can you prove it? Can you validate it? Is there any cowbell?
There's mountains of evidence.
That's how we make lenses. That's how I mean, yes, we understand how refraction.
Yeah, making lenses has nothing to do with looking through the atmosphere. They are not the same. Absolutely not.
Sure. Okay, so light doesn't refract through lenses and atmosphere.
We understand how refraction works, and
hold on. Let me ask that guy.
We use lenses to make utilize the refraction to make that image expose itself on the film of substrate.
Okay, so then let me ask you a question real quick, Soundly. So then, since making lenses to look through and take pictures of is similar to the atmosphere, are you saying that the atmosphere acts like a lens?
No, the principle of refraction.
Of course not. Of course not. So you give with one hand, you take with the other. Right.
You're not understanding what he said.
You guys are absolutely.
The principle of refraction is
absolutely impossible to deal with.
And then you funding muted me. Okay, so I see how you are.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to you. You're funding muted me just now.
I didn't. No, I haven't done anything, dude.
So yes, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's what you did. You funding muted me.
Okay. First of all, I didn't. Okay. First of all, I did not.
Let Soundly talk.
First of all, I didn't know you were talking. Okay.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You couldn't hear my voice.
Look.
Just stop it. You don't need to argue about that. Just shut up and let Soundly talk.
Fucking Zanuck, you are the last one to talk about trying to moderate.
I'm begging you to shut up.
You shut up, man. Okay, so look, Soundly, I didn't intentionally talk over you, okay? Go ahead.
I'm explaining the principle of how refraction works. Like, we understand refraction very well, that the light bends towards the denser part of the medium, right? We understand that. That's how that principle is used to make lenses, so we do understand it. So
lenses are curved.
It didn't mean that the lenses mean that same exact principles are happening with refraction on the surface. He's just saying we understand refraction, and you have to understand it to be able to make lenses. It doesn't mean that the atmosphere is a lens.
But it is.
So does the light bend through the atmosphere?
Show me something magnified.
Does the light bend through the atmosphere?
I have. It's on my channel. I show this shit all the time. I do live streams. I show you my footage.
That's not what he's talking about. He's not talking about magnification. He's just saying we understand refraction. Don't twist what he's saying.
On my channel specifically, there's a video called Magnification where I show that the Marriott, the very building we're talking about, is not magnified. It's not magnified. Okay, so whatever
It
you want to
doesn't
call
mean that it can't be.
ellipsis,
It doesn't mean that it
in
can't be.
my
Just simply,
observations, it's not. And we're talking about
how many
my
do you show? How many do you show?
how many
Just
what?
one? You said in my observations, plural. So how many do you show? How many do you show where the size of the Marriott is exactly
Dude,
the same every single
I
time?
just sent you a video today where I walked over at least 100 different observations of the same building. What are you talking about?
That doesn't mean that I watched it. I've been driving all day. I'm a truck driver.
Okay, well.
Okay.
Yeah, so the building is basically
Besides going off on a rhetorical rant, I
you
asked.
can take all of my pictures. Okay, I'm going to tell you. You can take all of my pictures, which I've taken with the same lens and the same camera, hundreds of them, thousands of them even, and probably hundreds of just the Marriott by itself over different days and different weather conditions. And you can stack them up one on top of each other, and they're all the same. I mean, they're all the same
So
width.
what if I show you images that I take on the Chesapeake Bay and the Channel Islands, and I don't have the same sized image, even though I'm using the same camera, same focal length?
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Go ahead and show that to me.
Yeah,
It's
well,
on my channel.
The picture you just posted, Zanuck, at 142 of the bridge, the famous picture that's, you know, like
Yeah, you
it
asked, I
looks
provided.
like a photo. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, how many pictures is that put together?
That's one
And
picture
over
of the
how
bridge.
many days? Not
Hold
you,
on. There's
Zanuck.
one picture of the bridge. Can I just finish?
Soundly,
one-
the guy who took the pictures. I'm asking
Okay,
Soundly.
I thought you asked me what I posted.
No.
But
No,
Larry,
then he can explain. The
How many
simulation matches the picture.
So Larry has asked me this question before. I don't remember the exact number. I actually posted the stack with the file name that tells you exactly which images were used to make that stack. And guess
Fair
what?
enough.
I've already posted it to you. So why are you asking the question again? It tells you exactly how many pictures I used.
This isn't Larry.
However,
this is Rakia. I'm asking you how many, approximately how many pictures? Is it 10 or 20 or 50 or what?
I don't remember. I'd have to go look at the numbers.
Fair enough. Let's say there's multiple pictures, right?
Yeah, it was multiple pictures, but
okay, over how many days?
It's all the same set of pictures. What do you mean? It's the same set of
in the morning, midday, or afternoon?
I don't remember. I'd have to
You
go
don't
look at it.
remember what time what?
Yeah, I don't remember where I took all 1,000 videos and images that I have.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking you to picture the very specific picture of the bridge that you turned in.
Yeah,
I don't remember. That Zanuck just posted.
How am I I have to go look that up. What do you mean? How am I supposed to remember that? On top
How
of my
many
head?
days were you in the Marriott hotel taking those pictures?
I went to the Marriott Hotel multiple times.
So you did
multiple years. I did a 10-hour live stream from the Marriott Hotel. What are you talking about, dude?
So over years, you took pictures from the Marriott and compiled them and made this photograph right here. This whatever you call it, compilation.
False.
Okay, so was this in one day you took all these pictures that made them?
Yeah, it was probably within 30 seconds.
So 30 seconds. So now you remember how long it took you to snap all the photos, but you don't remember.
Actually, it was probably like maybe a series of 5, series of 5, something like that. I don't remember exactly how many I did, but it would have been over the course of just a maximum a minute, not very long.
I got this. So since your memory is recovering, do you remember if it was in the morning, noon, or afternoon?
My memory is recovering. I remember how I take pictures. Yeah, I know how I take pictures. I don't remember when I took a specific picture. I have to go look it up. Actually, I have to go look at the timestamp on the picture. Come on, dude. That's ridiculous.
Afternoon to me. Since the bright side of the bridge is from the west and the sun is setting, it looks like it would be an afternoon. What about you?
You can't see the picture. That seems reasonable. I'll trust you on that one.
But why isn't there no shadows?
What do you mean no shadows?
Well, there's no shadows. If the sun is coming in where the west side of the bridge is brighter, right? There should be shadows on those electrical boxes going towards the bridge, right?
I don't know. I can't even see the
You
picture.
know, from the sun, shadows.
Dude, every single one of the pictures that I used of the raw pictures, I have, and they look exactly like that picture.
Why would you say that?
What
Why would
point
you say if you're in the
right now? What point are you trying to make right now? When I have all of the raw images,
I'm not disputing that, Soundly.
Drive, and I've shared them with bunches of people publicly over the years.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that you've done that.
And even some Google Drive folders for people to publicly download them.
Right.
So what the fuck
Congratulations. I'm talking
You
about how fucking fake,
artistic rendition that
how
I set up.
deceptive this picture is that you say is Earth curve. That's what I'm talking about.
It's not deceptive at all. I told people what it was when I made it.
Yeah,
what are you fucking talking about?
Why are the trees as tall as the top span of the bridge, you think? Is that perspective? I mean, if you're on a ball, as you so arrogantly asked that guy, if you're on the, in the Marriott, shouldn't everything be falling away from you like if you're on a ball? But yet the distant trees are at your eye level and are tall as the span, the 60-foot span above the water that lets boats go under, which isn't that
the distant trees are tall. That is correct.
Right, but they're not. Are they? Why? But they're further away. Shouldn't they be lower? If you're on a ball,
no.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, like in what world do trees get taller the farther away you get from
And oh, by the way, audience, if you go drive that Lake Pontchartrain Bridge,
He knows that because he's been there. He lives
yeah,
there.
I've been there, and I'll tell the audience right now, that span doesn't go straight up like that. That's due to a compressed perspective, I believe Soundly calls it.
It's due to perspective.
Yeah, what's compressed perspective?
There's no.
What are you laughing about? You and Jesse are the ones who told me this was compressed perspective. That's where I learned the term. What are you laughing about when I use it on the?
I'm laughing because all you do is play word games every single day. It's just normal perspective. That's what perspective looks like, dude. You're looking at perspective. Flat earthers who are supposed to be the perspective experts don't understand perspective.
No, you're supposed to be the expert on this bridge. You claim to be. All of academia is wrong.
So we built a 3D
hang on, give me
model.
1 second. I know you did. We know all of that. Okay,
And so it looks like the 3D model. So
yeah, the model that
perspective looks like.
Yeah,
because it's just like video games. Video games, you know how perspective works in video games. So you should understand that if we do a 3D model, and that's what perspective looks like, that's what perspective looks like.
I know you can make that fit anything.
The photograph matches perspective in the video game. So I don't understand what you don't get.
You can make it match whatever you want. Yeah, you can make it match
sort of game.
The fact that you don't even remember you teaching me about compressed perspective on this very photograph is the laughable part. Not that you laughed at when I said it. You and Jesse, let me tell you when it was. It was about a year ago, a year and a half, I would say, because the hurricane happened a year ago.
I think the actual term is perspective compression. Is the actual term, and it's
so compressed perspective is not something you know of.
It's a misnomer. It's a misnomer. I have a video on my channel all about it.
You taught me a misnomer? I mean, because you and Jesse were so complicit about that's what this was.
I was not. I promise you. I have a video on my channel where I specifically say that term is a misnomer.
Do you remember that conversation?
I wasn't saying that you should call it perspective compression. Maybe Jesse said
it. Do you remember that conversation with me, you, and Jesse about this particular photograph?
Vaguely.
When you and Jesse taught me, I had no clue. I'd never heard of it before. I had to go research it. When you and Jesse taught me about that, compressed perspective is what y'all called it. Yeah, do you remember it? Because now you're saying that it has nothing to do with this photograph.
I don't really remember. Like I do. I kind of vaguely remember talking to you, but not really.
Yeah, your memory is shit, man. I was at the Hurricane Hole Marina in the front bedroom of my boat, laying down talking to y'all when y'all taught me this.
Wonderful.
It was a year and a half ago.
You have better memory than me. Congratulations, Ricky.
Yeah.
I guess it was that important enough to remember.
What I can't remember is what compressed perspective is. Can you explain to the audience what it is?
I've already said there's a video on my channel where I explain it, and it's a misnomer.
But we're in BC right now. We want you to explain what it is. besides a misnomer?
I am. It is a misnomer. That's what it is.
Well, what does it mean? When someone says,
It doesn't mean anything.
when Jesse said this is compressed perspective, what did he mean?
Maybe he means that you can see things in focus 26 miles away and see things in focus 2 miles away, and so you think they're close. Like your perception is that they're close, but that's
maybe
not
you
true.
don't know
Right?
what it is, but you know what it isn't, right? Right?
Can I just chime in here?
That's not what he taught me. I mean,
can we drag the
I didn't teach you.
observation? Can we consider dragging the observation left to right so we can see what it's like in motion? In other words, I've got a great idea, Soundly. I'd love for you to chime in. It's literally just taking a 10-mile view, and we could argue about why I'm seeing you. But when I get you to move left to right, and I time lapse you, we can spend the entire time arguing why I'm seeing you. But as you go left to right 10 miles, and I time lapse that, you're going to have to create an arc shape left to right. Forget why I'm seeing you or if I'm seeing you direct. You have to make the curvature of the Earth appear left to right if you travel.
No, you don't, actually.
Why?
Because the angle from your eye to the horizon, as you look around you, will never change. So it's a flat surface. It's a
Wait a
flat.
minute. Wait a minute.
Hold on. It's a flat. Think of it. It is when you cut the top of an orange. That particular plane is what you're looking at. You're looking at that edge. You're not looking at the curve between you and it. All you're looking at is the curve around
So now
you,
the globe
which
is like
flat,
cut
a
off.
flat circle.
Now you're cutting the top of the globe.
Yeah, so
Well,
you understand.
I'm trying to give a picture in your mind. Mathematically, hold on. I'm trying to give you a picture that anything you see around you will have a drop from your eye level. That line will be the exact same angle down all the way around you. So there's no curve.
Soundly?
Actually, I kind of agree with that. Maybe we are in like a margarita glass. That could
All right,
be.
I have a quick. Okay, can I just make a quick comment before we get too far past this picture I posted? There's a road on the bridge, right, that has cars traveling on it, that is traveling in front of the Marriott. The Marriott is obscured. The picture's in the chat. Stanley knows this video because I think he made it or someone else made it of his pictures. So it shows the picture of in the daylight of the Marriott and the other adjacent building. It has the larger building fully in view, but it has the road alongside of it. You can see the car's lights travel in front of the Marriott. So only 2 floors of the Marriott are shown. But you can see the light. So this whole idea that it's getting compressed, you can't see it, it's not curvature, it's this compression or the perspective, whatever. Why do you see the cars completely in line, blocking in front of the Marriott?
Why was it so hard for you to find one example?
And where did the rest of the building go angularly behind it?
I've seen more examples of the other
Let me
thing
answer that.
happening than this, though.
So this is me taking a picture from the North Shore on the east side, which means that the causeway is in between me and the Marriott. And what you're seeing is cars in the foreground at like the 8-mile mark driving across the horizon.
Yeah, probably going over one of the humps.
The Marriott is another. The Marriott's like 24 miles away. So you're seeing cars in the foreground on the horizon, and then the Marriott in the background.
Yeah, they're probably going over the 8-mile.
No, these cars you can see
South Shore
all the way across your field of view. In fact, all the way to the other
that means that the cars are being lifted and the building is being lifted.
No, it means the cars are in the foreground. They're closer to you.
The cars are closer to us.
Yeah, the cars are closer to you. I agree. I agree. And
but they're not.
But the line of sight is the cars traveling in front of you,
Marriott on the view.
8 to 12 miles away. I think it's probably halfway to the bridge. This isn't the 8-mile. The one bridge is that you can it's a little further, but I agree it's about halfway. But after that, they only see the top 2 floors. You only see the top 2 floors of the Marriott. So where do the other 20 or 30 floors go?
Top 2 floors. It depends on what day you're shooting and how many floors you see. And that's because of that's not the top 2 floors. Zanuck, I don't even know why.
That is the top 2 floors. That is the.
Zanuck, have you ever even been
Zanuck, you're misspeaking, Zanuck. You're misspeaking, dude.
It's like 200 feet of the building. The building is like the Marriott ends like halfway up the building, and then there's like business park and stuff up above it. So the 16th floor is the last floor of the Marriott.
No, you don't even know what business name it is. All we're talking about is the building. Is the building to the right? The 3 buildings there. The tallest one is what, Rakia?
That's Lakeway. That's Lakeway 1.
What's the tall? I asked Rakia. What's the tallest building, Rakia? Live there.
Fuck you, dude.
Rakia, what's the tallest building of the 3?
Lakeway Center 1.
Right. What is the middle building, which is completely obscured? What's that building called?
I think that's 2.
And
I
what
think
is the
3 is
third
the other
building to
one.
the right? That's the Marriott, right?
No. The tallest
Okay,
building
I
is the
misspoke then.
Marriott.
What is the third building to the right that we see the top 2 floors?
Like I said, that's like a business park or something. There's businesses in there.
Well,
Dude, it's literally like one picture
call it
versus
Langley
1,000.
3. Call it
It's 3.
Lakeside
It is 3.
Doesn't
Yeah,
matter. The point is, they're all in the same position. The one building on the right is taller than the middle building, which is shorter than the far left building. The far left building has 12 floors still visible. We're not talking about that. We could, but let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something more dramatic. When it's aligned with the cars traveling over the causeway and only 2 floors of that building being seen, and we have another 15 floors, 20 floors below it that are gone, missing. Where did they go?
behind the
Compressing?
horizon. There's
Come on.
like 200.
Yeah, behind the horizon, exactly.
There's like 200 feet. There's like 200 feet of missing buildings.
Yes, there's 200 feet missing. Probably more than 200 feet. Where'd it go? And why do we see the top 2 floors and the rest of it's missing? And angularly, the building is lower in our field of view due to perspective, as everyone knows.
if you had the data, you could do Snell's law on it, right, and figure out the atmospheric refraction, figure out what's going
It's a
on.
progressive version of Snell's law. It's constantly changing.
Not Snell's law.
Yeah, use a little calculus to derive from Snell's law, or
so not Snell's law, something else, something different.
There's a law that gave birth to Snell's law.
Okay, so definitely not Snell's law. It's not something else, right?
They're all related. So it's bending of light through a differential medium. Snell's law.
So if I'm related to you,
Snell's law applies to Jeremy.
Brothers.
Jeremy, you know this. Jeremy, Snell's law applies to 2 media, 2 specific media. One, then the other. Calculations are based on the angle of incidence.
So we're definitely not going to use. We definitely can't use that, right?
Hold on. There's a constantly changing angle over a constantly changing medium. So it's a little different.
But yet the light still bends at 8 inches per mile squared when you need it to, right?
No, it doesn't.
Supposedly, but we don't know because they don't even. I mean, I've never even seen a measurement of this.
They can if some object is at eye level if the horizon's at eye level, then yes, it bent 8 inches per mile squared upward, and it happens very rarely when there's a temperature inversion only. Why don't you guys get this? It's pretty simple at this point.
Because it hasn't been demonstrated. It's just your story.
It has been demonstrated, Racky.
No, it has not. No one has ever measured a temperature inversion.
Oh
no one's ever measured a temperature inversion.
Yeah, I have. Go to the Santa Barbara where the Black Swan's been filmed. We have a 100-degree day, 90-degree day actually, and the water is 68 degrees. There's a narrow band above the water where that air is cooled by the water. That's called a temperature inversion, where normally the temperature goes down as you go up, and it doesn't. Why is this so hard to comprehend?
Because it's just a story that you're saying. We can see too far, and you're going, I know why. I know why.
It's not a story.
So if I give you a picture, right, and I show you, hey, this was. Wait a minute. You're telling me it's not a story that the light's bending at 8 inches per mile squared?
No, it's an observation we've made. It's not a story.
No, it's an inference you made based on the observation in your model.
No, it's not
an
inference. We can actually tell that light bends in this way.
How?
We can tell that.
I got a measurement. Could I show something?
What do you mean how? This is going back to what we were talking about earlier. This is how refraction works.
Okay, how can you tell that the light's bending at 8 inches per mile squared?
May I present a picture?
Sure.
Okay,
this guy's telling a story, but I just wanted to give him an opportunity to, show us how he knows the story's true.
Well, I just posted a picture at 00 past the hour. It's called Black Swan -2. And I went out during Black Swan conditions and measured the angle to a ship on the horizon. The horizon and the waterline of the ship were over 3 arc minutes above eye level, which is actually equates to about 8 inches per mile squared above eye level. I went out 7 days later during a cold blustery day that did not have that conditions, and then the horizon was below eye level like normal. But that particular day, the column on the left in my picture shows that the waterline and the ship were significantly above eye level.
Why would it be different on different days, sir?
Oh my God, Racky, you're not paying attention?
Yeah,
Seriously?
I'm paying attention. I'm asking him a question.
Oh my God! Why did your boat drift away from the dock? Because you didn't tie
A
it to the
question
dock.
about
This is
his
like how
picture,
stupid this
and
sounds.
for some reason Zanuck is talking. Jesse, why would the line of sight be different on different days? Do you think?
Well, all I know is that on the day that the horizon and the ship's waterline were above eye level, it was a hot, calm, sunny day, and the water was cold, which would create an increased density gradient, would cause things
raised it up.
Rise up. And
Temperature inversion.
Let him finish,
where
please.
the actual
Let
atmosphere
him
is a little
finish,
denser near
please.
the
We don't
water,
need
where it's
you,
not
Zanuck.
normally that dense.
Notice no one's asking Zanuck anything.
Yeah,
Can we
but
let
I
Jesse
just want to make sure you get
describe?
it, because I know how you guys
The
are. You're not
question that was
understanding what he's
asked to
saying.
Jesse, specifically
Yeah.
asked to Jesse, and again Zanuck is talking.
By the way,
Yeah,
Jesse, that's a great.
Zanuck,
Thanks
let him.
for
You literally started talking in the middle of what that guy was saying.
Go
Shut
ahead,
up.
Jesse. Finish. You're on a roll, man. So
And so-
temperature was different. Now, what about the other day?
Then 7 days later, it was a cold, blustery day, and it was not sunny, and the wind had the air all mixed up, and there wasn't sun heating the air or the trees and that heat the air, so the difference between the water and the air was less, and then the air was mixed up, so it didn't have the opportunity to form a density gradient due to an increased density gradient, and this then caused there to be no unusual refraction.
Well, correlation isn't causation, right?
Yeah, hang on.
Stop playing the word game. He's actually making
He's using.
sense. If you
for
don't
some
get it,
reason,
there's no help for you.
Yeah,
There's a
Zanuck,
temperature
we
inversion
get
going
why
on
you're
from the left.
Zanuck. We get it, man. Shut
Well, I
up.
don't think you do, because whoever just said
How
something
do
made
you
no
know?
sense.
You're always talking. I'm trying to ask Jesse questions. So Jesse,
Go ahead.
what you're saying is the temperature inversion caused it one day, and then the different atmospheric conditions on the different day made it normal.
I'm not saying anything about a temperature inversion. I'm saying there was an increased temperature density gradient.
Right, which caused it to be in a certain position. And then when you think that temperature gradient wasn't happening on the other day, that's a more normal day, right?
In my area, that is a more normal day.
My God.
Rekia. No, Rekia, I have a question.
Why
so you're asking
is
us which one
Zanuck
really should we
talking when I
trust?
ask Jesse a question?
Which one is normal, right, Rekia?
Why is
Rekia,
Zanuck
I'm being
talking?
friendly to you.
Why?
So you're saying basically
Why I don't want
which one is
friendship. I want
Rekia?
you
Just
to
let me ask you a
shut
question. Oh fuck!
up
You're
and
so
let me talk to
incorrigible.
Jesse.
You're incorrigible.
Because it's a
I'm sorry,
conversation,
Jesse.
Ricky. You're not the freaking monologuer here. Come on.
I asked Jesse a specific question.
What you're saying is we don't know which one is normal is, right?
Who is this talking right now? Is that Zanuck? That's okay,
If
Jesse.
you just stop talking, you'd know.
You'll get to answer my question, Jesse, as soon as
we're
Zanuck
asserting
finishes.
one's normal, one's not normal. You're saying, how do we know which one's normal? Is that what you're saying, Rakia? Like the calm day might be the normal one, right?
Jesse, when you said normal on the blustery, windy day or whatever that was mixing up the air, not let it become a gradient, all those things that you basically implied, are you saying that is the less refracted day? That's the where you see curvature or the objects in the distance below your line of sight, Jesse?
Yes.
And you're saying on the other day it appears higher than your line of sight because of the temperature difference
It's
of
at
the
eye level, Rakia.
On that particular day, yes.
So basically, in conclusion, right, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying the atmospheric conditions can move objects in the distance up and down based on horizontal.
They cause them to appear raised up.
I agree. Or lowered, right? Appear.
I've not seen that.
So not, but what you're saying is it's lower than the other day and it's higher than the other day. So it's higher and lower depending on the conditions of the day, and it's an apparent position, right, Jesse?
All positions are apparent.
So it is an apparent position that's higher and lower depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day. Higher and lower based on horizontal.
Sure as fuck ain't higher and lower because the Earth's changing, I'll tell you that.
No, I want Jesse to say yes or no to that because that's what he said.
Jesse's honest. Jesse's honest, and Jesse's
I
trying.
would just like Jesse to answer that very clarifying question. So I know
Maybe don't yell at the guy. Though. The guy's totally calm.
Yeah, I'm chill, dude. I'm just Xanax got me a little wound up. It's all right. I'm not yelling.
Whatever, Ricky. You're always yelling.
This is just my tone. All right. I have Bose speakers on. I don't hear my voice. So,
well, I
Jesse,
can't get in a word because you won't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'll go on mute right after this clarifying question. Fair enough, Jesse. Was I clear on that? You understand what I'm asking?
You were not clear.
Okay, let me repeat it then. You said on 2 different days you had 2 different weather conditions, and due to your horizontal that you shot out there, the ship, was higher and lower based on that horizontal due to the conditions of the day. Is that clear enough?
I wouldn't call it horizontal. I was reading the vertical angle.
Yeah, but you're using a horizontal line. What were you using? What tool?
A total station.
Yeah, which is shooting out a horizontal, a reticle, right? Horizontal.
I was measuring the vertical angle of the light reaching the instrument. I'm not sure what you're trying to ask.
You have a horizontal line. You're shooting the base of the ship, seeing how higher and lower it is based on that horizontal line, correct?
Yeah, but higher and lower is along the vertical axis, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, so you're saying that vertical does change due to weather conditions?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Jesse. Sorry about Xanax cutting in on us there.
Oh,
all right, go ahead, guy.
Doofus, earlier you tried and you were totally roboted. Try again.
You might want to disconnect your Wi-Fi or go ahead and rejoin.
Well, since I'm unmute, can I make a question quick to Rakia?
Okay.
Real quick.
Doofus, your mic is crazy.
What is
Can
it?
I make a real quick comment? You're roboting too, by the way.
Yeah.
Just real quick, Rakia. I think what I'm not putting words in Jesse's mouth, but he take a picture and he shows one at eye level and the other one's not eye level. You're saying which one is? How do we know which one is the actual real picture? Well, one of the clues is on the calm, warm, sunny day where you have this temperature inversion that he didn't really talk about. I did. It's at eye level, and you can't have things at the distance, at the surface that you're standing on, 3 or 4 feet above the surface, rise to eye level only 5 miles away or 10, whatever. It's got to be below eye level. It has to be. So that's the only picture that has a problem with basic trigonometry. The other picture does not. So that's one clue that the left picture is incorrect.
You said it has to be eye level, the boat? It is.
It can't be eye level. If it
Are
is,
you saying things in the distance to the horizon don't
if
rise
the Earth
to
was
eye
flat,
towards?
even the Earth was
don't
flat. It's
do not rise towards eye level.
Yeah, horizon does rise toward eye level, but it never gets there. It's always below eye level.
Now, hold on. Let me jump in real quick. Brock, you should probably
We have
tell
an
Xanax
object.
about
We have an
Hey,
object
yo,
that's in
my
it,
mic
not the
working?
horizon.
Hello.
Hold on a second. One second. We have an
not
object
hold on.
that's
I was
not in the
mid-sentence.
horizon. The object is no.
You were clear. I'm
distance
putting you
away.
on mute.
That
I'm muting you, Xanax.
object-
I'm muting you.
Finally, a mod with balls.
Yeah, it's about time.
I have to be honest, Xanax was interrupted there.
Seriously? Is my mic messed
I
up?
muted
Can you guys not
myself.
hear me?
No, Jeremy. Xanax cut right in on you like he did everyone.
No, I
Xanax
was in the middle of a sentence. I
talking.
asked for permission. I
In the
started
middle of
talking.
talking, you never stopped. What are you talking about?
So,
Did you understand my
you
point?
should probably tell.
Who unmuted Xanax?
I don't know. I can't even mute him. I don't know why it's not
Probably
letting me scroll up on my-
Soundly.
I'm
since he
muting
owns the
myself. I'll
mod.
go away. Don't worry about it.
For some reason, I can't. For some reason, I can't get Xanax on my screen to mute him. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, you should probably tell Xanax about the time that George Hanatuck, one of their own dudes, captured the horizon above eye level. As Xanax was just telling us that that never happens.
I'll do one better. I'll post it. But of course, that was in the evening, which happens to be when Townley took his photograph.
That's not what he was saying. How do you not understand what Xanax was saying? That's not what Xanax was saying.
Right, and we were just talking about an example of which the horizon was above eye level that was provided by Jesse.
That's not what.
It's not like this is news.
Zanuck
that's
was
really
saying,
good
It's not news
evidence
to
of.
most of us.
Can you let
Zanuck,
It's not
no.
news.
talk?
It's not news to most of us, but it is news to Zanuck because hold on, Zanuck. It's not news to most of us, but it is news to Zanuck because he literally just said things don't
No.
rise above eye level.
I'm
He literally
telling you,
just said that.
Yeah, you misunderstood what he was saying when he said that.
He said things never rise above eye level. We have the horizon above.
He's saying that geometrically only, it's never going to be above eye level. You have to have atmosphere involved to make that happen.
Things
That's
can
what he
appear
was
above
saying.
eye level
Correct.
if they're in the distance, man.
No, the horizon. Dude, the horizon.
Does anyone care about what's next? I mean, I've been trying to explain this over and
No,
over.
no, this is important because if you don't understand the basics of the picture, we're going nowhere. He sees a boat.
I'll try.
Actually,
Look, I'll try and explain it. Okay.
The ship's above eye level. That's not possible.
I'll try and
Bye,
explain
guys.
what he
Have
was
fun.
saying. Okay?
Have fun, everyone.
On a flat Earth, the horizon would never be above eye level. So if you see it above eye level, that's a clear indication that some type of atmospheric phenomena has occurred to
It's the
change
dumbest thing in the
geometry.
world. You guys say
That
the
is.
stupidest things in the world.
That was a ridiculous statement. Whoever just said
It was
that.
not a ridiculous statement. That's
It's
perfectly
absolutely ridiculous. How can you even possibly be able to say what can or can't happen on a flat Earth if you don't ever experience it? There's no reason for you to even have
Because
a
the geometry is a real thing. Trigonometry is real.
Yeah, what are you talking
right.
about,
And
dude?
the funny thing about it is,
Render
right,
this in a 3D game. What are you
the
talking about?
funny thing about it is that we live on an extended
You're just going to
plane.
skip over that, right? You're just going to mock
Right.
what I said, skip over what I said, and overtalk me instead of us all agreeing that you could very easily render a 3D plane in a 3D space in a computer game and tell that the horizon never rises above high level, right? We can agree to that, yes or no? Because if we can't agree to that, then there's really nothing else to talk
Well,
about.
is your 3D rendering program going to be looking through miles of atmosphere?
Right.
Or no?
Thank you, Jeremy.
That's the whole point. That's not what oh my God! It's like you guys.
You
aren't
said it
listening.
couldn't happen
Can
on
we
a flat.
first? Can
You
we first
weren't-
agree?
hold on.
Can we
You
first
weren't actually
agree to
listening,
that?
Jeremy.
That if there's no atmosphere, if there is no,
we don't live in a world with no atmosphere. Thanks. Try again.
Yeah, who cares about no atmosphere? That's stupid.
We're describing a baseline here. Can you
You're
agree
describing
to
La
that
La Land.
or not?
La La
Okay,
Land.
so you can't agree on basic geometry. Like I thought, it's not even worth talking about.
We can agree on basic
Glowburgers
geometry, but
can't
you're
do it
taking us to
neither.
fanny. We can.
You
agree
guys
on
are
basic
refusing
geometry,
to
but you're
acknowledge
taking
what
us.
I just said. So do you want to
We
acknowledge
can agree
it now?
on basic. We can
Will
agree
you
on
agree
basic
that what I just
geometry.
said
How? Come
makes
on,
sense?
man. Can you hear me, Soundly? Soundly, can
Yeah,
you hear
but
me?
I'm asking you to agree
Okay,
to it.
so it's
Are
my
you going to
turn
agree
to
to it?
talk
Yes
now.
or no? Are you going to agree
My
to it?
turn
Yes
to
or no?
talk. It's my turn
It's
to
a yes
sound
or
me.
no.
I can mute you. I can get to your name on my list.
Go
My
ahead and
turn to
mute me.
talk,
That's
bud.
fine. That's
So
fine. Let's go ahead. I'll see you later.
bro, I don't know why you're not letting me talk. And I don't want to mute you, but I mean, you're not really leaving me many options.
He left, man. He bailed.
Well, whatever.
Okay.
I mean,
Does it help if I put it another way? That
now
if we
Doofus'
see the
turn.
horizon
Now,
above eye level, then the
Doofus, after all that I went through with Soundly, now Doofus' turn. Come on, man. What is wrong with you people?
because he's gone.
Yeah, Jeremy was trying to talk. Go ahead,
Soundly.
Jeremy. It's your turn, Jeremy.
It's my turn. All right. Thanks. Thank you. So he wants to talk about a world with no atmosphere. That has no relation to reality. Who cares about that fairy tale, fantasyland nonsense, mythical place he wanted to take us to? Because that's not how we live, is it?
Yeah,
All
they
right,
used to
so
accuse us of
since you guys
strawmanning.
seem to miss his point, I'll go ahead and state it for him since he's not here. He said if you see the horizon above eye level and you presume a flat Earth, then the only logical conclusion is that some atmospheric effect caused it to be above eye level. That's what he said, and then you guys attacked him like he was saying something absurd.
No,
I
that's
have
not
no idea
true.
why you did that.
No, that's not true.
Go back and watch the stream. Do the
I don't
stream
have
thing.
to.
Rewind
I'll
it.
tell you
Because
what
that's
I
what
did.
he said.
Can I
And you
explain?
guys
Can I
were
explain? Because I'm
shit
here.
about that.
I'm here. I'm here. I'll explain it to you real quick.
No,
If we
Zanuck,
know-
we weren't talking to you, Zanuck. We were talking to Soundly, not you. You don't have to repeat anything. Doofus, the reason why I jumped in was because he took us to a place where he said, on a flat Earth, this wouldn't happen. That's when I
Yes.
jumped in.
Okay, listen. If you're a 6-foot observer, you will
Oh my God, I'm
acknowledge
not
that.
talking to you, Zanuck.
If you're, I'm not talking. I'm talking to the group. I don't have to talk to you. If you're a 6-foot observer and you look at an object that's 5, 6, 7 miles away, hold on. We can tell you where it should be in your field of view on a flat Earth. If it is above that, there has to be something going on. So one picture has a problem where something is going on and the other doesn't. So why would you say the picture that has something going on is the right one?
No one's saying that. Okay, listen. Are you you're making a straw? You're making a straw man right now. No one's making that.
I'm not
claim.
making a straw man. I'm being very specific. You
Who
cannot have a
says
ship
what you just
above
said?
eye level.
Who says what you're trying to say right now?
You are, and everybody else.
No.
You get Rakia to start with. He said,
No,
"How do you know which one's right? How do you know which one's right? The calm day or the windy day? How do you know that's the correct day?" And I told you, know the correct day by the position of the object in your field of view.
No one is saying that, Zanuck. No one is saying what you're saying right now.
I would think the correct day is the day where the water looks really clear.
Okay, yeah, but even that is I would say a misnomer, right? If you're looking across the surface of the water, it's not going to be clear. It's just going to look dark blue, right? So that to me is still not even a qualification that has any meaning to it, right? So I've got on my channel numerous photos. I can show you the same target in 4 different frames, all of them from the same position, all of them from the same focal length, just on different days. And they are all in different positions: high, low, far back, close up, larger, smaller, squashed, right? Which one's right? Which one's correct? Yes, they all are. For that condition on that day, that's exactly where it should be.
So
yeah, I agree with that.
I could have swore what Soundly said was we'd never see, things above the horizon or the horizon rise above eye level or things above eye level on a flat Earth. I could have swore that's what he said.
And then after that, he said, unless there's some atmospheric conditions occurring. That was the part where you guys skipped for some reason.
You're missing the key part of that point, Jeremy.
And there always is. Hold on, Zanuck. And there always is atmospheric conditions happening, right?
Right. So what his point was is that there are definitely atmospheric conditions to consider in all cases.
Okay, so on a flat Earth, we could see things above eye level, no?
Only with atmospheric conditions dictating that.
There always is atmospheric conditions.
No, that can dictate that.
I can show you 4 different elevations of the same target on the ocean, right? On the ocean. So that's the horizon. And it's in a different position 4 different times. Which one's correct?
Well, do the math on it. And then change your observer position so you can then factor out what the actual refraction value is. That's what you use calculus for. That's what you do when you're doing experimentation.
No, you don't do math. You don't do math on it. You can crunch your...
I'm talking. What is this? Your incessant...
Let Zanuck finish.
It sounded like...
Let Zanuck finish, please. Yo.
He can't. He just can't. So you can then change the observer's position. That will be able to determine what the refraction...
You just said that. Why are you repeating
Okay, God, because you're interrupting me.
Travis,
if you let me finish, I'd be done already.
This will never end because he'll never give up. So just let him finish.
No, see what happened was he stopped.
No, here he goes again. You're in control. Copernicus. Yes, that's
Zanuck,
right.
we all want
Go
you to
ahead.
make your point,
You're the
bro.
truck driver in control.
Guys, this ain't time for more people to talk. Just let Zanuck finish, and then
it's
Travis
rude.
is next.
It's obnoxious and rude.
Shut up. I'm trying to gain control of the room, Zanuck. You're not helping.
I know, but he keeps interrupting you.
You have a lot of gall calling people out.
Go, Zanuck.
Yeah. So we can tell where these objects should be in our field of view. And if they are not there where they mathematically should be for a flat Earth, we can change our observer's height position to then rule out or determine what the refractive value is by simple calculus. Thank you. That's all I was going to say.
Say the beginning part again. Say just the beginning of that again.
Oh my God, are you serious?
No, for real. I need to hear that beginning part again.
That object in your field of view will approach your level horizon, the level position from your observation point. And if they don't, if they rise above it, That is not possible without refraction. And if you want to find out what that refraction is, raise your observation point.
That's not what you said. All right, never mind. Sorry.
What were you thinking I said? What did I say?
No, never mind. It's fucking crazy, dude.
It's okay.
Objects in the distance will dip below level. And they will dip below level following laws of trigonometry. It's a rise over run inverse tangent. That's the angle that it should be. And if it's not there, something's going on. Now you're saying if it's something going on up or down, that's a valid point. But if it's above level, then it can't happen. That's got to be the error.
You said something about what is the number one thing that we could count on to know the actual distance. You said something about that.
The number one thing we can, but for distance or for height, position and field of view. For distance, like if something's 5 miles away, how do we?
No, I think he said you can know what the refraction index is by raising your elevation.
Correct. So you measure that position, that angle position in your field of view, and see the rate of change as you change the elevation. You will be able to draw a curve because there'll be data points that'll change. Obviously, less and less as the angle of incidence is less and less, and that part of that change will give you a curve. On that curve, you could plot what your refraction value is at any point. You can actually point the 0 point.
We've already been.
That's how you do it. I'm just
the standard refraction is based on the radius. Of course,
standard refraction is just an average to help people understand what they're seeing, where things are. It's not about. We're not talking about standard refraction,
Mr.
Doofus. We're not talking corrective factors. We're talking about actually what's going on.
Before you said that refraction wasn't causing this. Remember that?
Causing what?
We've already been through this.
When it's not refracted, yeah. If you have a blustery day where the air is moving around and mixing, you have a normal gradient, so the light will not bend down. It'll be relatively straight.
Yeah, no matter what, we need to refer to a refraction.
All you have to do is measure the angular position in your field of view, what the observer height is. Take that divided by the distance to it. If you know the distance to the object, you can figure out where it should be. And if it's there, then you know it's correct based on the curve.
Can I ask?
Vanek, we've already been through this.
I know.
Go ahead,
for
Rock,
years we have actually.
No, I'm sorry.
No, just recently we've been through this thing where you look at something when you're in a low elevation and you get an apparent position, and then you move up and you see apparent positions all throughout the whole way. That never gives you an actual position.
It gives you a predictive quality of knowing what the refraction is because it follows that curve.
It's never actual. He won't.
No, you can get with a very high statistical relevance.
You're just changing your angle, Zanuck.
Thanks, Rakia.
I'm trying to move on from you, if you don't mind. Doofus, are you there?
I'm bringing up that point, and the point is, if you continue,
I'm not bringing up anything to you. I'm bringing up something.
It's not you. It's not you. It's not you. It's other people. Some respect.
Is Mr.
Doofus
there?
Elevation of the observation will get different positions angularly of that object. If you plot out the curve, you'll actually determine what the refraction
shut up, man.
is.
Just let him finish. Or he'll never.
He's
stop.
There's not a finish, Jeremy.
I was almost done until
he's gonna finish.
You're never almost done, Zanuck. Never.
Jeremy, would you monitor Rakia?
Just please, guys, let Zanuck finish. Give him like 30 seconds, and then Rakia, you're next.
You will measure the object in your position and field of view. You take that value and continue to change the observation height. You will continue to get different values. That value change of the measurement will determine a curve, and that curve has predictive qualities. So you can determine what the refractive value will be at any point on the curve. Because curves have calculations.
He was almost done.
Value. Yeah. I just because in my mind, I think people maybe don't understand what a curve is. You can actually
just repeated what you said earlier. Now you're monologuing.
Give me an example. Give me an example of a curve. Give me. You know what? You think you're so smart?
Jeremy,
give me an example of a curve.
Zanuck, yeah.
Now he's asking questions.
No, because I don't think you know what a curve equation is.
10 seconds.
Like, what's an example of a curve? Jeremy, do you know?
No one answer that.
Jeremy, do you know what an example?
Zanuck, are you done? Are you done, Zanuck? Because Rocky is going next.
Okay, I want you to answer me, Jeremy, and I'll be done. Can you tell me an example of a curve equation?
Rocky, go. You're up. Rocky,
he answered you, Zanuck. He answered you, Zanuck. You were just talking.
I didn't hear it.
He said, "Absolutely not. Absolutely not." So next,
no. Can anybody answer the question? What's an example of a curve equation?
Anybody?
Doofus, what's an example of a curve equation?
Simi, Rocky, you're up. Go.
Does anybody know?
Zanuck, I'm going to mute you because I just can't. Okay.
I don't know why I can't get Zanuck up on my list.
I'll mute myself. Don't worry. I'm going.
Like, why can't I get Xanax? Go ahead, Rocky. Go ahead.
Is Doofus here? Because I can ask someone else. It just was Doofus's picture that he posted. Well, it's not his picture. It's just his post. Doofus, are you here? So
I
any
am. I'm not trying to bust into the room when somebody's trying to control it.
Yeah, right. 218, the picture you posted of those oil rigs. So let's just do a hypothetical here and say that the second oil rig that's further away is the exact same oil rig. Same height off the water, same size, same dimensions, same everything. Would it appear lower if it's further away than the first one?
In this particular case, only due to curvature, but I mean,
okay,
I'm sure
but on a
you want a different answer.
On a flat plane, okay, fair enough. If you answered that, that's fine. Due to curvature, it appears lower. But on a flat plane, as the same object, same size, same the same object
I think you cut out.
goes, yeah, the same object that's on a flat plane, that's the same height above the surface, same size, is at a further distance. Would it appear lower?
Not if you're
anything above your.
Oh my God, Zanuck can't help himself. Doofus, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Zanuck. Try to answer for you. He doesn't think you're smart enough to answer this correctly.
All right, anything above your altitude, assuming a flat surface, should appear to be in a slightly lower vertical angle than anything at the same altitude on the other reference object. However, in this case, well, perspective in that case. But in this case, we see that the things that are at the same altitude on each of those distant objects are not in line where they should be due to perspective.
Fair enough, fair enough. But is there perspective in this picture?
Well, sure, but the effect that you're seeing is not due to perspective. As I just
wait, so you're saying I'm not seeing perspective in this picture?
Now, the amount that the distant object has changed its vertical position is not due to perspective.
That's not what I asked. Is there any perspective in this picture?
Right, you are seeing perspective occur. Okay, I'll go ahead and do it anyway. You are seeing perspective occur because it does always occur. However, the vertical placement of the distant platform, its offset is not due to perspective.
And what are you basing that on? An angle?
No, the definition of perspective. I'm basing what I just said off of the definition of perspective.
Okay, things in the distance would appear to get smaller and lower in your view, basically. Is that a basic sum up of perspective?
No.
So things don't appear lower in the distance due to perspective?
It depends on your reference planes that you're using to compare.
I'm fair enough. Forget it. Define perspective for me and the audience.
All right. Perspective, everything in the distance shrinks with the inverse of the distance to that object. In such a setup, that means that anything that is at your altitude above a flat surface should be at your eye level. Not below, but at.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and is that definition based on any atmospheric conditions affecting your view? Or is it just a generic, in a vacuum type, perfect condition?
The definition of perspective is absent the definition of atmospheric refraction.
It's independent, right?
Right.
So if you add perspective, like we know there's perspective in this picture because the oil rig in the distance is always going to appear lower, right?
No, not due to perspective. Anything that is at the observer's altitude should be at the observer's eye level in both reference objects.
But in reference of the other oil rig, it's going to appear lower than the other oil rig, one that's closer. Can't believe you're fighting this so hard.
You got so excited that I couldn't actually understand the beginning of your sentence. I don't know if anybody did.
Yeah, me and a lot of people are laughing right now. So if you have 30,
you're asking such silly questions.
Yeah, I'm silly. Yeah, if you have 30 oil rigs the same size, the same distance above the surface, and they're at one's, you get a starting point away from you, and the rest of them are further distance in a straight line away from you, which one is going to appear the lowest?
Right. Anything that is at your altitude on each of those oil rigs will all be at your eye level. The tops of the oil rigs being above your
The
altitude
ones
will
in the
appear to
distance
drop.
will appear to. Yeah.
Okay, I thought I
Really?
was answering the question. I was sure that I was the one answering the question.
Wow, don't get so triggered, man. That dude didn't mean it. He's not mad at you. Just answer.
But he's
All right,
correct.
so anything that is at your altitude on all of the reference objects will all be at eye level due to the definition of perspective. Anything above your reference altitude is going to appear to get lower with distance. Anything below your reference altitude will appear to get higher with distance. But there's no reason for something that is in the distance for something at the same altitude as you to appear below eye level due to perspective.
No one said below eye level. We just said below the other object, the other oil rig. See, this is the deceiver in
How
him.
is it below if it's on the water?
It's not
the same
below
height.
it.
You
It's
said the
not.
same height.
It is
same
not below
size,
it. It's the same
everything.
height above the water.
Obviously.
It just
You really didn't like
appears
my answer,
lower.
Rakia. That's
No, I really
evident.
don't like you deceiving and then Zanuck jumping in and saying the opposite. It's not below, Zanuck. It just appears lower because it's further
No, but you know that it's on the water. These structures
you
are
know
on the
that's
same
not my
size.
position.
You said you prefaced it by saying all these objects are the same size, height, everything. And the only difference is their distance. Will the objects get lower in your field of view? And he said, Doofus said very accurately, no. And Rocky, I can still hear you talking over me.
Listen, the oil rig in the distance.
Jeremy, why don't you control Racky? He's dominating this and not letting anyone
come
speak.
on.
It's not lower. It is just further away. So due to perspective, oh my God, it just appears lower. Thank you very much. You've been a great audience. Thanks, Doofus.
Okay, yeah, that's not the definition of perspective. Thanks.
Yeah. You have your own definition.
I agree. It's not the definition of perspective.
Yeah, the definition Doofus said
is
things get
it one of the
proportionally smaller with
attributes
distance.
of perspective?
Things get proportionally smaller with distance, directly proportional with distance. That's the definition of perspective. And things rise if they're lower. I could have sworn I was talking. And things get smaller or get lower in your field of view if you're looking at them above that object in the distance. But if you're looking at eye level, nothing will change. No matter how far it goes away, it'll always be at eye level. Yet we
agree with that, Doofus?
Okay, you know what? Unbelievable, Racky. Unbelievable.
We're not at eye level in this picture. I was addressing that picture of the oil rig where the viewer is obviously lower than the first oil rig. So in the distance,
lower. What part of the oil rig is it lower?
The more
what part is it?
Distant oil rig.
What about the bottom of it? What about the docking structures? Are they lower?
About
in
being
the observer? You don't know,
and
Racky.
then immediately,
guys. Listen, I don't know what's going on, but one at a time, please.
Yeah, what's going on is they're switching. Yeah, Zanuck's here. Hey, but we all know what perspective is. No matter what Doofus says, he might be smarter than us. I don't know, but you know what I'm saying. The distant object is going to appear lower because of perspective. The distance is what's making it appear lower. It's not actually lower. You can't see the bottom air underneath the oil rig. It looks like there's water there blocking that due to other reasons, but perspective is one of the reasons because of the angle change. But the oil rig itself is not lower than the other oil rig. It just appears that way.
Spitballing. It's spitball time for Rakia. Listen, if you're observing from the shore, the bottom of the oil rig, which is at water level, is either at your eye level or even below your eye level. So not the entire oil rig is over and above your eye level. But you want to look at the top of the oil rig? Fine, that's 200 feet high. Let's go with that. Does it get lower in your field of view? Yes. But what about the bottom? Where does it go?
The water's in front of it.
Oh, the water's in front of it. But is that blocking it, or is that getting smaller or getting it?
It's behind the viewer's horizon. It's behind the viewer's horizon.
And the horizon is caused by Earth curve. Yes, thank you.
If the viewer was higher, yeah, you call it Earth curve, but it's not. It's just the optical resolution. It's the point.
Optical resolution.
No, it's the vanishing point.
He could be raising the water, like how we perceive the water.
It's the vanishing point where things appear to be obstructed in the distance beyond that vanishing point, but they're not.
The vanishing point. But yet we can see cars in front of it. We can see all sorts of things if you raise up. It's not a matter of diffractive limit because we can.
That's why you see them.
You didn't even see him.
This is a good conversation.
You know, dude, all you do is talk. Your mouth does not stop.
That's Rich.
Keep in
coming from
mind the
Xanax.
actual definition of perspective and vanishing point. The vanishing point is at infinite distance, not at finite distance.
Yeah, but when you have a view of the line of sight that reaches the horizon, anything behind that, you're not going to gain all that information. You're going to lose
Why?
information.
It's like you didn't
Why
hear what
not?
I said.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I'm using terms
He's
that.
just ignoring it, doofus. He's ignoring it completely.
Infinite is a
Right.
man-made
The vanishing
concept.
point is at
Yeah.
infinite
It's
distance.
not
That's
real.
how it's defined.
I don't know if
What?
anybody caught
Where's
Doofus and
where's
Xanax
infinite
have different
distance? Can you
definitions
show
of
me?
perspective.
Can you show
Nobody
me
caught
No,
infinite
we
that.
didn't.
distance?
We had the exact same definition because it's the only one definition there is.
Can somebody show me infinite distance? How do I measure that?
Guys, one at a time,
So the
please. Come on,
definition
guys.
of vanishing point,
I
I'll go over
apologize.
it
I
again.
haven't been
As it is
talking
defined
very
is that
much.
the vanishing points are at infinite distance. That's how they're defined. You
What
can
does that
complain
even
about
fucking mean?
whether or not infinite distance exists or not. That's a personal problem.
No, it's not a personal problem. That's called pseudoscience. That's not reality when you start talking about things that don't exist as if they do. There's no
Okay,
such
but
thing
that's
as
the
infinite
definition of
distance.
vanishing point. Can you agree to the actual definition of vanishing point or not?
Yeah.
What would you like to do? Go
And there
for it.
would
I'll see if I agree with it.
to the edge of the dot. If you have a
Okay,
dot that's a
vanishing
vanishing
points are
point,
defined to be at infinite distance. That's where the things appear to converge at.
What's
if you
infinite
draw a
distance?
dot,
I need you to define infinite
Okay, but
distance.
don't even go there.
no,
Don't
because
even
you
go
have
there
to
with
agree to the
doofus.
definition of vanishing point
No,
first.
no.
Mr.
Listen, no. I
Obfuscation.
cannot agree to the definition of vanishing point if vanishing point's
Right,
definition
you cannot agree
includes.
to the
Hold on, I'm
definition of
not
words.
done.
That's
Hold
very well
on,
noted.
hold on, hold on. If vanishing point includes a term that I am asking you to define, I'm not going to concede and agree to the definition that I don't understand.
He
What
never
is
took
vanishing
Yeah,
point?
calculus.
why
He
would
doesn't
he
understand
And
limits.
agree to
it's not my
This
that?
is a limit.
definition
Shut
Called a
up,
limit.
either.
Xanax. Shut up, Xanax.
Copernicus, it's called a limit. This is basic calculus, first year high school.
I'm asking Doofus.
The
Doofus,
dot,
I'm
draw that
asking you.
dot. If that dot is the vanishing point, then the edge of the
Xanax,
dot, we
shut
can
the
actually
fuck
give you a
up.
distance. You shut up. We can
At
give a
what
distance to the edge of the
point
dot
do we
because it's
let
not infinite.
Xanax just destroy this conversation?
No,
Yo, I
because
literally cannot
Doofus
mute
and me are
Xanax.
probably the only
I'm
person
telling you
here
guys right now,
that's taken
something's
a
wrong with
math
my
class.
Discord. Xanax, shut up. Something is
Are you
wrong
on
with
an
my
Android phone,
Discord. I
Jeremy?
cannot. On an iPhone, yes.
Oh, you're on an iPhone. Okay, never mind.
You're the
That'll tell
only
you.
It won't
mod
let me
here.
scroll. It won't let me scroll all the way down until where it stops just short of his name. I can mute
Oh,
Reckoner if I wanted to, but
All right,
I
listen,
can't mute
Jeremy, I
Xanax.
have it.
okay. Yeah,
Listen,
you can
listen.
use.
Hold on,
You
wait,
can.
Jeremy. Hold on,
Doofus,
Jeremy.
shut up.
Hold on, Jeremy. What
Hold
you
on,
need
let
to do?
Doofus.
No. What you need to do, Jeremy, is just scroll all the way down till Xanax at the very bottom, and then you have to drag the screen up so that you can see his rectangle, and then release it, and that should clear your screen with leaving him all there at the bottom. Try
Yeah,
that.
it's not the
Or
same
Xanax
interface
could
he's
just take
using.
the hint that everybody is trying to mute him
All
and
right, I
can't.
will be quiet. You don't need to mute
Thanks.
me. I will be quiet. I have a
Just
problem.
when someone says, "Hey, doofus, can you answer this?" Just don't jump in, man.
So, look, Doofus, you want me to agree to a definition, but within the definition is another term that I would like defined. That's not unreasonable.
Okay, great. But the definition that I provided to you is not my definition. It's the one that's publicly available, the one that people agree on.
You brought it up. So now I'm having a conversation with you because you presented a definition. Within that term, within that definition, there's a term that I'm asking you to help me understand. What does infinite distance mean?
It means that a distance that is larger than any quantifiable distance.
So it's
There you
an
go.
value, so it has no meaning. So no, I don't agree to that vanishing point. I don't.
Okay. You can disagree with the commonly accepted definition of vanishing point if you prefer to.
Yeah.
Here's
Really
an
weird to
idea.
disagree with definitions of words,
What if
though.
we just created a new definition, right? Instead of it saying infinite distance, let's say
Your own
the limitation
definitions
of
for
the
words? That's
objects.
great.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's called
Where
nomenclature, right?
yeah.
Isn't that
I'm not
what it
sure
is when you
why.
coin a
I'm not
word
sure
or
why
coin a
Larry was
definition?
talked over. Why was Larry talked over?
Oh, it's because this guy doesn't know about nomenclature. So let me educate him. Yeah, people make up words all the time. Snoop Dogg is notorious for it, right? For shizzle and nizzle, right? Snoop Dogg is like always making up his own words. People do that. That people can make up their own words and definitions for words and change the meaning of words. Like, remember the Flintstones? They weren't having like homosexual orgies, right? They were just, having a good time, right? Having a gay old time, right? You do understand that?
No, the ballers don't like it when we think outside the box and come up with terms for ideas that run contrary to consensus, regardless of the fact that even their own concepts started out as made up terms. They had to make shit up for the things that they were constructing to present as authentic science. They just don't like it when we do it.
Like what?
And it's not truly accepted either.
Yeah, where is that definition
Thing
for
that we
infinite?
made up out of the blue, in relation to Earth, that we made up out of the blue.
I only heard made up out of the blue. I didn't hear the first part of your question. What?
What did science just make up?
What's an orbit?
Dark matter, dark multiverses.
You don't know what an orbit is?
No, I'm asking you what an orbit is.
An orbit is when one object encircles another, and in relation to at least the satellites in space, it's a trajectory.
I ain't never seen that.
So, okay, great. So before there were any concepts of satellites in space or objects in space, quote unquote, orbiting, when was the term orbit used?
Locally here on Earth, anytime someone walked around someone else or an object walked around or moved around another object.
So you have a citation for that, right? So you have a citation for that original use of the term orbit, and then it was transferred to something up in the sky, out in outer space, right? So it's not a very difficult concept. You take one thing, perhaps it did exist in terms of, let's say, a prior word like orbit. I've never used the term orbit when I talk about a bee flying around a flower. I say he's flying around a flower. I don't say he's orbiting. So I doubt.
But it has.
I doubt what you're saying, right? I doubt that what you're saying actually has any validity. You're just simply right now, in my opinion, spouting out an ad hoc thing that you're making up bullshit right now.
No, there's a gravitational relationship between the mass of the two objects
Gravitational mass of objects, right? So here we go. Now, this is a case in point, right? Before any concept of gravity or mass attracting mass, all of these terms, right? These terms were
made up, right?
All right, we get your point. We understand what you're saying, but your problem is that you want to make up words to things that already have a definitional word associated with it. You want to make up things.
Correct them. You want to correct.
What's an infinite vanishing point? That's a made up word.
You want to make up a word for a definition that already exists.
It's the definition that's incorrect. If I'm trying to correct...
Holy shit, dude. Can you wait a second? When we say vanishing point, everyone else understands what that is. But because you yourself think that it means something else, you can make up another word for it, but no one's going to understand what you're talking about, dude.
But nobody understands.
Wait, hold on. Yes, they will understand when I define my term. If I choose a term that already exists and I want to reorient that term, as soon as you say, well, what do you mean? And I tell you, guess what you now know? You now know what I mean by that term. It's not very difficult.
Yeah,
I can describe that. Like, how many words is there for the same thing, vagina?
Yeah,
Snatch,
I don't understand
cunt. Snatch, cunt.
If you wanna talk about flurburb, and flurburb means science to everyone else, you can certainly talk about it, but you're not having a very good conversation when you have to define every other word you say, because you don't want to use standard nomenclature for words that already exist. It's
No,
just
you want to
silly.
clarify though, because same words have different meanings. That's why we're trying to clarify.
Well, tell us, what does recession mean?
What other meaning does vanishing point have that you're confused
What does
about?
recession mean?
You're thinking I'm confused about vanishing point when I can clearly describe vanishing point, where you would say, "Yeah, I agree with you." You're saying I'm confused and don't understand what the definition of vanishing point is without even knowing what I think vanishing point is. That makes you ignorant.
Well, I wasn't necessarily talking to you. I was talking to
You
RCH.
asked me specifically after I said I could explain vanishing point.
Okay, then great. You can explain vanishing point. Then why is whoever else the other person was trying to
So can
redefine
the other person, and we would be along the same words. Even if he uses different words, it would probably mean the same thing, and we would come to the same exact conclusion.
What are
Yeah, but
you arguing?
you know what would be different though? You wouldn't have this fucking argument before you arrived at the conclusion.
Dude,
Because you would
I've
both
been
use the
studying
same
this for
terminology.
years. I've never heard the word, the definition of vanishing point that Doofus just read. Never, not once.
Me neither, actually. I was
Ever.
wondering where that came from.
So have you heard that definition?
No.
Would have that been your definition you used for vanishing point, the one that Doofus used? So again, what is your argument? Can we move
Yes.
on?
Oh yeah, let's immediately move on. Sure.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
wouldn't have been your definition, I promise you, because no one has ever used that before. That was the first time I've ever heard it.
Okay. Well, you know what? There's first times for everything. And
Oh,
when
now
you
you're turning around on me.
when
The
you
whole
ask for
group,
Hold on.
clarification, when you
the
ask
whole
for
Hold on a
group
second,
said
Rocky.
I was right.
Rocky, hold
what's
on
your
one second.
problem with it?
Second. So can you only have a vanishing point if you have an infinite distance, or is there no vanishing points without an infinite distance?
Are you equating the vanishing point to the diffractive limit?
He asked that other guy.
Did you hear the question? Can you have a vanishing? Let me say it again, Zanuck. Fucking, I know Zanuck. I know your fucking game. Can you have a vanishing point without an infinite distance?
You mean like with a finite distance? Like it's foggy outside. I can't see 10 feet in front of my face. That's
Just
a
hold
finite
on. Just
distance.
let him answer it, Hank.
I'm sorry,
Hank, just
bro.
let
I
him
thought you
answer
were
it.
asking the room.
It's all right. Can you have a vanishing point without an infinite distance? Yes, with a finite distance. Can there be a vanishing point?
Wait, who are you asking?
You. Why
are
Hello,
you asking?
hello. The guy whoever said it's an infinite distance. I'm asking, can you have one without an infinite distance?
Can I answer, Jeremy?
I didn't bring up vanishing points and infinite distance.
That was
Doofus.
Doofus.
But you did agree
Can I
with them.
just
Hold on, Jeremy.
Can I get a yes or no?
Hold on, but
Can I
he's not
answer,
here.
Jeremy?
Hold on, he's not here.
Doofus left.
Doofus left. But Nid did agree
Okay.
with his
Whoever
definition.
I would like to answer. if you wanna hear
Zanuck,
the
wait.
answer.
Yo, you always have an answer for everything.
But I have the answer.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, he's the American
Nid.
Rumpus.
No, I have the answer. It's a simple answer.
Zanuck, give me a second.
That's funny.
Nid, you did agree with his definition, didn't you?
What was his definition?
Nidhogg. Let me ask it to Nidhogg. So we're very specific here. Nidhogg, can you have a
Yes.
vanishing point with a finite distance?
If you have a finite distance, so a vanishing point by nature is just like parallel things converging into a point. If you have a finite distance and you arrive at the point where they're no longer converging to that point, then it's no longer a vanishing point, is it?
Okay. Yes or no? Can there be a vanishing
Jeremy, the problem
point?
is you're
yes
not
or no?
restricting
Hold
the
on,
lens size.
Zanuck.
Well, no, you guys are
All right,
missing
man,
a key
relax,
point here.
bro. Relax. We got
If
all
I
night.
get an infinitely
We're gonna be here
larger
all night.
lens,
Zanuck.
oh god.
We're gonna be here all night, Zanuck. Relax.
Well,
we
I
got
have
plenty
the
of
answer,
time.
and I can tell it to you.
So
No
can you?
skating around the issue.
No one's skating. Nidhogg just
Let me
skated around
answer, and you'll have your answer.
I have a yes.
Jeremy.
Oh my God! Fine, go. Just go. 30 seconds.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm timing you. I'm timing
infinite distance for the vanishing point, because you can keep on changing the optic size to make that position not at your center field of view. That's why they use the word infinite. If you control the lens size, then it wouldn't be an infinite position, right?
What? If you control the what?
Control. If you can't.
That's wrong. I looked up what an infinite vanishing point is. It has to
For
be.
some reason, I'm not getting an answer
Control the
with my
lens
yes
size, there would
or
be at
no
some
question.
point. Oh God.
Yeah, that didn't
Guys,
clear it
come
up,
on,
Zanuck.
man.
Go
I have a
go
yes
man.
or no. I have a yes or no. Guys, relax, man. I'm at work. I can't get crazy. It's just a yes or no question. Can you have a vanishing point with a finite distance? That's all. Yes or no?
Are you controlling the lens size, the optic size? Because
Told
that's
me
such
on
a
paper.
Bro.
I'm letting you know
Bro.
now, Jeremy. Is this supposed to be on paper? Is what an infinite vanishing point is for?
I'm just asking. In reality, can you have a vanishing point without with a finite distance? That's all. Why is it so hard to
No,
answer?
because the
Yes
lens
or no?
size can always be larger and larger. So you'll never have a vanishing
So we
point.
will only get vanishing points. So we only get vanishing points if it's an infinite distance.
You
That's what
only
you're
get a
saying?
vanishing point if you have a finite lens optic size.
Yeah, Zanuck's actually telling the truth.
But there must be an infinite distance.
But
hold on, Rocky.
won't
But
be
there
the
must be an
center.
infinite distance, right?
For unlimited
Zanuck,
unlimited
listen to
lens
me.
size, yes, you need an infinite distance.
An
Yes.
unlimited lens size?
In a fantasy
Optic
world.
size, yes.
But with your
Don't
eyeball,
laugh,
yeah.
you're an idiot.
So,
Don't
actually,
laugh 'cause you're
hold
wrong.
on, Zanuck. With unlimited lens size, you can see your own ass, wouldn't you?
No, we're not even. That's
Zanuck, that's ridiculous. Do we have any unlimited lens sizes? Do we
That's
get?
not the question. You
Okay,
asked
let
what
me
the
try this.
vanishing
Let me
point
try
is
this. I
at
got
a
a new
finite
question.
distance.
I got a new question.
The
Relax.
vanishing point would not be at a finite distance if you have unlimited aperture sizes. Period.
Okay, let me
It's
ask
hard to
a new
understand.
question. Relax. Everyone relax. I know. No, relax. I got this. So, do we see vanishing points in reality?
Isn't that an oxymoron? Seeing a vanishing point? No, I know.
Do we observe that there's vanishing
we
points?
We see vanishing points. Yes, they're in our center.
Okay,
field
we
of view.
do
That's
see
all
vanishing
points will be. All vanishing points will be at our center field.
We do
of view.
see vanishing points in reality. Okay.
Yeah. Now, how large that point is the question.
Hold on, man. This is like going to be like a 2-3 part thing. We do see vanishing points in reality. Do we have an unlimited lens size when we're observing these? Vanishing.
No, we have a fixed lens size. Fixed aperture
Okay,
size.
so we can have vanishing with a finite distance.
Finite distance?
Correct.
No.
I think
He will never say
What do you mean, no? How could you?
Because the vanishing point will be at the point of infinity.
Unbelievable.
The point in which where that point would reside if the distance.
Listen, Buzz Lightyear.
What is infinity?
Not that difficult, right? You guys are just arguing because you're used to arguing.
Will not be any point below infinity will not be at the center. Hello.
I think maybe I can help Zanuck out.
Can I say
Hang on,
again?
I can help Zanuck.
Any point that's not infinity will not be at the center. How about that? Is that better?
What about beyond?
Great.
No,
At what point beyond
Therefore,
will
finite
all talk together. Everyone talk.
Yeah, hang on. Let's do it this way, because I think I understand what Zanuck is saying. So, Jeremy, to your point, if you are a person standing in the middle of a road and someone goes away from you to the point where you vanish, and you are at the center of the converging lines of the road, so you are at the center point of the vanishing point, then to that person looking with their bare naked eyes, and bare naked eyes have a fixed focal point, right? It can only resolve so much. You have vanished, but you are not infinitely far away. We can increase the aperture size of what we're looking through, and eventually, with as Zanuck put it, an infinite lens size, we will reach a point where the lens is big enough where you are no longer a vanishing point, you are a resolvable image. But at that point, you are no longer a vanishing point. So, because you're not a vanishing point anymore, to say that can we see vanishing points at finite distances is kind of a misnomer, because if you could, they wouldn't be a vanishing point.
That's also not true in the atmosphere.
Zanuck did a great job of explaining. I don't know how many of you guys got that, but he did a good job.
I definitely want to respond to that. Zanuck. I definitely want to respond to that. Okay? Now we all agree that we see vanishing points in reality, right? Or do you not agree with that, Nidhug?
Yeah, we do.
Yes or no? It's yes or no, bro.
We see diffractive limits. I don't know if we see vanishing points, because vanishing point will be at an infinite distance, and any point that's not infinite will not be at the center of your vision. That's what he's saying.
Oh, you just changed the definition, bro.
I'm not.
You just changed. You just said it differently a while ago. You answered yes to Jeremy. We do have vanishing points in reality, and now you're saying
we have a vanishing point.
Oh my God!
It's at the center of your vision.
I don't know why y'all talk to these people.
Keep asking your question, Jeremy.
Maybe Zanuck is a superhero and he can actually see infinite distances, and he thinks everyone else.
That's not going to
happen. And beyond.
Infinity and beyond, motherfuckers.
If you want to get an angle, if you want to get an angle, you could trigonometrically put infinite on that value, and you would get that angle to that point. Any point that's not infinite will not be at the center point of that point. The center of that point is what you're talking about, the vanishing point. Right?
Can you post a word count that we need to get to you with you until you
definition
go
of a
away?
point is that it does not take up space or angle. All right,
Can
so
you
you
post the
find
word
the
count,
point.
Zach, please,
Can I fit?
so I
Can
can
you
keep
shut
track
Rocky up,
and
Jeremy?
then leave
Is it
until
possible for him
you
to shut up?
read
Is
the
it
word
possible?
count? Because
Is it possible for him to shut
Jeremy
up?
asked NedHub a specific question, said his name, and then you started rambling for some reason. Again.
I mean, Rocky is not lying. So Nidhogg,
Yo.
do we have vanishing points in reality?
Yeah, we got vanishing points in reality.
We got vanishing points. And is it an infinite distance?
I mean, I would have to say if it is a point, then yes, it would have to be infinitely far away because the closer you get to it, eventually it would no longer be a vanishing point.
So we have vanishing points. All right, show me a vanishing point with infinite distance in reality. Let's go.
I mean,
He's confusing refractive
how would
limit
you
with
like
vanishing.
how would you like me to
If you actually
demonstrate that?
look up,
I don't. Where's
He's
the place?
confusing
I want you.
diffractive limit
How I would
with
like you to
vanishing
demonstrate
points.
it.
Because he's
Come on,
adding
guys.
concreteness to this concept of infinity.
so hey,
Well, how I want you to demonstrate, Zanuck, don't try to save him. Nidhugg's a big boy, all right? Nidhugg, what I want you to do is, where's the place where we see this vanishing point where it's also an infinite distance?
So I think your issue here is you're asking like where can we go to put our foot down on the horizon? That's what you're asking. You're
No,
asking.
I'm asking.
Hang on,
No.
hang on. I'm not done. And if
Okay.
I'm wrong,
All
you
right.
can correct me afterwards. So when
You're
you
wrong.
say where is a vanishing point, and when we define the vanishing point, it's an optical thing. Like your eyes can't resolve this, so it's a point that you can't see. So a vanishing point will always be a distance away from you where you can no longer resolve an image, and in the definitional sense where parallel lines seem to converge into that singular point. So when you ask where can I see that, I say I don't know. Somewhere on Earth you could probably construct a landscape where that would be true, where you'd look down a road and it would go off into the distance into a vanishing point where the parallel lines you could no longer resolve. They look like they would merge together. I think that's easily doable.
And according to the definition, though, you can only have this with an infinite distance, right?
Well, yeah. Once you start walking towards it and you resolve it, you're resolving the vanishing point. But
we're not talking about moving or walking towards anything. We're just talking about looking out and seeing a vanishing point. There needs to be an infinite distance there to have a vanishing point, right? According to the definition.
Yeah. So yes, Jeremy, you don't have to move at all. You can increase your aperture size of what you're looking through. And until you can not see the vanishing point anymore, which I don't think would be possible, especially on a surface like the Earth where it's curved. Yeah, you would be able to continually
Why didn't
resolve.
you change the aperture size?
Guys, hold on, man. I know. I'll be done in 2 minutes, and then you guys can have at this. 2 seconds. Okay, so you're telling me we do see vanishing points on Earth. It's not an infinite distance, but according to the definition, it has to be an infinite distance.
I didn't say it's not an infinite distance. I said it's not a vanishing point if there's a finite distance because it's no longer a point. I don't understand what's so hard about this. It's like you
then
get confused about where the horizon is. If I
Okay,
say the
wait.
horizon 3 miles away and I walk 3 miles, why aren't I at the horizon? Because it's a visual thing, Jeremy.
The only reason Doofus even
It's a
brought up an
visual thing that
infinity
you need
vanishing point is because
it's
it's
a visual
supposed
thing
to
that you
be an
need an
artistic drawing and a technical perspective. It's not about anything you could actually observe.
I mean, it's definitionally how it is, Jeremy. Like if I showed you a cube and I took away a panel, so you saw lines converging at a point.
Don't
What's the difference between those lines converging at a point and
don't address
a
me because I can't respond.
Okay, well then never mind. But
All right, so
I don't know what to tell you.
let's think about it like this, okay? Let's say I told you guys that I got an appointment, I got to go to a school, and I'm going to do some public speaking at a school, and you guys ask me, like, well, what are you going to wear? Oh, I'm going to wear space-time continuum. Well, what else are you going to wear? Just that. You guys would be like, whoa. Hey, Larry, you realize that's just a concept, right? You can't actually wear that into school. You'll do like 5 to 10 years for indecent exposure, right? You can't actually wear that, right? So I'm adding something that has no concreteness in reality, and I'm saying that it's like concrete. That's why we're arguing over this definition of infinite, right? Because infinite, what does it mean? Can you show me infinite? Like, show me infinite oranges or infinite.
Concept.
That's just the concept, right?
So are we
Infinite,
still having problems with the
infinite
definitions of
is
words?
useful in
And oh, by
mathematics.
the way, if you identify as a naked guy, you can get away with that school thing.
Rocky, I'm not, or whoever this is, I'm not arguing with you on that point. I firmly believe, and I don't think there's been any evidence to show otherwise, that infinite only exists in mathematics.
According
It's
to you
literally
guys,
what
it
it says
exists in
right here.
reality.
No, I actually have a
According to
page that
you
says
guys,
that
it exists in
exactly.
reality because we can only have a vanishing point with an infinite. If there's an infinite distance, yet we see vanishing point.
Infinite is
Right.
purely conceptual.
Right, but it's
Absolutely.
just like the horizon isn't a physical thing that you can touch, Jeremy. The vanishing point isn't a physical thing you can touch. It's a concept, so it's not constrained by physical reality.
He's agreeing with us now. Like he's coming to the concept point.
Wait, Nidhug, I've got a question. I've got a question based on what you just said.
And I do as well after you.
Since the horizon is an optical phenomenon that's not physical, then it's not physical Earth curve, is it?
I didn't say it's not physical. It is definitionally there only because there is a physical object and then a background that you're viewing. If you did not have the physical object there, then you would necessarily not have a horizon because it wouldn't be there.
The reason why I asked the question that I did was because I do believe that you said that the horizon isn't physical.
I said it's an optical thing. You can't physically touch a horizon because it's always optically far away from you.
Right, you can't physically touch it because it's not physical.
Okay, so you cannot physically touch a horizon because it is a visual thing that we see. However, it being a visual thing that we see is predicated on an object actually being there to create a horizon. So when you say I can't touch a horizon, it's true because it's always going to be, however many miles away from you, depending on the size of the object you're on.
Okay,
But
so
it
then
doesn't
what?
mean the object that you're on isn't there.
So then, what creates the horizon?
The object you're on and the thing behind it, or the thing in the background.
The object that you're on and the thing in the background. So what if the thing in the background is the sky, which is above the ground?
So what of it?
What creates the horizon when you're looking out? If you're looking out over the ocean and you see the limit to the water.
The blocking objects behind them, behind the water.
I don't understand why this is a hard concept. The thing you're standing on is the physical thing that is the horizon when you look out in the distance.
Hold on. The physical thing that I'm standing on is at my feet, not where I'm looking.
Yeah, well, but you know what? You're not the only person that lives in the world, and just because you are at your location doesn't mean someone else can't be at another location. And when you view that
have to do with anything?
Okay, you're convoluting this. You're convoluting this.
Oh my God, word game
conversation.
on top of word
This
game.
convoluted. Like what part of you being on a physical object is hard to understand?
I'm not talking about me.
All of it. All of it's hard to understand for them.
Shut up, Zanuck. I'm not talking about me on. I'm not.
Here's a scenario. You have a backdrop. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be the sky. It can be a piece of red paper. It doesn't matter. But you have a backdrop, and then you hold a penny in front of the backdrop. You have formed a horizon where the edge of the penny is in relation to the red paper in the backdrop. Okay? Just because you can't go to a horizon on a sphere because a sphere necessarily has a continuous plane that you're walking on doesn't mean that the horizon still isn't there.
That's not what I said either. But go ahead with whoever wants to follow up, Rakia.
Yeah, I have a question for him. I'm an observer at the beach, and my horizon is three miles away.
Okay.
Whatever.
How do you
However
do that?
tall that makes me. Well,
Okay.
just by math. Just by using math based in your world. Is that my vanishing point also?
I don't know. Is it?
Is that a vanishing point? Is that where something would go to a point of being obstructed?
It was the size of a
No,
golf
the
ball,
answer is
maybe,
no,
but if it's the
Rakia.
size of the
Vanishing points
Empire
aren't
State
refractive
Building, then
limits.
the answer is no.
Like, that's so subjective. I don't know. What are you looking at? A vanishing point is where
These things when something goes away, we can't see it anymore.
let the other guy
That's not what a vanishing point means. Not a diffractive limit. Diffractive limit is what you're talking about, Rakia. Thank you for talking over me.
Go ahead, guy. I'm sorry, I forget your name, but you said the size of the
Zanuck.
object.
You mean Zanuck.
It wasn't Xanax.
Well, what I was saying to you was
No, the
I
other
have
guy.
I have no way of answering that because you didn't give
Yeah,
me
that was
enough
me.
Yeah,
information.
that's why I'm not asking you anymore. I'm asking
He's confusing diffractive limit with something
Alright.
blocked, i.e., the
Okay.
horizon.
That's fine.
Diffractive limits and vanishing points and horizons
Xanax,
are not
can
all
you
the same
shut
thing.
up and let the other guy answer that I asked?
So wait, you want my answer now? I gave it to
No,
you. I
is
don't
it
have to give you enough
Larry or
information.
whoever the other guy was that said something
Yeah,
about
it's what I
size?
said. So if it's
Yeah,
something
say
the
it again.
size of a golf ball, right, then yeah, that may be your vanishing point, right? Especially if it's something that light doesn't reflect off of very much, like a black or brown golf ball. But if it's like the Empire State Building with light shining, right, you'd probably be able to see that from quite a ways away.
That's
So it
not
would
what the
not.
vanishing point means, Hank. That's not anything, any way, shape, or form.
Wow. Thanks for interrupting him at the same.
You guys are going down a
Okay.
rat hole. I'd like to save you some time.
All right, so tell
I
me, does
saved
the
him
golf
time.
ball disappear because of the vanishing point at 3 miles away?
Does the what?
Especially if it's not very
No, that's not
reflective.
the vanishing point.
So
Like, I
you're
don't
telling
know
me that you can see
why are you guys getting
it
vanishing points so confused? It's
from
literally just
3
parallel lines
miles
seeming
away?
to converge. Like, do you see parallel lines seeming to converge when you look over an ocean? I don't think so. So why would you call that a vanishing point?
Yeah, Xanax.
You're roboting, Larry.
Can I say something very briefly? Because I wasn't here when Doofus made his point, but I overheard somebody say that he brought it up as a what they say, the technical. It's like a technical aspect of the drawing.
Yeah, I
Like
said
the
that
image.
we use
Yeah,
infinity vanishing points in artistic drawings and technical perspective. That's what I said.
right. So there's two things. There's two things. I was gonna say that's exactly the way I thought. I didn't think. I didn't. I mean, I didn't think you could see it with your own eyes because it's usually describing an image. So it's like you have to be looking at an image or something, or I guess it could be a picture somebody took with a camera. But regardless, it's like the point of focus in the picture. And the other thing I was going to say is the infinity that they're talking about, infinite distance. It's not how far away. I don't know why you guys are fixated on that, like it's an actual place or something. But what's meant by that is that's the range to how far that point exceeds to, because it's a point. So it's a vanishing point. It's got no volume. It's a single location. It's that location on the page forever, no matter how much you zoomed into it. Or whatever. So it's not actually like a place.
That's how the camera thinks of a vanishing point, is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying cameras don't think about vanishing points. But you could look at a picture a camera took, and you could describe the vanishing point in the picture. But usually, it's discussed in drawings and
But
paint.
I think you could agree that in between the vanishing point and wherever the camera is finite.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
And
But
for it to be infinite, it would be conceptual. It would have to be on some kind of like it says, technical perspective or an artistic drawing. That makes sense to me. And thanks for explaining that. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying that's the way I understand it. But I know you guys are using it in the context of seeing things, and I think Xanax trying to say that people are confusing or inflating angular resolution limit and this thing, and I think that is what's happening because
And these guys, Kosho, these guys already agreed we see vanishing points in reality. They said the definition of vanishing point, it has to be an infinite distance. Clearly, we know the definition does not match reality. So, what's good?
That's just wrong, Jeremy.
We don't see vanishing points in reality. Do we see vanishing points in reality? Yes or no?
What's the definition
Yes
of
or
a
no?
vanishing point, Jeremy?
Yes or no? Do we see vanishing points in reality? Okay, yes. Show me the vanishing point with an infinite distance now.
If you're looking at
The
something and you
definition of
see a
perspective.
vanishing point,
You would have to be a superhuman.
Jeremy, Jeremy, if you see a vanishing point, how far away is that point?
According to the definition, it needs to be an infinite distance. We know that's not true, though, right?
Can you determine the distance?
Yeah, and we know it's not infinite.
How do you determine
I can't determine a finite point for my
How do you determine the
vanishing
distance
point.
to a vanishing point?
Well, show me where we're seeing a vanishing point, and I'll pull a measuring tape out.
No. You don't need a measuring tape. What is the distance to a vanishing point, Jeremy?
Vanishing point's
Any
always
vanishing
changing
point.
to a person. You can never fixate your eyes on one point.
Right, because it's optical. And it's where parallel lines converge, Jeremy. If they're no longer converging into a point, it's not a vanishing point.
That's where they appear to converge. They actually don't ever converge.
Yeah.
Cool. So let's say we're seeing this on train tracks. Let's say we're seeing this on train tracks. Okay, we know the train tracks are not an infinite distance, right?
Okay. Sure.
Yet we see a vanishing point. We know the definition's wrong, therefore.
Why is the definition wrong?
Because you said you need an infinite distance. We know you can have a vanishing point without an infinite.
It doesn't require an infinite railroad track. It just requires infinite distance.
There is a difference between an infinite vanishing point and a vanishing point, I feel like.
Remember the point.
Okay, when I look at
remember a point has no physical size.
No.
So
When
in
I
order
look
for
at
that
the railroad
track to be
track-
the vanishing, okay, listen, it's very clear.
Listen
Don't
to me.
understand what a
Listen,
vanishing
when
point
I look
means.
at the
It's a
railroad
point
tracks, where
and
is the
it's a
infinite
point
distance?
and an
Zanik,
infinite-
hold on.
Let me just finish the sentence. Is it
Hold on.
possible? I haven't said anything for
Zanik,
like
hold
10
on.
minutes. I'm going to say one sentence, Jeremy. A point is at an infinite distance. That position angularly is at infinite distance. Any point that is not at infinite distance will not be at the vanishing point. It may look like it, but it's not. It may be
So
close,
you're saying,
but it's not.
all right, so now you're saying we don't see vanishing points in reality.
Oh my God. Did
Do
you
we
hear
see
what I just
vanishing
said?
points in reality? Yes
If
or no?
you have a railroad track that looks like it disappears, field of view, is that the vanishing point?
Zanik, do we see
No, it's going to be a
vanishing points in
size.
reality?
Like Jeremy, how are you this obtuse, man?
I don't
I'm
get
not
it.
obtuse.
Seriously,
You guys
Don't
are
do
not.
that,
You guys are like,
dude. Why that?
No,
yeah,
seriously,
because he's
like,
not getting it. You're not getting it,
Can
Jeremy.
you repeat exactly what Zanik just said to you, Jeremy? Like, can you do that in good faith? Repeat exactly what he said to you.
Yeah, he's saying we don't get now he says we don't get vanishing points.
Is that
don't
word
see
for
vanishing points
word?
in
Is
reality.
that what you said? Or are
That-
you?
which is contradictory to what he said 5 minutes ago about how we do see vanishing points in reality. You also
This is your problem. You don't listen to what people say. You think you listen to what they say, and then you say what you think.
That's unnecessary. Zanik,
Okay, cool.
why don't
Zanik,
you
do we
repeat
see-
what you
Hold
meant
on,
by
man.
angular
No.
distance and infinite
Hold on, man. I
vanishing
was trying to
points?
say something before Zanik even started.
Okay.
So
Or say it or not.
do we see vanishing points in reality? Yes or no?
He won't answer with a straight answer because he's full of shit.
What up, Leaky?
The point.
Relax.
How do you
Relax.
see a point that's
Yes
not
or
even
no?
there?
Do we see vanishing
It's
points
an
in reality?
area.
It's not a riddle, bro. Answer the fucking question for
You cannot
fuck's
know.
sake.
You cannot ever see a point.
We see
Points cannot
vanishing
be seen.
areas. It's vanishing
Okay,
areas.
now the rest of your argument, don't deviate from that. We can't see a vanishing point. So now you're out of it. You're full of shit. Next.
5 minutes ago, he just told us. 5 minutes ago, he told us you
How
could.
do you see
5
something
minutes
that's
ago, he told us, Zanik, shut the fuck up. 5 minutes ago, he told us you could see vanishing points in reality.
Well, no,
now he's saying you
a
can't.
vanishing area, a general proximity. We know where the point is.
Just
we can
more
see
word
where
games.
something is.
You just said we can't see it. You're out of the discussion, bro. We can't see it.
Is the word "see" screwing things up? You don't actually see the point. You see where it would be. There's two different terms there.
Why ask,
We know
why
what
ask
he's
for
seeing.
clarity
He's
when you can
saying
just get them on
with
a
the train
gotcha?
track, with the
Gotchas are
train
so
track-
much
with
better
the
than
train-
clarity.
with the train tracks conversion, we know where that point is. We can't see it. We know where it is angularly. If you were to have a piece of that track that was not infinite, it would not be at that vanishing point. It would look like it would be, but it would not be.
Okay, you said your piece. Now shut.
Let me finish. I'm almost done, Phantom. I'm almost done.
when-
The vanishing point is a point at an infinite distance in your field of view. So if it's not infinite distance, it's not the vanishing point.
So we can't
That's what you
see it.
Hold on. Almost
Right.
done. Last sentence. If you see
Yeah, I thought you were-
something that vanishes from view, you can then tell where that vanishing
The distance
point would be.
becomes
It'd be the
finite.
center. It'd be a point at the center of your vision. but you can't see it. That's why they call it a vanishing point.
All right, you made your point. Now you're out of the discussion because we can't see it. So let's talk to
Humans
somebody who
have to
can.
perceive
You said that. Hold on, guys.
vanishing points.
I need to correct something I said, okay? Because earlier I said it's only pertaining to pictures. But when I looked at the definition, it does have two definitions, and the first one is pertaining to pictures, but the second one just says point at which something disappears or ceases to exist, which could just be something getting increasingly far away and becoming lower than your angular resolution limit. So
You'd have to move the point.
Remember, where is it and what is it are two different questions. You see the point, where it lies, where it is.
Janik, you can't see it. Stay out of it. We're trying to talk to people who are in reality.
Limit.
Why you got to interrupt? Right when I go to start talking, you interrupt. We're trying to talk to people.
Take him from
allowed, please. He's
take him
allowed
from
to
someone who
converse
knows.
with everyone else too.
Every time Xander gets triggered just by my voice, he starts screaming my name and talking. He can't help it, dude. But here's the point, okay? If you can't see it, we're trying to talk to people who can see stuff vanish, and we're discussing the point of that happening. You can't, so you're not in this discussion anymore.
No, you missed it. You missed it again. Where it is and what it is are two different things. The point, you can see where it is. Can you go there if it's not infinitely far?
Nobody asked if we can go there.
The vanishing point? No, it will not be. It has to be at an infinite distance for it to be.
Jeremy, did you ask anybody if we can get to the vanishing point?
Yes, you can see where it is. You can see where it is.
Thanks for interrupting again, Janet. Did you ask anybody if we can go to that point, bro?
It never said anything about going to it, changing your focal length, zooming in, nothing. Just standing there looking at
track
standing
conversion.
there seeing and
track conversion will let you know where that vanishing point is, but you are not seeing the vanishing point.
This is what happens if you live on a globe. You have to mind fuck yourself with simple questions, dude.
You're seeing. Oh my god.
It's really not this difficult.
Gatekeeping Xanac, please. Can we just let him hear him out?
Yeah, I'm just trying to make a simple point that if you live on a globe, this is what you have to do all the time. You have to mind fuck yourself and contradict yourself with reality. I don't think Jeremy asked anybody if we can go to it. He didn't say nothing about aperture sizes. Okay, he's asking a simple question. Can we see stuff vanish at a point in reality? Now, does anybody want to answer that? Can we see things disappear at a point in reality?
Brian, he said, asked two different questions. He asked, can you see the vanishing point? No, you cannot see vanishing points, but you can see where they are. Is that more clear?
No, it's not.
So you're changing up again.
So unclear.
I'm trying. Words have meaning, and you don't understand these meanings of the words.
You can
let
see
me
it.
try with Coach. Hold on, guys.
Let me try
with Coach. Let me try with Coach real quick.
Before you hold on, Jeremy, before you go, I just want to say I got to make a correction on my correction, because even though that definition said cease to exist, it meant in a figurative way, and it doesn't mean decreasing because of angular size. It means like figuratively, like, you know.
Okay, cool. Correction. Your correction's been duly noted. Now, do we see vanishing points in reality, Coach?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying I'm changing my answer to no. Yeah.
No, we don't see vanishing points.
Vanishing points. You'll see it. You'll see it on an image. You'll see it on an image, but it's not. It's not going to be.
How do you see a point that you can't see? Not seeable.
That's right. We don't
know where it is.
That is exactly why I clarified. We're talking about.
You don't know the difference between a point and a line.
Bro, you asked your question. I go to answer it, and you start talking over me. What the fuck, dude? Let me answer.
I wasn't done.
We're talking about the point that objects disappear.
Control yourself.
Janet, please quit screaming my name. Please, I'm not fucking you. Quit screaming my name.
Yeah, you are. Just
ask me a question. Now let me answer, please.
I'll give you courtesy if you give it to me. I will give it to you. Thank you.
Bro, every time I go to talk, you start screaming my name, bro.
And I was really appreciative.
You asked a question, and you're not going to carry on until we answer it, bro.
You cannot see something that's unseeable.
Very good. Now, let me clarify. We're talking about objects disappearing.
We know where it is. It cannot be seen. So if you want to know if you can see where it is, yes, but you cannot see that point. I'm trying to make it as clear as possible.
Okay, now let me clarify. We're talking about a point where objects are no longer visible. Are there points on Earth that objects reach where they're no longer visible?
That is not a vanishing point. That is called the diffractive limit. Do you know what the diffractive lens says? What it means?
I'm
Ryan?
looking at a picture right now that says perspective vanishing point view of railroad tracks in the summer, vanishing point, photography,
And you
railroad
see where
tracks.
it is, Jeremy. Like I said, it shows you where it is. You can't see it, but you can see where it is.
Now you're interrupting Jeremy, bro. Just you spoke your piece. You don't think things
Ryan, shut up.
vanish in reality, bro. So now let's talk to people who are in reality and do
Here we
agree.
go. Wikipedia. This is from Wikipedia. A vanishing point can be seen at the far end of the railroad. Italian humanist, blah, blah, blah. So we, according to Wiki, we can see the vanishing point at the end of the railroad.
You see it.
What does the rest of that sentence say, though, man? Be honest.
It goes on to say Italian humanist, polymath, and architect. Something first introduces. It doesn't matter. They say you can see it.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, okay. I'm gonna open the Wikipedia.
Keep in mind
What it
that
means is you
same
see
source.
where it is. You don't see the point.
Keep in mind that
because it's
same
not
source
seeable.
actually says the vanishing point is at infinite distance. Just so you know.
But we can see it on the railroad track. So they're double speaking. Just like Zanuck was and all you
Jeremy,
guys are this
you
whole
see
time.
where
Double
it
speaking.
is. You actually
Double
see
speaking
where it is.
motherfuckers.
It doesn't mean you see the point.
It's not double
They're being
speaking
a
if
little
you don't get
loosely.
it.
They're just
You're saying you can see. We can only have one with infinite distance, but they're also saying that we can see them.
Oh my god!
Wait,
You not for me,
You can
Jeremy?
see where it is and where things appear to converge to. That doesn't mean the point itself is the thing that you're seeing.
And dude, which Wikipedia page are you reading? Because the one that I pulled up, it says it's talking about drawing. It's talking about a picture. It says a point on the image plane of a perspective drawing, where the two-dimensional perspective projections of mutually parallel lines in three-dimensional space appear to converge. It's not. It's not
That
saying
conversion point would be infinitely further away.
This all boils down to this question, Zanuck. Would there be a horizon if the Earth was
You
flat?
just gotta jump in and blah 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 blah.
Zanuck, would there be a horizon if the Earth was flat?
Would there be what? A reason if the Earth was flat?
Would there be a horizon? Would there be a horizon if the Earth was flat?
No, there'd be no horizon.
Okay, so which would go on forever, the sky or the ground? Because for there not to be a horizon, then one has to fill the entire picture.
No, they both would. They both would go on to the sky would as well.
Okay, so the midpoint of the picture, what would be underneath the middle point in the picture on a flat plane?
The middle point would be under the picture.
Center point.
What would be under the center point? What do you mean?
What would we see? Okay, if we had just sky and just ground on a flat Earth, you're saying there wouldn't be a horizon. So I'm asking, for there to be a horizon, then the sky or the ground must disappear because.
How do you get halfway between infinity? What is that number?
I'm asking you. Okay, I'm trying to teach you about perspective.
There is no halfway.
You say there wouldn't be a horizon on a flat Earth.
There is no. How about angularly halfway? Halfway angularly.
So on a picture on a flat plane or a hallway or something, you're telling me the whole picture would be the sky or the whole picture would be the ground? Which one?
You have to have both.
I'm asking on a flat plane. You said there wouldn't be a horizon, so I'm asking which
There's
one.
no horizon. It's like defined is a point at which things are obscured. There'd be no obscuring of anything.
Hold on, Brian.
On
I got
plane.
it, Brian. So I think instead of Zanuck, instead of a horizon, as you're standing on the flat Earth looking out in front of you, what would you see in front of you?
You see a convergence of the sky and the ground.
Which is the horizon. Thank you.
No, it's not the horizon. Because horizon is defined as something that blocks things.
You get it, Brian?
No, the horizon is something that obscures things that are behind it.
No, that's absolutely not. No, when you look up a definition,
just because you say that to be true, it's not mean it's true.
You just defined. He just defined horizon, Travis.
I know.
He didn't. I did.
Zanuck. When we look up horizon or when we define a horizon for, let's say, a third grader, we don't describe it as the place at which things disappear behind. We describe it as no. That's not how I learned it. Zanuck,
well, you learned it from kindergarten, and that's what they say in kindergarten. Yes, where the sky meets the ground. That's not really what happens in reality.
Zanuck, can he please speak? Zanuck, can he at least say his piece, Zanuck?
Right.
No,
of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't meet. It apparently does. That's all the horizon is. The apparent meeting of the sky and the Earth. It has nothing to do with qualifying your model that you think exists.
Can I ask Xanik a question very quickly?
Go ahead.
Only if I can ask Jeremy one.
Well, first of all, we need to wait. First of all, we need to understand that Xanik actually described.
Well, it's about that.
No, just because a kindergarten book says where the sky meets apparently doesn't mean that's the actual definition. Horizon, from the horizon out of Greek and the language as well. I can't remember, but the horizon means something being blocked, obscuring something in the distance. So when those two things meet, nothing's being obscured. Now, in a kindergarten book, yes, it's an easy way of saying horizon, because in reality, that's what we can look at it like. But in actuality, mathematically, and physically, and scientifically, the horizon is a point where things are being obscured. So
is the horizon optical or physical, Xanik? Is it optical or physical?
If you ask Xanik your question, Brian, I'd like to ask him the question I was going to ask him, just very quickly. It's about the horizon. Okay, Xanik, the horizon line. How thick is the horizon line, Xanik?
Nobody heard you, bro. You said, how about the horizon line?
How thick is the horizon line, Xanik? Did you hear that?
I did. Why are you asking? That seems like a silly question.
He's gonna have to tell you that it's infinitely thick. If he just sticks to his.
Brian, for to save
quit
time.
screaming my fucking name, bro. I'm not fucking you.
There is no substance to the line. It has a position only, no size.
Yeah, the line is it's not has no thickness, right? It's a line.
It's like a point.
Xanik, the question, the follow-up question is about the infinite plane, the one that Travis was asking about, the infinite plane with the sky and the ground, and this convergent you brought up. How thick is that convergence? How thick is this horizon on this infinite plane?
Got to be infinite in by his definition.
No, I'll tell you, it's not zero. It doesn't have. It's not a crisp line like it is on Earth. It would be some hazy convergence. You know, it have some thickness. I mean, who knows how thick it is? Yeah, it's not gonna be it.
How are you able to describe something that in your mind doesn't exist?
Yeah. Because it's not hard to understand the properties of it when
it has no properties. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, things in this plane, they would start to get hazy because they're becoming too small to be able to resolve.
Sometimes
that's going to happen at some point in the distance. Yeah, it does. It always happens. What are you talking about? Things.
Yeah. So what's your point?
The point is the only reason you would have this hazy place is because there's some point in the distance where there's the things in that area are too small to resolve. And
it's called the vanishing point.
Yeah, except for it's not a point because it's an entire surface of the ground.
It's just a concept. It's just that area. It's just that region. It's a concept.
No, I can see things beyond the horizon.
Oh my God!
I have pictures.
Only if they're higher.
Yeah, above
no,
or
because they're higher. Up. Really? Even though I have pictures of the sun and the moon below level, and the horizon's below that.
You just say.
Okay.
What did you just say?
That makes no sense.
What
are you talking about?
I have pictures of things below level, and the horizon can't be below level or this area you calling horizon. And I have a horizon that's below. Hold on. I have a picture of things level, which are the sun and the moon, and then I have the horizon, this place where the parent sky is meeting the ground. So how is it that if we're seeing below the sun and the earth, there is a horizon?
Because you're shooting the horizontal line to the true horizon, maybe, or the that you're seeing is not in it.
The horizon is level above the horizon and the moon and the stars. Everything.
Let me guess. It's a long distance object, really far away from you, through the atmosphere.
Yeah, the sun and the moon are pretty far away. Yeah, but we're looking out into space.
You have no idea if that's its actual position. Matter of fact, there's no way for you to know you don't.
We can use Rakia. We can use simple trigonometry. Hold on. I can use simple trigonometry and see that drop is 3 degrees.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Not accurately.
Yes, you can, because you can fly that path
accurately over distance.
You can get a descent rate based on that angle, keep that descent rate constant based on gyros, and know that you're on path and there is Earth curvature allowing you to go that far.
Cool. That is not Earth
That
curve.
doesn't tell you the
Drop from
distance.
100 miles.
horizontal.
It should be 100 miles. I'm still talking.
That tells
That's
you
bullshit.
your
It should be
position
100 miles,
according
but
to
it's 200 miles.
what you're
See, someone's
seeing.
saying we see
Audience,
too far.
he is
Yeah, we
deceiving
see
you.
too far. Jeremy, I mean, Rakia, shut
Don't
the fuck
see
up.
too
That's
far.
not a
We do
distance.
not see too far. That's a
Yes,
lie.
we see
No, we
200
don't. We
miles
see
to the airport.
exactly
We
how
see the
far
green and
we're
white
going to
flashing
see
light.
with
Rakia,
those conditions.
Jeremy, would you please mute Rakia? He's being
Oh,
completely.
mute
No,
Zach.
no,
He will
you.
not shut up. He will just mumble through everybody's answer. When we try to answer his questions,
Fucking
he mumbles
insane.
through them.
I let you talk.
It's
Now let me
insane.
speak. We
That's
have
a
an
lie.
airport 200
That
miles
is a
away.
lie.
See, as soon as I start talking, there he goes.
No, you
200
said you
miles
let
away,
us talk.
3-degree
That's a
drop.
lie.
See, there he goes again. 3-degree
Where'd you
drop.
get 200 miles
There you
from?
go again. You see the airport. I take off from San Francisco. I can see Reading, 200 miles away. I can see the green and white flashing light with a binocular. That is a 3-degree drop based on that HUD. That's shit. At 3 degrees, it should be
That's
100
an
miles away.
optical
God
view.
damn it, Rocky. He can't stop himself. So
Yeah, because you're
let me
lying
finish
to
the sentence.
people.
At 200 miles away, that is a 3-degree drop. At 3 degrees, we should see only 100 miles. We see 200 miles. That is because of Earth curve. Thank you for
You
fucking
see what?
yielding.
You
God
see
damn you, fuckers.
the apparent horizon and objects in the
No
distance.
horizon, an airport, cocksucker.
Yeah, I know, but that is part of your horizon and buildings of the airport in their apparent
It's
position.
right at the horizon, but
Now
it's not
you're
the horizon.
interrupting me again, and you're calling some drop from horizontal of the atmosphere of the horizon Earth curve when it's not. It's just an optical illusion. It's just how far you're seeing 200 miles, so you have an apparent horizon. You don't have an actual
You're such
horizon.
an idiot. For a guy that owns all these boats and has
Yeah, you're
cash,
getting
you're acting like a fucking
reflected
2-year-old.
light.
Dude,
You're
surely
No, what
there's
he
no
said made
reflection.
sense,
There's no
actually.
nothing back here.
You're getting
Yeah.
light from the
There can't
buildings.
be refraction because refraction
Danik,
doesn't
instead
send
of
light.
Can't listen.
attacking,
He can't
Danik,
just
instead
listen.
of
He has to insult. You're getting
yeah, it
reflected
Can you
says
say
light
that last
and
part again, Rakia? Because that was a
you're
good
getting
point.
reflected light from the buildings and lights that are shining, and then the horizon is blurred, like it's in the foreground. So that's why you get obstruction bottom up also. But that's also why you get different illusions that happen over distance. Some things you can see further than others, right? You can't see a green tree 200 miles, but you can see a freaking light 200 miles.
That's a non sequitur.
No,
It's
it's
the worst
not.
kind.
No, it's not.
Yes,
That's
it
what
is.
causes
I'm seeing a light that is 200 miles away, and where it should be is 100 miles away based on a flat surface.
Yeah.
We're talking about double error. We're not talking about small changes. We're talking about doubling the error. Doubling. Sorry,
Just the
Rakia, you
angle.
were wrong.
Just the angle, right? Just the
Angle
angle is
deviation
changed.
from level. From level.
So
From a
something
level to
in the distance
horizontal.
that's lower.
If you looked at based on a flat surface, if you look down 3 degrees, you should not see 200 miles. You should see 100 miles. And
Yeah.
that is clearly not the angle we see at 100 miles. And by the way, we're at 30,000 feet.
Yeah, I know. And that point where you're saying is 3 degrees lower is at your eye level, right? Or apparent eye level. Like it reaches
No,
your
I
eye
told
level.
you it's 3 degrees below eye
Bullshit.
level.
Yeah,
What's
just
wrong
3
with you?
degrees. But you're
What's wrong with
30,000
you?
feet. How high are you? What altitude are you at?
30,000 feet.
You're 30,000 feet. So in the distance, that horizon should be 30,000
No,
plus
the horizon's
the Earth
behind the
curve.
object.
Yeah,
Horizon's
plus the
20
Earth
miles.
curve.
The horizon is 20 miles behind that airport. See the airport.
30,000 feet, dude. Plus whatever.
Yeah, that if five
gives you
6 miles. Yeah, not that high off the ground. It's like you're approaching a highway patrol 5 miles away.
wait.
You can
So
almost see him.
you fly commercial?
Yeah, he says he does.
No,
That's
I don't
scary,
fly
isn't it?
commercial. My dad flies commercial.
Oh, wait a minute. What?
I fly.
Maybe you said you're not commercial. You're
No,
just private.
flying
You have your
in
pilot's license there.
in a turbine powered Aerostar.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but getting your private pilot PPL is not that difficult. My niece did it. She's not.
It's not a matter of being difficult. It's a matter of being in the airplane. I don't even be flying. I can see a 3 degree drop to that airport and anything in between. I
Yeah, you're
guarantee you
calling
this.
that
It's
Earth
not
curve
100.
is
Hold
better.
on, Racky. Let me finish a fucking sentence. Not 100 miles away is where it would need to be if you have a flat surface. Now, you want a crazy mock up any kind of conjured up reasons? Go ahead. But it's not 3 degrees.
Where the
Danik,
frick
what
are you
height does a
getting
defined
100
horizon
miles?
disappear?
Where the horizon disappears, it never disappears.
No, what height can we no longer see a defined horizon? Since you're
We
a pilot.
always see a defined. Well, not the lower levels. Usually at 5,000 or 10,000 feet, it's very difficult to see a horizon.
Yeah. Why?
Unless it's a really
Why?
clear day. No, if you're in
Yeah.
Hawaii or something, you can see a horizon clear as day right at the beach, and it is below eye level by 0.04.
And it appears to rise towards your eye level, even though you're horizontal, right?
Yeah,
is
but never
above the
never rises to level. It never
I
rises
never
to level.
Yeah, notice I didn't say that. God damn, bro. Y'all are freaking. Y'all have
Dude,
lost your mind.
we
dude.
are normal. You guys
You
are
are programmed.
abnormal. So
No, you are
you're arguing with
programmed.
guys that I'm just one
You
of the
have
billions
the
of people that
answer
know
before
this.
I complete the statement. You're programmed, sir. You're a
I'm not
robot.
programmed, and I'm not
You are a
arguing from an argument from consensus. I'm arguing from just knowledge. You go to Hawaii, where there's very little atmospheric problems and refraction and things, because the air is very close to the same temperature as the water, so you don't have
That's a lie.
refraction like you're. Yes, the water is 80 degrees, and the air is usually 80, 85 degrees. But just before sunset, the water and the air are close to the same temperature. You can see a straight, very sharp line of the horizon, and it is below eye level by 0.04 degrees.
So we
And you
all
can
agree.
test it.
Now, let me respond to that. Let me respond. So we all agree that the horizon is an optical phenomenon. It changes positions constantly.
Constantly.
Yeah, it's because your eye is above the.
If you plotted it out in Hawaii,
ground, dude.
if you plotted the horizon out, it would not change constantly. No, it would be the same every day.
So
Relatively
Black
close to
Swan.
the same every single day.
So Black Swan is
There's no black swan in Hawaii. There's no black swan in Hawaii.
Any black swan. So that's where the horizon's
There's no black swan in Hawaii.
supposed to be. I'm
There's
asking
no
you.
black swan.
I'm not talking
in
about Hawaii. Shut up. Why do you keep repeating that just to interrupt my point?
Because the
So I'm
black swan
asking you.
happened in Santa Barbara where the water is cold.
So in Santa Barbara, let's discuss Santa Barbara then. So in Santa Barbara, the horizon is an optical phenomenon and it changes distance.
Changes its position changes and its position in your field of view changes.
So is it Earth curve changing position, Xanax? Is it Earth curve changing position
due to refraction because of temperature inversion? You missed that
So
point.
due to optics, right?
Temperature inversion causes refraction, which causes the position of the objects in your field of view, whether it be the horizon or objects themselves, to change the position in your field of view.
Optics.
Can I see it any other different way for you?
So optics defines how far we see the horizon. Pretty much, it's up to.
You're arguing like SC.
I'm just asking a question, bro.
No, optics doesn't define anything.
So refraction doesn't determine how far we see the horizon, because that's what you just said.
Refraction determines where you will see it. Yes.
Okay, so not Earth curve, right, Zanuck?
Wait. See what he just said. He said refraction will determine where you see the horizon. That's not optical.
No, I didn't say optical. I said that's not optic.
Optic. Well, what the fuck is that? What's the difference between?
Like I'm cameras and lenses and things. Optical is different. I would agree with him. He said optical. Say optical. Words matter, Travis. He said optics. Optics mean infer mechanical devices, ground lenses.
No, it could mean your eye. Your eye is optical.
Or your optic. Yeah, it doesn't optics. Your eye doesn't determine where things are. It's the refraction. The fucking principle of light.
We heard. So do you still disagree now?
Medium add an inverse. Okay, I'm done yelling at you, Knuckles.
So you changed your answer earlier, Zanuck. I want to see where you stand now at this minute.
None of my answers never changed, by the way. Your understanding changes. You may be becoming educated. I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Question, you interrupt me. Would there now, because you went back and forth, I want to know your final answer. Would there be a horizon on a flat section of Earth?
No, there's no horizon in a flat section of Earth.
So now you got to answer this. Which would fill my picture? Would the whole ground fill the picture, or would the whole sky fill the picture? Because you define the horizon.
I have no idea what you're even. I have no idea.
You define the horizon as where they both meet. So I'm asking, if there's no place that they meet, which would fill the entire picture, the sky or the ground? If there's no place that they meet.
Well, you must be discounting and completely misunderstood on the term called perspective. Because just because they never meet.
Ryan, you can ask me.
Yes.
It might be
things rise below eye level to a vanishing point, and things fall to eye level, hitting a vanishing point.
You're forcing me to repeat the question, bro.
Would be fucking A, you're a cocksucking motherfucker and interrupter. You asked me a question, I'm answering.
Why don't you take a Xanax, bro?
I know, I'm going to.
That's funny.
You can drive me to fucking the bottle. I got a bottle of whiskey out here. I'm ready to start cracking it open.
Well, let me remind you of the simple question: which would encompass the entire picture, the ground or the
Dude,
floor?
You just say it again so everyone you're exposed how stupid
Well,
you're at.
if there's no place that they meet, which is the way you define
You
horizon,
can't make this shit up. You really can't make this shit up. You're very creative. If you're joking, good for you. If you're not joking, God help you.
dude, you define the horizon as the place where the sky and the ground apparently meet. So if there's no place where they apparently meet, which one would encompass the entire picture?
Maybe I
I
can
never
help
said that. I said it's a point where things become obscured by the land blocking your vision to things behind
So
you.
you didn't define the horizon as the place where the sky and the ground apparently meet earlier 5 minutes ago?
That is a no, I didn't do that. Someone else did, and I
No,
agree that
that was
that's in the
me.
definition.
That was me.
That was Travis said that. So you got the wrong guy. Sorry. Mistaken
So you
identity.
didn't say that the horizon is where the ground and the sky meet?
Apparently meet. It can be a decent definition. It's
No, you didn't. You're saying you didn't say that?
I didn't say
heard
that.
Travis
No, I did not
repeat.
say it. I did not say it. Travis did.
Okay, that's
He
enough
was
for me.
correcting me, and I said it accurately in the science and physics type of definition, which means a point in which things are obscured by the surface.
So which would fill the entire picture if there's no place that if there's no ground and sky meeting in a photograph, which one would fill the photograph?
Let me answer before my head explodes. I will stop. If one person speaks over me, I'll stop. If one person speaks over me, I'm just going to answer you.
Hang on a second.
So, go ahead. I'm not doing it.
Let me help him out. If you're on a flat, infinite plane, which we already discussed, infinite doesn't exist in physical objects, but we're gonna toss that out and say you live on an infinite plane. You're asking where the sky and this infinite plane would meet, and I think what Zanuck is trying to tell, and what the rest of us would be telling you, is that they would never meet, dude. You would have a flat plane out in front of you at your feet that would maybe rise up 5-10 degrees from your feet up. And then you would see blackness where there was no light that you could see.
Okay.
And then at a distance above that blackness, you would see part of the sky as it hazes out into further darkness because of how far away it is. And
Okay.
Bro.
Hold on, Travis. Hold on.
Kind of weird.
So the way
Yeah,
you just
right?
described it, so we would take a picture on a flat plane, and there wouldn't be the ground and the sky in that photograph. There wouldn't be the ground and the sky.
There would be that point. Which hey, let me take over real quick, NetHug. That point he just made very clear. They would appear to have a blurred area. If you could keep on zooming into that blurred area, it would keep on outdistancing your zoom lens. It would not change. That blurred area would constantly stay at whatever size that is for the type of air density you had and whatever the sky was for infinity. They would never meet. So this line that you see with your eyes would probably be, some fraction of a degree, and it would stay there to infinity.
So do you do agree?
We all know they would never meet. They would never meet on a globe or a flat Earth. So I don't know why you're saying that.
No, they do meet on a globe. My God,
let me clarify my question.
They meet at 3 miles. They meet at 3 miles, knucklehead. What is wrong with you? There's 6-year-olds that have more education about this than you.
If the ground and the sky are in the same photograph, then I can draw a line where the ground, ends on a flat plane. So you're saying that the ground and the sky are not both in the photograph. Okay, so which one fills the entire photograph, the ground or the sky?
Seriously, you must have just jumped off the short bus. I can't even answer that question.
Bro, I know you can't because you're retarded. I'm not asking you. You're out of this, bro.
Hold on a second, Bri. Hold on 1 second. You can see where the ground ends on a chessboard. You can't see the back squares if you put your eyeball low enough. Why wouldn't we see that? Dude, you don't make sense.
Yeah, when Zanuck starts resorting to ad homs, it's because he's stuck.
That's a good example.
No, because I'm just frustrated. You don't get the most simple of concepts.
You don't get this. And the sky are both in the photograph, bro. Then I can draw a line across the top of the ground.
You didn't even hear what I said, did you?
Blurred area. It'd be a blurred area.
If it's blurred.
Okay, can I finish or not? Okay, NetHug, why don't you take over? You had him going.
I actually have something that I wanted to discuss with Jeremy real quick, and a calm conversation, if at all possible.
Yeah, you definitely want to get off this subject, don't you? About the ground that you could draw.
We want to get off this subject. It's just that you're coming from a place where you think that you understand what a flat Earth would look like, And
I could draw a line across the ground on any.
Before that, can I say
literally immediately, dude. I can make a point and then you can answer it like a cordial, normal conversation.
Understood. But before that, Zanuck said it correctly. It was a concept.
Let's do a little.
Can I talk to Jeremy real quick though, if that's possible?
Oh, the ground is raising in front of me. I'm standing on the sidewalk. I know for a fact that I am above the ground, but in front of me, it's like kind of eye level. Simple shit. It's not because the ground is raising.
Doofus has been asking this for a couple minutes now, so I mean, I think it's fair.
Earlier you mentioned that, not being able to see the whole list. I'm going to post this for you in chat. Maybe that'll help. You can't use the textual list. That's broken. But if you scroll the tile screen, I don't know if you can get to the tile screen on iOS, but scrolling that allows you to work it. And then you long press somebody's icon, and then you can do whatever you want to do to them.
Thank you. So on a flat, if I drew
Thank you for telling me how to use Doofus. Thank you.
I drew a bunch of squares on a flat plane. If I drew a bunch of squares 5 feet long and 5 foot wide in front of me, what would happen on a flat plane up in the distance? Would them squares appear to compress?
When we're talking about a flat Earth, how big roughly that surface will be? How the length and stuff like that?
It could be infinity for all we know.
So we gotta imagine. Anybody that is gonna answer this question will imagine. Presuppose
if it's in an infinite plane, it will squish into tiny little rectangles, and eventually a black line that is obscured and blurred with the rest of the.
And that line would be 0.02 degrees in thickness. There's your answer. Got it?
Okay, so there would be a horizon.
No, it would be a line 0.02 degrees in thickness, and as you zoomed in,
Zanuck, I got a request for you, Zanuck. Why don't you go on mute and leave others opportunity like Doofus? Been waiting for a long time. Why don't you just mute yourself? Mute yourself for like 5 minutes, and thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That line would be 0.02 degrees in size. If you zoomed in, it'd become larger.
Hey, it's not Taco Tuesday, Jose.
So if you zoomed in, would change the angle you would change the angle to them squares by zooming in, Zanuck?
Nah, you got to give him pasteles.
I'm asking him. He said that we could zoom in, and I'm asking him, can we change the angle? Will zooming in change the angle to those squares, Zanuck?
That's something, Doofus. Incredible, right?
You're not. No, it would not change the angle. It would not change the angular size of that component of the hazy flat Earth horizon, and that would only be the ground. If you zoomed in, it was an infinite horizon or infinite plane with squares, going on forever. They would always remain whatever the angular resolution limit of your device was.
Thank you, Kosho. So you wouldn't. So the angle to the squares wouldn't change. So they'd still compress in the distance. That's our whole point. When he said there's no horizon on a flat plane, but then I could draw a line on top of the ground where we could see no more squares, and all we could see basically is sky. That's called the horizon. For there not to be a horizon, either the sky or the ground would have to fill the entire picture.
You would never meet the ground, therefore you would never have a horizon.
That's not our argument, bro. We never said the sky literally meets the ground.
Yeah, but you would have that to have a horizon. Instead, you're going to have a bar of nothingness in between the sky and the ground.
So on a globe, the sky literally meets the ground?
Yeah, because we're on a fucking globe, dude.
Guys, don't.
So you're not talking about that.
No, but that's a trap. It's a trap. It doesn't actually. It doesn't
actually meets the ground.
So in 1 mile, the globe drops 8 inches.
When you're on a non-Euclidean surface, things like horizons make a lot of sense. But it doesn't make a lot of sense when you're on a flat, infinite plane.
He just agreed that the horizon is optical, okay? And refraction determines the distance. So what does 8 inches of drop over 1 mile have to do with the horizon changing distance?
Refraction influences the distance, but it influences the distance, which is based on the size of the ball that you
No, that's inferred. That's inferred. Refraction.
They're not being honest. Y'all are not being honest. The honest answer is, whether you think the Earth is flat or not, the honest answer is yes. The ground, there would be a point where the squares would appear to converge and we could draw a line.
Hey, random idiot. I want you to hold a hand up palm up, and then I want you to hold your other hand palm down, hovering above it. How far away and how big do your hands need to be before it looks like they touch?
Dude, my hands are big enough to fucking crush your fucking nose if you keep calling me idiot, asshole. That's what they do when they don't have an argument.
No, stop.
When they don't have an
Stop,
argument,
stop.
they resort to
Brian,
ad-homs.
hold on. Guys,
you
do
can't
this
answer my
without
question.
Nidhogg, hold on, dude. Don't do the name calling thing. That's not going to get us anywhere, please.
That's what they do when they're upset.
Let's just
Right.
You know, Bandsaw's in here now. You guys are fucked. Okay.
I think Doofus has been trying to get in for a while.
No, I got it in. I was
very
waiting
much.
patiently for a good half hour to try and get it in.
Before I leave, though, I want somebody to answer this, Bansaw. I want somebody to just tell me what would encompass the entire picture, the ground to the sky. Because if they're both in the same picture, we could draw a line across the ground. So I just want them to answer that and quit dodging it.
Try to respond to what you said, dude, because you would not draw a line. There would be a region in the middle of the image where, like, the angular resolution limit of the squares on the surface, and let's say there's clouds in the sky or something. The angular resolution limit of both portions of the image are going to eventually be too small to resolve, and that's not going to. That's not
would
only
zooming in change that angle, Kosho? Would zooming in change that angle?
Not if you're using the same device. If you're using a device like
So no matter, even if we zoomed in, there'd still be a horizon right there because of that angle you just mentioned.
listen, dude, if you're using let's say a camera that has a specific angular resolution, and you zoom in so you can see more of what's there, it's the limitation is still going to be what determines how much of that is going to be hazy. If it's 0.0 degrees, then it's going to be 0.02 degrees, no matter if you're looking, more
or not. Thank you, man. So, do you disagree with Zanuck that on a flat plane there would be a horizon based on that angle?
That's not a horizon line, though. That's
this is a perfect callback. What you would experience is a vanishing line, not a point, but a line, because you have your sky and your ground parallel, going off infinitely in the distance.
They're making up definitions, bro. I never heard of that.
They would not form a horizon. They would form a vanishing line where you can no longer resolve things.
So you can have a vanishing line.
If you zoomed in, that angle, that line would still be there because the angle didn't change. So even on a flat plane,
you would have a vanishing line.
Well, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
So
I
you
wouldn't
can
even
have a vanishing line.
call it a line, though, because it'd be an entire
That's
region.
exactly what we observed, right? When I went to the ocean a month ago, I noticed a vanishing line, right? That's what you called it. I call it the horizon. But
No,
it's
that's not a
basically the same
vanishing
thing.
line.
Basically the same thing.
Brian Leakes, so the vanishing line will always be there. That means if I'm walking around, I can trip in somebody's vanishing line, and I can maybe.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely.
No,
but
bro,
here's the
no,
thing.
no.
Here's the
We're
thing.
talking about
What would happen
something
on a flat plane is that spot would change depending on the clarity of the day and what's going on in the atmosphere. And so the spot would be close on some days. It'd be real far on other days because, like they said, on a perfectly clear day, we'd see so far it would just pretty much blur out, like what we see in reality, like the black swan.
We see crisp lines in reality, and I wouldn't even call it. The reason I wouldn't call it a line at all is because lines don't have thickness. And so if it has any thickness, it's not really a line.
How they become from physical, from a real line to a non-existent line. If I try to approach the line, am I going to reach it? You
It's
said
an
a
optical
real
line. Stop.
It cannot be a real line if I mean, unless I can touch it and reach it. Is it a real line or what?
Let me answer, Jose.
No,
So no, on either
real.
model, you'd never physically reach it. It would move with you as you move.
Thank you. It's not a real line. You rephrase
line.
that. You say a real line first, Coach, and now you say it's not. Okay.
Jose, would there be if there was a flat plane section on your Earth? Would there be a horizon if there was a flat section of Earth on your version of Earth?
We gotta presuppose and imagine that in computer programs. We've never seen a flat plane that big to imagine how it looks or to see it.
On a flat section of whatever Earth you think you live on, or if there was a flat section like 100 miles and you're 2 foot off the ground, would there be a horizon on that section of Earth?
Any answer that I give, positive or negative, is going to be a made-up answer because we never witnessed that plane that big to know what really happens.
You can generate a rectangle, and I mean any old style games kind of did this, so you can just extrapolate. But you had a
Exactly, by
ceiling
computer,
texture.
but not in real life. Yeah, computer games and graphs and stuff.
On a computer because infinite planes don't exist in real life, dude. So
Exactly.
yeah, it's got to be on a computer.
In this instance, or any instance where it's not an infinite plane, though, there will be a defined horizon. The horizon will be dependent on whatever the length and your height in reference to that length. So whatever length it is, and then your height above it will determine where the horizon will be. If it's not.
Yeah,
So what if it's not an infinite plane? What if it's a 100,000 square mile plane?
You'd still see the edge of your planet. You'd still see the edge of your planet.
So you're saying there wouldn't be a horizon in 100,000 square miles if you're in the middle?
There would be. You'd see the edge of your planet. That would be the horizon.
From 50,000 miles away?
Bro, you hear what you just said? Damn.
If you're on a flat plane that has dimensionality, not infinite, then you will go up to a point where you can see the edge of your planet, and you could see no further, no matter how.
Did you hear Kosho, bro?
What?
Did you hear Kosho? He just told you that once we hit that a certain angle, then we can't resolve anything on the ground anymore. You disagree with that?
No,
you disagree with
he
that?
said that he couldn't resolve
happens.
any of
Hold on,
the
that happens
details.
on a flat plane. That
Would still
happens
arrive
in
to you.
that happens in 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. That
Right.
angle you're speaking of, is that a coincidence that angle
happen.
works on a flat plane like the globe?
What are you talking about? You can increase your altitude and see things that you couldn't see 3 miles away.
Like in reality, right?
This is reality, dude.
That doesn't happen in 3 miles.
Above the surface, you can see further.
Right, Brian.
Like in
nobody said that
reality.
it goes at 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. That 0.2 or 0.02 degree measure doesn't occur at 3 miles.
Maybe he was living on the beach. Like
Yeah,
his
you're
head
right. It
was
happened
like
at
really close
2.8
down to the
miles. You're
sand.
right.
Yeah, maybe he was close to the sand, like passed out or something.
No, but if the ground were colored checkers, and let's say after 3 miles, let's say they were like 10 feet apart, and then they start becoming 20 feet. There's like 20 feet big colored sections, and then 3 miles away, let's say each of those colored sections are like a mile squared, right? Like a red one and a green one, and even further, they're even bigger squares. Well, you're going to be able to see fairly far in this weird abstract idea, because those big squares, even though they're increasingly far away, the angle is getting more and more shallow. They're taking up more and more of the ground, and so they're going to encompass bigger and bigger.
Don't we already have the answer, Joe? Don't we already have the answer? We can fly in a plane. We can look out on a clear night and see black sky, even looking through infrared, seeing a green ground, or maybe just looking out the window of your airplane, you can see at sunset. You're seeing 250 miles away, and
Now
everything
add-
kind of goes to the center, and then okay, forget it.
Now add height to those squares and in the floor, the checkers board, giant checkers board on the ground. Now add height, build something coming above. It's not gonna. It's not gonna be the same, because now the further objects, it's not gonna just appear to just narrow this angle. It's just gonna appear to get smaller and smaller uniformly. Any distance away, the further away it appears to be, is gonna appears to get smaller uniformly. So this disappearing from the bottom up bullshit. I know we're not talking about that, but it just doesn't make any sense in reality. If it was a
the
flat
point
plane.
is the horizon, this apparent horizon, this one that was described by kindergartners as the sky meeting the ground. That'll always happen because it'll look like it meets the ground, but there will be this line of delineation. Line of delineation between the sky and the ground will be at your angular resolution limit, which is related to the Rayleigh criterion, or the diffractive limit, which is 0.02 degrees for the human eye. And that's how thick the line would be, 0.02 degrees. And if you zoom in, it'll be like one of those, not kaleidoscopes. They zoom in as kind of like the more you zoom in, it doesn't change. Everything just goes by you, and you're going deeper and deeper into the distance, but nothing's changing. That's what's going to happen. Nothing's going to change. The horizon will always be 0.02, and that's the end of it.
Let me see what I just did. I just posted this in Livestream 1. I put in the baseline as 15,000 and 15,840 feet. I put the angle of theta at 0.022, and it says the height would be 6 feet. Yeah, it's in chat. So he just said that wouldn't be the
the height or the angle. But yeah, that's that.
Yeah.
Just in case, because I checked this before, but just in case, I was like, let me double check this because he just said it wasn't. But yeah. In fact,
you know what
it
I
was.
said? Did you hear what I said about those squares? If you made those squares bigger and bigger and bigger,
Wait, I'm not talking about you, Kosho. I'm talking about the guy who just denied the fact that 3 miles would be the horizon.
Ryan, it doesn't matter if you were talking because the thing I said right after he had said that was to substantiate that
Yeah,
rule
but we
does
heard what you had to say, Kosho. Don't repeat it. We're trying to hear from him.
Brian, the rule that you're bringing up now doesn't apply. That's the whole point, Brian.
We heard your opinion, Kosho. You want to repeat it for the third time, or can we hear?
Would you rather me repeat what Kosho said?
Oh, for fuck's sake! So the guy who denied that the angle, that it works the same on a flat plane, that from a 6-foot observer height, the horizon over 3 miles, that angle is 0.022 degrees. I want to at least make sure he understands and double checks the math because he denied it.
So I don't know if you're talking about to me, but if you plug in any value into a calculator and your distance to the horizon would have to be infinite. And I don't think any calculators have inputs for infinite distance.
No. I just plugged in 0.02 degrees. Okay, because
Brian, what you put in doesn't apply to what you were talking about. What you put in.
So what I said, then he can change his answer. So when I said that at 6 foot, that 3 miles would be that 0.02 degree limit we talked about. He said no, it wouldn't be. He didn't say anything about anything else. He said to that math that he denied the math. So can you concede that now?
I said at 3 miles, if something cannot be seen, it's not because it vanished. It's not because it's not resolvable. Because you can increase your altitude and you can resolve them, and that would be going further away from the object. So I don't know what calculation.
Oh, you know this is recorded, right? You do know this is recorded.
Yeah, I literally just repeated what I said.
Okay, so you didn't deny that the math would equal that then.
Yeah, Doofus and I were talking about. That's what I'm saying, Brian. I think because I was convinced you were talking about the horizon appearing to be that distance. Now it seems like you're actually talking about being able to view a 6 foot tall person or object from that distance.
Can I get the guy's name who says he didn't deny that? Can I get his name, please?
Oh, that was Nidhug.
Go for it.
What's his name? I'm sorry.
Well, I was talking about some of that stuff too. I mean, there was a lot of people on that conversation.
The guy just addressed. Can I please get his name? That's it.
Said, would you like to discuss it with me?
Say it again. They keep interrupting you. Say it again.
I was very clear in my assertion. If you can't see something 3 miles away, you can increase your height. And if you can see it, then it's not because you couldn't resolve it at 3 miles away. It's
right.
That simple.
I just want to know who I'm talking to, please. Can I get his name without anybody interrupting?
Call me Nid.
Call you what?
It's Nidhug.
Thank you.
He wants to know your name because he wants to.
Like pulling teeth around here, dude. So, according to every Glober here, is there a Glober here who thinks that there would be a horizon on a flat plane?
I think it was mentioned in this.
Why should we take this discussion any further when they can't even be honest enough?
A flat plane with some sort of limit to how large it is, where you would see the end of that surface before you see the sky would end up being the edge of that flat plane.
So would there be an apparent position where the sky apparently met the ground on a flat plane?
Answer
okay, good. So at least there's one of them honest.
Yeah, as far away from you as possible, Brian.
You have 2 scenarios. If you're on an infinite plane, then no. You will not. You will have what I described
bro,
as
I just showed the math, bro.
Area where your 2 parallel lines of the sky and the ground would appear to meet but never do.
So what would happen? Would the ground just keep rising up and fill the entire photograph? Stupid.
Ground does not rise up. Stop it.
Then what would fill the entire photograph? The ground or the sky?
Oh,
the ground
does
appear.
Brian, the ground goes up to eye level. The sky goes down to eye level.
You know, 2 people started talking at the same time.
Let me respond. This is ridiculous.
No.
It's ridiculous. Dude, Brian, you sit there for an hour already. The ground will go up to eye level. That's max. But it'll never get there. It'll never get there because you can't see that far. and the sky will do the same
I can
thing.
draw a line where the ground
Ryan,
came up.
the small line would be at the diffractive limit, or the Rayleigh criterion would dictate the small line would be 0.0 degrees across your field of view. End of story. Why
So
don't
you
get
change
this?
your answer. So now there would be a horizon on a picture.
No,
of a
there's no
plane.
horizon. I define it as something being hidden behind something. Horizon hides something behind it. This is just a meeting of the sky and the earth, as said in what the horizon is defined as in kindergarten books.
And Brian, can I ask you?
It's not optical now. It's not optical, guys. And it is.
Oh my
there no
God!
globe on
You
it?
keep on going higher and higher and fill the entire
Hey,
screen.
let the guy respond who've been trying to respond, Zanuck, for fuck's
Because
sake.
you keep on asking the same stupid question.
Because
over and
nobody's
over.
giving me an answer yet. Would fill the picture, the sky or the ground.
Guys, show some self-control, please. Otherwise,
I'm gonna keep. Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna keep asking like an answer to
All
this
right,
simple question.
Brian, the sky only goes to a maximum of eye level. Never
So
gets
can I
to
draw
eye
a
level
line
because
on the picture of where the ground, the top of the ground is?
Brian, you hear me talking? You hear me talking, Brian? So the
Bro,
sky.
you interrupted me just to fucking to bitch about interrupting you.
Brian,
quit screaming my fucking name, bro. Please quit screaming my fucking name. I hate that.
Yo, stop, guys. What the
ground
fuck,
will
man?
never go above eye. The sky will never go below eye level. They will appear to meet at the center, but they don't quite meet because they go because the ground is flat. What happens is you have a gray line which is 0.02 degrees in angular size. Do you know what angular size means, Brian?
I agree. So we can draw a line at the top of the ground, right?
Where would the top of the line? Where would the top of the ground?
I'm asking you. So we could draw a line at the top of the ground in that picture, right?
Now, because of what I said, where would the top of the ground in your field of view?
The top of the ground would depend on the freaking the day of the shit. What do you call it?
Does everyone hear this?
Hold on, no, don't interrupt me, bro.
Just say you don't know.
Hold on. The top of the ground, how far we could see the top of the ground would depend on the conditions of the day. It would be very far on clear days, and foggy days it'd be really, really close. Okay,
I'm asking where it would be.
Now answer my question. Could we draw a line at the top of that ground in the photograph?
Where would the line be?
It would be where the ground.
We can draw a line. I can draw a line on the center of my eye. Yeah.
Okay.
So you call the total station. They do that all the time. They draw a line.
So there would be a line in the center of the photograph. We're close.
You could draw. You said there would be a line. You could draw a line.
Right. You could draw a line where the ground quits coming up, where the ground is no longer going higher. The other guy seems to think that the ground would fill the entire, on a flat plane, the ground would just keep going up and up or something, and there would be no
he never
sky.
said that. He didn't say
He's
that.
insinuating that, or he doesn't understand.
He's not insinuating
that there would be no horizon.
Yeah, I heard
You're too busy talking. Brian, the ground will go.
Hold on.
Let me answer the question.
No.
He asked me. Let me finish real quick. So the ground will continue to rise up as it approaches eye level, which it would never reach. The sky will continue to go down to get to eye level, but it will never reach. So you have a little band there, and that would be called this horizontal line across your field of view. It's not that hard to understand.
Okay, so if we had a golf ball, sitting on the horizon.
That's what I've seen as they go into outer
If we had a golf ball sitting on the horizon.
Hold on, man. There's two people talking.
Yeah.
I'm trying to respond to Zanuck, man. If there was a golf ball sitting on the horizon on a flat plane, okay, from 3 miles away, do you think you'd see that golf ball sitting on the horizon?
Of course. Why would be a horizon on a flat plane?
You just said that there's at the center of the picture, there's a line where the ground meets the sky.
That's not the horizon. That's a kindergarten.
By definition,
Wouldn't be a horizon. You could zoom. So Brian, answer your question. I can get a big telescope and I could zoom in and see that golf ball. It'd be below level.
Right. But the horizon will still be there, right? Because the angle didn't change.
There's no horizon. Stop using that word. There's no horizon on a flat.
If there's a line,
there's no horizon on a flat plane. Boom, he said it.
If there's a line where the ground, if there's going to be a line where the ground ends, right? It's going up, the ground's going up, and then there's a line where the ground ends. The sky's going to fill the rest of that up above it.
No, that's a blurred area.
So now there's a line on where the ground and the sky appear to meet.
No, all the way around.
It doesn't go ground and then sky. It goes ground and then nothing and then sky. That's why you're confused.
Ground and then nothing? What is
that?
Like?
Nothing is.
That's what you haven't
nothing,
been
what's the
hearing.
nothing look like?
I'm
I'm just
nothing.
curious.
You're dealing with people who you're dealing with people who live in La La Land. They have to create this ground and then nothing, this black void above the ground and below the sky. It's absolutely absurd. The reason why this discussion is not going to go anywhere is because Zanuck and his group believe that the horizon is a physical cause. It's not. Right. It's optical. Okay? So the reason why you will have a horizon on a flat Earth is because the horizon precisely is optical. It is the apparent meeting of the ground and the sky in the distance.
Yeah, so the sky and the ground never, ever will meet, so you don't have one.
Can I ask Brian this?
But
no.
Non-Euclidean space, like on a sphere, it's perfectly acceptable, and in fact, it's mandatory to have a horizon because you have a physical object in front of another one, interposed on another one.
All right, Kosho, jump in, Kosho.
Brian, this is just based on your measurement earlier, the one that you did the triangle calculation to determine the 6 feet and the 0.022 degrees. Brian, you're still there?
Yeah, I'm listening, man. Is that math correct?
Yeah, Brian. This is the question.
This is the math correct. Before I hear you out,
stop asking me questions. Here's the question, because I have to ask you about that before I can even answer that question.
Yeah, but before we discuss it, you gotta say is the math correct?
I answer that.
Come on, man.
I have to find out what I'm trying to.
We want to know your argument. Are you arguing against the math or another point? Please.
That's a God question, dude. I'm not arguing anything, dude. God damn it! I'm trying to figure out what the hell you were doing there. Okay, like because it looks like that equation is to determine how far away something that is 6 feet tall will disappear due to an angular resolution of 0.022. It doesn't have anything to do with any kind of horizon. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is what you were doing there.
Okay, so you can't imagine the cosine, basically, or you can't imagine being opposite of the hypotenuse and seeing the same thing. I mean, pretty much. I just put in this, y'all. I put in from an observer, okay, with a 0.02 degree angle over 3 miles. What would the height be to that angle? And it said 6 feet. Okay, so you can't imagine that that's the angle. That's the right angle, right?
The question that is answering is what at what distance what height or what distance something that's 6 foot tall would disappear given that angular resolution. That doesn't tell you anything about the horizon because that object can be bigger than 6 feet. It can be 100 feet, and then you can see it 3 miles.
You're the one who told us 0.022 degrees. Okay, so I just put in what you said.
Yeah, we understand the math that you did on it, Brian, but it's not the scenario that helps you determine where the horizon will be.
So would that be wrong then? Okay, so if I was 6 feet tall, okay, would the distance where I reach 0.022 degrees be 3 miles? Is that what you're arguing against?
Yes.
Okay, then what would the distance be, please? What would the distance be?
The answer to that is no.
3 miles is the distance. 6 feet height, and you have a 0.04 degree drop.
0.022 degree drop. Okay, so that would be our angular resolution limit, right? 3 miles.
0.02 is the angular resolution.
Yes, but Zanuck, that's not at all. Okay, please, Brian. The answer to your question was no. That's not.
Sure, why is that not pertinent?
Because he's talking about an equation to determine where the horizon would be on a flat plane, right?
But your determinant is 3 miles.
Yeah,
you want to know where it is.
His math doesn't support him in that, Zanuck.
Yeah, Zanuck. The equation he's put in is to determine how far away or how big something needs to be to disappear with an angular resolution of 0.022 after 3 miles.
Oh.
That's what he's put in, right? That doesn't tell you anything about the horizon.
But what it does tell you, Kosho, is that something 6 foot tall would no longer be resolvable at 3 miles.
Yeah, that's right. That's what that's
great.
Okay, so a horizon, like Walter Bislin, like an honest globe earther, There's nobody here who will agree that there would be a horizon on a flat plane, but they won't tell me which would fill up the photograph, the ground or the sky. Because if there's
oh my God, I already told you that,
picture,
Ryan.
don't interrupt me. If there's a quarter of the picture that's ground and the rest is sky, then we would draw a line at the ground and we'd call that the horizon because it's optical. If it was halfway in the picture, we'd draw a line where the ground stops going up in the photograph, and we'd call that the horizon because it's optical, and it would change. If the Earth was flat, it would change. The position on the photograph would be the same, but the landmarks would be in different positions because the horizon would be different distances on
you know what? I'm betting that Kosho will be. I bet Kosho will be intellectually honest enough to admit that on a flat plane you would still have a horizon. Let's hear it.
It's not definitionally what it is. If you want to redefine horizon to be that, go for it. You'll just confuse.
Okay, wait, great. Pull up a definition where you think it defines a horizon as that which obstructs things that are behind it.
Yeah, this guy thinks because the sky goes behind the ball, that's why we have a horizon. That's what he thinks. He thinks because the ball's inside the sky, and the sky has to be the backdrop. You wouldn't have that apparent meeting of them. That never occurred. Only because there's a ball.
Which horizon? The apparent, the reasonable?
Is anybody going to bring up that definition? I'd love to see it where that's qualified. Go ahead. There's only one horizon.
It's all over the sextant information.
Yeah, I'll bring it down a second.
They got like seven.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious that ballers really can't admit that it would work on a flat plane. You really can't admit it. Kosho, are you going to be
what kind of conversation that people
would we have a horizon on a flat plane, Kosho? I just want to hear.
No, they all say no. They've all said no, bro. Kosho, Zanuck, and
say no, Brian.
Igloo guy.
Nobody, no.
Kool-Aid,
We didn't say no, Brian. That's a mischaracterization.
They've all denied that there'd be a horizon on a flat plane.
Hey, Brian, did Kosho say yes? There's no horizon on a flat plane.
I said exactly this. Anything that other people were saying.
What did you say?
So it's up to you to save the rest of the Globers.
Place where the sky and the ground are going to converge, or it's not going to be a actual line. It's not going to be a line with no thickness. It's going to be a thick region of the image where one is converging to the other. That's
But you said that would happen at about 0.02 degrees, right?
The horizon's only the apparent place, no matter what, whether it's a ball or whether it's a flat plane.
Here's an important aspect of it that you guys.
Hey, wait, hold on.
Hang on.
Hold on. Here,
aspect of it that you're not getting. If the sun was in your fictitious flat Earth, it would still have to intersect the horizon, and in your made-up flat Earth horizon world, that would never happen. Hence, it's not.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
He doesn't understand perspective.
Okay, hold on, just real quick. So Zanuck, I just looked up your little link right here. Please show us where it actually says that the horizon is a physical obstruction, because all I'm seeing left and right is the horizon is the line that separates the Earth from the sky, which is what I said.
And to that other guy,
so
finish reading. Hold on. Finish reading it. Some of the best places to see an unobstructed horizon are beaches where the ocean meets the sky in an uninterrupted line. Here, Venus and the moon rise together.
Oh my God! What the fuck?
Horizon on the coast of Jacksonville.
You've got to be too smart for your own good. What you just said doesn't answer the question at all.
You want to see
that other guy? We've showed the sun disappear over.
I have a mathematical representation of the horizon.
Let me respond to the other guy's comment real quick.
You're being difficult. You're being difficult. I have a citation. I have a citation where they talk about the Earth, the curvature. Dude, I know what you're asking. I will post it. Relax. You're such a weirdo.
But the one that you but the one that you posted right now.
I thought that would be good enough to get you thinking about what we're talking about here.
So on a globe, if we get down 1 inch from the ground, there's a horizon a quarter mile away because of Earth curve. Are y'all fucking retarded? And to answer the other guy, we've demonstrated the sun setting over a flat plane in 5 feet using a Fresnel lens after the weatherman said the atmosphere acts like a lens. There are multiple ways to do it, okay? Just because the math doesn't comply perfectly acting like you know the height to the sun doesn't mean we can't demonstrate it multiple different ways.
Sun sets differently on a rainy day than it does on a clear day. It gets dark over here.
Doesn't demonstrate a sunset over the horizon. Hate to tell you, buddy.
If the atmosphere acts like a lens, then it most certainly does.
Like a lens, and if it did, we would see this lensing effect
How do you
everywhere.
know? Okay, so the atmosphere doesn't act like a lens. Then how can we see? How can we see a fucking? Hold on. How can we see?
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
He's magically disappearing.
Guys, you gotta stop shouting over the top of each other. Come on, put your big boy pants on, act like gentlemen, and speak one at a time, please.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be the one shouting.
Atmospheric lensing is garbage? Really?
Atmospheric lensing is not good, but atmospheric lensing is not what he says it is in order to make a sunset happen. You would have to literally live inside a huge magnifier, and everywhere all the time you would see this magnification, not only specifically when the sun sets, and that's not observed.
What if it happens past 3,000 miles? What if it doesn't happen until you're 1,000 miles away?
Well, what if magic exists? I mean, that's literally what you're asking right now.
Okay, so if you say that the atmosphere doesn't, if we're saying the atmosphere doesn't bend things, then how come we can see the whole oil rig that's supposed to be halfway covered? Okay, now you're going to say because of refraction and shit. Okay, so you can have refraction on your model, but we can't. So is that honest? Is that an honest position, bro?
You're not talking about refraction, though. You're talking about magnification. Two totally different, and lensing. Two totally different things.
I said multiple examples of how to do it. Okay, I've got the math for it if you want it, bro. It's 90 minus P over A times D times point A.
Magnification is a part of the lensing. It can magnify, it can diminish, it can raise up, and it can lower.
Compress.
It can shift left, it can shift right.
There is no lensing effect observed here on Earth.
That would know what you're talking about. I have 4 years. I have 4 years of photographic evidence on my channel. I show the atmosphere lensing targets all the time.
I want to follow your
all
channel.
The time.
Would have to be all the time for every observation everywhere for that to make sense.
Listen, all you have to do is watch. All you have to do is watch my live streams. I go through.
No, I have to watch. I'm driving down a road right now, and I'm not experiencing this lensing effect. That must be there in order for a sunset to happen on a flat Earth. You're just
you're not experiencing nothing thousands of miles away.
Brian, hold on. Listen very carefully. Listen very carefully, please. Okay. I've got footage over 27 minutes of an oil platform moving from the top right corner to the bottom left corner. My camera doesn't move. Not only that, but if my camera was the cause, it would have to be falling up. Okay, so we have this entire shift on a diagonal of a stationary oil platform with a stationary camera, and you don't notice it in real time because it's happening so slowly. Call that relativity if you want. The only time I saw it is when the only time I saw it was when I slid the timestamp up and down. It was like, wait, something funky's going on. And I could watch this thing sped up, zip across at a diagonal. So don't be a smart fucking asshole as you're saying that I'm driving down the road and I can't see anything. That's because it is a very subtle change that your eye is not going to pick up. Now, I didn't say that you had to watch my shit right now while you're driving. I'm saying to you that for the past 4 years, I have worked at producing quality observations where I simply show you what I've captured. And absolutely, the atmosphere behaves like a lens.
And then you make up some shit about it. Yeah.
I've done the same thing.
Exactly. And you only want to
hate
moving oil rig and see if your talk about a flat.
Shut up, Xanax. Shut the fuck up, dude. I've got more than just the platform.
So here we have the Earth sky horizon, the local horizon, also called geometric horizon, is the visible boundary between the Earth and sky. A local horizon may include trees, buildings, mountains. The geographic.
That's your pseudoscience. We don't need your pseudoscience here.
I knew you wouldn't be able to. I knew you wouldn't be able to. Is the apparent boundary between the Earth and sky. One of the best places to see a sea level horizon is the beach. Ocean and sky provide a clean, flat line where the Earth seems to meet the sky. If you're standing on the beach looking out at the sea, the part of the sea that touches the horizon is called the offing.
This all boils
Celestial
back
horizons.
down. So
are
y'all
used-
denying there'd be a horizon, right? Let me say this real quick, Zanuck. There's a question for you.
Clean.
Okay, so if I'm 8 inches off the
flat
ground,
line.
if I'm 2 inches off the ground on your ball, there'd be a horizon. But on a flat plane, if I'm 8 inches off the ground, there wouldn't be.
Is your eye line in the center of this? Because if you point your eyes upwards, then you can make a horizon, what they call a local horizon, out of any obstruction between where you are and what you're looking at.
The direction you're looking doesn't matter. If you angle the lens up, you're just going to see more sky, but you're still going to be able to draw a line on the ground. So my point was to demonstrate to you guys that if you're 1 inch above the ground on your globe, you're going to see a horizon just a couple hundred yards away. On a flat plane, you're going to see it just a couple 110 yards away. That's the difference. It's hardly nothing at all. But y'all are saying there wouldn't be a horizon on a flat plane. This is why I gave you all this example. Can y'all be honest?
Entirely accurate.
Can you be honest and say that yes, there would be a horizon on a flat plane?
But definitionally, you would not have a horizon, and you would definitionally not have a sunset on that horizon.
So the quarter-inch difference.
All you want.
You really don't know what you're talking about.
So the quarter-inch of difference, the quarter-inch of Earth curve. Hold on, the quarter-inch of Earth curve over them couple hundred yards gives you a horizon, but not on a flat plane. That quarter-inch, bro. You're not being honest, dude.
Listen, Brian. The reason why is because it's always physical curvature for them. Simply because you lowered your eye, you're narrowing and shortening that curvature. Just like
they all agreed that the horizon. They all agreed that the horizon is optical. Okay, that it moves around. It's due to refraction. They all agreed the horizon is due to refraction. Are they changing that?
The horizon is not due to refraction. That's just you.
We never said that. Why,
So
Brian,
are
what
you
do you
saying
make
it's
shit
Earth
up?
curve?
Yeah.
Making shit up.
No,
Is the geometry causing it now?
Okay, so just real quick, somebody said when I
classification of the
talked
map
about my
behind why things are brought away by the Earth.
When I talked about my channel, just real quick, someone said they wanted to check it out, so I posted it in the live stream chat. The plain truth.
Yeah, check it out. He's got good stuff on there.
Where's your
y'all all said
got
the
a
horizon.
That's what is interesting. Where is he moving?
If it's physical, we can measure it, right?
Is the horizon geometric now?
No shit, dude. I'm already subscribed to you. Your channel's awesome. I've been following your stuff.
When you guys ask leading questions like, is it geometric
Already
now?
subscribed.
Our stance has always been that we live on a thing. The thing has volume, it has mass, and it is a physical object. The thing we're on makes a horizon with the thing that we aren't on because it's a non-Euclidean surface.
No, because you're saying then that it's a physical horizon, and you guys have to admit it's only where the sky appears to meet the fucking ground. You can't say it only appears there and it wouldn't happen unless there was a physical thing there, and never say where the physical thing is. You're totally confused on this. I don't know if that many ballers would really agree with you.
There would be no need for lighthouses if it was always at the same place. It's very strange to make the claim.
I think it's funny, you tried to take away
you wouldn't need it
atmospheric
for
lensing.
airplanes.
Why'd you do that? Why'd you try to say that doesn't exist?
You guys should definitely all talk at the same time some more.
Why'd you try to say atmospheric lensing doesn't exist?
It does exist. Atmospheric lensing does not make the sunset. Was that clear enough for you?
Yeah. Okay. What makes anything that goes away from us drop?
If it was impossible to have a horizon on a flat Earth, we wouldn't be having this talk right now. If it was that obvious the way you're saying it, this discussion would have ended a long time ago. All right.
It should have, but you guys are obstinate.
No, you're obviously new to this or something. I haven't seen you around, but I think you're just coming up with 2015 arguments or something.
You guys have.
Well, I was kind of interested in listening to Zanuck go on about it because I didn't believe that Globers would be that naive to believe that there's no horizon on a flat Earth. It's crazy.
They will always answer no, and then we can go to the Glober Earth curve flat Earth calculator. They can't give you a horizon, bro, on a flat plane. They can't.
It's a fun thought experiment. Trying to imagine a horizon on a flat plane.
But why won't you answer my question then, pal? Which is filling the entire picture, the Earth, the sky, or the ground? I'm going to keep asking it until you answer.
been answered like 30 times now. The sky would converge towards your eye, the ground would converge towards your eye, and there'd be a little bar in the middle of nothingness where they never meet.
Equal. The answer is equal. All right? Get over it.
A bar of nothingness. What if we zoomed in on that nothingness? What would be there?
A bar of blur. There's a blur line.
I'm kind of loving this. They're making themselves look so stupid by
0.02
this
degree in
claim.
thickness.
Just really keep going,
guys. Really?
You could zoom
Somebody should record it and print this and
Zoom
just give
in,
it
the
to
more that
every
line
like
will
normie
be
out
there.
there. And
You better believe I'm gonna record this. You better. This is gold.
Right.
give it to every normie you meet and turn them into a flat earther.
On an infinite plane and you zoomed in infinitely, you would just keep zooming in. You would
Kosho
never
said that we lose resolution at 0.02 degrees. Okay, so if you zoom in, does that change the angle, pal?
Yes, it changes. It changes the resolution.
Limitation, Brian.
It changes the resolution proportional to that lens size.
Guys, this is pretty hard to
Dude,
follow.
Brian, you
Guys,
cannot be this silly.
Everyone's talking at the same time. It's pretty hard to follow. Can we try going one at a time? Just let people have their time to speak so we can hear what's being said.
All right. Well, Brian, not every optical device has that same exact limitation of 0.02 degrees.
It necessarily wouldn't, or we wouldn't bother making optics. Everything wouldn't be as good as our eyes.
But the zooming in changed the angle. If I have something centered in my picture and I zoom in, did my angle change to that?
Why would it change, Brian?
It wouldn't, pal.
Why would it change?
What Kosher set up. The whole point
doesn't
is,
really help your
I want to
argument,
hear
Brian.
about this blurry spot in the center of the
blurry spot stays in your center.
Stop! No, it's stopped. It's
changes.
absolutely insane. That these are even suggesting that there's going to be this blurry spot in the middle of your vision if the Earth were flat is absolutely ridiculous. It just goes to show that they just make shit up. They just make shit up.
Can you come up with a reason why it wouldn't? Like, for example, if we have the surface of the Earth is a flat plane that goes. If we have the surface of the Earth as a flat plane and the sky above that, then where they are near each other, you would have a blur that is the angular resolution limit of whatever optical device you're using as where they are meeting.
Great, show me that. Reduplicate that.
That's like saying, can we see China from America?
This is working. This is totally working, guys. Meaning if you have an optical device that has an angular resolution limit of 0.02 degrees, that's how big the blur will end up being. If you pull out another thing like a telescope that has an angular resolution of 0.0002 degrees, then that blur will be that size. It will change based on your optical device used, which
Your
we don't
rhetoric
observe
is
on
great.
Earth.
Yeah,
Will
your
the
rhetoric.
angle change?
Hold on, Brian. Your rhetoric is great, doofus. In order for
It's
me
not
to
rhetoric, it's
even
optics.
show me this, right? It's fine for
When
you
you
to
different angular resolution limits on different optical devices, you cannot be making that request, Travis. Are you
Does
serious?
the angle change, doofus?
No, I'm
Well, the
asking
angular
you
resolution
to
of the
back-
optical
okay,
device
okay,
did
listen,
change,
hold
Brian.
on, it's okay. I'm asking you simply to produce a demonstration of your claim with this particular topic of a horizon. Go ahead and produce what you're talking about. It shouldn't be
he's
hard.
driving
should it?
that.
This is
while
easy
he's
to
driving
do.
that, maybe he can
I'm
tell me
gonna
why is
explain
it
to you right now.
black?
Hang on, I
and
can
not a
explain
different
this
color?
really easily for you right now. There's a spot in the sky that the James Webb
I
Telescope
don't
is looking
want
at
you
right
to
now.
describe anything. No, I don't want you to
Well, then
describe
you're just gonna
anything.
have to
You've
shut
already
up
done
and let me
that.
talk, and you can ignore it like you do everything else. There's a spot
Why
in
are
the
you
sky
still
that the
talking?
James Webb Telescope is looking at. I want you to look at that spot with your eye, and then I want you to look at it with an 8-inch telescope, and then I want you to look at it with the images that the James Webb Telescope
Okay,
provides.
so your angle doesn't change. If we're talking about the ground.
Exactly.
Talking
Your
about the
resolution
horizon.
changes.
Talking about the horizon. We're not talking about looking up at an object in the sky.
We're talking about the angle between the ground and the object. So
go.
just because you zoom in and change and use a different aperture, you're not changing the angle between the ground and the object.
I get it that you can't. I get it that you can't produce a demonstration of what you're claiming. That's fine.
Well, I mean, no, we can't produce an infinite flat plane that we can look at. Yes, you're right. We can't do that. That's your problem, though. That's not
No.
ours.
What you failed to understand is this: your entire model has been built upon a supposition that was never
Our model
tested.
works just fine, buddy. Our model
What
works
if you
fine.
just like Google?
You don't
What if
have
you
one.
Google like an image of
I
intersecting
know.
planes?
Hold on. I was going to try to make a point. Your entire model works fine mathematically. Yes.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Black Swan.
Okay, Brian.
Just fine.
Okay.
No, Black
again,
Swan, people. Black Swan.
Black Swan, it means absolutely nothing to anyone who ever actually read the Black Swan argument.
Quit trying to act like your math works on a globe.
As long as there's no,
Does
as
it work
long
with
as
your
the
stars?
horizon is,
Does it
So
work
the
with your
Black Swan-
horizon?
The Black Swan
as long
argument
as the
literally
horizon is
says
not geometric.
the Black Swan argument literally says that the Earth is a sphere, but we're not sure how big because the radius value changes.
It's
That's
bigger
all
than
the argument-
Jupiter, bro. So that if the math was correct, then the Earth is bigger than Jupiter.
Right. What you're saying,
No,
Your
Brian.
math works.
is that the Black
That's
Swan
not how it
argument
works.
says it's a sphere, but it doesn't know how big it is. And unless
But
you're
you don't know the
willing to-
consequence of what you're saying.
You don't
so
know
let Doofus fix
yeah,
you up
the
real quick.
consequence is that the Earth changes size minute by minute, which is obviously laughably, ludicrously wrong. So yeah, the Black Swan doesn't say much, buddy.
Right. So in your world,
did you.
refraction, does the oil rig that's blocked move up and down like the way that Snell's law dictates? Or do we see different distances to the horizon? Because the way Snell's law and in the laboratory refraction works, the blocked oil rig would raise up and down.
Yes, it does raise up and down, Brian.
Then why do we
Travis,
see it
just
not
because
blocked
the Black
on certain
Swan
days?
shows
Don't know
refraction
what's
changes
going
doesn't
on.
mean it changes size. Can we get that straight, Travis?
These people think that Black Swan
Just
literally
because
gets
the
lifted
Earth,
into the air.
just
That's
because the
why-
Earth has refraction, it
Guys,
changes doesn't mean the Earth changes size, Travis.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, see this
Doofus
thing
was
right
in
here
here.
in the chat?
I can
The distant platform does move up
I
and down.
can demonstrate it with
Who's
my
talking in the
footage.
background?
Do you guys
Well, guys,
actually
Stop
hold on,
it!
guys? Hold on, guys. Can you guys actually hear when someone else is speaking when you open up your mouths and start speaking? Right? You've got to start listening and wait for a gap. This bulldozing your way into the conversation is this audio chaos, and there's going to be a lot more muting going on. So pull up your socks and start acting like the right way. Come on.
Yeah, there's no gap
Doofus
if everybody just starts
was-
talking like with like 3 words left. There's no gap, so that'd be
Doofus-
helpful. Also.
Doofus was in the middle of an explanation. And then
Yeah, like I've said before, it's like a talking stick.
As you
know,
talk over
you
each
pass
other.
around the talking stick. So, like, I have the talking stick right now. So, if I'm going to talk for 10, 15 seconds, okay. And then when I'm done, there should be a 2-3 second pause. And then, kind of as a group, we have to kind of figure out who gets the mic next. So, if 3 people all jump in, then 2 of them have to step back. The one guy gets then that guy has the talking stick. He talks for 20 seconds. Then there's a 3-second pause. It's just like respectfully letting everything breathe. Everyone can, say their piece and not have all the interruptions.
I agree with all that except
Everybody's
for the.
eager.
But go ahead. Doofus.
It's an imaginary Discord talking stick.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
So the question was, or the challenge was posed about whether or not, if it's Snell's law, the distant platform will appear moving up and down. What I posted, now that we've got all this other spam that happened, at 37 minutes past the hour, that is the distant platform moving up and down. So yeah, like Snell's law says.
So the horizon's not physical then, right? It's apparent due to refraction. It
All
moves
things
distance.
are apparent, Brian.
Can you at least admit that it moves distance due to refraction?
Refraction does play a role in where we see the horizon, yes.
Can you
So
apply
if we're
Snell's
1
law?
foot off the ground, and then almost a mile away, we'd get a horizon, okay, because of them couple inches of Earth curve. But on a flat plane, your refraction, you can see 1 mile off the ground. You could see 10-mile horizon on certain days. But on a flat plane, there could never be a horizon. That's not honest.
All right, Doofus, just real quick, let me ask, because you're talking about refraction with the position of the horizon. So you seem to affirm that it can move vertically up and down, right?
The vertical angle as you measure out to the horizon, yes, it can change from different conditions.
Okay, look, listen, I'm not trying to be difficult with this. You have a target on the horizon, like you seem to have referred to one of the oil platforms, okay? The oil platform is on the horizon. Are you saying that refraction can displace the position of that horizon?
Yeah, just look at 37 minutes past the hour, man.
I'm driving right now. Just
Oh,
answer my
right.
question.
Got it. No, that's fair. Yeah, no, see, the object that's on the horizon can be displaced as well.
Okay. So if at, let's say, 5 minutes, there's a different element.
Travis, you're roboting, man. I think I know what you're saying.
Just
you're
that
roboting,
even though
bro.
that the distance is the same.
I think I know what Travis is saying. He's roboting. So let me do this. So if there's a beach ball that's 10 feet in front of the oil rig, okay, and we're looking through our telescope from 3 miles away, or let's say 6 miles away, and the beach ball that's 10 feet away from the oil rig, we're seeing it midway up the oil rig because the ocean's blocking the oil rig. So you're going to tell me there's a type of refraction that can lower the beach ball, and then 10 foot away from the beach ball, it can raise the oil platform because that's what's necessary.
That's not what Travis was trying to get to. The distance to the objects, Travis, would be the same in both cases.
Okay, great. So if I'm back, right, now, my question to you is, do you believe that refraction can displace the position of the target closer to you or farther away?
No.
Okay, this is where your answers, where you say these things can't happen, shows that you have no fucking clue because you guys don't get out into the field and make these observations. I can show you this displacement every single day of the year.
Of an object moving closer to you and farther from you?
Yes.
Right. And every time I've responded to the ones you've posted here, I've shown you where the vertical displacement is occurring.
I don't have any recollection, so I've actually got you blocked, Doofus, because your posts very often are irrelevant to me.
You get annoyed by them, but that doesn't change what they are.
Yeah, irrelevant to me.
You refuted 4 years of my hard work, you meanie.
No. I doubt that Doofus has addressed anything in any of my videos.
Yeah, Doofus, do you still deny atmospheric lensing? Like outright, you said before it doesn't exist. I heard that.
No, you didn't hear that from me.
What did you say before?
You heard that from
what were you trying to say about it?
The term atmospheric lensing is used in a single axis component only. That's not the same as what most people attribute to the word magnification, which is usually 2 axes of displacement. That's different.
So you're saying it happens on one axis?
Yeah, atmospheric magnification, the way that the term is used, although I don't agree with the fact
Is
that
on
you use
two
the
axes.
word
I find that,
magnification,
yeah, of
is
course.
a displacement in one axis only.
Oh wow, is that true? I never knew.
Right. Andrew Thomas Young mentions it once.
If I remember right, it's for observations that aren't even terrestrials. It's observations from like the upper atmosphere across the atmosphere.
Well, no, but if it's a displacement only one direction, then that can include even like looming or something like that.
Yeah.
Towering or
Yeah,
anything.
this is essentially a shorthand for towering, but a more stable version of it.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Towering, if you look at what Andrew Thomas Young does, and all he does is draw diagrams. He has no physical evidence for his claims whatsoever. Towering looks like a soft serve ice cream cone that twists.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's easy for you to say internet guy with absolutely no education in the field.
Absolutely no argument from you. Absolutely no argument from you. You don't know any of my arguments. You don't know any of my presentations. I have basis for my claims because that's all Andrew Thomas Young does. Go to any of his Mirage or any of his non-Mirage images. They are all diagrams of triangles where he creates his own target so that he can present what he thinks is reality without showing you reality. That's a fact.
What was his thesis done on?
The fact that you come back at me...
What was his thesis done on?
What's my thesis?
What was his thesis done on?
What?
He's
It's not a thesis.
He's an astrophysicist. His PhD is in astrophysics. What's your point?
That's not telling me what his thesis was on.
Right,
What's
it's
that
not,
got to do with anything?
Referring to Nidhug is not a thesis.
Say again?
The thing that's being referred to right now is not a thesis. It's just his published works.
I know that his works on his website is not his thesis, but his thesis itself, from what I remember, was directly field related for astrophotography and astronomical observations.
Okay, so are you just simply trying to discount his research then with atmospheric refraction?
Discounting his research at all. I think that he knows a lot more about it than you do, man, who has absolutely no background in it.
Right. Okay, fine. Okay, listen, that's a fair knee-jerk reaction on your part. However, I can show you physical pictures of targets where he cannot. So he's book smart. Okay, stop interrupting me. He's book smart, sure. However, I have field experience where what I experience out in the field.
Look, man, when you say field experience and you're talking about setting a camera up and watching the horizon, that's not field experience, dude. And when you have people like Doofus easily discount what the conclusions that you've drawn, then that doesn't make you an expert in your field either.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely it is.
It just makes you a dude.
He's not an expert. He's not an expert in the field. He has done none of this field work at all. And the fact that you made that statement at all shows that you don't understand that the field discussion of Mirage began with people back in the 1700s with fucking telescopes on the shoreline doing the same thing I'm doing. So yeah, it's field experience. Yeah.
Right, but they don't draw the same conclusions that you draw, do they? Because they're smart about it.
You're not arguing the point. You're just trying to discredit the person who did it. That's what
Yes, I am absolutely discrediting this guy. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
You have no idea who this guy is. You're new to this room. We've been watching Travis's stuff for a long time.
That they're looking at demonstrating.
Yes, your bubble.
He's been wrong for a long time. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
He knows who Travis is.
Dude, Travis has a master's degree. Does that change anything, bro? He has went out there and set up at the same height, at the same spot for years, and you can go look at these observations and claim what you want. Okay, but when you say there's no field experience for being out in the field for years, you're fucking stupid, bro. Sorry.
I was breaking up. Listen, hold on, just real quick.
I bet the person has more experience than anybody in here anyway.
I was
really. I guess I'm not in here then.
I think I was breaking up a lot. Listen, real carefully. You are more than welcome to take any of the claims that I present and argue against them, which none from your side have done on my channel. No one has. Okay. Hold on. I have made my claims perfectly clear, presented my evidence perfectly clear why I disagree with the mainstream science. You're more than welcome to evaluate and assess my claims in a logical, empirical, and a sensible fashion. Have at it.
Forward to being blocked by you then, which is apparently the prize at the end of the tunnel for doing that.
Wait, no, absolutely not. Hold on. I have never blocked anyone who has engaged with my content in a straightforward manner. Never.
I have.
Right, I drew diagrams on your stuff, man. And then I got blocked.
I blocked you. I blocked criticism. Zanuck, hold on. Zanuck, hold on. Doofus, I blocked you prior to you engaging with me in an honest fashion for other reasons, okay? I'm talking about on my channel. Go to my channel.
Sounds like censorship, man. Sounds like censorship.
Yeah, I don't like to waste my time. Right, I don't like to waste my time with trolls, okay?
We're not giving you...
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, that's a good excuse you got there. Good excuse for not.
Write a paper about your findings and have it published.
Let's go ahead and block me now, Travis. Go ahead and do that.
Who are
you? Travis, the one thing
Sally, man. Go ahead, block me. I know it's the first time I engage with y'all get blocked.
Well, Sally, do you have any refutations to his claims? Anything directly, just outside of the kind of...
Yeah, my entire body of work.
All right, something in specific that we could hear?
Oh, but hey, you better watch out, though. You might not be an expert in the field because this dude has field experience by setting up cameras.
All right, well, I'm muting you because we're done with the ad hom. Somley, do you have something of content to say?
What do you mean?
Like something in specific of what Travis is claiming?
I've been posting stuff all day back and forth with him, and he just denies everything I post to him. So
absolutely not. No,
you absolutely do. Go ahead. Go ahead and share your screen right now. Share your screen right now and show the chats.
I'm driving
Go ahead.
right now, Soundly.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Excuse me.
Okay. Oh, that's what you thought, right? I'm perfectly capable of having this conversation with you, okay? You can pull up that photo of the causeway and the 3D rendering where the inferior mirage is, where I've been discussing this with you, okay? We can talk about that. I'm perfectly happy doing that. Go ahead. Pull it up.
Which one? I mean, we've had a
Why
number of.
don't you show the time lapse, John? Show the time lapse.
No, don't show the time lapse one. Just the one that's most recent in our discussion, where I'm talking about the nature of the inferior mirage, and you brought up, oh yeah, but if there's a bow, blah blah blah. It's those two images. It's the black and white 3D rendering, and then the inferior mirage of the distant causeway.
While there's blank air, I looked at for it seemed like forever. I'm looking at a time lapse from Soundly. He lined up lanterns like I think 3/4 of a mile apart over like I think 7 miles, just guessing, and it showed them moving up and down, up and down. They constantly moved through the night. Okay, and then he focused in and made his point on the one that was bent down. He's like, "Here's a good one. This would show Earth curve. What about the ones that were showing concave Earth or flat Earth for the majority of the night? Why'd you zero in?
You're totally mischaracterizing that completely. I showed the whole video. Why would I post something online if I were this big deceptive person? Why would I post it? I did people with you. I took the time. No, I didn't have to post shit.
Why would you post
They're all
a
glow
picture?
stars too.
Why would you post a picture when the time lapse shows shit moving up and down? Why would you post a picture of it down?
Because I showed when it stabilized, dude. Because what happened was the sun set and we had these big temperature gradient. Things were fluctuating up and down, and then it stabilized.
Hey, do you have measurements of that temperature gradient?
It was fine.
You have measurements of that temperature gradient flux?
Nope.
Then it didn't happen.
Right. Okay. So in Soundly's world,
we have evidence that it happened, but it didn't happen because you weren't there and didn't have any measurements either. That's weird.
No, you have an observation. You have an observation. I'm saying that you don't know what happened out in the air.
Do I know that it got cooler? That it went from 90 degrees?
How do I know?
Yeah.
How do I know that?
Take a piece of steel.
Because when the sun goes down, it gets cooler.
Right. So take a piece of steel, put it on the ground. And see when the most temperature change happens, okay? In the daytime or the nighttime?
These are the
just take a piece.
Are you going to pull this footage up at all?
Well, the last thing that I posted was an animation, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
Take something very conductive of heat, very conductive, like a piece of copper.
Okay,
put it on the ground.
We're going to stop for a second. Stop
fluctuation.
talking for a fucking second and let me respond to what just happened here. So. You want to play these games. Do you have measurements of this and that and this? When intuitively you know that when the sun goes down, it gets cooler. You know that. So why are you going to pretend it doesn't happen?
Because you're claiming.
The only reason you're pretending it doesn't happen is because
don't ask him a question and interrupt him, dude.
Right.
Let me answer the question.
I'm going to ask him a question and interrupt him. Get the fuck over it.
Right.
You're a contrarian, and that's the only reason that you're going to pretend that it doesn't get cooler when the sun goes down.
No, absolutely
He's not going to let you talk, Travis. He's not going to let you talk.
No, you made a specific claim.
Clearly lying.
You made a specific claim about the temperature, right? So I'm just asking you for the evidence. Go ahead and pull up that photo real quick.
That's what I'm saying is dishonest. It's dishonest for you to ask if the temperature dropped when the sun goes down. That is dishonest, dude. How do you not see that?
Bullshit. Take something conductive like copper, put it on the ground, and let's see when the biggest fluctuations are. You don't want to hear this.
If you don't think the sun drops.
Me just answering this question, he's interrupting me.
You can't even admit that.
Oh my God,
that's
Soundly,
ridiculous.
just get the photo, dude. Just get the photo.
I do admit that, and I agree that during the heat of the day, though, if you put a piece of copper, something conductive, if we're checking the heat, let's use something that conducts heat. Let's take a piece of copper, put it on the ground, and see if the temperature changes more during the day or at night. Because at night, the temperature of the air equalizes with the temperature of the water more. And you know that.
That is so. This is so absurd. Go outside during the day when the sun goes down. Do you feel cooler or not?
I mean, come on, this is really absurd.
We're talking about consistency.
We're getting beyond absurdity at this point.
You're talking about consistency, right? The temperature consistency.
Why are you not bringing up it's one photo, Soundly. It's one fucking photo.
Dude, like I said, you want me to post the last thing that I posted? Fine. I will post the last thing I posted. That's what you said.
In our chat.
That's what I'm talking about. In our chat, you want me to post the last thing that I posted. That's your claim,
No, the
right?
photo, not the comment. I want a photo.
Let me ask Soundly one question.
Okay. I'm going to post the last piece of media that I posted because you're not being fucking clear, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
Soundly, let me ask you one question, man. This is an honesty check. Hold on, Travis. Hold on. Let me ask Soundly one question. Soundly, if we put a piece of copper on the ground, is it going to match air temperature more in the day or the night?
What does the piece of copper have to do with anything, dude?
You're trying to deny. It does heat very efficient.
You're trying to play. You're going to try and play games that the sun
doesn't temperature at all. Because it's going to heat up really hot.
Give me an honest answer, bro. Is the piece of copper on the ground?
The piece of copper's a non sequitur. Shut the fuck up.
It conducts heat, dude. We're talking about temperature.
Who cares?
We're talking about does the atmosphere
get cooler? Yes or no? When the sun goes down, does that happen?
I'm just asking: is the piece of copper gonna match the air temperature more in the day or night?
Deny that. That's ridiculous.
You saying you made a claim, bro?
It's not going to be any different.
I'm making a claim that the temperature goes down when the sun goes down. That's my claim. And I'm also going to claim that we don't have to measure anything to fucking know that.
Right. It has to be a copper herring.
The lantern's flat. When it showed the lantern's flat, then you're saying that the temperature difference was all over the place. But what I'm asking you is the ground temperature differ from the air more when the sun's beaming on it or at night? So that's why I use a piece of copper, because it's very conductive of heat.
Copper herring. It's not even a red herring. It's a copper herring.
So can I make my comment here? I've been waiting for a long time for the comment to Travis. Travis,
well, if you'll answer.
Can I please make a comment to thank you, Travis, and all your work, all your great pictures, which are pretty good. You have no relative measurement devices showing where things are angularly in your position, your field of view. If you did that, you'd be able to make some decisions and conclusions, draw conclusions of what you were seeing. Because you didn't, everything's left to you guessing. Like this picture of Soundly. You're going to guess what happened there. If we measured its angular position, we could tell what happened. But all you're saying is...
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not.
Okay, so you're wrong.
Okay, show me your own footage where you are able to prove your claim. Right?
I've already done that.
No, you haven't.
Okay,
I
have. I'll do it again.
I have multiple times. I mean, I've posted GPS coordinates.
I do all the time. I show
over and over
horizon drop without distortion, clean lines for the horizon, and I also show things on the water, which shows clean lines for objects, as you've seen, Travis. And our bet's still out here. I'm going to get that picture for you when I get out to across the bay.
Right. Absolutely.
Dude, it's not important.
I posted clean lines in the chat, and you laughed at it and said clean, ha ha ha, even though it was a clean line.
It
absolutely was. It absolutely was. There was zero mirages on that freaking photo, dude. What are you fucking talking about?
I didn't say there was a mirage. So by clean, you mean no mirage?
What do you mean by it?
Yeah.
I expected that you simply meant a crisp image.
That is a fucking crisp image. What are you talking about?
You won't answer a simple question. Why are you still talking, dude?
I told you I'm not engaging with you, dude. I'm not engaging. You're being absurd.
You made a claim, and I posed a simple question, and you won't answer it.
I made a claim that the sun is hotter than not sun. Correct. That's my claim.
Nobody disagrees with that, bro.
You were disputing that for fucking 10 minutes. What are you talking about?
No, I'm not, dude.
Now you're not. Now you're not. Cool.
I never was.
But you were being absurd for 10 minutes.
It's killing to hear me talk, isn't it? Why does it hurt for you to hear my voice?
It's copper herring.
Nobody wants to talk to you, dude. You're being absurd.
You made a claim, bro. Not the sun and the heat. You made a claim that during the night, the temperature, the water in the ground were all over the place. So I'm asking a simple question.
We captured a bunch of atmospheric turbulence. Yeah, we totally did. That's what we captured.
During the day, Is the
That's
heat
why I
difference
posted
from
it
the
on
ground and the air
YouTube.
more or less?
It was a great example of how atmospheric turbulence can make things all wonky and warped and crazy. But
So
when
my question is this.
when you minimize for atmospheric turbulence and you minimize for atmospheric conditions, it always fucking looks like a globe.
So then you'll answer this simple question, bro. So during the heat of the day, when the sun's beaming on the ground, if we put a piece of copper, which conducts heat very well, will the temperature difference be more or less at night?
Okay, this is for the room. I'm not engaging with this absurd line.
Brian, are you really being this silly?
It's a simple
The
question,
copper
bro.
will always reach equilibrium with the atmosphere.
Yeah, I know, but that's not what he's
Regardless of
asking.
the
That's not what I asked. I asked whether the
that makes
temperature
no your
difference would be
question makes
more.
no sense at all.
I know.
That's whether the temperature difference would be more or less.
Brian,
There'd be
why
no
don't you make
temperature
why don't you make your
difference.
point,
Same
Brian?
either way.
Forward with what they were talking about.
Kosho, don't interrupt me for a second. There will be no difference. Both the copper at night and the copper in the day would reach an equilibrium point. That's due to the second law of thermodynamics. Heat moves from hot to cold.
I'm asking would it match in the daytime when the sun's shining?
Oh my God! I'm just answering you. Didn't you, Brian?
Yeah, but you didn't. Let me clarify my question. Would the air
because it makes no sense, by the way.
Would the air match the temperature of the copper more in the day or the night?
Air, copper, dude.
The copper represents the ground. Okay, so the question is during the day when the sun is shining, will the temperature of the copper on the ground match the temperature of the air, or will it match more at night when the sun's not shining?
Copper is a very poor analog to the ground.
You, but I'm biting my tongue because I know what you're asking now, and it's so silly.
It's a simple question, though, bro.
Right, but it has nothing to do with the topic.
No sense.
So why are you
And
asking?
why are you dodging it then?
Because it's not relevant to the topic.
Why is it upsetting you guys? Why is this simple question upsetting you guys? You've made claims.
Because it doesn't help address anything, Brian.
Then you should have no trouble answering it then, right?
It's pointless for you to be in the conversation.
Questions, Brian. This is a discussion.
Yes, you successfully have destroyed the conversation that was.
Yeah, you're
Well,
Brian,
you guys always talk about Aristophanes and all this other stuff.
Just a minute. I want to try to moderate here.
You guys are always off topic too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what is
Larry,
measuring like?
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Come on, let him talk.
Barely? Okay. I was just going to say, Brian, can you explain what the point was about the temperature of the copper with the air? Just because
the point is they say that more refraction during the nighttime, okay, because the sun's down and the temperature changes. And my point is their whole point was that the ground temperature, the surface of the water differs from the air temperature more at night. But the fact of the matter is when the sun's beaming on things, I use copper because it's more heat conductive, and it's more obvious that the difference of the ground temperature and the air temperature, which is what in y'all's world causes the refraction, differs way more during the day.
Brian, the difference between the water in Santa Barbara, 90 degrees or 68 degrees. There's a huge temperature. So there was a temperature inversion. Would you agree? At night, air was much cooler, so it matched the